Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Week 2, Day 1 of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I'm your host, Sophie, and I am here with the wonderful John, X-Fire, and Adam. How you guys doing?
Great.
Good. Yeah, excited for some new Dota. You know, we had a great first week, right? A few upsets, maybe Bleed not doing so hot, maybe Geek Slate not doing so hot in their first series as well.
Yeah, but we'll find out today. One of them has to be hotter.
Yeah, one of them will be.
That is true. And we're like kind of almost into halfway. Isn't that crazy? Like the first week just went by so fast. And now we're in week 2 where I guess Wednesday would technically be the halfway point, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's kind of crazy, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess I don't know, maybe we're just not used to the schedule yet. It feels so quick. I mean, the last day feels like the last season felt really fast as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's because of that schedule shift, right? For 2 years, DPC's been six weeks.
It's been so long.
Now it's half the time. It's really quick. You get everything done, and then you have Div 2 afterwards. So it's just a full cycle.
But it feels just nice. Yeah, it's just a sweet spot. But let's take a look at Friday's results because we had exciting series on that day. We had Geek Slate versus Army Geniuses, where Army Geniuses won. Not so crazy, everyone, because Army Geniuses have been on fire. We had Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry, where Talon won. And we had Execration versus SMG, where that was a shocker to me. Not gonna lie, SMG took that one.
There was some meme game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The meme series. I feel like both teams were just kind of clowning.
That was
it wasn't the hype matchup I was expecting.
No, it looked pretty one-sided. Like SMG after game 1, by game 2 they took control. I think looking at this one, Geek Slate up against Army Geniuses, it's not quite the result you'd expect coming out. Like sure, AG looked hot in that first week. You know, they've just been winning nonstop. They've looked like a solid team. But Geek Slate came from the major. You know, Geek Slate had a chance to go into those playoffs with tiebreakers, didn't quite make it through. But they've proven themselves to be above the fray, you know, in at least Southeast Asia. So to come back in, to get this change with John Yuel and the change with Immortal Fate, maybe this first series, it's an adjustment period.
I think also, like, I mean, AG had 3 series to play that week, so maybe it kind of gave them an edge because they actually got to play on the patch versus Geek Slate, who were just watching as their first game was on Friday.
Yeah, it does make a big difference.
I feel like a lot of us always think it's such an advantage to get to see what your opponents are doing and stuff like that. But I think practice means a lot too.
Yeah.
Like we saw from LCQ last year, how much impact like playing actually has on you.
Yeah, it's different when you actually get a feel. I mean, you can practice a song on the piano for, for hours and hours, but you can't just watch someone play and be like, oh, I can do that. But here's the Blacklist Talon game where Blacklist, they took the first series, right? I mean, the first game.
Yeah, we had some sort of off-plane hoodwink, I think, coming out there. There was a bit of silliness coming out from Talon.
I swear it's good.
It can get funny. I mean, it is good in certain ways. I don't know if it's
I just want to say, as soon as they picked hoodwink, self-tweeted, Talon are doing it.
It was a bit preemptive. I swear, man.
It's her fault.
I swear it's good. I swear.
See, that's why we're not in any Talon game, Sophie. That's why. Anytime something weird happens, we're like, yes, this is it. This is the answer.
And Soph does content with the team where she whispers into your ears.
Yeah, man, the whole season I've just been secretly like planting the idea.
Oh no.
23 interview today. Here's an acorn.
Yeah, subliminal messaging. It's a little bit rougher Blacklist though, right? Like this is a team that, again, a lot of fans have had high hopes for, especially going to Tour 1 as well, but they just haven't been able to deliver just yet.
Right. Yeah, it feels so weird because it feels like they're always almost delivering.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean. They're always so
close.
So close, but
so far.
Yet consistently so close.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It's funny because they remind me a bit of SMG last tour cycle.
Oh, so
like in the
true.
entire last year of SMG was almost the same story. And this time around, we're seeing here on SMG versus XA, I mean, this was just domination. This was not even close coming out. Like Meteor Armor. Yeah,
Guardian Greaves.
Ags Rush Beastmaster as well after the Dominator. Like we had a very silly game too here.
And Midwan's winner interview, we asked him what he was doing. I don't know. Everyone's just a bunch of clowns.
Oh man. I wish we get to see a game like that this first game. That's the kind of fun games I want to see. The clown games. I mean, sure isn't probably not very much considered as quality Dota, but it's the fun kind.
It was weird.
That is quality in a different sense.
I think
Yeah.
it's different because we had very high expectations of this matchup based on week one. These look like
That's
the two hottest teams, debatable.
That is very
But
true.
yeah,
But SMG are currently 3-0, so they are looking at like legitimate contenders to going to Berlin.
Yeah, I think after the first week, we can kind of see our front runners already for that build up into major. It's AG, it's SMG, and it's Talon, right? Right now, from those games they played.
I think Execration is still,
in contention.
yeah.
Yeah, they're still in contention, but
Because
I feel like the mid pack is a bit stronger.
Yeah,
this time.
Yeah.
I think
Uh-huh.
AG and what's the team you just mentioned? Execration. Yeah. I feel like they're a bit more mid pack, but they definitely can take games off
Mm-hmm.
anyone. I think, like even like Talon Execration, for example. I think Execration could win that matchup.
yeah, I feel like C is looking a lot more competitive this season. Maybe, I don't know, am I coping? Or I just feel like the quality of games is looking much better compared to last season.
I feel it is. Then there's always this one game that's just like we're back, baby.
yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
That's true. But we do have our first series. Very exciting. Geek Slate versus Bleed. But first, let's look at our standings of the week of the entire season. We got, like we said, SMG on top, followed by Army Geniuses, Execration, and Talon. And then on the second page, we have Geek Slate, Blacklist, Bleed, and Polaris. So, the people on the second page haven't won like any games. So it's kind of looking grim.
Yeah, it's a bit rocky. I mean, they haven't won any series yet. There's still a chance for any of them to climb up. It's really interesting because it feels like the divide between the bottom and the middle that you mentioned feels like it might be wider than it was before, depending on how Polaris and Bleed do in their next few games. But I feel like if they lose again, then that divide just grows wider.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to last season, I guess. Just three teams at the bottom kind of fighting is what it looks like right now. But we are still early, and we've talked about this many times, how C teams in week 1 and week 2 just boom,
That's
evolved.
Yeah.
That's very true. So let's take a look at our weekly schedule. What we have for this week, we're on week 2 of the DPC. We have on Monday Geek Slate versus Bleed, so that's coming up. Followed by Talon versus Polaris, Blacklist versus AG, and then on Wednesday it's Execration versus Geek Slate, Talon, SMG, Blacklist, Bleed. And to finish off the week on Friday, we have Army Geniuses versus Polaris, Execration versus Talon, and SMG versus Geek Slate. So that is a lot of games.
That is, yeah. It's a very compressed schedule. I think I'm looking forward to most in this week is probably Talon SMG, honestly. I think that's probably one of the things that helps us decide the top 3.
I like how they're the middle
Right?
series.
The middle of the middle.
Yeah,
Like
it's just
middle,
there.
yeah, middle of the middle.
Yeah. But let's talk about today's series, because that's what we're doing. We're talking about today. How do you think, just before we watch, any of the games, before we see any of the drafts, how do you think these teams are going to fare?
Better than last week.
Yeah.
Last week?
I mean, for Geek Slate and for Bleed, it's going to be better because one of them will win.
Uh-huh.
So either way, they will have a win under their belt. I'd say, Geek Slate, I probably favored them coming into this one. I think they just have much more solid foundations in comparison to Bleed at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I feel like I favor them because I haven't seen them play as much as Bleed. Like I feel like I watched Bleed disappoint me like twice.
Yeah, pretty
But
much.
I've only watched Geek Slate disappoint me once. So, I mean, it's a new week again, so I don't want to judge the teams too early. They've only played like 1 and 2 series each, I think.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's so much room to grow in these teams. They have, like you said, new post 5, John Noel, obviously one of the arguably best in C. New coach, Immoral Faith, coming in from EU, bringing more experience. Maybe they're taking some time to like adapt to his style of coaching or like different ideas of the game. Because I think the way Geek Slate played before were much more on scam, I would say. So that integration might take a little bit of time.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with Geek Slate is, again, it's Scam and Zhao coming together. But the switch from Raji to Zhao is the same kind of player who has a really weird hero pool. Like, he can play all the standard supports, but if need be, if Geek Slate wanted to pull out something different, he's done stuff like Troll support. He used to be a Gyro support enjoyer as well. All of that weird stuff for Flex. We haven't seen Geek Slate lean into that yet, but it's always a potential with John Well in hand.
Yeah. I do want to see them kind of stray away a bit from the techies, though. I feel like it didn't have enough impact to
That's true.
warrant the picks in the earlier series in their loss.
Yeah, I feel like it was a very underwhelming pick the last series we watched them. But now that Geek Slate do have their toes wet, I feel like they might be able to accomplish more, you know? They've got the practice, they've actually got to experience what a series felt like in, I guess, what you would call the new patch, the Band-Aid patch. But yeah, I do have high hopes for them. I think, like you said, you know, we've seen Bleed disappoint us twice.
Yeah.
So we kind of have a gauge of their play style. And I mean, Geek Slate coming from the major, I definitely would put them like on a higher pedestal.
I guess so. I feel like the thing about Bleed is just their roster looks so good, you know,
Yeah.
on paper.
Yeah.
Jackie, Ice, DJ, you know, these players, they look so experienced. Like, what could go wrong if you put them in a team together?
Yeah.
But
That's true.
I feel like they haven't found their identity yet. They are not really playing around Jackie. I feel like if I picture his roster, I feel like they would do exactly what they did last season, but with this roster instead, you know, with
Yeah.
Playhard and Masaros.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be the case right now.
Yeah, the one thing with Bleed, it reminds me of one of those periods where Fnatic would do a roster change, like say when DJ would go or when Jabs was let go or when Savage was initially let go. And you have that moment where the old Fnatic used to have to re-identify itself. Same thing seems to be happening with Bleed. Like, it's something that Fnatic also used to do with Ice and DJ. Like the first week or two can feel awkward, but after, once they find a rhythm, it feels really good. So
Yeah.
hopefully this is the start of that for them.
Hopefully. It's just kind of weird because on a 3-week schedule, if you find your rhythm week 2 here, it's close, you know, it's close.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not too much time.
And it's unfortunate because I feel like Bleed, a lot of people in the first season had super high hopes from them. I mean, you look at their roster and you're like, wow, like that's already kind of semi-starstruck. But then you take like Ice and DJ and it's like, oh my gosh, these guys should be doing way better than they are. And it's kind of rough because, like you said, you know, if you're just only figuring out things like halfway through the season, that's like your chances at the major are very, 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 very slim.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of also a curse, right? Like DJ and Ice, they're so reputable. You take 2 of them, put them in any roster, and you would expect the team to do well. So
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't like affect the team too much, you know, that kind of mentality, because I think it's different for us viewers. But if the players on the team feel that way, it's kind of bad for them. And I think it's just about looking for a way to move forward together, you know, as a team. As long as they're improving, they're in a good space.
Do you think they put a lot of pressure like on Ice and DJ?
I don't think so. I don't think
know.
that's something players do to each other, especially in a new roster. It's more like they might be trying to figure out how to play around each other more than actual pressure to make things happen.
I
It's
would
just
think
figuring out what they want, what we want, how do we combine that?
Let's talk about their play styles though. So season 1, I felt like Geek Slate were a very proactive team. They were kind of very on the move and they played pretty fast. But last series, I felt like it was super slow and it was just like farming, constantly farming.
Trying to recall last series. It was
Yeah.
against AG, right?
Yeah, it was
I think
against
they
AG.
do.
One. I feel like the games that Geek Slate played, they had a what's the word? They couldn't come together as a team. Like, I think a lot of the games, Force played Doom, he bought his Greaves, you know, but the team wasn't ready to like fight with his Greaves. And instead he used the Greaves to defend the tower, which was, I think was kind of cool, you know, he delayed the game for his team, and he went back for a Midas, you know, they kind of adapting to the game. But I never saw like the techies pick, I guess, specifically, like how they were able to play together. I think in the game they lost where Force was playing Doom, there was a lot of time he had to be the initiator because they lacked an initiator, and he just got lifted and died like 1 or 2 fights, and it kind of just snowballed from there.
Yeah, I think this is something that I've seen coming out from Force before in like Polaris sometimes. It is something that I would say comes out from Force or Nico when he has a bit of an off day. Hopefully that's not there, because I know like Nico is the kind of player, or Force is the kind of player who can be affected by circumstances outside the game a little bit more. And that affects his play style a big way. That affects the team morale. Maybe that's what's happening there, because when he plays slower, it tends to be something's on Facebook or something, you know? Like I see his Facebook, something's there. So I'm like, yeah, all right, this is probably not to me a good time. Hopefully. I mean, I didn't see anything, but maybe.
What kind of thing?
Oh, you know, an argument with his girlfriend,
Oh,
or
no.
you know, he had a bad pub. He's just really upset.
You know, I removed him off my Facebook.
Why?
So the story is, he used to play in my team,
Yeah.
which was GXR. And he played mid, okay. And then, I wouldn't say anything bad happened. We just eventually watched replays like, what's this guy doing, you know? And then we replaced him for someone else. And then I think he went to Polaris or Execration, and he played offlane. I think it was Execration. He played offlane, okay? And then I think they beat us in a final, 3-2 or something. And he posted it was like, oh, Nico was left or something. And I'm like, bye.
He is that kind of player, though. Yeah, he is. See, that's just how he is, yeah.
The Facebook posters,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, he is.
Well, let's talk about Bleed now. The thing is, with Bleed, for me, I feel like every time I watch their games, it feels like they're kind of on a different page as each other. Like they don't seem like they're glued together, you know?
Yeah, it's part of reintegrated with Ice and DJ, and I'm not sure with DJ how talkative he can be in game. Like I know in person he's actually really approachable, but it takes a while to connect with him. If you make him laugh, like he talks. But I think when you look at the other players like Jackie on Pause 1, even in his time in Boom, he wasn't the most talkative player. So the in-game shot calling probably still falls back to Dubu, but how well that translates to Ice and DJ, how well all of that works is really what I have in mind. Like, how much can you really blend all of these people together?
I feel like they had this idea coming into a patch because before they play against their carry and offlane, right? And then they got Ice in, DJ in, and then they seem to be playing around Corden a bit more now. I think he's playing more of the, I would say, CCNC heroes. Like coming off the major, game in 1, maybe they're trying to adapt a different playstyle where the post 3 is a bit more post 3 than post 2, if you get what I mean, like in farm priority. Whereas Masaros beforehand, he took a lot of farm as well as Jackie, and Corden was playing these Pangos and Void Spirits, and I felt like he really fit that role, but they kind of went away from it. Now we see him playing like Sniper, Lash, and he doesn't look like he doesn't look as good as he can be on those heroes, I think.
He needs to go back to the basics and get his comfort heroes back.
Yeah, I think they just need to figure out their style. Like, I mean, he's a high Mera player, talented player, you always can learn, but the steps of getting there are sometimes a bit tough.
Well, let's find out what heroes we got in this game, because we got a draft cooking up. Ooh, the Moonwalk.
Ooh.
That's a
a new
very
one.
slow moonwalk.
I like it.
Yeah, it's nice.
we
Pretty
need the bongo drum sound.
Oh yeah, true.
Drums of Slum.
I'd like that too. What I do like is this opening. Bleed with Rubik first, Geek Slate with the DP and Tusk. Like, Geek Slate's opening is a lot more, I mean, you're not revealing much with a Rubik. Okay, Rubik Lycan coming out for Bleed with Geek Slate on the DP and Tusk. It's an interesting mishmash. Like, I've seen Lycan, there's a lot of viable builds on him. I feel like I've seen Lycan offlane rush Ags when your pause 1 is still favorable for it, like a Marcy. I've seen offlane Lycan pause 1 Marcy with Ags rush, and that was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I don't think that's going to be happening for Bleed, but you always have that opening. Like, you always have that way to itemize here for Ice, if that is his hero in the first phase, which...
It's definitely Ice.
Yeah.
I like what they're doing. I think it's a very neutral opening. I think the Lycan's a great response to the Death Prophet. So the reason it's good is because if you pop Shapeshift and DP pops Exo like pre-15 minutes, generally the DP dies.
Yeah.
I think in this matchup, there's a way, something's a bit different. It's the DP buys armor now. He buys Greaves. It's not like before where you buy Yules or you buy BKB and you kind of just die. So you can buy armor, and there's no more Purge on Lycan, no Necrobook, you can buy Ghost Scepter. There's the Tuskar Snowball, which does buy time. So I like to see Geek Slate pick a bit more heroes to like protect the DP, maybe some Tidehunter, Underlord kind of thing.
Yeah, like it's really good tempo for both sides as well, right? You have this decent push timing from both sides, group up for those objectives as well. You can trade your tier 1s fairly fast if no one's going to come in for the defense. I am curious to see, again, what Bleed really builds around with this Lycan. Like, do they just focus in on that push? Do we see the potential for a hyper carry to buff up, which again isn't the most common? I don't know. Like, it's so dumb for me to say I want to see Marcy just because of Lycan, but sometimes I just get that feeling I want a really fast dog that can scratch really fast. It's really dumb. It's so dumb.
It's a very interesting
Like,
thing to want.
You see those shapeshift Marcy rebounding off. It has no animation. It's just literally
it's just
gliding.
a dog flying.
It is so dumb. Yeah.
Oh
I'm a
gosh.
fan. Dude, I just want to say that Geek Slate, they went to the Force camp, he yawned. They went to Narmite camp, he yawned. Just like stretching now. Ooh.
I mean, this is early gamer hours, 1 p.m. It's like, it's early.
That's true. Every time the series is like the first series of the day, everyone's always yawning.
Yeah.
Everyone always looks so tired.
Like, I know for a fact the Thai players, their playtime is 12 a.m., 10 p.m. to
in the
4 a.m.
Discord.
Yeah,
my
they're all there
God.
together in Discord.
We used to
They're
call it
trying
the
to
Thai
play each other.
Discord.
Yeah, pretty
They're all
much.
queued together in like one Discord server.
Yeah.
They are different teams, but in the same Discord.
Oh my god.
That's what they do.
Bonding time. It was really cool, actually.
That's good. I feel like we haven't seen much Lycan.
We have not seen a single Lycan
No,
except
not- Oh.
from TSM, who does pick up the hero a lot for Kasane,
Yeah.
which is kind of similar kind of winning Rubik Lycan. Pretty hard to go wrong lane. I just think that with NA they didn't punish the lanes as much, and I was gonna talk about this. I thought they would go for Chen, because Chen with the shard you can get the helm creep from the Lycan, which is kind of strong. But ENG kind of does the same, you have little friends, which is an interaction that I always see people buy, but I've not actually seen the interaction happen before.
Yeah.
It's a really strong lane as well.
They go with the Undying and Storm on Bleed. I mean, it's fairly stable. Cordon Storm is pretty solid as well. They did not really ban to protect it though. Are they expecting something like?
You're just Puck or Invoker here.
Yeah, like your counters are open for Geek Slate. There's not much preventing them from just straight up picking a good
I feel like
lane.
it's a sick Puck game. You have like no catch.
Yeah, you have absolutely no catch. Like, best thing you have is like
Coil against
Blitz and
Lycan's
Vortex,
really nice as well.
just to stop the running around. I think one thing as well for Bleed, like this Rubik Lycan lane, I've seen Lycans actually opt for Howl early on.
Yeah, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, just to have the Fade Bolt Howl damage reduction. As a carry, if you're going for physical here in Geek Slate, it does not feel good to play that lane.
Do we see Cox play Puck?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely plays it. They have not picked it this season though, so we'll see what he goes for. I could even see like some TA kind of hero. You just want heroes to like protect your team when this Lycan runs in, you want to kill the helm, you want like some... Naga's probably the best example, but it's banned. Terrorblade, another
There it
example,
is.
and there's the part. I think it was a pretty obvious pick.
Yeah.
No-brainer.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Ooh, AM banned.
I like that. Just protect your Storm again.
Bleed need a carry. Terrorblade, Morphling. You want heroes that are hard to kick out. Because right now the Lycan's gonna apply pressure, he doesn't want to react, and Storm's the one that's gonna move around the map. We saw this before from Bleed, where Cordon +1 just kind of runs around.
What carries will we see?
I think what's left for Jackie.
TB is really good right now. I think Abba is another hero.
TV banned.
We saw the Abba Lycan from TSM as well.
Oh, true, yeah. The Abaddon could...
Yeah, the lane, you're really hard to kick out. It's not the best against DP though, I will say. And Tusk, it's kind of annoying, but
Yeah.
something stronger in lane. Morph, probably.
Would something like a Monkey King for Jackie work?
It's banned.
No, yeah. Early ban.
Just want a hero that can like help them play the map right now, because they have a Lycan that stays, they have a Storm that moves, and they need another hero that stays.
Yeah.
And because the Undying enables that hero to win his lane, and he just wants to live there.
Live, but I thought he's Undying.
That's true.
You
That's
get
why you want his
lucky?
teammate to live.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
true.
To be fair, Undying means you don't want to die.
I guess that, yeah, you don't die.
So
Yeah,
You're
Undying.
Undying.
What else is here for Jackie, actually? Fan of
Ban.
Troll.
Faceless Void.
Void game here.
Troll ban, wow. Respect for Scam. I like the ban though. It's really good against the Lycan. I think that's a pretty sick ban actually. Bloodseeker for either team's not the worst.
Yeah, that does look pretty good for either side. I don't know, when I'm looking at these drafts, I do like Geek Slate's 4 more than Bleed's 4 heroes right now. I think it's harder to punish the puck this game. You have pretty solid lanes coming out just with these 2 supports.
Yeah.
So your foundations are set. I don't see anything from Bleed
I
that
wonder
fixes
if
issues.
Geek Slate will play Night Stalker here. Because we see a lot of the
Yeah.
Night Stalker
Night
against
Stalker
the Helm.
True.
And it's good against the Storm as well. It's also something that Scam would play, I think.
Yeah, that is definitely a very Scam hero. I'm wondering if he does go for it, will we see Meteor Hammer?
I don't hate it. Puck Coil in the Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, why not? I guess it's a combination.
I think the Eggs is good SF. Okay, so that's a very anti-DP hero. Like this Lycan, this Tombstone especially. There's this Tombstone interaction with Exorcism where if you hit the Tombstone on DP or the zombie, the ghost actually hit the zombie or Tombstone, so it stops a lot of damage. Obviously DP, you can't really run into a Tombstone area as well. Doesn't feel great. And SF, a lot of minus armor, you just want to right-click her down. It's SF Lycan combo, looks pretty nice to me. Really fast-paced.
Yeah, that gives him a little bit of hold as well, at least with the Fear on Requiem. You can kind of work that along with the Fear on the Shard. So you have some way of controlling the side of Geek Slate outside of just the Lift and Vortex. It still looks pretty funky for me on Bleed. Like, this does feel like a really high momentum draft where you have to hit these item timings by 15, 20. If not, then it's not unplayable, but the team fights feel a lot stronger for Geek Slate, solely off the back of the puck. And now the Doom as well
I think
coming
this
out.
is a Well, again, this eats Ancients, similar to the Night Stalker. I'm not sure if he will build Greaves this game because there's a DP, but stacking armor this game is really value. Like an SF, Storm even, there's not the most magic damage coming out from Bleed. I think if Geek Slate execute their strategy and get these early team items, it's really hard for Bleed to respond.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Again, Geek Slate's draft just feels a lot better. The lanes look really nice, like Skem and Zhao. Ice is not going to be able to play with his wolves all too much in that lane.
That's true.
Right? Like, what would you do? Like, do you go for your aura?
0-4-4.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Howl could be nice there, but then Doom doesn't care anyway. So I think Geek Slate just has this foundation to play that early to mid, shut down the side of Bleed, and prevent that snowball, prevent their item timings to be a problem.
Yeah. I think Geek Slate also has a really nice draft to play around the mid player for runes. I think this Storm Puck matchup, the runes matter a lot. And we'll probably see a lot of early aggression coming out from Geek Slate.
Who do you think has the better late game draft?
On even farm, I think Bleed. But I think their team fights are harder to execute. They look like a very kill one hero kind of lineup. Kill one hero, then Roche, kill one hero, then Tower. They don't look like a team fight lineup, you know? It's like a wham bam, we kill you, we run.
Yeah.
Wham bam.
I'd say there's an X factor for Geek Slate. You're scaling on Enchantress, so you can't count it out. Even as a support, we've seen support players rush some very seal stuff. Even just a Hurricane Pike, you feel good in that.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. It is Zhao too, he always gets farmed.
That he does.
Well, I'm excited to see this game. First game of the second week of DPC, and I've got Cap and SVG ready to cast this game for you.
That's right. We're going to be taking you through the opening series for today. I don't know how to feel about it, though. Geek Slate, you know, they already lost the series up against Army Geniuses. Tough loss, but Bleed has been looking a little worse for wear in their first two series. And Avery, it sounds like our panel is backing Geek Slate's draft. Do you feel the same?
This is a tough call, honestly. This is one of those drafts where it feels 95% execution almost. I don't really think there's a clear advantage for either team. I feel like a lot comes down to this mid matchup between Corden and Cox, who outplays the other, who gets faster level 6, who gets runes. Then that's dependent on which support duo wins the side lanes harder, so they can go and clash the runes. There's a lot of little things like this that I think add up in the early game execution. And these are kind of snowball-based lineups. You have a lot of objective taking, right? On one side, you have like an SF. The other, you have this DP who wants to group up with an early Doom BKB, presumably. It's a lot about Roshan, the early tier 1s, who takes over more of the map and can use it faster. These are very even lineups, in my opinion, and I think a lot is going to come down to the first 10 minutes, as it always does in Dota. But in terms of who gets their cores ahead of the ones they want to counter, right? Geek Slate want to get Puck ahead of the Storm so that matchup's favorable. Bleed want to get their Lycan ahead of the DP so that the Wolf can eat the profit in the fight. These types of core interactions, to me, spell a lot about how this game's going to go. And that's the first 10 minutes.
Okay. So I see what you're saying when it comes to the one-to-one matchups and stuff, but I feel like Geek Slate's lineup, it just looks cleaner to me, right? You're going to coil Death Prophet Exorcism over them, and Doom's going to run in. I feel like Bleed's, like, their team fight is kind of weird to execute, right? What do you like about Bleed's lineup? What am I missing here?
I kind of like that you don't like it. That's it's making me like it a little bit more.
Yeah. All right.
I do think SF is kind of the king of this game. Jackie gets really big, which I think he has a decent chance to, because SF Undying should do fine in this lane. He can hit really hard in this game, and if he gets to 5 slots with Satanic, even if you doom him, even if you're manning up with Exo, he just sits there and punches you back. You're going to have this Lycan buff/debuff as well, in terms of, like, armor reduction is basically a buff for SF, right? You're effectively buffing his damage. So that's what I'm saying, it's a mix. Like, this Howl is really nice for the Shadow Fiend plus his minus armor. It's a lot of AoE minus armor for this SF to just start chunking you through. And it means you kind of have to get to the armor items here if you're Geek Slate. So I feel like if you play around this SF, he has a really good game. He gets the Roshans, he's highest net worth. You have a decent chance to just win the game off that timing alone, in terms of Jackie's just unkillable. I kind of like that aspect of it. But in terms of the team fight and the lanes and the synergy and having reliable cores that are going to come online, you're probably taking Doom and Death Prophet over Lycan SF, right? Lycan SF is like higher risk, higher reward, but I like higher risk, higher reward. You know, I'm a gambling man. I'll bet on
Okay,
I'll bet
I
on
see.
some lichen popping off. Why not? You know.
Okay, so I think the Doom, so the SF being the big bad boss of this game, I think is interesting because the Doom, usually we see like a 3 Doom, right? And Doom goes to challenge the SF, he pops BKB and he just starts swinging on people. Carry Doom, though, might be a little bit different. Like, do you feel like that changes how that interaction is going to go? Because I feel like SF is usually fine. He's like, okay, as long as I get up my BKB, I'm just going to right-click people. That's totally fine. Do you think Carry Doom changes that?
Trying to think. Honestly, probably not too much. I think the matchup's still the same because I think you're probably buying the same set of items regardless. Like, you're either going for this late game mags or pressure build or you're going some armor type build. But I don't know what else. Like, I don't think there's an item Carry Doom can buy that Offlane Doom doesn't buy that deals with SF, for example. You know, unless you're going like really old school Radiance Doom. If you want to play that game.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, it's possible, right? That item got buffed. It's not bad versus Lycan. It's not bad versus SF until he has BKB. But again, I don't think you're skewing the scale in that matchup. So I feel like in this scenario, it doesn't change too much for Jackie. It's just a question of who gets there first.
Armin going to try and isolate somebody. He does manage to catch DJ inside of the shard, so Bleed already off to a bad start. The first blood can be, okay, maybe not freely given away. There it is. Finally, Forrest will be able to get the first blood. That's what Geek Slate wanted out of that entire scenario. Get the mid laner the first blood so he can get that fast bottle and get that matchup rolling, which, you know, you already talked about how important it is for the Death Prophet to be strong enough to stand up to the Lycan in this game.
First blood for Force, super happy with that one. You get a D-ward as well. A lot of extra gold going Geek Slate way. They're probably going to contest runes here. Might get 3. Yeah, 3 as well. God damn. There's 1,000 gold lead right off the bat. So anytime you get that with Enchantress Tuskar, you're really happy because this is a support duo that wants to win their lanes and kind of snowball off that momentum. You're not going to compare to the team fight of Rubik Undying in those mid-late game fights for sure.
Sure, yeah.
Triple raise, quad raise, just see you later, Norman.
All right. I mean, that's always a good way to be able to start things off with SF. That's the thing about the side lane SF. These raises are terrifying. And now that they added a slow to the whole thing, it makes it so you can't actually just perma raise people, basically. You get 2 raises off and then you just keep chasing them down and keep stacking it up to 4 or 5 even.
I mean, that was a Boots Tuskar that died to that. He had 50 MS advantage and he got quad raised into Oblivion. So this is still pretty strong as a safe laner in terms of running people down. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like Jackie is guaranteed a good game. I don't think Tusk DP is contesting SF through the Undying, regardless of the good start they have.
Yeah.
I just don't see it happening. Like, you can always just keep this Tombstone point too. And even if you man up, that Tombstone is really hard to just win the trade into, especially with the raises coming down on top. So this SF could pose a problem for them. That's where a lot of it comes down to mid. Like if Cox gets off to a good start and he's getting rune control, maybe he can gank the SF once. And even the 1 death is going to help him a lot this game.
I don't see Lycan versus Doom too often, but he's got to be careful with those wolves. Scam will just eat those up every chance he can get.
The wolf knocks at your stomach, as the line says. I mean, you don't even want to give him the John Well.
Right, the iconic line. Yeah.
Yes, everybody knows that voice line. Come on, Captain. Where have you been?
And John Well can take the other wolf too.
Yeah. This is the problem.
Just the full just they take the honestly don't even level the wolves. Just
I mean, I'm surprised.
044.
Yeah, you get some window where they can interact with them, but I don't know. Like, Howl's not that bad of a lane spell. It's pretty low cooldown. Yeah. It's basically free mana cost, 4 armor, level 1. I know it's not crazy, but sometimes I feel like it is better. It's kind of like that beast. I feel like it took people forever to do the Axis build versus just summoning more and feeding the Vor. And it's some of these things in Dota are just dumb. There's no other way to describe it. Like, why are you just feeding them wolves, you know? But Dota players are stubborn. They like doing things the way they feel.
There's a traditional way to do things, and you know, by God, you're gonna keep doing that. Otherwise, you're gonna get pinged by your lane partner.
And it's like old colonial period, you know? By God, I'm going to do it the way my grandfather did it.
It's a tradition in this house.
Criticism be damned. The wolf summon is the way of God.
Seriously, those level 1 wolves are pretty weak. They don't really
bad,
do much.
They help you CS, you know? That's the thing. You all hit them in together. Everybody join in. And we'll raise some gold. He's not doing too bad, but the lanes are still going Geek Slate's way. Of course, remember, they had a 1,000k gold lead to start, so I would expect them to be doing pretty well. Still, Jackie is free farming, and he's not having to spend a lot of regen. And this is kind of what you want if you're Bleed. Really good game for SF. Eventually try and get some runes for Storm and help him versus Puck. But you don't really care about this Lycan. It's just a Lycan first phase. Whatever happens to him is going to happen. There's not much you can do to change it.
So back to the Doom versus SF thing. I think one thing about it, mid lane, Gordon. Nice rotation over from Narman. Cox makes the call, or somebody made the call, and Narman rotates in. Gordon he goes for a spiteful water rune deny, but of course the other one is still available, so it's not like Puck is really missing out on too much there.
Nope, and that is the early snowball, quite literally, that can happen here for Geek Slate, because their supports are just way better at interacting with mid, especially for Storm. Ench is one of those old school Storm counters, because you can consistently just gank him and ruin his game. And then when he has to jungle, you can mess with him in jungle. And you can't really kill him back. One single point heal, you're probably good to go. So I would expect Geek Slate to ramp up the pressure on this mid, keep punishing the Storm. In theory, you're going to get a coil first before he has ult as well. Another really good power point there if they can use it in concordance with 6-minute rune. This is what you want to give Geek Slate. You have independent side laners who want the solo XP too. Like Doom, Death Prophet, they're chilling.
Yeah, like they can't contest the SF, but at the same time, it's not like Undying SF is ever going to kill the Death Prophet by surprise, you know? Like that's going to be some sort of brawl where they underestimate the damage or something. But
yes,
they're not ganking her very well.
Geek Slate definitely have more freedom here to make the play action happen. And that's exactly what Johnwell is looking for. No vision to spot him either. There's just no radiant vision around mid.
Ooh. Fortunately, showed the Centaur there. Cox, off of that kill, should be getting level 6 first, so the coil is available.
They're pushing it in. Just going to go.
They're going to go for it now. The Darman coming in from behind. He's got the tag team to be able to help out here, and the snowball to help finish him off. Gordon will fall, but at the same time, Narman's going to fall, and the Puck got very low to all of that. Fortunately, did have an orb out, and we'll be able to just reset back to base, but very good job by Geek Slate identifying exactly what you're talking about. Our supports interact with the mid lane much better, so let's just focus on that.
I mean, at least you bring the response from Bleed. I think this is necessary. You have to force the opposition off here. You get the 6-minute rune as a result. Ends up being useless, but can't have everything in life.
Now the Undying is TP mid, so it leaves Jackie a little bit alone. He's going to go okay.
Looks like he's doing okay alone.
Just triple nukes down Narman, and okay, there goes that game. They won't try that again. I promise you that.
No. At least not without raindrop or something.
Or not without silence on Death Prophet, which you're probably not going to get until like level 8 or 9 or something.
Definitely not. Maybe 7. I've seen some people go to 7, but honestly, 4-point Siphon is usually just way too strong to give up. I think you can kill this SF with Exo. It's something Jack is thinking about, but he is strong in this game. He has very good core matchups here, in my opinion. It's gonna be hard.
So my thing is, I feel like Doom might be able to challenge the SF simply because he's just able to get those items that offlane Doom would faster, right? So if he gets like one armor item and blink BKB, then I could see a world where like every fight he just goes, I'm gonna Doom the SF and then I'm just gonna stick on top of him.
It's definitely a route. What you do have to think about though is we've seen a lot of games where Doom blinks in, he dooms somebody, and then there's always a question of what happens after that, right? Because it's not just guaranteed this guy dies. There can be a Rubik Shard lift later in this game. There can be some Tombstone Soul Rip. You can get howled. Suddenly you have less base damage. Maybe SF lives with like a Mask lifesteal, which Jackie is going early mom here. There's a couple save mechanisms for Bleed between their supports that can bail this SF out of a Doom, and then it's a question of, can you continue to chase into Tombstone, and do you like that type of fight? And Geek Slate might not like that type of fight when they get to it.
And well, ooh, nice Centaur stun on 2 here. The coil's going to be able to land on 2. Now, of course, John Well's still dead. But
Centaur doing work.
Kill the storm, the silence at the last second. The orb, the snowball comes in. It actually hits DJ as well. So they're going to be able to clean up both of those kills. And Dubu is unable to do anything to stop it. No vengeance for him. Not this time.
I do like that Ice had wolves here, though. That was nice. Almost turned some of that fight. These things are strong in these early skirmishes. Arcane Rune, maybe a little bit stronger. Cox happy with that one. He keeps getting bit in the ass.
I remember Ice way back in, like, I don't know, the 2015, 2016, I feel like, somewhere back there. He was one of those guys who used wolves, I think, in the most intro. Oh, no. Cox, well, he does have the silence to give a little bit more separation, but snowball save, maybe another orb out, thanks to the Arcane Rune. Cox is able to get away. That was a close call.
And he playing with fire, or lightning.
Yeah.
Sheesh. I mean, honestly, this early game is not the worst for Bleaching Head, I imagine. It's not great, but considering what happened with the runes, the ward, in the first blood, your SF's where you want him to be at the top. Your Lycan got to his helm. Pretty reasonable lane outcome, I think, for this lane. And mid, I mean, look, Corden didn't win mid. He's struggling, but I think that was gonna happen to some degree, right? I just don't think you were contesting supports on the rune rotations and the early coil and this type of deal. So I think Bleed's in an okay spot given predictive outcomes. You just got to make something happen with Lycan now. I don't think Lycan is a hero where you want to sit on your laurels and just trade. You want to play with his ults, with the early HOD. Maybe Doom dissuades you running that into the fight super aggressive, but you got to find the trade, because Force, meanwhile, is just taking your towers. There is not a lot of tower defense for this blue lineup. Force is pretty happy to just walk through objectives this game and say, come at me. I'm ready to fight, brother.
They will not give him that fight. They're going to try and trade out towers here, but that does leave Geek Slate one step ahead. They're going to start sitting on mid lane here. If they find a great opening, Jackie, they're going to be able to get the Doom on. Oh no, the telekinesis goes up first. The Requiem turns around, and as a result, Sien ends up dying. What a great reaction from DJ. While being gone on, gets the telekinesis off, and as a result, Corden comes in. They get the kill on Cox too. That was just, that was all DJ right there. And getting out that telekinesis changed that fight entirely.
That just changed the course of the game, to be honest. That's a perfect read by Bleed. They know this move wants to come. They're ready for it. They're set up. And that's the difference between winning and losing games. Is you're in the right place at the right time. That's what makes a good 4-player. DJ.
Yeah.
Setting it all up for the Shadow Fiend to take advantage. And now Jackie is in a really good spot in this game. Because that was, I think you're not going to get too many instances where Skem is just going to be able to walk up and Doom and try and disrupt that net worth tempo. That was kind of one of the big ones, this fight for 2-1 mid. They can run it back with the next Exo. But you're kind of going to need Blink now, and even then, this SF, he's getting there. He's getting there.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they may have to wait for like BKB even on the Doom to feel really good. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you know, Coil Exorcism is a pretty powerful punch.
It is. And you're still going to have this advantage from mid. Like, Cox is well ahead of Corden at this point. The pressure that forced them to clump here on Bleed did not help his net worth at all. So you're going to have a much faster Witchblade for this puck. He's still going to have rune control. And he's pulling farther ahead, almost a K now. This is the hero that Geeks like want to play around. And the thing about the SF being king in this game is I feel like that's true until the true king of Dota arrives, which is 60 minutes, 6-slotted puck. Because honestly, I feel like 6-slotted puck outcarries almost anything. You're in a position to do so.
Oh, what a grab. He uses the disable to stop the Centaur, because otherwise the Centaur maybe could have denied the Arcane Rune. But an Arcane Rune for the Storm Tier is a great opportunity. Wouldn't be surprised to see them smoke up. Sure enough, 4-man smoke.
I mean, they're
going to try and clear through.
So they have the tomb. They also have this silence on TJ, which is really big. This is one of the best spells you can steal in the game in terms of killing Cox here, because you don't have a defensive item or spell against it. Who's going to break on who? All right, insta break on the smoke for John. Well, he's kind of sad about that one. But they're still going to be in this smoke top.
Yeah, they're going to be able to catch the Lycan potentially. Ice backs off at the right time. And they still get the Enchantress. John Will, I'm not sure, like, He should have known that his smoke, maybe he just wasn't paying attention to his hero at the time, so he didn't see when his smoke popped, but should have known there were some heroes there on the right-hand side for sure. And they do successfully like get a pretty good read of where Geek Slate is at.
Yeah, I think Bleed have a decent read of this game. They're getting through the early game, which is, I think, the tough part. I'm still a little worried about Corden because him being involved in all these moves, it does slow down his game a bit, and you're still playing versus Doom. But I feel like they definitely have a better read this game than some of the other games we saw them. Even if it's not necessarily going perfectly, you know?
Sure, yeah. There is going to be a pretty big team fight advantage to Geek Slate soon with the Guardian Greaves being almost done for Death Prophet.
And that is just the power of offlane DP. This hero is a menace. Honestly, I think this might be one of the early winners of this patch for me. Not in terms of like the difference in patch, but just all the range carries getting nerfed helps this hero so much. Oh, and then she's still really good. She didn't really have anything bad change about her, but now you don't have to play versus Lina as much. Maybe you don't have to play versus Brood and Furion because the bans got open, so they're more consistently banned. Like, these DP games just seem crazy good. And this hero with Greaves, Pipe, +1 is insane. One of the tankiest heroes in the game.
Scam in some trouble. He was trying to farm up BKB. Now he is pretty tanky, though. Damn.
What the hell is he so tanky?
This boy's thick. A raindrop and phase boots, I guess, with the Devour armor.
Is there really that much armor? 7 armor from Devour, another 4 from Broom Handle. Yeah, +10. Another Wraith Band. Surprisingly tanky indeed, and now you get Exo play mid with that Greaves. Once again, come fight me.
Yeah, the tombstone's out behind the tower, kind of awkward. I think they could still chip away at this tower, but they're not going to be able to make the commitment to run down heroes like they may want to do. Maybe an attempt to deny. Oh, DJ does it again, man.
Not today, son.
I've seen that guy deny so many towers in his career.
I mean, you gotta pump fake that, man. You can't just give it to him. You gotta all pump fake it together and then go. We'll poke Jackie, but he's not in any trouble. And I feel like Geek Slate feel they're ahead, so maybe they're okay playing this game just pretty methodically here.
Oh, they're going for Scam. They got the Wolf on him. The Wolves,
again, though,
really just following Scam around. He is tanky, but he's not going to be able to handle 4 heroes, I don't think. He hits out the Doom onto the Storm Spirit, so that makes it even worse. And he stole the Doom. Oh, no. Oh,
you just Roche here. You definitely just Roche. Walk in with the Lycan. You have Vlads. You have stolen Doom and Mech on DJ. He's giving you the team fight here. All you need. This is non-contestable. You're going to get insta-doomed on Cox here if you contest. And I wonder if Geek Slate know that. Cox, you are flirting with danger, my friend.
They're going to send in the Satyr. Get some information if they can, but the Tombstone's already out. They've already backed away. Geek Slate. They know they have to give this one up.
This is the SF Lycan playbook. Give him the Aegis to take over the map. You can also give it to the Storm here, but with how strong Jackie's game is, I'm okay with this decision too.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, looks like Geek Slate I don't think they're going to be able to snowball through this game anymore. I think they have to kind of accept the fact that this is going to go, you know, I don't know the distance, but we're going to probably have a solid 40-minute plus game here.
Which means it's going to go 60 because we're in Southeast Asia. And
true. Yeah.
You got to add 20 to every game total.
I mean, can they even fight into Aegis? I think they have to just chill out for a while.
It's pretty damn tough. Because Jackie will just sit there and hit you the whole time. And you don't really kill him that fast. So I think you end up just dying for it. The fight's pretty bad. You're probably just dodging during this period, trying to abuse the Doom Devour and Midas. Get to your next aura item on Force, which looks like Shiva's, I would guess, here by the plate mail.
Yeah. Is Lotus Orb really bad? No, not really. There's only a couple of single target spells.
Pretty bad Lotus game, pretty bad Pipe game too.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go Crimson, but like, what Death Prophet's gonna go Crimson? You know, then if you lose, you're just gonna get flamed. So you definitely don't do that. That's what I learned. If you buy Crimson Guard, people just flame you.
I saw you do that. Oh my God, John Well went Little Friends. Hell yeah, Little Friends versus Lycan. Let's go.
mean, you get bonus move speed, you get bonus attack speed. This thing's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Even if you just catch 2 wolves, that's a lot of damage.
Well, I think that's the thing, is that he probably, most of the game is only going to get the 2 wolves, because once he gets Helm of the Overlord, he gets the Ancient, and then the Ancient does not interact with little friends.
But the thing is, Scam will eat the Ancient anyway. So.
I was going to ask you if Scam was going to go that Talon at 20.
Oh, 100% you do.
Yeah?
It's so big if you eat that Ancient. You just blink and eat it, and then you start the fight, right? Or like do it in the middle of the fight. I don't know. I mean, it is kind of hard, but...
Dire's bottom tower is under
That Talon is at 15 now.
Yes.
I thought it was still at 20, so I was like, that's kind of late, but...
No, you can definitely go for this play. The thing I don't like about it is I feel like a lot of times your Devour's on cooldown, right? You're not really timing your Devours for fights.
Sure, yeah.
It's not that reliable, but even if you take it and you're just eating their Ancient creeps, maybe it means Ice can't get as many.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know. I think you definitely go for it. I don't think this other 15 is that broken. I mean, 10% MS is nice, but I don't think it's imperative this game. You have Coil, you have Shards, you have some ways to lock down heroes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And that smoke top just fizzling for Bleed here. Another move Corden doesn't get anything out of. He is still pretty far behind on the Storm, just going second item BKB. He's going to be an initiation, and that's pretty much it. Might be all you need in this game, but I do feel like Geek Slate are outscaling Bleed here in terms of having all 3 cores online, and all 3 of them are going to be decent damage threats in the late game. Especially if you get the armor up. If you get the Shiva's AC in this game, which I think is what you're eventually aiming for, you have a really good window to win those fights versus Bleed, because they're kind of minus armor dependent.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you get Shiva's AC, you've got Guardian Greaves, you've got Devour armor, like neutral items. Like they definitely are going to be able to stack and stack and stack just a ton of armor at some point in time. But they're not ready for that yet. And Bleed is going in for the push now, since they do have that Aegis still on Jackie for another minute. If they could take a tier 2, that way they can open up the outposts.
Geek Slate all came to fight, but you still have a minute on this Aegis. I feel like you shouldn't all be here. It's just not.
Cox, that TP is too long. I don't know what he TP'd to, but DJ was going to catch him, and now Cox is going to have to do some crazy juking to be able to get out of this one. Because Corden's just going to keep chasing after him. DJ actually TP's ahead of him here to be able to catch him with the telekinesis. Another orb coming up in a second, but it's not fast enough.
Big kill. DJ had his number the whole game so far.
It really has.
Dire's top tower.
Dubu gonna work on drums. Maybe those upgraded drum.
The phase shifts. No punch for you, Narman. Now you're gonna get punched by the golem. Yeah, box me. Box
like
me.
it.
Oh, he turned it on DJ now. Yo, this golem doesn't know who he's working for. Golem's too dumb to know what team he plays for. He just punch closest man.
All right, well, they got the tier 2 top, even if it wasn't mid, and the outpost is open, so got a decent bit of map to be able to control. Bleed. Maybe that'll leave some room for Corden to finally get some farm somewhere.
Getting a little bit. Fast smoke from Geek. They do have Blink on this Tusk, as was revealed, so they have initiation power. Do have to watch out for this phase shift on DJ. Still pretty annoying. They say
Storm.
that. Yeah, just go for the easy target.
Oh, Corden was just finally taking some time to farm. Good read.
They scanned the mid.
Dire are scanning.
Well played. DD rune top. That's a big rune.
Hawks, he's going to try and grab it and get away to the orb. No problem. So he's got a DD for the next fight. Pretty good. Got to deal with top wave, though. That's pushing in pretty heavily. Looks like Geek Slate is willing to take the 4 versus 5, though. As long as they get the initiation up on the high ground, they're going to get the tombstone on the high ground. Dubu's already countered Geek Slate, and they have to get out. Now it's just every man for themselves, and Narman is going to be the one left behind.
Just sitting under a high ground ward, that is never going to be a fight, especially outnumbered. So Bleed getting a little more extra gold for their Storm Spear here. Every little bit gets him to BKB, where he's going to be decent annoying. There isn't the best BKB lockdown. And of course, these creeps top are just very obnoxious here. Early shard for Ice in this game as well. We've seen this more on the Lycans. They just feel like the extra lane pressure it creates is very annoying on the map. I tend to agree. Spell is low-key obnoxious, which probably means it's good. Doom.
Oh, Skem tried to go for it. He did manage to get the Doom off on the SF, and he's just full into mid, but he's getting torn apart here by all this physical damage. Skem trying to get away, limping away on just a sliver of HP. The rest of the team committing now to the SF, and they will be able to finish him off. Force, hey, with his big exorcism, is going to be able to run down some heroes here. Gets the SF. Next is going to be Dubu. Gordon goes in, though, tries to finish off the block. It does manage to get him. Look at that damage. They just blew up everybody inside of that little circle. A decay, a fade bolt, and most of Geek Slate falls just like that. Force, the only strong one to keep going. And he stole Doom again.
I mean, of course he did. Do we even need to mention it? Of course he's going to steal his Doom. It's DJ.
Okay, but you shouldn't be able to, because Skem can just blink Doom instant Scorched Earth. Like, there is a counterplay there available.
Can he, though? Can he, though? I think he has to Scorched Earth to get in.
Maybe.
That's why he has to get that level 15 talent, so he can eat the creep, and then you'll steal Devour instead. Which he did go for that talent, so he's playing for it. Yeah. But yeah, level 2 Doom in DJ's hands. And again, it just takes a long time to kill this SF. You can do him, but Skem is not going to kill Jackie this game. It has to come from the Exo, the puck right clicks. They also are building... Okay, they're building Shivas on Skem, which means Force doesn't really know what to do with this plate mail.
Yeah, it's just a basic plate mail now, which is really awkward.
Later, Cox. You have been doomed. Take it up with
TP
your...
up. Yeah. All right, well, lead. They really got the ball rolling now. Or pick off like that, they're free to take the tier 2. They can take over the triangle. Daedalus is going to be built by Jackie, and it looks like they may even just poke at high ground a little bit. No, Jackie decides against it.
I mean, they're trying to catch. DJ has max Waning Rift.
They're just outside of vision. They're going to spot him now. Skem pops BKB and doesn't have Doom for another 10 seconds, so can't even return fire.
Easy BKB Force. Now you're just looking at second Roshan here. If you lead, second Roshan is your window to kind of end this game. You get it on the SF. He's going to hit really hard. You can just siege the base. There is no real good base defense here for this Geek Slate lineup. It's really bad holding high. So you're kind of just forced to smoke, wrap, and jump or something of this nature. And if you have this Aegis on SF, are you going to be able to kill him twice? That's a big ask, especially with AC done for Ice Ice. Huge item in this game. Before any of the big armor items come out for Geek Slate. This is the like an SF window. Early Roche spawn too. The stars are aligning.
This is perfect.
Not for Enigma, but for this team they are.
Yeah. They have to get inside right now, and they are far too late. This physical damage minus armor is just too much. SF Lycan.
And now you just run it at them.
Yeah, they finally get the Shivas on the Doom. Bit too late for that.
This is the ward for Geek Slate, though. If you're going to fight, this is where you do it.
Yeah, they're trying to not hit the SF. They wanted to go for some backline. Now they have to go for Jackie with the Aegis and the BKB. Not an easy target. Cox on the side,
Cox
being targeted by Gordon.
silence.
And the stolen silence once again from DJ. Gets the kill onto the puck. Skem is being run down. Corn's going to help finish him off here. Long jump in, pops the BKB, gets the kill on a Skem. Now pulling back Force as well. They pop the clip, trying to stop Bleed, but Bleed will not be stopped, it seems, as Jackie just continues his rampage through the Geek Slate base. And there are no buybacks for the cores here on Geek Slate except for Force. So this is going to be one lane of racks, probably two. And
You're just going to...
I mean, almost. There are tier 2. There's a tier 2 bottom lane.
But a wolf is killing it. There's a wolf pushing the...
Go.
These wolves kill the tower, by the way. With the cripple, they actually destroy.
Oh, yeah.
That's the other benefit of the shard, but I don't think you fighting this Aegis, man. This looks hard. You're gonna have to do it with all 3 of your cores up, but this is a brutal. Jackie Daddy came with the belt. You just ate him. He slapped you. Slapped you silly. No, you used to that, or? Yeah, he had a very visceral reaction to that metaphor there, okay?
That should help.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay. You know.
Completely foreign to me. All right, Jackie's just gonna keep going.
I mean, yeah. What's stopping him?
Bottom tower.
Absolutely
3
nothing.
minutes left on Aegis. They have to fight into it. So
Radiant
You have no
are
exo, though.
scanning.
No
Exactly.
exo. No hope. Yeah, you got a smoke flank here. You got to kill somebody outside of this SF. Cannot just go on him. Got to find this Undying or maybe get a Doom on Corden. Something.
I think
Look at
Dubu
the wolf
knows.
scouting.
Yeah, they know.
100%.
They know they're going to be coming around the mix. Look at them blocking out the path. Geek Slate goes all the way around here. They're going to try and get a high ground war. Perhaps they're going to run into DJ. Oh, they don't quite spot him. Now they do. Narman's going to go for it with a punch and everything else. But Corden, he managed to jump out of the puck once again, pulls him back in, and
it's
Skim
over.
is already
It's
dead
over.
before the fight even really begins in earnest. He is just dead, and GG is called from Geek Slate and Leap. What a clean victory here. Like, after what, like 15, 20 minutes or something, they just closed out the game all of a sudden.
I mean, I don't think you can let this SF have that type of game with the Roshans. You have to prepare for those and contest them or shut down the SF in the game. Like I was saying, he's the big daddy in this game. Jackie Daddy. Just got out of control. And the thing with these Lycan lineups is if they get out of control, they just high ground you at the 25-minute mark with second row.
Yeah.
This is like this is why a lot of these NA teams like it, because NA teams, they don't think about Dota past 25 minutes, right? It doesn't exist. So you have to end the game really fast. So that's why we see a lot of these Lycans for Shopify or TSM. As you get second Roche, you just go higher on. And if you can't deal with the super creep, you can't deal with the right click carry who gets buffed up through the minus armor and your HAL damage getting reduced. If you can't win that man fight, there's nobody here man fighting this SF. I mean, go next, bro. Rate it off. And
Well, that's the
belted.
plan. We are going to go next, and we're going to go ahead and let the panel handle Avery's topic of conversation, which is Jackie Daddy pulling out the belt.
God, thank you so much, Cap and SVG. Well, if Jackie is daddy, I would have to say that DJ is mommy.
DJ's Daddy J.
Okay,
You
well
know
then I
what
guess.
his name stands for?
Oh, really? No, you're capping. But then, I mean, like, that game was crazy because we were just talking about how, like, Bleed, they didn't look like they were on the same page, but this one looked like they have, like, some Neuralink jacked up behind their back and all brains are, like, connected. And that was a very nice performance by them, for sure.
Yeah, they played the lineup really well. I felt like Geek Slate had a lineup that needed to abuse mid. They kind of did, but they never really transitioned it into anything. Jackie having I would say pretty much a dream game.
Yeah.
Free Aegis, like an SF, like Captain SVG said.
Yeah, like their lanes came out really well as well for Bleed. Like I was expecting Ice to maybe be slowed down a little bit more by the Doom and the Enchantress, but it didn't really happen. They didn't manage to suppress Ice as long as I think you'd expect here. And it just felt disconnected from Geek Slate still. Because we talked about the issues Bleed had in their first week. Geek Slate, they only had that one series. I figured maybe it's a one-off. You give them the benefit of the doubt, but it looks just as disconnected right now as well. So the weekend time to regroup and rethink what happened in their first series overall, it hasn't really fixed those issues, or it led to an improvement at least. Like we'd see Skem jump in, the team would be a bit late to the backup. We saw Skem have his Doom stolen like twice in that game. Like all of these engagements from Geek Slate in the mid to late game were just really awkward.
Yeah, I mean, during the laning though, Narman did have some nice rotations. I felt like maybe Cox, like they kind of had some small advantages at the start. He got a couple rooms, but then I don't, like, it just started crumbling and Jackie was kind of just left alone to farm and he just got so strong, like ridiculously strong.
I felt like Geek Slate didn't understand how to bring their lineup together. I look at their heroes, I feel like they kind of countered the Lycan in the draft.
No.
They ignored the SF, right? Pretty much. This Doom had like no relation to the SF. Felt like they just needed to coil Doom the SF, like really go all in on him. And I think we only saw that attempt, one fight from Skem alone, where you said like Skem went in by himself and his team came in like much later.
Yep.
They did kill SF, but it felt like it only happened so late into the game.
Yeah.
Here's our match MVP, Mommy DJ, playing fantastic on the Rubik. Stole some really good spells. Like I swear, he always had such a good spell to steal.
Yeah,
I mean, Skem gave him Doom
Yeah.
like 3 times, I think, and he had
three
like
times.
Waning Rift. I think Cox like tried to give. Cox did give him Phase Shift a few times. Obviously, bit of an outplay there, but Wing Rift was slow eventually, and it felt like he was all the catch they needed.
Yeah, like he just did so much, and if you going back to what Avery was saying with mommy and daddy, right? If DJ is mommy, I mean, it makes sense. A mom's love is
Who's the
supporting.
kid on the team?
Yeah.
The kid? Well, they're nurturing Jackie, right? They're nurturing Jackie. He's the guy who's allowed to
Jackie's
get
the
everything he
daddy,
wants. He's the
so-
youngest.
Jackie-
True.
Jackie's the daddy.
Okay, that's okay. That's
People can be like the eldest sibling.
yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't know. ISIS.
I think Corden's the young one too. I mean, he's kind of like a.
Yeah, but he's running
DPC
around.
play.
He's having to play. In that game, he had to be active in the storm. So maybe ISIS. Maybe ISIS the kid.
Maybe.
Offlaners.
Maybe.
Offlaners,
offlaners, the kid that
giving
someone
child.
I will say
chaotic
Two pet
child.
dogs.
I will say this about offlaners. This is something that I've seen Fear say in our group chat. He said offlane is the most brain dead role. So that was his take. And then we got the discussion on that. Someone asked him, if it's so brain dead towards the end of your career, why didn't you play it? He's like, I have self-respect. So that's what
Ouch.
Fear has to say about offlane.
Typical carry players.
Absolutely.
I feel like the whole game came down to. I mean, I like Billy Straffer a lot. I feel like Corden's playing a Corden hero.
Yep.
I feel like Ice is probably one of the best micro players. It was. I guess it was a much less common thing before like 3-3 and all were more well known. But Ice was a StarCraft player, and he would play this Broodmire, and he would send spires everywhere. He's probably the most annoying player, and we saw it a lot this game. He's covered with the wolves, just constantly annoying. When his team fought middle, like 2 wolves are like on the way. Like I feel like they're finally using their players, and it's really nice to see it come together.
Well, these two teams, they don't have a win under their belt. But after this game, after this series, one of them sure will. But we'll have to find out if one of them can get the win. That would be Bleed. If they win this game, then that's one for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
would be one for them.
that would be one for them. But we'll find out if they do get the win right after a short break. Ooh, steamy. That sure does look quite hot. And you know what else is hot?
No.
This series. This series is hot, Adam. What else could I have said?
Just letting you deliver your punchline.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Setting you up for success.
See, I love my panelists. They're so great to me.
Yeah,
you guys
see,
are always so kind.
Adam didn't want to take the steam away from you.
That's true. It was you know what else is on Steam? Dota 2.
Oh,
Dota 2. That's one on Steam, which we are watching now. We're watching the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia. What's next?
Spring.
Div 1.
Yeah, good job, guys.
actually?
Yeah, Spring Tour.
Spring Tour, yeah.
Spring Tour Division 1. But we're here for the Bleed Geek Slate game, game 2 of the first series of the day so far. Bleed has taken the first game, and now it's once again anyone's game to take. Although if I was Bleed, I would be feeling like very happy. I feel like you got some good momentum after that game. Kind of know what to do. I feel like they have the upper hand.
Yeah, it looked a lot more stitched in for Bleed. It looked much more coordinated. As Adam said in the post game, they are using their players right. And for Geek Slate, it feels disconnected. Like they get these item timings, they're not together. The initiations feel off. The lanes went okay, but not as dominant as I think we expected, especially for Skem on his lane. So I think they've got to work these issues. I don't know if you really have enough to adjust in between games in a series like this, but certainly in the long term as well, that's something they'll have to look for in this week too.
Are you telling me Bleed looks more coordinated?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
You didn't see that one coming?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, but so Geek Slate, what are they going to have to do to come back? Do you think?
I feel like they need to play simpler lineups. I feel like this game, the DP had a pretty early mech. They won top lane and mid lane, right? DP had a mech on time. I feel like they could have just come together with the coil. Like we saw this move from Scam where he was rotating mid, and you know we talk about how DJ got the lift off before Doom, but the truth is that Geek Slate was nowhere nearby.
Yeah.
Like DP was at bot lane pushing a wave. He had mech sure. Like I want to see the collapse. You know they're playing this like sort of early game lineup. They need to roll over Bleed before Bleed gets to his item timings and the Aegis. We saw the BKB, the mech, the Aegis all come in line for Bleed, and it was just way too strong.
Yeah.
You want to see them 5-man run it down?
I mean, at least last game I felt like their lineup was kind of meant to do that. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just never came online. I'd like to see maybe something that plays with early activity a little bit better as well for Skem. Like maybe if you can first phase as NP, just first phase as NP. It's something he's specialized in for like 4 years now. So I wouldn't mind that if it does slide through.
Well, we got our draft for game 2 ready. Coming up right now. Moonwalk.
That's a really sick moonwalk.
Do you know how to moonwalk?
No. I keep practicing at home. Like I practice my water tarik. I practice moonwalking. It doesn't work. Yeah, Sophie saw it. I
Yep.
can do a really good pull.
That's true.
Yeah.
Show us, man.
Immortal rank
You don't
for
have
sure.
later.
Here
We'll
we
do.
go.
But nature
There it
profits.
is. That's what I said. The NP
NP.
comes out. That's what I want. Just get the NP. It's flex. It's something Skem specializes on. And they can run it off as well, but you don't take this away.
Nah,
from
it's
Skem.
Skem.
Yeah, for sure.
Skem.
So it's more active. It can show up in these fights. He doesn't have to be showing up first either. His team can throw their bodies forward, and he can just TP in if they need to. So less risk for Skem and kind of playing aggressive here as well.
Yeah, I'd also like to see Zhao in more of a killer role, play some clockwork or something. I feel like they kind of like that on this team.
NP's the Scam special too, no?
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah,
Aurora loves Scam.
she does.
She was very excited when...
Bit too much, I think.
Like it again. I mean, if it ain't broke, why fix it?
No, I mean, it's a good hero. You just rush Helm. You know, you lose your lane, but it doesn't matter because you don't buy boots.
Yeah.
So you don't need to match net worth. You still have this early Helm timing. Geek Slate obviously didn't have They had an idea of how to deal with it. The little friends, we saw the ENG, the Doom come out, but it looked like the Lycan didn't care at all.
No. Hey, you really don't. Like, we talked about just Devour and even just Enchant in lane. It didn't feel like it mattered. They still managed to use that Wolf really well in Ice. And down the line, once it has Invis, you just scout anyway.
Yeah.
So you have that impact. I like going into the Snapfire here for Bleed. It's pretty open as to whether you want it on support or not. Like, Lycan plus Snap can be aggressive too.
It's so strong, though.
Yeah, you
on
play
the
with a
Invisible
cookie.
Wolf. We used to see it with Grimstroke, the Inkswell. It's kind of same. It's also a escape from the Sprout later on, I guess, which is kind of nice.
I think the one thing is, this here did get a bit impacted by the patch. Like the glob,
cookie?
yeah, the glob damage isn't as big on impact, but it still melts you. I think the impact damage was reduced, but the DOT when you're in the area is still the same. So
Yeah.
it's still really
Yeah.
high.
It's alright. You still clear the wave, which is really the only thing that matters. Wonder what Geek Slate's gonna go for here. They need something to deal with like, and I don't mean deal by like you eat this creep or like you little friends. You know, I want something that like punishes the pick and like doesn't let him run his tempo through the game. You know,
So what would that be for you?
I feel like some AoE control would
Yeah.
be nice. Some AoE damage, something that like just
Mars.
Kunkka here. I think Mars, yeah, another good example. We see like Pango as well. You pick it here, you ban what Bloodseeker, Puck, Storm, and you know I think you're kind of in a good place. Something that protects your lineup against this Lycan just coming in. I feel like something about these micro heroes that people tend to neglect is the amount of vision they give.
Yeah.
I think you need to match.
Yeah.
Like even Beastmaster here, like I wouldn't hate it. You know, something. Have your own weapons too.
Yeah. I am just a bit worried about picking, say, a core here to counteract that Lycan early on. I think it just opens up way more for Bleed to adjust their draft entirely. I do like the Tusk coming out. It's still a pretty aggressive lane. You could theoretically run that as a 5, or at least run Narman up top with the NP. That's a pretty nice thing
Yeah,
to be
I would
aggressive
mind
on.
that too. The snap's pretty decent against the Tuskar though. It's hard to man up, and obviously Cookie against Shard is always very nice.
What else? Enigma ban, Rubik ban, Undying ban, Brig ban.
Ban everything DJ plays.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Free DJ.
Free DJ.
Free DJ.
last game on the Tusks. The
Every
the
eye shard.
Yeah.
On DJ is
Every time they
DJ.
shard.
DJ.
Let him out.
Let him out.
Probably see a Bat ban coming out here. Pretty good against Nature's Prophet
Yeah.
on the go-to counters.
I think Bat, you might have potential to ban out Primal Beast as well. That tends to be an answer.
it's
Then run it mid.
Classic NP answers. I think Corin did play the Primal last season as well. Haven't seen it this time. Probably taking a bit of time here. Oh, they banned the Naga. I feel like it's an off-lane Furen just because of the Tuskar.
We have seen Force play it previously on Polaris.
Yeah,
Used to run
I
it.
think the Eggs Gleipnir is also really nice. It's also something that deals with these
Yeah.
units running at you. The root's really underrated.
Yeah, I love that build. Like, you just go. I've seen people go Brown Boots just into Maelstrom Gleipnir. Sometimes Brown Boots Ags first, depending on the game and the lane. And you just have so much impact. Like, you just TP in, you get all of this AoE control, and you just rinse and repeat. There's no real cooldowns to wait for.
Yeah. I think something that happened last game too, is that we saw this like troll and all being banned
Yeah.
towards the later half. I'd like to see Geek Slate pick it up earlier here. Just something that really deals with this like, and I think the trolls it's a pretty hard hero to execute, but if you can see and it makes sense for your line, because it takes Roche, it protects your team, you know. At the end of the day, you're just making this like kind of useless.
Yep.
Which is something I want to see. I also don't want them to play a lineup where they fall off. So I think in that game, Jackie just got way too big,
yeah.
and there's probably no point in the game where you say like, oh, we can kill SF now. It's
Yeah.
always going to be hard.
Some scaling would be good. I'm trying to think, because
Armor, Roshan scaling, I think. The armor seems to be a big thing that Bleed go for, you know, with this SF Lycan now, Snap Lycan, just taking away Roche. Konka, there's still a Pango, there's still a Troll.
Ember banned. They're banning Cordon heroes now.
There's also like Magnus kind of heroes we've seen from Cox before. Wouldn't hate that as well.
Yeah, could be one way to get these team fights going. They respect banned the SF from Jackie last game as well.
It looked really scary, the SF
did.
Lycan, when he just touches you, you're like, ah!
How?
I'm not repeating that.
That could be a sick voice line, Adam.
Sounds like the, you know, Skyroff Mage 25. The long line.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Ghastly
my
Eerie.
Oh,
god.
goodness.
This one is in the bag.
Is it though?
TB banned.
The Ice is having a suntan.
Is he?
I don't know, there's so much sunlight on him compared to everyone else. It might just be the normal light actually. It's probably normal light, the curtains
Yeah.
are closed.
The Bleed bootcamp is so nice though.
Is it?
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
big.
Look, do you see those jail cells behind the
What
bars?
do you mean?
It's relaxing modern design.
yeah, exactly.
That is
ET again, so you have minus base armor now as well. Kind of still tying into
new
that.
hero.
Yeah, we don't see too many teams pick it up. I think only
Ollie.
Ollie.
Yeah,
pretty
Ollie
much
plays.
just Talon,
The
Ollie.
only player.
Oh, so far, yeah.
Only and our fellow caster Fog Dota. It's really nice against the Tusk ET lane. One is obviously a snowball, you can't blink. It's just another AoE stuff you throw on the floor around snowball, which is nice. It's great against the NP in lane because you run him down and he can't really stop you. So this kind of would, I would say Geek Slate would probably want to move the NP to safe lane here. I said, but they picked this CM, so they'll probably pick Ursa here. Ooh.
Pudge.
Oh, I like that.
It's spicy, but I do enjoy that. You have a really strong lane with Pudge CM. Lots of slows to stack. You can set up for the hook. Both of you can kind of clear out the jungle if things get a little bit dicey as well. So you can run that lane fairly nicely. Up against the Lycan Snap, I feel like Bleed could still be aggressive in that. Like the first 2 levels for Geek Slate aren't the best, but
I think with Howl you are actually stronger until Pudge gets to like level 4 with sheep. Yeah,
like 2-3 levels are better for Bleeder in the lane. So a bit slower for start for Geek Slate, but once you hit that point, you can play it.
Yep. Bleed has 2 core picks here. It still looks like an insane Bad Rider game. Not sure if there. I guess that's a very good pick. Actually.
Yeah,
You can jump out the tree.
Yeah, you're good at killing Pudge as well. Strong lane, slow, gives you Roche.
Jump over the shards.
So pretty sick Ursa pick actually.
Yeah, it is. Like, there's potential to be kited around with, say, the slowest.
Yeah, but you have like Wolf
but-
Bite, right? Like,
Yeah. Oh, well, I would look forward to that. Wolf Bear running at you
Bear.
is something else
What's
as well.
it called? Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's
Out to
the...
get
Has
you.
it come out yet?
I have no idea. I was like, how's this in the scene?
Yeah, I don't know how it exists.
But it's a true story, isn't it?
It is, but
Or based
why
on a
is it in
true
my
story.
cinema? Like,
Yeah,
get
maybe
out.
based. Loosely based.
Loosely based.
Very loosely.
Extremely loosely
Yeah.
based.
It's the Bad Rider ban you're looking for.
Yeah,
so.
Viper ban as well. Just protecting the Ursa here, which is kind of nice. I feel like Geek Slate needs something to address this Ursa. Like right now.
Yeah, I don't see anything that can come out what we're looking for in mid, I suppose, here, right?
That's
for
true. What does Cox play? Puck again? Felt so underwhelming.
It did.
Cox, an underlord mid
No, that's-
destroyer.
No, it's so hard to play against Ursa, I think.
Yeah.
I think they need something for the Ursa. I don't hate the Underlord pick, but yeah. I feel like I look at Geek Slate's draft and I'm just like, this is a game in Gladiator draft. What would CC and C pick? The answer is Lash or Puck.
True.
Stormband. Fair.
There's a weird one in my mind, but it's not the best.
For Geek Slate?
Yeah, OD,
OD?
maybe. It's not the best, but make it work. Okay, the Coffin
Auto.
comes out instead. So just focusing on that early tempo coming out for Geek Slate. And this is really fast paced from Geek Slate, but I feel like it has the same issues. If it falls off,
I feel like it's a
does
good
not.
Lycan game.
Yeah, you have a lot of good
I
targets
might
to
be
pick
wrong.
off in the back. It looks. You said you wanted a more simplified draft for Geek Slate here, Adam. I don't know if this is simplified at all.
This
I
looks a
don't know
bit
too.
convoluted.
Bleed's draft looks simple.
Yeah,
you know?
theirs is much.
Yeah.
Ursa farm. I bite Ursa kill Roshan
Yeah.
and then kill enemy. Yeah.
Not to mention their team fight looks a lot better as well with the kisses and the stomp from the ET. You have a little bit more control.
I feel like similar to game 1, Geek Slate has like more pace in this game. It's gonna come down to whether they can execute it or not. If they don't, I feel like Bleed's just gonna go to this same thing as just now, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Good for Bleed here. I like DK for Bleed. I'm not sure if Corin picks it. It's pretty free lane against Call. There's also still a Puck in the pool. Not much catch on Geek Slate.
I feel like the CM is going to melt.
There's
It's not going to be a fun CM game at all.
Him always melt. That's why she's on the floor. Melting.
Yeah, when she's dead.
Okay.
That's what happens. Gone. Yeah, no, I straight up like Bleed's draft a little bit better. Like Geek Slate, again, there's tempo here. There's a lot of pacing. If they get like good lanes into a very aggressive 10 to 15 minutes, this can just take over the map. But I think Bleed, this is just more tied in. Like they fixed the issues I had with their game 1 draft. That's much more simple. You have team fight. You don't have the best punish from Geek Slate. And I don't know, like game 1,
I feel like Geek Slate has to be the better team.
Yeah,
So if
they
it's
have to be-
50-50, Bleed probably just wins.
the draft is just easier to
Yeah.
execute.
There's Roche too. I feel like Geek Slate kind of neglected it both games. Then Bleed are well. They have this Lycan lineup. Like you take Roche early, you know, SF, Ursa. I feel like they're drafting with purpose, you know.
So you're saying Geek Slate's draft looks a bit more like the Gaming Gladiator
They
style?
do, the first 4 heroes. If I open Gaming Gladiators Dota buff, I'll literally see the first 4 heroes. Really not.
But they just won the major.
They will, they do.
So
They do.
I guess if...
It's not wrong to draft like them.
Yeah, so if...
I feel like I want to see Geek Slate draft like Geek Slate, you know?
I see. Actually, yeah, it's been a while, I feel.
It's been a while. Where's my Zhao Troll?
Yeah, stuff like that.
And the Zhao Troll against the Lycan.
Yeah, that's something he loves.
But if they're drafting like a major team, then surely, right? Surely they'll...
It's an adjustment, right? Like we talk about that with Talon as well, where it's shaky with Electric IO sometimes. There's an adjustment period.
I just don't like. I feel like they had an identity.
Yeah, that's
so I
true.
don't want them
You
to
strip
go
their
too far
personality.
away. You have to like integrate what they did to win the major and how to make it better for you.
Yeah.
But I think like trying to beat them is not the solution. That being said, there's a Coddle in there, so
That is true.
a bit of cogs.
Yeah. Well, we got game 2 ready. Let's get the show on the road. Cap and SVG, take it away.
That's right. Geek Slate is going to be very dependent on their Cox in order to get through this game too, because it is looking a little dicey. They've got a Pudge versus an Ursa. Avery, I'm fairly certain, I'm not an expert, but I'm fairly certain that is an Ursa favored matchup.
I would never want to play carry Pudge versus Ursa. I think I pick any other hero in the entire game almost outside of this matchup. I don't think there's a easy way to salvage this matchup. I really don't. It just sucks. You don't really have good timings to contest the Roche. You can't really ever man fight him. Don't really help your team man fight him too much. You can't ever bite him. Don't really want to hook him. He just kills you. Ursa builds all the good high physical damage items. It just sucks. It just really sucks. So I think they kind of forgot about it. Maybe didn't think they'd go for it because you ban Naga and Ember and these types of bans. Pudge does not care about these heroes. So if you have this idea of going for Pudge, maybe you don't want to telegraph it, but then you kind of have to be a little smarter in your bans. You know, last ban the Ursa or something, get some other cheeky heroes in there. But I do feel like Bleed are pretty confident this game. I would much rather be in their seat than the other way around.
Yeah, and then they picked up a Coddle, which Coddle versus Lycan doesn't sound amazing. I mean, you have the blinding light. That is going to be nice, but there's still going to be a problem. Isn't Lycan pretty good at just being able to run at the man on the horse and eat him?
Oh, Cord.
All right, easy first
got
blood.
first one. I think support Coddle is good versus Lycan. I think core Coddle is kind of sad.
The battle
So I would tend to agree with
begins.
your statement.
Dire's courier
Solar
has been
Bind's
killed.
useless. Your items aren't really that good versus him. Like he's looking at Vessel here for Cox. Bots into Vessel. Okay versus Lycan if you can shove some waves, but in the fights it's not very good. So map presence, maybe okay. Team fight, pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think you feel great here. In fact, I feel like, again, they don't have much for Ice in the actual fights or the man fight. It's kind of, they have more tools to deal with the map pressure, but not a lot to deal with them head on. Which is, again, I just feel like the team fight from Bleed is way better here, and they're going to be able to force the early Roshan that just seems very difficult to contest, unless Cox just goes absolutely ballistic, which is possible. I mean, Coddle can go nuclear, but you kind of have to go nuclear here, I think.
Okay. Another blast off, almost. Just barely doesn't nick Corden there. Super dangerous. The bottom lane, we got a Nature's Prophet. Ursa, why do you think? So I saw first pick Nature's Prophet, and I was like, well, let's get Nature's Prophet. Geek Slate are probably going to do pretty well in this game too. And then they switched it over to off lane with that Pudge pick. Why do you think that is? Is like, what point of the draft does it make it like, no, this is no longer a carry Nature's Prophet game?
I guess once they pick Lycan, honestly. I just think Skem didn't want to play Lycan or Prophet versus Lycan. But I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, is it that bad? You like, Sprout is okay.
No, I think what they
TPOA.
want to end up with is Ags Gleipnir on this Prophet. And then you just root the Lycan in the fights. And he dies. And I think maybe they didn't want to give one position priority to that build. Even though we have seen Skem build that build in one position Prophet, I think maybe it was just didn't seem comfortable scaling versus the first three they saw.
Well, this lane is very dangerous. Scam going in for it, does manage to get the double kill, even killing the Wolves. He doesn't even fall. Wow, that is a great start for Geek Slate here in this top lane. The Crystal Maiden Pudge lane. They were talking about it on the panel. It said, looking a little like Gaming Gladiators. I mean, this is a duo that was supposed to be an answer to Broodmother, and teams drafted it, and then teams decided it wasn't so hot. And I feel like it just kind of made the rounds, you know, like Gaming Gladiators did it, Team Liquid did it. And then we've seen some other regions, you know, do this duo as well. Eastern Europe was doing it at one point in time, but nobody sticks with it. Nobody has kept doing it after they did it a few games. Why is that?
I think the Pudge Maiden is very good versus the Summons offlaners. I think that part of it is good, and I think that's why teams have tried to make it work. I think where you run into problems is how it combines with your other cores. Someone's going to man up. This is a scary man-up, man. This lane's a brawl lane and a half, but I think the issue is, what's your win condition when you play with this carry Pudge? Is it the Pudge? I feel like a lot of times it's not, because he's almost always versus a physical carry that will out right-click him at some point, which means these Pudge lineups are pretty dependent on what your other two cores are. And I think teams were just having an issue figuring what those other two cores are with this hero. Because the hero doesn't really give you Roche, he doesn't give you objective taking, he doesn't give you physical scale. That's kind of a lot to make up from a mid, where a lot of teams aren't prioritizing that on mid. And offlane, which kind of wasn't doing it either. Offlane was auras, right?
Yeah.
So, like, maybe you can get a Death Prophet with Pudge, maybe you can get a Shadow Fiend mid with Pudge. Those would be two that I would think about. I think when Liquid were playing it. Yeah, like when Liquid were playing it, I mean, I'm talking about Liquid at TI 11, when Matumba Man was playing Pudge, Mickey mid almost always played a hero that gave him those things, like the mid morph, the mid SF. And I think that was the most successful Pudge team there for that reason. But I think for a lot of teams, that is not necessarily comfortable. When we're looking at Gaming Gladiators, if you have a Duraccio Pudge, is Quinn playing SF or Morph? Like, hell no, he's not. He's playing Leshrac for the 1,000th team. So I think some of these SEA teams fall into a similar trap, because I think a lot of the SEA mids are kind of playmaker mids. They're these Ember, Puck, Storm players, you know? There's not a lot of, like, Morphling SFTA mid. I mean, there's some of these guys for sure, but for a team like Geek Slate, I don't think of Cox as... I don't think I've ever seen Cox play SF mid, you know? I just don't see it happening.
Sure. Well, I mean, Nature's Prophet is a carry type hero. Can Force just become that better carry than Pudge later on?
Yeah, I think Offlane Furion is good with Pudge for sure. I think it's very good, especially if you just itemize to carry the game, which is, I think, what Force should do here. It's just a question of, does Jackie out carry you all, you know? And I think it's sure. I think he does. Like, I think Ursa out carries Furion. I think he out carries Pudge. And I don't think you have enough utility to dissuade that happening. That's my concern with this draft setup. But obviously, there's a lot that can happen between them. And you have a lot of opportunity to play the map with this Furion. Is they're just taking it to the bear. Getting smacked down here.
Yeah, this
Elder Titan is having a rough time.
He's got Treants in order to get some extra spirit damage off of, but ultimately they're double melee heroes against Tusk, who's pretty good against melee, and Nature's Prophet, range core.
Yeah, Tusk is... I always hate playing ET against Tusk. It's a very annoying matchup. The lane can be like okay-ish, but honestly ET is not really winning with lanes nowadays anyway. And the in-game matchup is just terrible. He has a billion interrupts for your stomp. He can pull people out of your spells with Snowball. He can just jump you, make the fight really obnoxious. So I think Dubu's probably going to have a rough early game here for sure. But this hero is all about the team fights. It's all about landing the big stomps when it counts. If you do that, you get an A+ in my book.
Oh, Dunwell gets there just a second, a beat before DJ shows up and grabs double bounty runes. So that's 90 gold per person, 450 gold. That could have been taken away.
Game of inches.
Well,
As Cox TV's bottom. Arcane Rune bot's already up on this Coddle. Pre-farmed, trying to use it.
Ooh.
Blast
back doesn't actually hit Dubu there, but they are doing some heavy work to this tower, and Gordon's not even gonna come. He's just gonna farm mid. Meanwhile, they kill Ice too, so these two side lanes are getting demolished by Geek Slate.
Yeah, really good early game for them. This is exactly what they want to have happen. They use their early strength as Coddle, who had a free lane. Use Furion to take the early towers and just snowball the map. And then you don't have to worry about this Ursa. He doesn't have a map to play because he got kicked out of lane at level 4. Then these matchups just don't matter at all. And Geek Slate are in a position to make that happen. The Cox is going nuclear.
Relax lang. Relax lang.
He
On
started.
his way.
He started that reaction.
Scanning.
Ignition sequence.
Man, Jackie's level 4 and has lost his tower. That feels real bad because it's not even like you could go in jungle just yet. It's going to be pretty slow this
Relax
early.
lang.
No, he doesn't know where to go. He's just going to have to suffer down here. We'll get the lane pushed into him. At least he has that going for him, but this is where the Elder Titan gameplay is pretty sad. You don't really have aggressive plays with this hero.
Dire's
He's kind of like a
top tower is
warlock. You have to let the
under
map develop into you, so when you lose map early, this hero just sucks.
Their big damage combo early on is going to be the Puck plus Snapfire, but Snapfire is a long ways away from being able to get level 6, so they don't really have a rebuttal to all of this. They do have the coil into the cookie, though, thanks to an Invis rune. And Cox, oh, the snowball save. Is that going to be enough to get him away? Gordon commits, and he gets the silence on him, but he did commit, and he may just die for it. Nice stomp, though. It actually saves Gordon's life, who got the opportunity
Kalma lang, kalma.
to get another orb out there and sneak away.
Damn, the outplay from Bleed. That's a huge kill. Shutting down the nuclear reactor that was coming online. Buys you a lot of time here, especially when your Puck is involved, because he is so much of the early game presence and damage for this Bleed item. And you bought so much space for Jackie. Look how far he got up in this lane bottom. It's a huge amount of farm for this Ursa.
tower is under attack.
Is going to be blocked by the Wolves. Nice resummon there from Ice.
Yeah, so Bleed strike back. This game could have got out of hand very fast, but they are gonna pull it back a little bit, push towards that Lycan ult and extra support levels. Now
It does look like Force is going to be playing more of a carry style Nature's Prophet. He's not rushing the Aghanim Scepter, which I haven't seen many people do since the small nerf that hit.
Yeah, and I think he could go that build too and still carry, but it's just a preference of what he thinks is going to hit the hardest here, because I do think his job is to physically carry this game.
Locked in, coil going to be used. Managed to grab him inside the snowball. Of course, the Crystal Maiden has no health, so it's probably going to die. Nice snag there with the hook, though. Even better than just losing a Crystal Maiden. Get a trade out for Ice. Well worth it.
The Crystal Wolf, some might say.
Not rocking the set, though.
No, it's
Shame.
not. I mean, Ice has a couple of his own sets in the game. That's how you know a player is
Dire's middle
vintage.
tower is
Yeah,
under
that's
attack.
true. Him and BZZ.
Oh, we don't talk about that one. Some players shouldn't have the sets in the game. Good turnaround fight for Geek Slate. He's going to push this Coddle towards that vessel, which again is all about when you get it and if you have the charges. So he gets 2 charges off that. Pretty damn nice. Now I can start running around trying to kill people with Solar Bind at level 10. If he can stop Ursa from getting to Battle Fury, it gets delayed. You're going to feel pretty good in this game, because it's all about the Ursa's timing here. The rest of the Bleed lineup is around Jackie. Kind of like last game. If that game flow doesn't happen in the same way where Lycan can't give this Ursa Roshans and you can't just get that 25-minute crazy timing, the game's going to get prolonged, and then Force has a lot more time to build up into the right click and carry the game himself. Now, that is what Geek Slate are looking for here, which means I expect Cox to continue to exert his pressure on the map.
Now, in
Without-
game 1, Skem did stick around in this safe lane a bit too long and got caught.
Scanning.
Let's see if he does it again. Nice grab there of the
Dire's
Helm of
top
Dom
tower is
creep.
under attack.
But he is spotted by the Wolf. Geek Slate is coming in from behind with a smoke of their own. The Tusk and Crystal Maiden are going to run into Corden. Corden gets off the silence, held in by the Frostbite, and will be able to jump away to the orb. Skem, nice pushback there. That is a beauty. Pushes him straight into the open arms of Skem. They do get snapped back by the Elder Titan, and as a result, the Coddle will die. The hook off the mark. Well, dodged rather by Corden thanks to the phase shift.
Don't you
And-
dare besmirch Skem Pudge. That was exactly on the mark.
It was. You are right.
Decent Earth Splitter or Snapfire
Dire's
ult
top
combo,
tower
though.
is under
Yeah,
attack.
that was
Take down
good.
the combo. That was pretty good, but nice Blinding Light as well. Some decent teamfight execution from both teams. I am modestly impressed.
Modestly impressed. When was the last time you were very impressed by a team?
Radiant's top tower is
Let's
under
see, it was
attack.
2017.
Yeah.
Kalma lang kalma. Relax lang. Relax lang.
You know the game that was most impressive to me was when it was a summit tournament that Wings won. They won that game that they were down like 15k and they had like Jakiro Outworld Devour. It was like the most trash lineup of all time. And they were down 20k and they just won it off Ross. That was the most impressive game of Dota I
Dire's
heard.
top tower is under
That was
attack.
like, what the hell is going on right now?
So that was more impressive than VP doing like the all-hero challenge?
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
has
honestly,
fallen.
yeah, it was. If you can win a game with, dude, you know how bad OD Jakiro were in 2015? But
you got a combo.
They were not heroes.
Prison, Macro, Pyre, Ice Bat.
That is what happened. They had like 4 Yule Scepters or something. That game is nuts. I don't know if that replay still exists. You probably can't watch it, but that game was there is no, that team had negative business winning that game. So, you know, the bar is really high. That's what I'm saying. So modestly impressive. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good.
Some Wings magic once upon a time.
Radiant's middle tower is
I
under
mean, Jackie
attack.
got the Battle Fury the whole time we're reminiscing here.
Yeah.
So Bleed recovering their game flow and on track to
Oh,
be in
kalma
a
lang
pretty
kalma.
decent spot, all things
Relax lang.
considered. They even have the most farm support in DJ, who's once again going mech. Gonna give him some extra team fight for that Roche contest that still is looking hard for Geek Slate, even though they're ahead. Like the 5-on-5 is just tough if it comes down to it.
I think what Skem's gonna start doing here is he just gonna farm and farm and farm until he gets to that his Aghanim Scepter, because I feel like that also means the Ursa's just kind of farming away.
It does. That's why this matchup kind of sucks. You don't really feel good about just trading here. But you don't really have a choice either. This Pudge has to farm for Aghanim. It's like less farming for Bloodstone.
Sure. Leading off, Narman just trying to stall Jackie as much as possible. They get the pushback by the Enrage. Held strong there up against the blast of the Coddle, so they have to reset back up again. They force some rotations, though, and that's something small, and they're immediately going to start making a move towards mid as well. Just keeping up the pressure on Bleed where they can, even if they can't get kills.
And this is kind of the difference between the Pudge and Ursa, too. I feel like if the roles were reversed, Geek Slate can maybe just go and force Roche off even TPs like that or something, some 1 or 2 kills. But Pudge just can't do it. So you have to play.
I thought you were going to say if you have like 2 or 3 heroes on top of Pudge, he probably just dies, unlike the Ursa.
Oh, well, yeah, that too. But you know, his payoff comes later.
So he's worse on defense, worse on offense. No, here we're going to put it to the test. He does get off the flesh heap, though. That's going to dodge a lot of the damage. And yeah, they're just going to have to reset as a result. Can't do it without probably the Ursa later on.
I'm still looking here. I don't know what they're looking at.
Look at it, take some neutral creeps away from Skem.
Yeah, why not? Again, I think Geek Slate are kind of annoyed at what they want to do in this time period.
All right, now here's a pickoff. Surely they've got this one.
And I think this is what should be happening. I think Cox needs to play a little more aggressive here. He needs the supports to come and combine with him. At least one for sure. Maybe you can play with 1 plus a Fury on ult or TP. But he needs to be finding the kills. You need deep vision for it. They have the vision up now. You're in a decent position to actually take over a lot of this map. I don't think you're going to allow Jackie to go deeper into his own jungle here. This definitely should not be allowed right now. But they are allowing.
Force doing. Looks like Force is almost to his Rod of Atos, so Gleipnir is probably a couple minutes away.
It's not growing, and I think when you have Coddle in this position, you kind of want to grow it at least a little bit. Especially with the vision you have. Look at the vision advantage right now for Geek Slate. They're probably going to lose this jungle ward, but there are no obs on the map for Bleed. In fact, where are they? They all get killed or what?
Yes.
1 ob on Dulu. That's it?
Maybe they... Yeah. I mean, they definitely haven't crossed over the river a whole lot besides that small little incursion to be able to kill the Pudge.
Yeah, but that 0 wards at nighttime that's tough. Just gonna smoke. Maybe just think about forcing Roche here if they don't find anything. Because they have the Helmet Overlord for ice, so this is your time.
Yeah. They could sneak it really quickly. Howl plus Ursa.
I mean, they're just going to do it here because I don't think the contest is fast enough. Even if you contest, now you have to fight Snapfire Elder Titans around the pit. That is a tough call.
I mean, you can do it in Patos here.
They're going to try. They have Ags on Pudge.
They're going to start getting into position here. Cox, the first blast, a little shy. In coil, that's a nice setup.
What a hook.
Get the grab there from Scam onto the Elder Titan. A really nice way to be able to burst down one. Ice. Blast comes through, unable to save the Tuscan time. Scam, he's going to be able to limp away. Ooh, almost killing that Helmet Overlord creep. Not quite enough. But they do manage to stop Lead from doing Roshan. So a small win there for Geek Slate.
A very nice timing that they get this Pudge Ags right when that hits, so they're able to contest it. That's kind of what you want to have happen here. Delay this Ursa's ability to progress the game. It's going to make you feel better. But again, you do not want to trade Pudge net worth for Ursa net worth. I don't think it's going to end well. So you got to keep your presence on the map, not let Ice push these lanes out as obnoxiously as he was doing. So I like Skem kind of matching him here. If he can get the creep, even better, which he should.
Yeah, easily.
250.
I am not going to do enough. 250, pretty big. And the Furion's going to be able to, I mean, Furion Coddle, they have some insane lane shove. If they can actually get down, you know, some of these towers, the map can get very, very small very quickly.
And that's, I think, the game plan right now. Because you have the window to do it. You stop the Roshan, you just kill this Helmet Overlord. He has to get another one, stealing farm away from his Ursa.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You can play aggressive here. Gem's pretty strong. He's not going to die that fast if he gets his passive off, which he always should, bar caster curse. Maybe you could think about just doing the Roche themselves. They have Gleipnir on force. Another pretty good timing.
They have that, and they have tag team. They actually do have, even though their cores are kind of bad at it, they've got a support that helps them do Roshan as a team.
Scouting
doing it against Elder Titan and the Wolves, there's so much vision.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
You can see him. Can you stop it? I guess Geek feel the pressure, and they're going to try and make something else happen. Got the Gleipnir.
To catch the bug, they do manage to get him. Board in, not going to have an orb away. So really good catch for Force there, and now that should ensure the Roshan.
Damn, I did not think they were going to be able to catch this puck. He had a random tree and body blocking him there too. I don't know how that happened, but they take it. You can just kisses the pit here. Don't
Well, the Elder
fear flying
Titan,
around.
he's scouting. Stomp goes out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They just get the vision at the right time. Even taking the Roshan bounty would be something small. Ursa's not coming over.
He's going to kiss it.
Here goes the
He gets
kisses.
the
See if
kill.
they get the last hit. They do not. Dire ends up picking it up. Nice snowball save, dodging a lot of the damage there.
Easy Roche for Skem.
And another Lycan ultimate popped. I think Geek Slate with this Aegis and Shapeshift down. You've got 90 seconds to do kind of whatever the hell you want.
Oh, absolutely. Skem is going to be a beast. He does not care about much. You're still finding the farm on Jackie. It is something to keep in mind in terms of overextension. But in terms of playing the map, abusing the Furion, Geek Slate have a huge window to build this lead right now. So much space right now.
Yeah, nice aggressive move. I mean, he could have gone for the BKB, which he has halfway complete, but instead goes for a Blink Dagger. Just has aggression on the mind.
I don't think he thought he was going to get this Aegis. Now that he did, he wants to use it. I don't disagree. I also like Cox going for the fast Hex here. I think Hex is really good this game with the extra cast range he has. It's one of the best Coddle items, but particularly this game, since their lockdown's a little limited, being able to Hex Puck or Hex Ursa to start the fight, there's no real good saves for this bleed lineup if you man up with BKBs. You can pretty much guarantee the committal off the Hex, so these are the types of games I really like that item. Like, there's a cookie and that's it.
6,000 net worth lead for Geek Slate here, 4-10. as they have 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. They're about halfway through to that BKB, and well, it's going to be a little bit faster as Sken keeps on killing these Helm of the Overlord creeps that he keeps finding.
250.
Now they're
Added to the tab.
Dire are scanning.
He's trying to go back for a pipe on Ice because this magic damage of the Pudge is pretty debilitating for his army.
I guess you just have to. This doesn't feel great though, I think, because this isn't some amazing pipe game. It's okay, but
yeah, what happened to the? I thought the plan was to get an Aghanim Scepter. Honestly, I would have loved to seen an Aghanim Scepter second item and just bite the Ursa every time.
Yeah, why bite? Why pipe him when you can bite him?
Yeah.
But I guess the old saying: wolves need no armor. They need magic resist.
Yeah, that
the other
stems
half
back from I believe the 1200s. Transylvania is where that saying comes from.
Yep,
Very
13th
old.
century Transylvanian monastery.
Mm-hmm.
Thus the scripture said, wolf need only protection from the supernatural. For his faith shall hold his armor steadfast.
Boy, there really is nothing happening in this game right now.
It is about to be as Norman punches Corden in the face. Get wrecked.
Hits him with the Gleipnir follow-up, and now they're going to be able to take it tier 2. Map is going to start getting real dark for Geek Slate. They lose a tier 2, they lose an outpost, and next thing you know, your triangle's gone, and what is left for the Ursa to farm?
His team. Start eating your own fat. There's not much.
Come here, Snapfire.
I mean, there's nothing to farm. Somebody has to pay the price.
The hook off of it. Oh, Norman, get out the way.
Move.
Move, Norman.
God damn it.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, man, that would have been a sick kill. They would have at least forced the BKB out of the Ursa, if not possibly killed him. Oh, nice catch on DJ. See, this is what happens. The map starts getting small, and now Bleed, they're trying to run all over the place. Trying to push out lanes or find farm where they can, but now they're just getting caught everywhere. Rough situation.
Is under attack.
Taking over the map. Classic Furion gameplay. The lead is growing. Everybody else can just play together because he reaps the largest benefit.
Okay, Bleed's trying to stall, but what are they trying to stall to? Besides Aegis expiring, is that just it, or is there an item timing? Is there a certain item window that you feel like goes from Geek Slate being very favored in this game to maybe Bleed, then able to turn the game around?
I mean, Bash or Ursa is usually when this hero can destroy a team fight. You just blink on a core and kill him, and it's going to be pretty nice for the BKB Furion, the BKB Pudge, even the Coddle. You can bash him before he can force himself or something. But honestly, I don't know how much you can rely on that, given you how far you're behind. I don't think it's an auto win by any means. You're also going Aeon Disc on this Puck, which feels really bad, I think. I don't think you want to be going Aeon Disc on Puck in this game. You're just going to lose so much damage at scale here. I mean, this tells me maybe they just want to rat to ultra late game.
Which, that is where the Ursa is favored, right? But there's no way the Pudge can really play against these kind of matchups later on.
It's tough for him, but the thing is, this team is going to be so bad as well. I don't know if Ursa can 1v3 in terms of course. Maybe. This hero is pretty strong sometimes, but I don't know if he's that strong.
It's pretty interesting formula. I don't know if this is something that they have just figured out for themselves on Bleed or if this is just a one series thing, but both games they've given Ice. The Lycan, I'm presuming there are going to be multiple micro heroes since he is kind of one of the kings of that. But then DJ, who's typically a very greedy support, because they're going a micro hero, they're not going to go pipe, Greaves, those sort of items. And DJ, as a greedy support, usually finds a hell amount of farm, and he's been getting the aura item. So both times he went for Mech Greaves. And he's already got it. 27 minutes is not bad for a losing game forward position to be able to find that.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, maybe Bleed's losing, but DJ is not. This man always thinks he's winning.
I mean, he's the most farmed of all the supports somehow in the game.
It's all about mentality, Cap.
Radiant's
This
middle
is why
tower
you're
is
a
under
terrible
attack.
pub player. Because you always think you're losing, but a professional like DJ always thinks he's winning.
That is true. I've been losing for a long time, Avery. I've been losing all my life.
It's okay. I've been losing at Dota for 10 years now. But you know what? That's when you turn the franchise around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's at its lowest.
Radiant's top tower. is
Look at
under
this.
That's what
Big
Bleed's hoping to do. They're baiting here. I don't know
where
what
to find all
it's
these
like-
heroes with the side device. Okay, get the cookie over the shards, and Ice actually wants to turn this around. Look at a fight with the shapeshift a little bit.
Stomp hit.
Push some heroes back. Managed to get the stomp onto the coddle. He's got Glimmer Cape though. Ice is going to charge after him, but he really cannot commit as much as he would like to. So this is just going to be another shapeshift without a target.
Just indecision. Do they want to fight? Do they not want to fight? There's not the vision for Bleed to fight here either. Now DJ's going to get caught on the end of it.
Yeah, how are they still getting
And
caught?
Ice. You got the TP, son.
Yeah, why
Right
are
now.
they still here?
Just indecision.
Hubris.
They flew too close to the rock. Hex top. Those
Maybe a little bit more with a nullifier. Rage, hop over. He really doesn't want to use these BKB charges. I have to say, Jackie has done a pretty good job of holding on to this BKB. Bought it early, but he just isn't touching it.
Honestly, I'm pretty surprised he went nullifier this game.
Isn't really that?
This is. I don't think this is a nullifier.
Yeah, what is it for?
I don't know. All the games I think that team needs a nullifier, they don't buy it. And then there's a game like this, the only thing it interacts with is the Puck Aeon, which I'm not even sure he necessarily saw before he decided to build this. And that one's not even like super reliable, you know?
Yeah, you're not it doesn't stop the hop. It doesn't stop Cookie.
Yeah, it's just the Puck Aeon here. But you don't interact with them that well anyway. Like this type of interaction, the Aeon's not helping you here.
No.
If anything, you'd rather just buy a Hex. It's interesting. I don't know. This item is better than it used to be. Because of how cheaper it is.
the relic is cheaper.
Yeah, so you're getting 75 damage and 10 armor.
Radiant's middle
That's not
tower is
bad
under attack.
just from a stats standpoint on the best body in the game, but it is interesting. I would be curious as to why they went nullifier. I mean, you can purge ET Spirit. Are you that concerned though?
Yeah, probably not. Not against Dubu's underfarmed Elder Titan. Jump forward from Skem. Uh-oh.
They got
Jackie
stacks.
is here to be able to start laying into it. They do manage to get the grab, though. Skem's going to be able to heal himself up a little bit more. There's so many stacks. Jackie still trying to stick on top of him. Ah, there it is. The cookie is going to be able to finish off Skem. 6x kill streak goes away. Corden playing with the Aeon Disc. Nullifier takes that one away, but he still had a phase shift anyway. They're looking to try and chase down some more heroes. Nightmare is going to be used to keep Jackie at bay, prevent the big bad bear from chasing him down. And that's that matchup we were talking about. We alluded to this the entire game. We're finally getting to see it into play. Pudge is not going to be a happy camper against the Jackie Ursa.
No, that's a dream fight for Bleed. You go into them, it breaks on a useless hero like Lycan, and then Jackie has a free fight. Versus the Pudge in the mana. Fight's just over at that point. Once the stacks start coming. Now you have to fight for this Roche without your Pudge.
Yeah, but they
Versus no
really
BKB
want
though.
this, and this is looking a little awkward. The cookie's going to be able to get him out of the
That's a
sprouts.
six
He's already
stomp.
used the enrage. He needs to get away. Oh, God, he's so slowed down, though. He's got one more enrage, but it's not going to be enough. The little hop isn't going to be good, and now Geek Slate contesting a second Roshan. Bleed really thinking that these are just free for them, but they're not.
No, that is a fight that they should force, but they should force it with the idea of they should fight Geek Slate if they come. And again, you're just kind of hesitant. Are you committing for the Roche? Are you committing for the fight? You got a pretty good stomp from Elder Titan. You can maybe even win that fight if you all go in together. But instead, Pudge buyback comes through on that Dire Outpost, and Skem comes in to clean it up and get an Aegis to reward himself for his gold sacrifice.
And a shard for the Keeper of the Light. So now we got the recall. So you already have this global ability of Nature's Prophet to be everywhere, but now Cox can help the other teammates do the same.
I mean, one nice thing about the Nullifier is if you throw it on the Ursa, he can't overpower, which does help.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But the thing is, if you just blink BKBs in, I don't think it's that good. So, I don't know. It's interesting. Basically, how I would think about this game is any item that helps the Pudge Ursa matchup, you're probably going to feel good in this game because there's no other threat at this point.
Yeah.
So if that's just itemizing for you to kill him or for you to help Pudge kill him or whatever, like 4 staves, Wind Waker, any of this type of stuff is probably pretty good here. Hexes.
Solar Crest? Huh?
No.
No.
I said anything that helps.
That item's been dead for a while.
I mean, evasion is just not even that good. Evasion and armor are honestly not even that good versus Ursa compared to most carries.
That's true.
Like, what screws Ursa is you jump in first or kiting, yeah. E-Blade's okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wig, jump away from Corden. Corden's doing a decent job of drawing attention without dying. And I guess he could do this so aggressively because he did go that Aeon Disc build, so.
Yeah, that's the upside. If you just want to play hyper aggressive on the lanes and stall the game, it'll help you do that. You do have to care about this Sprout Leash now. Sprout Leash plus Nullifier might just seal your fate. So his game is pretty hard in these fights, honestly. Very tough puck game at this point with the Hex.
You know he's still around here. Ah, they spotted him. They can actually catch him though. Jumps away, blink, and finally forced to TP out, which means Geek Slate can start closing in the noose once again.
AC for force, I like that. Armor, extra armor here versus Ursa, ET, and the Howl. I mean, pretty value for the team overall.
Yeah, with the Shivas on Scam once again. With 2 armor items, they hope to be able to do it in game 1. Didn't actually come through in time. Game 2, though, they'll be able to grab it. And if they get the Aghanim Scepter on Narman, then the Ursa becomes a lot less of a threat if you just kick him away every single time he tries to go on the Pudge.
Or kick him into your Hex, even better.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, Skim also went Shard in this game, so he actually has a save, which is pretty interesting. He can save the Furion on the Coddle if they get going on. Burp someone out of a coil. Maybe just playing for next Roche to end the game. I mean, they still have this Aegis for a minute, but again, the downside of these Pudge lineups is it can be hard to force the objectives to the high ground. So I think Geek Slate are content just playing the map, trying to find the pickoffs. Spam Hex. Didn't get it.
Cox is yet to have to use his disassembled Aeon Disc he's got there. So he's fully ready to get coiled and Ursa charged. I'll work once, but maybe once is all they need at this point. One good team fight probably breaks the back, bleed, and we go to a game 3. Abyssal Blade next for the Ursa. Is Ice building towards that Aghanim Scepter yet?
No, he went AC.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fair, but he's going to go Ag's next item, but it's going to be a ways.
I'm trying to think, does Wolf fight Bear win this game? That is an interesting theory. It's possible. He finds the backline first with extra MS, like kills Furion, kills Coddle. That fight could be good.
I mean, especially since like the shared lifesteal interaction, I think is pretty interesting. So then like both the Ursa and the Lycan are just in the fight and just not taking damage.
You crit as well. Could be pretty nasty. Half
You've got
Bear.
like, and the puck isn't really targetable, and you've got two kind of backlining supports. I mean, Elder Titan can go in if he's ahead, but obviously this game he's probably not going to. So we got two supports who want to be able to have just big tanky frontliners in action.
I mean, I can see a world where they win these fights conceptually, but it's difficult, but I do see it. It comes a lot down to Jackie's jumps and who he gets to burst down first, and if the saves come out for Geek Slate. If that hero that he jumps gets saved, he gets dismember eaten or forced out or something like this, it's a very different scenario.
It's crazy because Geek Slate, I think they're having the same kind of discussion that we are, because they actually kind of look scared.
Yeah,
they know it's possible for Bleed to be able to win fights despite being 11k net worth down.
Yeah, this is crazy. They are just showing this much respect up 11k. The power of the bear. Soon might become a wolf.
You went back for a Ghost Scepter. On the
matchup's terrible, man.
Oh man. Well, I mean, Jackie's not going to have Nullifier for quite some time, so it is going to be really effective.
You also have vision advantage for Bleed between the wolves and the spirit. We're talking about this Jackie jump counts for a lot. They have mechanics that can guarantee it. Maybe not guarantee it, but give them a better chance. Whereas Geek Slate are constantly fighting through some blind spots here on the map. Some wolf dies, they know they've been spotted. This is a deep jump by Stem. That was a high ground.
They really went from like being super scared and playing on their tier 2 to Skim jumping way ahead of his entire team to try and hook somebody out.
Yeah, just an intangible feel of the game. Both teams simultaneously scared and aggressive.
Awkward little dance that has led to no openings. And this, I guess you would call it a dance of death.
Maybe Ursa should have an Axe that can turn someone else into a bear. And then Lycan and Ursa can bite each other, and they become a mind-melded half bear, half wolf, half hive mind.
Throw a pig in there, and you got man-bear pig.
Exactly. The pig is the bond of friendship they share along the way.
Structures are fortified.
In discovering a mutual distaste for hero flesh.
Cox finds an opening on Ice and forces him to use shapeshifts. Gordon, nice blink. He jumped to an orb, immediately blinked over to the other side. Oh, the Sprout Leash got him. That is so annoying. Now, he still has a chance here to be able to orb out thanks to the silence, but the Aeon Disc does not give him any extra momentum because of that sweet, sweet nullifier.
This Sprout Talon is so damn good, man.
It's so broken.
I honestly think it like shouldn't cancel TPs, but that's a discussion for another day.
Sure.
I was about to say, this game is getting stalled out to the point where Jackie is a full nullifier now. This bear is going to shred somebody. It's just a question of who.
Who do you think he should shred? Because the matchup is bad against the Pudge, but is there a better target to jump on first?
You coddle Furion if you can find him. But you're probably never going to find Furion because I don't think Force ever has to be with this ball. And the coddle is just so fast and with such large cast range. Like, in theory, Cox should never get jumped unless you have a really good flank angle on the fight.
And even then, there could be the save from Narman, so...
Yeah.
It's going to be rough.
It's definitely tough. Not an easy late game Ursa game, given their position, but doable. There is still some hopium. Satanic done for Force with level 25, so he is at happy Furion land.
Is it hopium or is it copium? Can Bleed actually come back and win this game and force a 2-0? It's up for you guys in chat to decide.
They have the Lycan Axe. Wolf Bear.
Okay. Scam
Frost
in a position
Golem.
to be able to break a smoke, but the smoke is slipping right past him. Dubu is broke. Now they're going to pop it. Shapeshift goes out. Scam blinking away. Trying to get out, but immediately the Ursa goes down. Nullifier. He pops a BKB. The snowball save. Okay, that's going to be a little bit of time, but it goes over to Lycan Wolf, so they are still stuck in the middle. Bleed surrounding the two heroes quickly kill them, and the wolves just let loose. No, that's monkey sounds.
He just saw his life flash before his eyes.
DP down to bottom lane, so he's going to try and get a little bit of split pushing going on. Roshan will be up in 15 seconds, so if Bleed sticks around this Roshan pit, they will get Roshan number 3, which could be massive. That could be Aghanim Scepter for I don't even know who, or Refresher for the Ursa. Honestly, having 2 BKB, 2 nullifiers is pretty good. Oh, there it is.
That's ice.
Dude, the wolf just died.
Oh no, somebody check it.
Go in, somebody go in, for the love of God. Okay, they see it now.
Does Skem want to buy for this? He does have buy. He probably will.
Does. Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to give up this Roshan.
I mean, Wolf Fight and Shapeshift up in 15 here. You get another fight with this. And Bleed are not really missing anything. They're missing Earth Splitter for 20, that's it.
Well, Roshan's dead. Geek Slate is not going to be able to get here in time, even if they chose to do so. So they grab everything here. Now they've got an Aghanim Scepter on the Ursa. Coil Snap. Gets the Coddle. We're shocked to be able to get to the other side of the shards, but Cox is so fast.
They're going to keep
they're going to use the Shapeshift. Force Staff TP out. Spotted for a second. Not good enough.
Oh, this Wolf, it looks like this on all screens, right? It's all oiled up, man. What the hell is going on with this thing?
Gotta go fast, you know?
Been in an oil ditch or what?
I think it might be the effects of Enrage messing with the wolf coloring. Or it could be his mask. I think maybe it's his mask or the claw effects.
It's like the overpower on all the cosmetics. That looks kind of badass, though.
And it does.
The seeds of force.
Half bear, half wolf, half fossil fuel. God save us, it's a diesel machine.
Fuel, he comes. What is Force going to do to carry this game? Because it certainly is not going to be Skem. He's got almost a full-out Silver Edge he can buy. 7,500 net worth.
I mean, I think Bleeder's slightly favored at this point, honestly.
Slightly? I feel like they're actually... I feel like the game is turned around almost entirely, and Geek Slate are going to have a hard time winning.
This is why I didn't think you should give him Ursa here, because he counters both your carries. I mean, in theory, you probably had this game theoretically won and you could have snowballed it, but if you slip up a little, suddenly this bear just takes you. It takes you where you don't want to go.
Where's that?
Wild Ursa's wild ride.
Wild Ursa's wild ride. So wild they had to use the name twice.
That's why you know it's so wild. And you don't like where it ends. It ends with buybacks.
It ends with buybacks and diebacks. I mean, this Force is... He buys the Silver Edge. That's kind of it. There really isn't much left. No. Sell the treads, buy the Silver Edge, then you can maybe buy a Moon Shard. That's kind of it.
The thing is, when Ursa's ulted and going in and jumping his team, he can't deal any damage to him. He just kind of has to sit there and wait it out. And that's a long time to wait. 5 seconds on this ult with a 16-second cooldown. It's brutal. Like, you get 2 of these off in a fight. Easily.
You know what's real bad? We were talking about how Geek Slate don't really scale much more. The Ursa doesn't even have his level 25 Talon yet. Which, that 3 overpower attacks, that Talon is crazy good because you start off the fight with overpower already on. So it's not +3, it's actually, because you're going to go 1 overpower, swing, and then you reactivate it and do another extra +3. And that is the Pudge dead. That's really anybody dead.
He's dead before that, but yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like this other 25 is kind of a cool talent too. I don't know when you take it, but
you take it at 30, I believe.
No, I think there's some games for it. Like your whole team gets black hole or something. You have ult going.
And you're playing support Ursa.
A man can dream. All right, good hook.
Okay.
You got his ult out.
Repositioning tools are still crazy good, and they're going to chase after him, see if they can hold him in place, and they do manage to finish off that Aegis. But what a good clap, and look at this ultimate. It's coming in. Force, he needs some help here. He's got BKB. He's got
Beowulf.
He just needs to be able to swing on people, and he's
on my sheet.
He starts going in, does manage to get a bash. They need to be able to stop this Ursa. They pick him up with a snowball, but the BKB is going to be wearing thin. Force turns around, trying to finish off the Elder 10. They manage to get a scythe onto Puck as well, but Force is dead. He tried to hook him over the side. That was never going to work. They knock him up in the air there with the punch. Jackie, they need some help here. They almost have another grab from Skim. If they could just get on top of that Ursa, maybe they could kill him, but instead he's going to be able to maybe kill the Lycan instead. Do manage to get that much. Chasing further. Jackie blocked in by the shard. Beautiful placement by Narman.
Canceled his blink at the last second, too. I think Ursa lives there if he gets that off. Just in time. Double buyback on the cores for Geek Slate there. Very expensive fight to take, but of course, that is another way they can win these fights. Just abuse the buybacks between the Coddle and the Furion, who can both get there instantly. Ursa can't do the same. That might be what this game comes down to. Just the fact you can jam multiple core lives into this Beowulf with zero regard for human life. And they did a really nice job stalling up. They wasted the first Aegis life without losing anything. And then this BKB timer for Jackie was not that great. He has to come in at the end of it, clean up a little bit, but you're outside Dire base fighting buybacks here. Pretty good place to fight for Geek Slate. Ultimately, what ends up winning them this occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. And while they did use buybacks themselves, they can maybe force some buybacks or at least take some buildings. 30 seconds left. Geek Slate can at least get one lane of barracks, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to overstay their welcome here, though. After Coddle and Furion buy, they're probably looking to just stall this game until those are back up.
I catch the puck.
Thanks, says John Well, as DJ gives them the Roche timer. Either that or his hotel room number.
Well, considering we're not at LAN, I don't think that's...
I mean... Could be his prison cell number too. Come rescue me. I'm in cell 4806.
This'll come in handy.
Well, Geek Slate, I mean, they took a melee barracks. There's not a Roshan for a while. They could chill out. I mean, problem's going to be this next Roshan, right? They want to be able to contest it, but they won't have buybacks yet. Their cooldown is still going to be on no matter what, even if it's a really late Roshan.
Wait, what? Oh, this was Aegis timer, not Roche timer. Interesting. All right. Yeah, because I was looking at this Roche timer. Like, we're well past that. But yes, this next Aegis is super important. If you get it on Skem or Force, it's really big.
Skem just got his level 25 talent, by the way. So he's got the dismembered damage heal.
Pretty nice here. You just want as many high damage threats as you can. So if you catch this Ursa in the fights, or his BKB ult runs out, when that turn happens, it happens fast. Because you don't want him running away and then re-engaging. Right. That's a tough order. Because then he's going to have another ult. He's going to have another Lincoln Sphere, another Nullifier. It's very hard. Look at how defensive Geek Slate are right now. Force is in his fountain. This man does not want to get jumped right now.
No.
4.5 minutes for buyback.
Smartest place to be at this point.
I mean, sitting in your base is an underrated move.
Aghanim Scepter for Puck. Honestly, it's been such a long time since that Aghanim Scepter. We've seen an Ags on Puck with this talent, the Waning Rift pushback one.
It is pretty annoying, the pushback. I don't know how good it is when his two other cores want to gap close, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, if the Puck was on the other side and you were pushing back a bunch of melee heroes, that sounds good.
I mean, you can always get behind people and like push them into you. It's obnoxious. It's very obnoxious. It'll mess with snowball saves. It'll mess with utility trying to come out for the target they jump. You just jump behind the guy. Waning Rift, it'll push him in and push everybody else away. Sounds pretty good. I can get behind it. This is a pretty even game for what happened, which felt like Geek Slate had control for most of it. Now they're just in a position where they have to wait for buybacks here. It feels pretty bad.
force
Dire
building.
are scanning.
He bought out the moon shard, so there really is nothing left.
Building buyback. That's what he's building.
Well, actually, you can get an Aghanim Scepter. You never got it.
That's true. And shard. Curse of the old growth.
Feel like this late into the game, it might just be better to buy I don't know, Pudge a moon shard instead. That gold.
Moon shard pudge. What does that do?
It does give you nighttime vision.
That, yeah. Which is going to get outweighed by Lycans anyway, but... You know, you do you. I'm not going to moon shard shame.
Doesn't hurt. There's the Axon Puck. So we'll see whether or not he gets the clutch Waning Rift push back away from Snowball.
Could happen.
Dire's middle tower is
We also have
under
Ags on DJ. So now you can throw this Beowulf into them. That's scary.
My
man.
God.
If that shit lands on you,
Beowulf.
he has wings.
God never intended for such a monstrosity to exist.
It's a Beowulf bird. So it grows, the legend. Is this what the Egyptians worshipped? The fabled creature of the night.
You got the Horus with the bird head, and then right next to him,
This is it.
the wolf bear bird.
My God, is there any other way we can combine this Frankenstein of a hero? Put him in the centaur cart.
You got we got tier 5 items. You can make it a giant
Oh,
wolf bear bird.
we got it. Does the Giant's Ring even work when he gets shapeshifted? Because I think the shapeshift overrides model size. It only
might,
shrinks them.
Yeah.
Is it a shrunken giant? what? I need to see this. I need to see it for science.
Also, I've always wondered if the ring works for things like the shoot from Snapfire, that gobble up. Like when you're flying through the air, are you giants ringing the ground you're underneath?
I don't know. Is it when you walk or is it when you travel?
I don't know. Well, I mean, you could definitely like force staff and it works.
Oh, then it works. Yeah, it'll just Z elevation to the bottom.
Nice.
The theory.
How did we end up here? This looked like it was going to be just such a clean closeout for Geek Slate, and then I thought, well, Geek Slate can't even fight back now. Next thing you know, we're talking about 60-minute items because they are only 5 minutes away.
They're coming. They're definitely coming. We are in a stance.
And also, I thought Bleed was going to force Roshan while the buybacks were still on cooldown from Geek Slate, but they didn't do that, and now they're about to come up.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Now you're gonna have
you
to
see
fight
that
through.
DJ has 8 salves on him in his backpack?
You gotta have the salves for the final base push when it matters.
I guess so.
You just
Okay. They're going to go for it now. Again, those buybacks are coming off cooldown for Geek Slate.
I mean, who even takes these? They all have ads except
Push them
Dubu.
away, coil them. They're going to make sure they get this Roshan and Bleed. Are they going to take the fight afterwards, though? That's a good question.
All
Stuck inside, thanks to the shard. Oh, no. All the items are still in the pit. Corton's going to be able to grab the remaining bits outside of the Aegis and get away. Okay. Who wants an Aghanim Scepter?
I mean, it's either Dubu or you. Yeah, they gave it to Dubu. You could sell one though. I honestly think Corton should have sold his.
Yeah, I feel like
Just ate it. All right. Well, it's the poor man's sell, I guess. I mean, Dubu's Ags can do some work in this game. Like this Ags is pretty good. Yeah, you get a lot of damage off this thing. I mean, you never know. Pudge is a pretty low armor hero. You just run up and start smacking him. You're like 4.
Yeah, I mean, I guess him even being in the fight with his natural order is pretty
it's
impactful.
Big. It's big for sure. Even if it's just like minus 10 armor. It's
Sure.
nice vice versa.
Okay. I can get behind it, yeah.
Wolf Scout, but they're smoked.
Yeah, like they're trying to fight now into that Aegis.
This'll come in handy.
They do have buybacks.
Armin, ooh, blink away before he gets caught.
Didn't like what he saw. But I
Using the neutral item, but it's going to run out eventually here. Run. Geek Slate. All trying to get out of here. Nobody will be caught.
And so do I.
I mean, we definitely want to try and find something here. Use this Aegis on the Ursa. You can even just gobble him in. All about the buybacks now and where you fight. You fight around a place where you can abuse those buybacks more. That was a bold TP.
That was a bold TP, and it's going to get him caught. He's in the coil with the 25. And the waiting rift looks to be able to push him out. Didn't actually snap him, though. Oh, they got about a second one. All right, there we go. A second coil to be able to ensure the death of Force and an opening for Bleed, perhaps. An opening for them to at least try and force a buyback out of Geek Slate once again and put themselves in a winning position.
That's a huge kill. If you can force the fight now and you force Fury to buy back into that fight, so much value going for Geek Slate.
Swift Link, Abyssal to be bought for the Ursa. That is a scary, scary bear.
It's about to be a Giants ring in 2 minutes. Come on, Giga.
That's if Bleed just don't close out the game right now.
I think they're going to wait. Give us the satisfaction. Gobble up on an illusion.
Throw the illusion out there, see if you can get some information.
You have wolves on stem here. Coil.
Oh, miss coil. Okay, that would have been a bit of a stretch anyway.
Is anything a stretch for this bear wolf bird?
That's true. You really can catch anything. I'm just imagining a giant grizzly bear with just like small little wings. You know those giant eagles that like take out like, you know, big ass goats and stuff? Imagine if that was a bear instead.
I can't.
Humans would not be an apex predator.
Too terrifying. My brain cannot comprehend what that would look like. But it does sound very American.
You are really gonna. We're really sitting here waiting for 60-minute items. All right.
I mean, I assume
Southeast Asia just doesn't disappoint, man. All right, what items do we want? What items? We want Giant's Ring for Scam. We want Giant's Ring for the Ursa, of course.
I mean, I don't know.
Giant's Ring is incredibly good against Nature's Prophet, right? Because you can just walk out of the trees.
Those like force boots too, right?
Yeah, force boots are super helpful.
I mean, Year Shield's pretty good this game. I mean, I just want Giant's Ring. I don't know if they want it, but I want it. So
I got one. There it is.
Who's it going to? Who's it going to? Yeah, give it to that bear, boy. Grow, my friend. Grow and
nice
monstrosity.
And big. Wait, 2, 1. Boom.
I am the Pudge now.
His Aegis is gonna expire. Book of Shadows, okay.
That's a better book.
I feel like, well, yeah, that's better than Book of the Trash, but I think Book of the Dead, or excuse me, Book of Shadows is not that good for Bleed. Would have been quite good for Geek Slate.
Wait, if you get Book of the Trash on Lycan, is it like how the old interaction works?
Oh,
The base and the crit and all that? I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that actually becomes it's the only time that Book of the Trash becomes a good item.
It shrunk him back down.
Oh, here it comes.
You're shooting in the tiny giant wolf bear.
Here it comes.
Where'd he go?
Blink forward. Where'd he go? He blinked backwards. Are you kidding me? All right, Jackie's now in. He's going to demolishes the Pudge. Holy crap.
But he grew back up with BKB, then he shrunk back. What is happening?
Narman's trying to get out with his BKB still. It looks like he will manage to make it out.
I don't think Dota knows what to do with this model.
Big, small, big, small.
Oh, he swapped Giant's Ring out. Okay.
Oh, he went for the Siege and Desolator. I mean, that's fair, but...
Who do you give it to then?
So what, the Lycan probably has the Giants ring now?
Nobody has it. None of them want it.
Well, the Lycan has an open slot, so it's got to be going to him.
Yeah, it's on his courier. All right, well, one of the Wolves will be big. I mean, have Geek Slate even gotten any yet? They got Ex Machina for Force. That's pretty damn nice.
Oh, they got Arcanist armor. That's pretty good, too. And Book of the Shadows. Yeah, they got a Book of Shadows. That's great.
I mean, I feel like they got all the ones they wanted here.
Yeah. They got the 2 armor items and a save. Pretty legit.
I feel like Furion is one of the best Ex Machina heroes.
Why is that?
Because it's just all about the items, right? And then he just gets double Satanic, double BKB. It's just so amazing on this hero. He also bought a Midas, I believe, so he can refresh it with the Ex Machina. This is some next level.
What is he going to do with that
financial
gold, though?
Corruption.
No, okay, hold up. No, seriously. He was already stacked out on items. Like, what more is he going to be buying?
Moonshard for Tusk with level 25 Talon.
Oh, that's an idea right there.
Damn straight it is. You didn't think of that one.
I did not.
I mean, he's Midasing it up.
That's the only other hero that uses a Moonshard.
I've never seen this Midas strat, though. This is pretty next level.
I feel like there'd be...
Wait, what the hell? He got it that fast? I guess he did.
Yeah.
He wants level 30, too. Extra XP from the Midas.
Oh, okay. Now that, okay.
Yeah. Now you're behind it.
I mean, not that little 25. I'm not sure if the Treants are going to change too much about this game.
I mean, if he goes Throne.
There's always the possibility. 17,000 net worth lead for Bleed. If you're just now joining us, this has been a weird back and forth game where it looked like Geek Slate was going to be able to just close it out within 35 minutes. They slip up a little bit. Bleed then has the late game advantage, but somehow that late game advantage has not been enough. And Geek Slate has managed to scramble into a position where they could just maybe be able to win this in the ultra weird late game where you have 60-minute items.
I mean, they're going to.
See, he used the Giants ring to put his wolves on the high ground, so they have high ground vision.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Little small things matter a lot right here. Gem in the pit to scout Roche. These like just don't feel comfortable taking the head-on fight.
Radiant are scanning.
They have Ags on Narman too, so you have a kickback here. You get a really good kickback into Hex.
Roshan up in 5 seconds.
Goodbye, Roche. It was nice knowing you.
Another round of refresher and Aghanim scepters for people.
I mean, they all have them, so it's just somebody can sell one, I guess. I guess Ice can sell his.
Yeah.
Looks like he will do here.
Despair burns immortal in me.
But what does he even buy? I don't even know what is useful.
I mean,
I guess just Abyssal.
More damage, right? He can
just carry. Pirate hat for Dulu? That's what I like to see. Start smacking him, son.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he does get a whole bunch of bonus damage. The only thing you need after that is attack speed.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Okay, Ice bought a BKB. Why not? Buy whatever the hell he wants at this point.
Seer Stone for Cox. Okay. When he pops his ultimate, his cast range is intense. My lord.
It is a full screen.
If you can see the coddle, he can cast spells on you.
And this game is really weird now.
Wait, Cox still hasn't he still hasn't assembled this Aeon disc. Is he sitting on the same Aeon disc that he was sitting on like 30 minutes ago?
I mean, he is. And I'm not even sure how useful it is because you have Nullifier, right? So
yeah.
He has an Ags of his own. Got that going for you. What a weird game. There's all these wolves in the trees too. You see what Ice is doing? Trying to scout the side lanes. There's Fury
Trying
on
to find the Nature's Prophet, yeah.
It's like a bunch of ants on the map.
Just milling around.
He's got him patrolling, dude. This is some old school Warcraft 3 match going on here.
How many of you
go.
in chat even know what your patrol hotkey is, or if you even have one?
You need the hotkey. You can't even do this, I think. You don't have the hotkey.
Yeah, you have to actually put it in, otherwise it's blank, naturally.
It's such an old school thing that I used to have it. That's hilarious, actually. I mean, you can also just shift click it like 30 times, but I think he actually has patrol.
Yeah.
Sending him back.
My horse's name.
There they go again. All right, Dream Coil Rapid Fire. All right, question: Do you think it is worth buying a Basher when you have that talent on Puck?
Do you have the slots? I think there's just better things to buy, right? Dagon 5, Brooch. Honestly, Brooch is so broken in these late game scenarios with these right clickers. It's insane. Like the Storm Spirits, the Pucks. It's so much damage. It's absolutely bonkers.
I won a 80-minute game today playing 5 Dark Willow. I got to a point where I got Pirate Hat, Aghanim Scepter, and then I ended up buying a Brooch because I'd never seen a Dark Willow with Brooch before.
I bet you shredded some nerds.
I really did.
Yeah. So I think that's the Puck's late game itemization. Dagon 5, Brooch, one of these two. You probably replace this Witchblade, or you can build it out. Maybe this Aeon goes for Dagon 5 if you're feeling confident enough, but you can play with the Aeon and swap it in after it gets popped. I mean, you can do a lot with this hero. There's a lot of wacky item things that can be done, but ultimately this game kind of comes down to just who jumps who, and does Ursa start killing people. Hex on Scam. Gotta save him.
All right. They have a save? Nothing. They've got the coil locking him down. They kick away the bear, but it's not good enough. Meanwhile, that 25 Talon with the back lines getting demolished. John Well is going to be able to get away. The Snapfire couldn't quite finish him off. Let's see if they can force the buyback. Surely they will, but is Geek Slate going to be able to get a successful fight with the use of that buyback?
One of these wolves is bigger than the other.
Yeah, but it's not that big wolf you got to worry about.
It's the little one. Another Hex. Oh, they're trying to force this Pudge by, but he is holding it. Discipline. Does not care about the racks. And I agree. What the hell do racks mean? Wolf is out.
Science? I mean, they need a kickback. I think he'll buy back once they get a kickback from
the re-wolf. Get a refresher shard. Round 2.
Might as well put it to use. Killing the toss. Oh, man, he died fast in that little interaction. Now the buyback goes out from Scam. They really want to challenge this, though. They want to go for this Ursa. They managed to get the Scythe on him now. They silence up on the Pudge. He's having a hard time being able to get to eat anything. He goes for the refresh. Now in. He got Scythe as well. He's just going to go for a dieback. Dubu just commits with the help of everybody else on the side of Bleed. They die. Force is now on the run, but Bleed are running down Geek Slate heroes. They have just demolished them. There is no chance, no shot on the side of Geek Slate being able to fight back against this lineup this late.
You are not winning the late game man fight here. Even Dubu's taking it to you. Mad attack speed.
He just runs in the Golden Elder Titan. Right, here it is. Where's the kick? Man, they're just not getting it.
Lotus kick.
Nature's Prophet. Oh, look at that damage coming in from the kisses as well. The back line, Cox being assaulted. Cord's not going to let him get away. Mid-force staff, he pushes them back into hell.
What is this man fight?
It's satanic against all these heroes.
What is happening?
He's actually keeping himself alive, but eventually the satanic and the BKB are going to wear thin. Oh, the snowball safe. Maybe trying to pick him up. Okay, now they got him. Maybe with the orb, they can control him up. Another force staff. No way. Don't let force get away. Now this is the end of the game. The Giants Ring gets him over the Sprout and finishes off the Nature's Prophet.
Jackie's down.
Jackie does finally die, but they haven't really gone through buybacks on Bleed. They've got all their buybacks ready to go, so that is going to be it. Finally, GG is going to be called, and Bleed get their first series win here in this DPC, and Geek Slate will now go down to a 0-2 score after a bonkers 70-minute game.
Okay, I mean, the Lycan Bear prevailed. I don't think he wanted to go ultra late here versus lineup. I think we understood why in the end. I want to look at some of these damage numbers. Honestly, they're not that interesting, so I don't want to look at them. But I feel like this is the Pudge problem. If the game goes late, Pudge just feels so bad. He's not right-clicking anybody. You can't buy him the Moon Shard. You can't give him the Pirate Hat. At some point, Dubu's out right-clicking you. What is this hero doing in the late game scenarios? He's so useless. He's so useless versus Ursa. I just feel bad.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you're Geek Slate, you have full map control there. You have the wave shovers. You have the pickoff. They just didn't use it. I don't feel like Skem got to really do anything in this game. He's just farming to eventually get outscaled. He's not picking the Ursa off. He's not really using the Aegises as well. Suddenly, the giant shrunken bird, wolf, bird, gobbled comes at your face. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
The wolf bear bird or the bear wolf bird.
I don't. And it was doused in oil. I don't even know, man. I mean, at that point, you just write it off. Okay, we got out strategized. I guess we messed that game up, but hey, give it the bleed. The Ice Lycan 2-0 today.
Yeah, 2-0.
School patrol technology. You gotta give it to
Bleed
them, man.
may have just finally figured out something to be able to get them some wins here in the Southeast Asia DPC, and that includes apparently the ultimate apex predator, the bear wolf bird. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Kevin SVG. There it is, Adam. You got what you wanted to see. The cocaine bear.
It came in kind of late though.
Yeah.
That is true.
I felt like they were in a. I mean, the game was always like they said map favored for Geek Slate, but I always felt like Jackie was so strong. But
Yeah.
he couldn't like go ham, until the eggs came out. And Ice, I think he felt like Jackie was having a bad game, so he went for more of this aura. So you don't like all in kill Ursa and win the game. So he bought his eggs later. I mean, they dragged the game for it, and it just felt like a outdraft towards the late game. That's what it felt like.
It was an inevitability, right? Like Geek Slate, they had a pretty good early game. They had the start that they wanted to, and there was a point where it felt like they could have actually ended the game, right? If they played more aggressively, found more pickoffs when they had like the first, maybe the second Aegis, I think was the key timing. Then if they found a way to go onto high ground, this game would have ended very differently. But the moment they started to stall, the moment that Bleed were able to stall with, Corden on the puck just dancing around, it bought them so much space. Like that's all they needed on Bleed, just time to build up.
Yeah, it just felt like on Geek Slate, like they were in a good position. They played the early game well. They definitely dominated the map, but they never actually. It never felt like they thought they would lose to the Ursa late game. But like from our end, watching, it felt like it was just a time bomb waiting to go off.
Yeah, like everything. This had to be a really quick game for Geek Slate, and it just didn't turn out that way. Again, like I want to say Corden was a big part of that. Like just having this puck jumping around, shoving back waves, answering the Nature's Prophet. Sure, he'd die a couple of times, but just being able to stop that inevitable high ground and just stall for time is really the key thing.
Ice looked really passionate in that clip just there. But yeah, it does feel like they were kind of just delaying the inevitable because, like we said, like Captain SVG say, why, like you wouldn't want to play Pudge against Ursa. Who in their right mind would do that?
No.
Every time they actually got to a team fight, I feel like we really didn't even see that many team fights. Like what was the kill score? It was like 9-19 by like what, 40, 50 something minutes?
Yeah.
And it was like every time there was a fight, the Pudge would just like slap the Ursa would just slap the Pudge back and forth, and he would just disappear.
Yeah, like you had a couple of answers from Geek Slate. I think Narman, if he got his Ags a little bit earlier, let's say before the Lincoln's timing came out there for Jackie, that could have been one way as well. Kind of handle the Ursa, kite him around, buy space, clean everyone up, and then go for the bear afterwards. Again, it's just, it didn't come out fast enough. To be fair, Narman, yeah, he's on the support role, decided to itemize elsewhere. But again, you had some tools for Geek Slate, but it's a tough game once you go past, I want to say 35 minutes. It becomes a really hard game for Slate.
Yeah, I feel like with the advantage they had, they could have done a lot more. We saw the E-Blade being queued up by Skem, but it was kind of late. He went for a Shivas first, which I don't think was bad by any means, but when the Ursa touched him, it didn't look like he had a Shivas, Like he needed the E-Blade. They needed like kiting power from their net worth advantage, and they couldn't get it.
Is this the longest game so far?
Probably.
I think it
In
is.
C, it is. I'm
Yeah.
not sure about other regions.
Yeah, in C. Yeah, I think it is the longest game. But Man, honestly, I really would have liked to see more fights. It was the longest, but it wasn't the most action-packed
was.
game.
It was a very patient game, right? Like both sides understanding. I think Bleed more than anyone else understanding what they had to do.
Yeah.
So they didn't have to play aggressive on Bleed. Geek Slate had to be the aggressors.
Yeah.
And again, every time they were really successful in the first 30 minutes, but just didn't pan out. And Jackie is our MVP. I mean, he did his job as the Ursa, right? He just farmed. He itemized pretty good. He got the Lincolns, was really well protected in the middle of these fights. But I'd say if it comes down to like playmakers, Corden really shined here.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like what I didn't like from Geek Slay's game is that they didn't realize that the Ursa was the only hero they needed to care about. Like, I think if they want to play his style, they need to run at Ursa. Like the whole game, you know, you got a good early game, run at Ursa, run at Ursa. They took the bot tower early, I think it was like minute 6 or 7 with the catapult and the call rotation. And then the Ursa just continued to stay bottom by himself, and the Nature's Prophet went to mid to rotate and stuff. But I think all these things don't matter. Only the Ursa matters. It's the only one that matters in this game.
They need to stay on top of Jackie and just choke him out.
All right, so calm down.
That's what I'm just saying.
Choke Daddy Jackie.
Oh, okay, you're making it weird. But yeah, I mean, everyone on Bleed played really well. It's kind of the sad case of Geek Slate. You know, it's the classic win lane, lose game.
Somewhat, yeah.
I guess so, yeah. I feel like there always feels like a gap in communication for a team. Like they do well to a certain point, and then there's just nothing really happening in the game for a while, I feel like. And I think Bleed took very good advantage of that. You know, we saw I think this is one of those games where I saw Scam die once to Ursa, and I felt like the game was over. Like that's actually what it was, or what it felt like, you know. It's like this matchup, you die once and suddenly like, shit, the game's so hard.
Well, yeah, like that. I do remember that. Like you see them fight for the first time, you're expecting, oh, like maybe it'll actually be like, you know, kind of a drawn out fight where it's so slightly even. But then you just see Ursa walk up to Pudge, and just and he's dead. Yeah. But we have an interview with Ice coming up. Bleed Esports very own offlaner. Hello, Ice. Congratulations on your first win. How do you feel?
Good.
Good. Is there anything that changed over the weekend that you guys? Because you guys look really good now.
Oh, I had like a really bad food poisoning, I guess, the last week.
Oh no.
Yeah, hot pot.
Ah.
Yeah,
Too
I
much
ate
mala?
like raw pork.
Ooh.
Ah.
And I
Well, that's not good.
You should have let him cook.
no, I mean it tasted good. It was like I thought it was cooked, and once I ate it, I didn't want to waste like the food, you know, so I just like swallowed it.
That's fair.
That's fair.
We don't waste food here.
No, absolutely not.
I wanted to ask, like, you guys seem to have changed your playstyle a little bit from week 1. I feel like week 1 you guys played around Corden on like this Lash and Sniper.
Play like
a
shit,
bit
yo,
more.
week 1.
I like your
What do
honesty.
you mean playstyle, man?
I'm on the panel. I gotta protect my job, you know, remain a bit neutral.
Okay.
So what do you guys change, like, towards? I think the strategy right now looks very different compared to week 1.
I think we just focus on playing the game instead of caring too much about each other and, you know, overreacting. Like, we're kind of like we're playing like it's a pub game, right? In week 1. And I think this week we were all like feeling better. So we just play better.
I am curious though, like mentioning that in game, you know, playing like a pub game last week, and this week or going forward, how are the comms like in your team? Like, are you like the guiding voice for this team? Who gets the shot call and decide for the team?
Not really. I think this team is kind of special because everyone actually has a voice, and so it's just good to like listen and see what's like the best course of action. Yeah, because in some teams you're gonna have like 1 or 2 strong voices, right? But this team is just like kind of like even.
I wanted to ask about game 2. You bought eggs like really late into the game. You went for a pipe AC first. How come you didn't get the eggs after the helm?
I think we needed the eggs for the patch. I thought we could have actually fought with the pipe even. But I think like I kind of fed too much in the lane, so the patch got too big, and it kind of accelerated their timing, and it delayed ours by a lot. So it became like kind of wonky.
Do you guys have any like team bonding things
Wait,
that you
what?
guys? Oh, we're gonna.
No, it's fine. You can go first.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna have something else.
Yeah, but it
Oh,
doesn't
okay.
matter.
Was
We
it like
can
a
take
follow-up
turns.
thing? Oh, okay,
No,
okay.
it wasn't.
I was just gonna ask, do you guys have any like team bonding things outside of Dota that you guys do?
No.
No.
Actually,
I mean,
no. I mean,
That's fair.
not yet, I guess. I mean, we had like dinner together. Because to me, it's kind of like we're boot camping in Singapore, right? It's like 10 minutes away from my house, so
Oh,
it doesn't feel like a boot camp, I guess.
I see.
This work. I wanted to ask, 4F is still coaching you guys. What kind of role does he play in the team right now?
Coach, bro.
No? I mean, like, what does he do for a team? Is he drafting? Is it like...
Oh, he does
Out
like
of game.
everything, I guess. He helps with the mechanics, helps with the draft, helps with overall like draft direction. All in all, you know, all the Korean coaches, right? They kind of do the same thing.
True. That's true. I have one question for you guys from my end. You know, you're back into the pro scene after a little bit of time. Is there any team that you'd want to face up against? Any youngster that you'd want to spank in lane or something?
Let me think. Guess it'd be nice to play against Rogi from Geek fam.
in there anymore, though. Unfortunately.
Unfortunate. Why Raji? I'm curious, though. That was very specific.
No.
Why Raji?
Rogi? I don't know, like
It's the only other
just like
tall
Roger,
SCA
you know.
player.
Rogi's tall? What?
I mean, he's taller than most players. He's,
No,
I mean,
that
shorter
guy's
than
short,
you,
man.
for sure.
He plays our shot, dude.
Oof, sad.
Can't argue.
Yeah,
Can't argue.
not false.
We
Yeah.
make up in other ways, right?
You know.
No, man, that's
No? I guess not. My last question for you is this the nicest boot camp you've ever stayed in? Because your boot camp looks really nice, just from what we see in the camps.
I think it's one of the nicest for sure. Yeah, like the nicest I stayed in. It wasn't like it was like in I think Vancouver. That was I think it was Mineski's boot camp. That was like a really nice house. I really enjoyed my stay. Yeah, like this boot camp feels like a Fnatic boot camp because of the yellow lights. They aren't using like the
Oh.
white lights. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's all from me. If you guys are good with questions, then
congrats.
yeah, congrats again on your win. This is huge for you guys, and I hope you guys do well, and I hope we get more interviews with Bleed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Korea pride.
Oh, can I ask, like, what's the Korean flag on the Bleed logo? Is Bleed
Oh,
a
I mean-
Korean org?
No, I'm actually Korean. Like
안녕하세요.
yeah.
Oh.
안녕하세요.
Oh.
How do you say it?
Very
Like,
weird.
yeah,
I was gonna say, how do you say goodbye?
How do you say goodbye?
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. Okay. Thank you so much. 안녕하세요.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Well, that was delightful. I didn't know he was Korean.
Daryl says a lot of things.
He's not Korean.
Babo.
You mean Bobo?
No, I mean Babo.
What's Babo?
It's the same meaning as Bobo.
Oh, me Bobo. Oopsies. Yeah. Well, no. I was like, isn't he from Singapore? He's not Korean.
He is Singaporean.
Yeah, but so he's trolling.
Yes.
I'm very
That's right,
gullible.
yeah.
So,
Oh, so
yeah. Well, we have content. That's exciting too. We have content. After a short little break, we'll be back in just a little moment. So don't go anywhere.
If you ever order from a restaurant in Southeast Asia, you will notice one peculiarity. All drinks come in plastic bags. Why? Well, research tells you about socioeconomic factors leading to busy lives and... well, that's fucking boring. It's also a lie, actually. As one of the cultural capitals of Dota, it obviously makes sense that bag drinks are related to Dota 2 culture as well. In fact, bag drinks are actually a personality test to determine what role you should play in Dota 2. You see, nobody ever tells you how to open these drinks. Restaurants will just hand them to you, and any questions will be met with laughter or mockery. It is your duty as a Southeast Asian citizen to figure out how to drink from these bags. Your method and your process will determine what role you should play in Dota 2. What are you looking for? What traits determine your role? Here are some examples for you to find out.
Do you know why they do this?
Why? I don't know. Yeah, but there's more drink in this than if you would order a glass. So no complaints. So the real pro way is to like tie it here, but I don't know how to do it, but I'm gonna try anyway. It's definitely not how you do it. It's okay. Alright, it's the budget version, but we take those. So do I drink this?
Yeah, drink it. Can you lift it up and drink it while you're walking? Go lower. Crouch. Crouch and show us. Oh, look at him. It's the perfect walk. And you have to figure out how to open it. I have struggled with this issue for 4 years. I still do not know how to open these bags. At one point in my life, I've used any of these utensils to open these bags, except for the hammer. I was very desperate, and my girlfriend has a really small saw.
Okay. It took you how long to figure this out?
I still have not. I am hoping that you will help me. I have given you all the tools at my disposal, and I am hoping that you can show me how to open this bag without spilling a drop.
Uh-huh. Do I just drink out of it?
As long as you drink out of it.
Okay. It took you how long to figure this out?
4 years and I'm counting.
It took you how long to figure this out?
4 years. Welcome to Malaysia, tsunami.
What are you doing to me? Why have you brought me here? What are all these weird tools doing? And they expect you to do this like this, or are there actual tools like a kitchen implement, like a straw? You ever heard of a straw?
There's a straw on the table.
There's a straw on the
There's
table.
a metal straw.
There's a metal straw, okay. These seem a little too heavy duty. Garden shears, hand saw.
That's actually a tin cutter.
In the eye of the beholder. Scissors, a torque wrench.
I thought that would keep the pressure in.
I guess maybe I could use this. And a Phillips head screwdriver and a flathead screwdriver.
You never know what you have to unscrew in the bag.
Right, of course. I may just keep it real basic, honestly. Oh man, this is risky. But that's okay. What the? I can't get any. Oh. Hi, sir. I see the issue.
That's it. That's your instructions. Good luck, Avery.
Thank you, Otto.
Drink from it.
Oh, I hate coconut water.
How would you open the plastic bag? How would you drink from it? What kind of role fits you best? Tell us in the comments or the chat or whatever. You can actually send all your queries to @WinterDota on Twitter.
Welcome back, everyone. After you have witnessed some clever usage of how to access liquids, I look at stuff like this, I see a coffee cup, I think that's too simple. Where's the hammer? Where's the screwdriver? Where are the difficult ways to drink something like coconut water? Welcome back to the SEA DPC. It's a tour number 2, and it's the upper division, and we're going into our second series of the day. It's Talon versus Polaris Esports, and I have to apologize if I feel a little winded, if I may have some sweat on my brow. I was watching the previous series. I thought, there's no way that this is going to be a 2-0. And then it hit like 45 minutes, and I was like, there's no way that this is going to be a 2-0. And then it was a 2-0, and I needed to run over here. So I'm here. These two fine people were already here on time because they are more well-behaved than I am. Winter and Aurora, what a pleasure to have you here. Was it a bad call of me to take this long, Aurora, to come over here? Did you think it was going to be a 2-0?
No, I didn't think it was going to be a 2-0 either.
Okay. Then I don't feel as guilty. Winter, surely you, ever the optimist, were looking at that Bleed game and you were like, now's the chance for Bleed to prove something.
Hey, I was messaging you.
You did message me,
I'm like,
actually.
okay, this is a game 3. Okay, let's just chill. You know?
Yeah, I know.
And like 5 minutes later, you're like, oh, no, I have to.
That's true. You're actually exposed to me because you led me to believe you were like, oh, this is going game 3. And then I messaged you back and I was like, I don't know if it is. This may be a 2-0, but I'm going to take a shower later anyway. And now here I am to witness that 2-0 from Bleed, but also witness our upcoming series, Talon versus Polaris, which, if the previous series was any indicator, I would have considered Geek to be a heavy favorite over Bleed, and then Bleed got the 2-0. So I'm looking at this matchup and I'm like, oh, Aurora, Polaris is going to get the 2-0 for sure today.
I think I'm not going to predict because look what happened to Geek Slate.
Safe call. I guess the biggest question, Winter, you can predict is, will Io Leshrak be the first phase for Talon?
The bigger question is how many days of dinner am I going to put on this match?
It's true. You've been putting a lot of... Actually, have you put Talon games on the line before? You've been putting AG games, I think.
Yeah, mostly the AG games.
Mostly the AG games because you believe in them, but now do you believe as much in Talon to give up your food?
No hoodwink.
No hoodwink.
Yeah, as long as no hoodwink.
Okay. But we have been seeing Talon favor the Io Leshrak in literally every single game that they've played. They left the Lima Major, they saw Game and Gladiators, and they were like, this seems like a pretty good strategy. And so they ran it against Army Geniuses on March 15th, last Wednesday. They got a 2-0, and they ran it against Blacklist Rivalry in all 3 games of their series and got the 2-1. Now they're going up against Polaris, who is on the lower end of the standings currently in the DPC. They got 2-0'd by Execration, and they got 2-0'd by SMG, which no shame in those results, but Talon, I would consider to be the strongest team here in the Southeast Asian DPC Aurora, seeing as how they are top 3 finishers. But then I look at Geek Slate, they're major attendees and they're losing, so what's going on?
I mean, maybe you get kind of a little bit too relaxed after, going to the major, and then the next season you're just like, okay, we can just chill and, fix other problems that we had.
Or the roster change backfired. You could say that too.
But they didn't make any changes. Talon?
I mean, for Geek Slate.
Oh, for Geek Slate,
yeah.
Yes, that's true. They did have some changes before, between Lima and now, and so perhaps that is having some ramifications because they are not doing that great. And Polaris, on the other hand, they're still finding out what the waters of Div 1 are all about. I was actually reminiscing for some reason, and I was going back in Wikipedia pages, and I forgot that these guys, a lot of these players have been together since like Adroit Esports, if that name rings a bell for you guys. And so I would think that, yes, they are fresh to Div 1, but these guys have been playing with each other for longer than like a lot of Div 1 teams have. And so why are they not finding that much success, Aurora? It's, I would have thought that you have this much compatibility with your teammates, life's gonna be good.
I feel like they might have figured something out after they played against Execration in another tournament, like just I think a few days ago, and they got a 2-0 out of it. So I feel like they kind of figured something out, but I'm not sure if they will be able to achieve the same standard with Talon, because Talon is a pretty strong team, and like you can't really compare to a team that achieved so high in the last major and then to a team that, like you just know each other.
Yes.
So it's different.
I can agree. At most, I would like to see it be somewhat competitive because on paper, this is the top seed versus the bottom seed winter. And so if I look at other regions, top seed versus bottom seed is a total blowout. I look at North America, I look at Western Europe. Actually, maybe not Western Europe. Western Europe is a little bit more competitive with top and bottom seed, but Eastern Europe is a blowout. South America is a blowout. SEA, my issue is that whenever a team achieves top status, like you said, Aurora, sometimes complacency takes hold. And for Talon, I wonder if that complacency is coming in the form of the drafts, because I am mentioning the IO Leshrac a lot because it is extremely heavily telegraphed. They've first phased it every single time.
We had this discussion, and we were like, oh, they are trying stuff out.
Correct.
During the tournament, is that wise? But then, if you look at the schedule of DPC and when they came back from the major, they don't really have much time to scrim,
Yep.
You need to rest after you fly back home, and after like what, a week? Not even a week. They have to play again with a new patch. So, I mean, you probably have like 2 days to scrim at most, So it's pretty understandable that they are trying certain things out. I always say that in order to achieve a higher ceiling, your team needs to be able to move out of the comfort zone. And they are showing us they are trying to expand their hero pool and trying to move to something else.
Yeah, and I would have thought that for a team that did so well in the top 3 that you can rest a little bit, but it goes both ways. That we talked about the idea of complacency and then the idea of looking to the Berlin major. I want to win that tournament. I don't want to get top 3. I need to learn what I'm weak at, which, looking at the Lima major, is there anything that you saw, Aurora, that you were like, oh, Talon, they could work on this a little bit. They're a great team, but I could see improvements here.
I mean, the most important thing that I see from Talon is like, don't try to do something like way too different from what you are doing, because like the last series they picked the Hoodwink, and like
the whole thing is like they always do this kind of picks where they feel like, okay, we need to win this lane, this matchup against this carry, like for Jabs especially. Like you see him picking like Slada against Lifestealer, all these other weird ass heroes. But his main idea is always the same. He's trying to get an advantage in the lane matchup so that he can snowball. That's what he really likes. He doesn't like to just be 50-50 in the lane. He wants to be able to win his lane. But sometimes it comes at an expense. Your draft doesn't really feel that it works together because that last hero that you pick just to win the lane doesn't work with the other heroes.
Yes, but also I feel that he almost exclusively itemizes as a carry. So not only does he try to get a lane advantage, but then mid-game, after he has won the lane, then he's trying to do damage as opposed to by Greaves or Blink Dagger.
You could say they're ahead of the curve. Because if you think about the meta, right? Okay, so everybody's buying Mech and Pipe.
Yeah.
They are trying to hit this timing around 20 minutes. They're trying to take the map, right? But what if you don't buy the Mech and Pipe? You just buy BKB, so you win a couple of fights, you trade. Say you trade, right?
Yeah.
And then you win those fights, and then you have BKB, and then you go into late game. Say you play a little bit more greedy, and then their Mech and Pipe is going to be useless later. They're going to waste so much money on buying the Greaves and the Pipe, and in late game, those items doesn't really matter so much, And then you get to the point where your itemization with the Midas, BKB, and whatever late game item you're building, you're just going to scale and outscale.
Okay, I'm with you, but that is the way that Mikoto was playing with them in the Lima Major, because Mikoto would be the +1 with Jabs, and Jabs would get aggressive carry items, and Mikoto is constantly moving around trying to make space. On this IO Leshrac strategy, Aurora, I feel like Mikoto is... He's not playing the Leshrac in the way that we see most Leshracs play this strategy, and I can't pinpoint what it is.
I mean, like, the most notable Leshrac, I would say, it's like from Kun.
Yeah.
And like, he plays the hero in a way that everyone don't expect the hero can be played.
Okay.
It's like, when you think about taking a map, you want someone like really mobile, like can take the waves without, like actually getting targeted easily. And Lesh is neither, like, okay, yeah, he can wave clear, but like he's most likely gonna die because like he has to walk in to use his spells. He's definitely gonna eat some spells. But like, how Queen played it is kind of how Mikoto is learning to play him. So it's like, it's working for them, but it doesn't feel like as strong when he played the Lash.
Yeah.
So I feel like even though they have been like drafting the IO and Lash and like, we think, oh, maybe they're just trying something new, but I feel like there's a pattern and they're almost getting there. So the difference is like a lot of players are playing the Lash to farm, to scale.
Yep.
But like from Quint and from Mikoto, the way they are playing the Lash is to take the map. Like not necessarily just farm and like wait for fight.
Where you're farming.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I think you just need to see the hero with the draft. Like not just okay, it's Lash. We're gonna throw spells on him, he's gonna die for sure. But no, he has an IO.
Right.
And he has like the right heroes like Slark and all those heroes that don't really die easily, but they scale really well into the late game. So that's what they need. The Lash is just, like dragging the game,
Right.
which not other players are doing.
It's one part of the ingredients, and we need to see all 10 ingredients for our first draft of Polaris. Wow, this is the slowest moonwalk I've ever witnessed in my life. He's cruising along, and we can reveal that Polaris has banned the IO and the Batrider and Talon. They take out the Primal Beast and Ricky, but you gotta pick your poison, my friend. Brood Mother is allowed in.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, the Legion Commander, that's what you're face-palming.
No, I'm face palming for letting through the Brood.
Yeah, I know, same.
I'd rather fight Batrider than Brood.
Same.
Yes, probably.
Or you just let everything through, because they can only choose one.
True.
That is actually probably what I would try to do.
So you're saying don't ban Brood or Bat?
Because your second pick, right, you have to always take into the account where you might want to consider trading certain things. If you ban everything and you just leave one, so the first pick team is just going to get one,
Right.
And you're going to get, I don't know what are they trading.
I mean, Coddle's pretty good. Legion Commander I don't know about. That seems a little peculiar to me.
Somebody did that in EU, right?
Yes, in Western Europe, it was Munaspa picked Carry Legion Commander.
It was against a Brood.
It was against a Brood. It did not win though, and so I hope they watched the end of the game and they didn't just look at the draft like that seems like a good idea. Which we don't know if it's going to be a carry Brood. It's more likely to be an offlaner.
We mean LC.
LC, yes.
I mean, like, it's definitely nice to put the LC up against the Brood in the lane, but not necessarily the LC has to be the carry.
Right,
like,
farm priority.
Yeah, this hero is like, she feels great, like, having carry items, but, like, she's really slow. And
no win the game, right?
Yeah, it's like, if she wants to win the game, she needs to get close to someone to do damage, but, like, if she's getting carry items, like, she can't get close to anyone.
So you need, like, an Elk off lane or some Templar Assassin mid.
I mean, Furion's not bad. I think Furion is still not bad for their draft. I think they've been doing that, like some Coddle Furion thing. That's why they're prioritizing the Coddle.
Hey, how about doing a position 5 LC? You got a Dispel against the Storm.
I thought you hated things like
I know.
I
know I hate things like that, but they are opening the draft.
He hates it especially when Talon does it. If Polaris does it, well, who knows? Anything's possible.
Yeah, because they're opening a draft like this, so they might have some kind of ideas in stock for this opening.
I mean, I think they can, because I think the heal, the debuff from LC is always one of the strongest spells in the game. Like, if you have a core that can always stand in front and, like, pressure the map, pressure the towers, then yeah, I guess you can play a support LC.
Definitely seems more like they thought the Batrider would be their enemy, because like, what are you hard dispelling? There's no way you seriously think that Electric Vortex is that big of a deal that you would like a Legion Commander for it.
Yeah, but they already picked they decided to go for the Kotal LC opening, right, to deal with the Brood. So I guess it's probably something that they might do depending on what the opponent picks. So I feel like it's not necessarily, okay, they're going to do this, but I'm just saying that maybe because they're opening Kotal and LC, this LC might be a flexible hero for them,
Right. Some kind of explanation.
Yeah, because I always like to stress, when your second pick, you're opening with 2 heroes, it's ideal to have at least one of the heroes being a flex pick. It's either you do that or you just pick your lane. Most of the teams nowadays, I feel like a lot of them just pick the off lane and the position 4 right away.
Yeah.
They probably just feel like they want, like, at least one person to be able to park against the Brood Mother all the time. So, like, both of these heroes can be parked against the Brood Mother, so they just felt, okay, can do this.
That could also be the idea behind it. And the Storm is like, when you're playing Brood, right, you want some mobile hero that can just come to your lane and gank and open the map and take a kill, So Storm is perfect with Brood in that regard. Like some global hero, Spirit Breaker, like if you're talking about supports, it would be Spirit Breaker, Tars, Tiny, some ganking heroes. Surprised to see like Tiny still not really picked up. I feel like Tiny is like probably the best position for hero, in my opinion.
I think this region likes Tusk far more, it seems. But we're seeing like other regions I'm seeing do 4 Monkey King a lot. SCA is not doing that.
4 Monkey King is very specific. Maybe it might be like in certain matchups, like you are playing against a position 5 Undying, so none of your 4s can trade. So you just pick a Monkey King, and you go into the lane, you skill Jingle, and you can trade them. Undying doesn't really fight you very well.
Uh-oh.
I mean, relax. There's a road. Relax.
They're gonna do mid brood and offlane hoodwink. I'm telling you.
I mean, on the bright side, the LC is the core, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Rubik Kotl.
I guess they just want a stable damage dealing support.
And
like,
I think Hood and Brood has been like one of the most popular.
The best lane. I think that's the best lane. With,
in all of Dota?
Yeah. Okay, for the first, best in a way, right? The first 4 minutes, the laning phase itself. Because when you're pairing the Brood with a Tiny or a Tusk, whatever melee hero, it's not so good early, but it's good later because they can come to your lane and gank easily. I mean, you can do the same way, obviously, for Hoodwing. But Hoodwing is more like a greedier hero. You want to... You don't really just want to get your blink, you want to get a lot of items on the hero.
Yeah.
I feel like it's also because they wanted like someone to help the Storm kill that person, like not necessarily just Brood alone.
High burst, right?
Yep.
The long range sharpshooter. Because we talked about, Winter, you referred to the global potential. Polaris banned out Spectre, so that's one hero that would have had global potential. Spirit Breaker's not on the list because it's not very meta, but long range sharpshooter is a great +1 for Storm Spirit.
Depends on who you're asking. If you ask 9, he might tell you it's meta.
I am the beholder. Polaris, they pick up the Terrorblade, which seems that's the Brood Hoodwink lane.
Oh, so the LC Kotl is a distraction. So they are just picking their 3 and 4. The LC is not exactly a carry. But then...
I mean, Kotl could be... Right?
Yeah, sure. But I don't really like Kotl against like the Storm.
He can buy our kit though.
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be annoying for him in the game. So Terrorblade against Brood. I mean,
I still feel like they are quite expensive, like on the Polaris side.
Yeah, I feel like the lane is like okay, but later you're gonna look because Terrorblade, right? You play the lane until you're level 5, then you go jungle. You wanna go jungle, and then Brood at that point he gets level 6. He's gonna kill a tower and take your jungle. So that pick doesn't. It's a bit iffy for me,
Yeah, same.
My friend would use the word sus.
Quite suffix.
I mean, maybe they just wanted someone to hit, like.
Yeah, win
like
condition.
From far, and
you can
like
hit
follow,
and then you have an LC to buff you. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I get it. But
to get there.
But it's very.
How
very,
do you get there?
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous. The game doesn't feel like it's a very straightforward game for the Terrorblade to get to the point where he should be able to carry the game. They're gonna need like their last pick needs to be able to hold the map for the Terrorblade. I mean, Kotl can be a map holder. He's a very decent anchor hero, I would call it. So basically what anchor means is you go to a part of the map, you hold that position where the enemy is trying to break through, and you try to delay as much time as possible so your win condition, like a Terrorblade, can take everything else on the map.
Right.
I actually thought Slug would be a better pick, but maybe they are just very worried about the lane. Like, because it's...
I actually feel like Slug's probably easier to execute.
I feel like all these teams get very tunnel vision-y on the Kotl Terrorblade combo. They're just like, dude, meta's always going to be up with Chakra. We're always going to be able to fight. But then you like...
So scary.
You're sacrificing the laning phase now.
It's not just the laning phase, You're going to lose so much of the map. And for now, Talon kind of just need... I feel like they're just going to decide, okay, do we need to try to find a hero that can go late as well? Or we're just going to straight up pick another carry that's going to be fight ready early to mid game, so we just take the whole map, Like Chaos Knight, Monkey King, all those like early fighting heroes.
Not sure what they have left for Polaris, because Talon, they banned like their most valued heroes like Ember and Beastmaster, because I think like Polaris really like taking the Beastmaster, taking the Ember for a cheap hero, but also you get the map. So now both of them are banned. And
yeah, there's no Puck also. I mean, there's still there's like Pango or Kunkka. Also, Talon go for the Slug, so they are trying to, like I said, they're trying to just play and pressure the map, because Slug is excellent at doing that. He's going to be running around. Your Brood is taking the whole map, and he's like checking for wards and everything and running around, and then you set up a kill with your Aghanim Scepter double pounds. So that's very, I feel like it's very useful with the Brute, you know. Like the whole draft is like, it's just tailoring to make this Brute game very good.
Yep, I agree.
And for Polaris, they have to find a solution. Right now, what is the cheap hero that they're gonna find? Or is LC actually cheap enough so that they can still go for something maybe slightly greedier? Like, I feel like they need like a hero that can be useful in the team fight as well.
Slave.
Sorry?
They need a slave.
Nah, yeah, I mean, kinda, because you have Terrorblade, right? Terrorblade already eats everything on the map.
Yeah, I mean, Rubik is also quite an expensive support.
I mean, you have Rubik Koto, so...
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And then like you're against Storm.
Right, so yeah, it's the Pango. So I mean, it makes sense, you know, like the whole draft makes sense. They need like a cheaper hero, and everything is going to, like on Talon, everything is for the Brute. On Polaris, everything is for the Terrorblade.
Yep.
So you could see the dynamic difference between both teams, but everything is going to be very focused on that off lane, Talon's Brute Mother, and the safe lane for Akashi's Terrorblade. You know, both these heroes, how well they do in the early game could very well decide a lot of the game.
Which right now, I'm favoring Talon's early game quite a bit. The Brood Hoodwink lane is tried and true. Undying has kind of fallen off as a support, but
he's still strong.
He's still very strong.
I played 3 games of Undying yesterday. I'm like, what the hell? This hero feels the same.
Why is no one picking him still? And he's against the strength hero with the offlane Legion Commander, which I still don't fully understand the offlane Legion, other than if it's I want an anti-Brood hero and that's it.
He is very good as like I feel like if you pair with Koto someone strong enough, you can just pick it blindly without knowing your lane matchup, because LC more or less you'll be able to survive, you know. But if you are doing that, I should much rather be Doom than LC.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it must be something with player comfort, you know. He just wants to play that hero.
I feel like this Pango is gonna be really busy. Like
he is overtime.
Yeah.
He's gonna work for overtime and. Don't expect to get overtime pay, you know, Mac. I'm so sorry, you know. That's how it is.
He's an unpaid internship right now in mid lane because this Terrorblade is going to be vacuuming everything up. And I'm wanting a competitive series because after the first series of Bleed versus Geek Slate, seems like things are a little bit unpredictable here in Southeast Asia on this first day of our second week. So let's see how Talon go up against this matchup in our game number 1 with our casters.
I think what Sami really wants is a good throw, but he couldn't really find it, could he?
I thought he was going to... Oh, wow. I thought he was going to call you unpredictable or us unpredictable.
Yeah, I thought that's where he was going with it.
I thought it was going.
But he didn't even know our names. He just went with our casters. I don't know who it is. It might be the studio ones.
Might be the other ones.
My shirt's unpredictable, so, you know, it's half and half.
You know what is always predictable, though? It's usually pretty wrinkled.
I thought we were going to see that Army Genius will play every single day.
Well,
not yet.
We're not
wrong
there
series.
We're not there yet. That's the wrong series. For right now, it's Polaris taking on Talon. Talon, who have come back from the major. And I would say that Albo, they continue to impress. They've looked pretty good. 23, he's been learning to cook. I don't know if he even has any off days, honestly, but hopefully he does. But he's been looking real good. Lots of confidence behind him. And I've also just been, you know, overall impressed with Jabs continuing to perform well. I don't know. It's just this team as a whole. I think they've really meshed well and have come together. I've been quite a big fan of Q for some time. I always do think it's pretty funny how, you know, he likes to play his tree and protectors. Anything that has to be in a tree, a hoodwink, he's also pretty good at.
Tiny, because he tosses a tree.
Right, because he picks up trees.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love Q in general. I think this guy, to me, has been the revelation player of this team. Very similar to like Boxy and Liquid. People are like, okay, this guy might actually be really good. And Q was that role. But it is on the Polaris story side, it's a new week, which means a new start for them. They desperately need wins right now because they lost every single series the first week. And I think this is a good draft to do so. This actually looks like a pretty solid draft. This is one of the few drafts I've seen where I think Legion Commander is acceptable, which is all you can get for this hero, honestly. Duo versus Slark is very, very good. And a Terrorblade draft is relatively easy to execute, right? You just need to get Terrorblade farmed, and eventually he takes care of the game for you. Yes, there's a Storm on the other side. Yes, there's a Hoodwink. It's not the easiest thing for TV, but it's a game plan that a team like this can subscribe to. And with Coddle, it works even better.
Yeah, really curious about what our panelists are talking about, Aurora and Winter, about Mac having to get a lot done in this early game, rotating to side lanes. I think the good news for him, he's got a very natural lane to rotate to, and that is going to be this LC, right? Like you're saying, it's a hero that, this is a cosmetic I've never seen for her, by the way, but it'll be a lane that...
That's a Claymore, huh?
That's what a Claymore is?
No, it's like the manga Claymore.
Oh.
That's a very similar stuff.
I had a healthy amount of respect for you when I thought you were referencing a medieval weaponry, and then I realized it was more manga.
Yeah. But there was manga
just
about
like that figurine you
medieval...
ordered earlier today.
No, let's not talk about it. I put clothes on it. No, it's all good. Anyway, yeah, this lane is going to be really difficult for the Legion, so I don't know if it's actually that great of a rotation. Because like, I agree in concept that eventually Legion gets enough to be able to deal with the Slark with a Pango rotation, but Undying just kind of destroys this lane. Without the help of Slark. Like, Undying solo, all he's going to kill a courier now? Yeah,
yes,
look at that.
He is. At least Bach got his items delivered, but that certainly still hurts. And yeah, not much really.
No stick yet on Bach either, huh? I'm not a fan of this.
A stick or not stick?
The not stick.
You are a fan of stick then?
I'm a fan of stick against Undying for sure, and I don't understand the point of Mango. Like, I wouldn't go for any mana region if you can just get stick against Undying. I feel like the mana is just given to you by the magic stick, right?
So you think the man should have gone stick, not Mango?
Yes.
Got it.
Not Mango, go stick.
Mango stick.
Yeah, Mango stick.
Very good, very good. Yeah, no, I mean, I get where you're coming from there. Even against the Slark, sometimes I like to go for a stick because the guy just kind of, you know, spams the
Dark Pact, yeah.
Dark Packs, right? Gives you a decent amount of mana to get off of, as they're doing their best at least to try and collect as much CS as they can. But yeah, it seems like this Undying is still a bit of a boss in this lane, doing a good job keeping LC out of experience range.
Just buying more mangoes. Just buy a stick. Rubik went for stick.
That he did. We'll see.
Man went stick.
Delivered. Man went stick.
Yeah.
There it is. Middle lane, both men going for bottles. No Bob here, but still important for rune control later on these kinds of spirits here. I think even for a Pangolier, haste rune still can be quite effective for him.
Yeah. It helps you rotate.
Yeah, rotating to other lanes and getting kills. Boomy may be in some trouble. No, he's going to be okay.
To be fair, this is one of the worst Pango matchups, though, in general. The Storm and Quap are his worst matchups. Quap because of the lane. Storm's lane is pretty good, but it's in the mid game where you'd really, really annoy the Pango. So it's kind of important that in the lane match, honestly, if it's even, he's happy with this. It's a difficult lane as a melee laner against Storm all the time. And then later you'll have to have a really good head start to make sure that Storm doesn't just eliminate you.
Yep, feels pretty good for Mac at least, because a lot of the times he's getting within Electric Vortex range. Oh, bottom, Akashi. Yep. Be okay. Can they even look to turn? Unlikely against jabs, he can just run into one of the trees. But yeah, whenever you're in Vortex range, you also get a shield crash out, which does prevent a lot of that follow-up damage that Storm really likes to throw at you. Even, you know, the 20% resist ends up being really, really impactful here as far as the damage resist. Not to mention uphill misses, that Storm is a little bit more prevalent too, so can be good. So far, so good for him. I'd say 21 to the 24 of the Storm Spirit. He's keeping up just fine.
Yeah, that's what matters. Like, as long as you get your 6 before him, it's really the nice here that matter, right? Like, not wasting too much runes and be able to get Rolling Thunder before he can just jump you and kill you solo. So you don't have to waste your support rotations in saving you.
Down bottom. There they go again on the Unsatiable Hunger. Insatiable? Unsatiable? Insatiable.
I don't think Unsatiable is a word.
I don't believe it is either. Otherwise, they would probably have it say unsatiable.
I mean, sometimes there's like 2 words that mean the same thing, like flammable and inflammable, for no reason.
Wait, is that true?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, inflammable and flammable mean the same thing. They both mean flammable.
What's the point then?
I think it happened like naturally over time because something in flames is inflammable, right? So people just naturally did that. And English was like, all right, whatever, we'll accept it, you peasants. And that's kind of how it went. I think that's it, honestly.
That's the beauty of language, you know?
I'm not an etymologist, though, so I wouldn't know. I'm also not an entomologist, which is why I don't know how to counter this brood this lane. And Jabs is doing a pretty good job right now of taking over the Terrorblades lane.
Of course you're not an entomologist because those are for bugs, aren't they? Spiders are not bugs.
I don't think there's one just for arachnids. I think entomologists have to do both. See
Spiders and bugs.
He's gonna die to jabs. There we go. That's the first blood given to him. His last hitting wasn't great, but he was preventing the Terrorblade from actually getting the last hits he wanted. And obviously the lineage push, so that's why he's lower on last hits. So it's actually a win for Jazz more than it looks like. And with his first blood, it just kind of cements that even further. Terrorblade is not traditionally a good hero against Broodmother in lane, and Kono helps, but not enough. This is why Kono's going mid to refill a bottle instead.
Yep, finding some use around the map, right? Trying to make sure that, yeah, he can enable the mid lane a bit more. This does make 2 supports for each team around the mid lane right before these minute 6 runes spawn in. This could be a pretty important moment, especially as Mikoto does have level 6, as does Mac.
Yeah, this is huge. They need to secure the rune if you're Polaris here. Doesn't look like they're gonna though. Mikoto, okay, Rolling Thunder got cancelled. They got the rune. It's double damage from Mikoto.
Bit low on HP though.
He is. Can they kill him? They want to commit the Rolling Thunder, but there's too much mana on Mikoto. He's forced to active double damage though, at least. Just to get the bottle sips.
Yeah, I don't know about force. I think they want to try and make a play here. Not enough mana for the Tombstone, but there are 2 Mangos if they wanted to go for it. I feel like they've lost their time to strike here though. I would have wanted to save that DD room, but with both supports rotating from the lanes, neither from the fountain. Oh, maybe they're just going to go mid here.
Yeah, they're going to kill Mac with this, or trying to. Telekinesis saves him. Now the Rolling Thunder gets off. Mac has him in the pinball zone, but a Lucky Bolt Lightning here will save his life. Mikoto had just enough mana to get to the high ground again.
I'd say that was an unlucky bounce. I don't think Pango should have bounced twice there, to be honest, on the terrain. Seems like he would have caught him otherwise. Bottom.
Akashi will die to Jab's auto attacks. 2 points of Insatiable Hunger, just to make sure they actually put some pressure onto this TB. That's the 2nd death in the bottom lane.
Wow. Yeah, I was surprised, honestly. I think the first one onto the Coddle is completely forgivable. I think this one is just a little bit less forgivable, yeah. You know, I would expect a hero like TB, maybe this is what he's thinking, with all that base armor to not really care about the right-click damage, but eventually, if you're not careful, it will add up and add in a little bit of that Bushwhack Magical, and they do eventually whittle him down.
Bro, he has 2 Wraith Bands, so like he's gone full on this armor.
I know, it's a lot of armor. That's what I mean. And I think he died under tower as well. So just, I mean, at that point, the additional 3 armor doesn't really make that much of a difference, but still, it's impressive. Either way, Akashi into the jungle. And we're going to get to see some Spiderlings now support this first creep wave push with the wagon. Don't know how much. Oh, they're actually rotating. Okay, so Baka's down here, getting ready to deal with the Spiderlings. Has left 23 completely alone up top lane. 23 who has the better CS as well, by a fair margin, nearly 2-1.
Yeah, that lane, we already talked about how it was going to be pretty bad for them, but the fact that they also lost bottom makes it so that side lanes are impossible. And here's the heavy lifting they were talking about Mac having to do, right? Luckily, his lane tied. In fact, he's winning by a little bit, and he got a nice 6. Even if he didn't get the kill on Storm earlier, it's fine. Now Mac is going to go for a kill on Q. It's just a support, but they need something to give some gold to Mac. And he set up for the Illuminate. He did, and that's going to be enough for Swashbuckle to finish the job.
Very good. However, here comes reinforcements.
Yes, it's a Storm Spirit going on to Mac here with the help of the Undying as well as a Tombstone up to the high ground. Mac goes, Shield Crash for a little bit more damage resistance, but Storm is committing to this. They get the Chakra Magic for one last Swashbuckle, but it's not going to be in time. They get the auto attack and he dies.
Yeah, really risky time to be going for that kind of a play. You can expect the Spirits to be around the mid lane looking for those runes as Mikoto is going to...
There's no mana
too close. No, he's just vibing.
All right, he's vibing. I want to point out, sorry, I want to talk about this earlier. I think the Terrorblade with double Wraith Bands, I have to question if 1 Wraith Band, 1 Bracer is not more effective HP. I want to do the math after the game, but I actually don't know for a Terrorblade 2 Wraith Bands is the best way to go.
Yeah.
In terms of HP.
The only thing I can think of is it's more attack speed.
Yeah, so like it's better for farming for sure.
Yeah.
But like if you want to tank the hits, maybe Bracer Wraith Band or just straight up 1 Bracer.
But I can't imagine the effective HP is what he had in mind, right? Because that's what now the LC is here doing, right? She's keeping the push at bay.
Okay, yeah,
it's not really your job to be the one defending the tower. If they didn't have an LC, if they had someone more like an NP who can't really fight against the Broodmother, then maybe I would see that kind of a response being a little bit more realistic. But I think it's simply just, I need to get farming.
I agree with your point, actually. Bok is still going to die at this rate, though. One last overwhelming odds. Press the attack as well, but there's a storm in the trees, and he can't deal with him.
Nope.
The Spiders are still going for Boomy, by the way. The Fate Bolt at least reduced their damage considerably as Jabs sets up for this. No Silken Bolo just yet. They need Mikoto for this. And with a Pangolier, it looks less likely. Swashbuckle into the Bushwhack, and everyone disengages.
And no one is mid right now for Polaris. Pretty significant. They're committing quite a considerable amount of resources to keep this Broodmother from taking over too much of the map. Does buy precious time now for Akashi to continue farming. Same thing could be said of Mac. I believe that his Diffusal Blade timing here is going to be extremely important. It's a super value item like the panel was talking about. Not a lot of farm to be expected this game for the mid lane Mac. Even less so if Brood eventually does start to take your tower, which is why I believe he starts showing up here. But back to the point on the Diffusal, it's a valuable item for him this game because it's cheap, very effective, and it's extremely good versus a Storm Spirit and a Slark both. Like, really valuable item here for him.
I mean, hell, even Undying actually suffers from it.
Yeah, very good point.
But it is, I agree. I think it's mostly the Storm, right? Like, you just need to deal with Storm some way or another. You have enough tools in terms of, like, lockdown to be able with a Storm, so Diffusal Blade is just that extra bit of damage. You make sure that Mac can actually go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, and much like a Pipe of Insight or something like that versus a Leshrac is, you also remove his damage, right,
Yeah,
when you hit him with that. I mean, mana is damage, especially for Storm Spirit. Usually for everyone else, that's also somewhat the case, but for Storm Spirit, he does nothing, basically, without any mana. So just using Diffusal against him ends up being really, really strong. Even if you just hit him with a couple of the Swashbuckle hits, you know, 50 less mana to play with, it can add up.
That said, we already have Echo Saber on the Slark, and this is the preferred build for Slark these days because you either go into BKB or Axe next, and you always assemble Echo Saber for those items. And if you get an early Axe this game, Talon can become extremely oppressive. Between Broodmother and Slark Axe and Storm, like, your early game is going to be difficult.
Mac and 23 making acquaintances. Mac is forced to use Rolling Thunder. That might be the green light for this bot lane push, now that they know there's no ultimate.
Okay, he activates the Blade Mail, but it's quickly ignored. Bot gets at least one overwhelming odds before he falls, and Boomy was just honestly collateral damage.
Pretty good Blade Mail there. Unfortunately, with 4 heroes around him to absorb the damage and no follow-up, there's no way that's going to do anything.
He didn't do it in time for the Sharpshooter either.
Yeah. Glimmers of hopes here. Oh, they're going to annoy Makoto a bit as the Rune does spawn bottom. No luck here for Polaris in the Rune front, I have to say. They've gotten a little bit unlucky there as Talon make a bit of their own luck, and after that team fight win, will force the bottom tower. So that's good news for them, and that's why that little jump top lane, even though we didn't catch it on our main camera, it does end up making a bit of a difference, right? 23, just with a Pounce and a Dark Pact, forces out an ultimate of the mid laner. No defense down bottom. I think we're going to start to see the next couple of minutes go even more swimmingly here for Talon.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see the good parts of Polaris. It's just Pango versus the world, really. You don't even have, like, heroes to help you out. I guess, like, Coddle can refresh your skills. That's useful enough.
Yeah.
And Rubik is a telekinesis.
You've got pretty good ghost push, right, with this TP Coddle.
True.
You know, like, the lanes are going to be pushed out pretty well. It's a bit hard because you have a pretty good lane defender in the Storm Spirit, right? He can always TP back and push the lane. He did commit for the power treads. Let's see, he's going to farm up a Storm, no pun intended here. Or maybe just go for a kill. CML in position to break the smoke here, at least. Would be big.
Okay, Mac setting up the Rolling Thunder potentially. There he goes. They cut CML. What? Yeah, the Rolling Thunder got avoided completely. Never mind, Mac is useless. He's not going to retreat with one last one last shield crash.
Does need to get out.
It'll be avoided.
Okay, I was surprised the Bushwhack found the one tree that wasn't destroyed there by the Rolling Thunder. Again, I don't think Coddle lives in any case. Maybe, honestly, he had mech, but it's going to be going down either way. 23 Savage diving and pouncing Akashi underneath his tier 2. My goodness.
They use a duel. They're going for the spider. As Jabs has a mech in time, telekinesis. That's not going to be enough. As Storm helps out. In fact, now it's going to be the Legion Commander's control. Mechanism from the Coddle saves his life, but he's still going to die. Buck killed off by one last decay here. Maxed from Ali.
Yeah, and I can't help but notice the unused stick in the inventory, unfortunately. Look, I don't want to be that guy who says...
his stick is not his thing.
Hey, bud, your stick's on cooldown, but...
You only just bought it, by the way. This is a new item.
I don't know. He has to use everything he can there to get out on it. He's just shy as well. It's kind of a little bit of a disappointment.
I think he would have survived because you're right. Decay killed him, right? So it wasn't like they committed.
Yeah,
Storm was already out.
Storm was out of mana. They were already thrown the Bushwhack and everything. I don't know. Hey, who knows, right? I hate being that guy, but
you are that guy.
Yeah, I am. You're that always guy right now.
In real life.
And if I'm going to be more of that guy, this game feels real bad for Polaris. I mean, the entire reason
fuck is trash.
The entire reason we missed the start of that fight and the duel was because I was absolutely flabbergasted, for lack of a better word, that 23 was just comfortable leashing a TB underneath a tier 2 tower. I mean, he was actually doing some pretty significant damage as well, honestly.
Isn't this what Fogged always talks about, that his team doesn't have any moves to make, or No-Tail, or whoever it is?
Yeah.
Fogged says
as Fogged said, as No-Tail said, yeah.
Like, they just don't have any moves to make, and the Legion Commander has had no impact. I was joking with the Buck is trash, but there's just nothing. Nothing yet.
Now that may change. Mac has a DD rune. He has Diffusal Blade at the ready.
Yeah, what does Pango use DD rune for?
He's going to right-click someone to death, ideally.
Yeah, you purge him with the Diffusal Blade, and then hopefully they stay still. and then you just keep on hitting them.
Well, you don't need them to hopefully stay still.
Well, yeah, because Storm has Ball Lightning,
If you can,
Stark has Pound,
listen,
Broodmother is fast.
you stun them once, and then Legion Commander runs in with the duel, and just wait 1,400 gold, we're going to have a Blink Dagger here.
Right, because he decided to go for Blade Mill first.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I just don't think that Blade Mill's worked out well for him.
I don't like this build. I've seen a lot of Legion Commanders do this, and I've never seen it win.
Could it be he likes the armor?
No, yeah, you like the stats, that's why. Like, your Legion, you go, I know Blink is bad on me, I want stats. That's why Pipe was a big item on Legion before, right? But Blade Mill's not it, buddy. This hero's just bad. You kind of need it to come online. Look, Blade Mill, oh, ignored, still ignored. And the Blade Mill's finally gone. They set up a tombstone. There's the Bushwhack as well. At least they break the tree, so he's free. Okay. He's not going to die, but it wasn't because of the Blade Mill.
There is a Slark lingering with 12 stacks of Essence, so that's a little scary.
Yeah, and he wanted the Legion again. Maybe Pango instead. He's just defending the tombstone here. They stole the tombstone, right?
Yeah, that's pretty big, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially because they're going to be able to dismantle this enemy tombstone first.
Yeah, Sharpshooter's being charged up for the TB. They don't want to let him sunder. And Press Attack is healing him back up.
Okay, good hold. Good hold out from Polaris, honestly.
Yeah.
You had Jabs and 23 both in this fight, so Talon committed heavily. It's totally fine if Polaris do the same, especially, as you say, if they can use the rest of this meta to secure a tier 1 for themselves.
Yeah, if they take a tier 1, that's actually a really, really good hold. Like, it works very much in their favor, because Talon just wasted a bunch of time.
Yeah.
So they opened up the map. Okay, big play by the players. It seems small and uneventful, but that was actually huge. I would say the biggest play there was Boomy's stealing of the tombstone.
Uh-oh, you know what else is huge? The pounce distance that 23 can hit. Oh,
but
or you can just stand there and get dueled. Oh, no.
Pause, Ollie.
Oh, no.
Ollie has to flame. Oh, yeah, he's lagging. That's why he got caught.
I actually do think he was probably, I mean, he had
I think that's true. Yeah, he had a pounce.
Just another pounce already.
He just caught him.
That happens with fish. You know how they are. You dangle a hook in front of them, they just can't help but bite it.
That's true. Fish also famously have a memory of only 3 seconds, right? So he forgot he was there by the moment he came into the trees.
Right. That's right.
Fish also famously don't do well outside of water unless they're mud skippers. I learned that when I was in Langkawi the other day. Did you know they eat them in some place in Malaysia?
I was going to say, or probably flying fish. They do pretty well at eating birds.
No, mud skippers. It's the one. Fish don't eat birds.
All right, we'll see how this goes.
They're very small. Okay, all the damage in the world for the Slark. Do they have a Rolling Thunder? They don't. 23 Savage gets away scot-free as the Rolling Thunder chases after him. And now Storm comes in, also scot-free, kills the Rubik with auto attacks and one last Electric Vortex. Boomy's dead. 23 Savage goes for CML's head. Let's see, can they kill him? No, they're dividing their targets. CML will be the easy one as they try to go for more, but CML is what they'll have to settle with. They drop a tombstone as well, and on the tier 2 falls. The trade for Polaris nullified if this tower falls.
Yeah, they are going to get this tower. It's only about a matter of seconds. Oh, actually, no. They are going to be a little bit more patient than I would have, which is probably for the best. That's why I'm here and not in the game, unfortunately. But Polaris, not too much in this game either. I mean, it just feels awful, doesn't it? If you get that kill on the Slark and then still lose the LC on the Coddle, perhaps that's worth it because you kill the core, your core is farming, you defend a tier 2 tower, but regrettably, that's just not how things are going to end up turning out here. Talon just playing really well off their strengths together. Not a single point in Soul Rip, by the way, for Ollie, which is quite curious. He's gone max Decay, max Tombstone. Really curious build from him.
Oh. Usually I do like the single point in Soul Rip, but frankly, if you're winning by this much, do you really need the healing? Like, I actually do like when you commit to the Tombstone a lot. You also went for 4 steps, there's a little bit of save.
I think
Balk once again. Let's your Vortex head up. This is the Sharpshooter, waiting for the Blade Mill to end. Oh, they didn't even wait for it. They just kill him through it.
Yep, no need to...
If you need any more proof that this item is not the way to go for Legion.
It's 800 more golds, and then you get the Blink Dagger online.
Yeah, and he's finally at like what level 6 Legion should have been.
That's exactly, maybe like a level 8 Legion. I mean, a level 6 Legion with a Blink Dagger means that the enemy's safe laners, or has done something.
Yeah, true.
That's a little bit too much there, I would say. How is Akashi coming along? I mean, basically all eggs into the Akashi basket. I mean,
he's okay.
He's doing about as well as I would hope he would. I think it's hard to expect him to do much better than this.
Yeah, I think him and Mac are actually doing really well. I mean, considering the circumstances. I think their draft is not great, but...
Yeah, I mean, they're farming where they can. Like I said, this unfortunately, this Diffusal Blade hasn't really been the be-all, end-all item I thought it would be here for Polaris. They did try and take a fight around it. They kind of had catch issues and have just needed to reset from there.
Bottom. Boomy dies in a drive-by from the Storm. Balk hits the Blade Mill, which is once again just killed through, because now they have Greaves on jab, so they have enough healing to deal with it.
Man, this Fairy's Trinket Storm Spirit, huh? Just so valuable. He's gonna get his BKB online. I mean, he's been able to make a lot of these really big deep dives, and he's been going for these super value items as well, Witchblade and Falcon Blade both. So he's just been keeping his mana pool low and his regen high, and you keep your expense down as well. Allows you to just be zipping all over the place like he is currently. So Makoto having a phenomenal game. Already nearly at his BKB. 23 Savage as well. Has reassembled that, what is it called? The Oblivion Staff, right? Into the Mage Slayer now. Has that item fully online, so real chance that they kill him with, say, the Illuminates or anything else now.
Yeah, Slarks love this build because it gives you the mana regen, which Slarks kind of need, especially with the Ags, right? So it's actually an okay item, even if there isn't like a big spell damage dealer in the enemy team. And obviously Bloodthorn is always great, but just the Mage Slayer alone I actually like a lot. I think this item is underutilized in general.
Yeah, I mean...
it's like an offensive hood.
For the same reason, an offensive hood.
Yeah, like if you're someone that wants to deal... No, not like an offensive, like the hood that went to the slur. I mean like offensive, like attacking, right? Like you're a carry, you want to deal damage, you want something that deals damage with you. Mage Slayer is great, it's like a hood of Defiant, but
okay.
offensive.
It's like a pipe of insight.
No, no. Because the pipe is not offensive.
Oh.
It's also defensive. This is an offensive hood. I'm sticking to my choice of words.
Okay.
Are you thinking of hood like the neighborhood as well?
Maybe they can get jabs here? That'd be pretty big. Reinforcements are not really too nearby. It's just a matter of...
Forces the Penguin to
okay. Well, that's
he's
no good.
played. He has Soul Ring anyway, so he's going to be able to TP soon.
In the meantime, though, Talon are smoked up. They're sweeping into the triangle here at Polaris. Are going to find a small hard stack, but they were looking really for the TB himself. Akashi, he's got a nose for trouble. He snipped this one out, and he's actually hiding away in the trees. Has a TP scroll.
Oh, no, they're going to see the solution come out now.
Yeah, I don't know if he really wants to do that, especially with the storm nearby. That's both pounces used. 23. He's going cooking. Or he's going hunting.
Yeah, Q can just go through the trees. That's the last scurry used. Akashi. Oh, he tries TP. Can they guess it? They do. Electric Vortex cancels the TP, and Akashi is dead as can be.
But let's see what Polaris are going to get now with this smoke.
Oh, Buck has a Blink Dagger, Richie.
This is big.
He did it.
This is big.
He might get it one duel win this game. Well, maybe that's too hopeful.
Maybe.
He might get a duel off, at least. Not a win.
I think he will get a duel off. The issue is Makoto's already nearly level 18, which means you have that's really fast, or the low cast animation on Ball Lightning. Careful mid lane. Here they go.
Boomy is just going to die.
Yes. Okay. That always feels so bad. You buy Force Staff, the item that should counter a Slark, and then he just pounces you a second time. What can you do?
Or the rest of the team has a Storm and a Broodmother and a Hoodwink, and they can all chase after you.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't feel too good either, does it? Oh, no. Storm Spirit has double Dispel now. He has the Illusion Rune in his bottle.
Plus the BKB, of course.
Yep. DD.
Which is still 9 seconds, right?
Yes, it's new. The DD as well, still running for a couple more seconds here.
BKB bottle for Makoto. Let's see if they can get Mac.
Oh.
No, Mac doesn't show himself. He knows his situation is really messy.
It's really dangerous. Oh, all right, he used the Dispel there.
Okay, interesting. Maybe that triggered itself.
No, it didn't.
Okay,
so he just wanted to sip the bottle. He was just thirsty.
Okay. He's gonna go for CML again.
Wow, BKB activated immediately.
Yeah, the Force Staff does save CML for a couple more seconds. Ooh. They missed the Sharpshooter as well. In fact, it'll save CML altogether because Makoto does not want to commit the last bit of mana to chasing him
down. Look at that, and you know why? It's because that's a fast horse with a slim model. So
yes, it is the slimmest model in Dota after Nagasire.
You gotta be quite a sharpshooter to hit that. Are you sure it's still smaller than Hoodwink? This model is tiny.
No, actually, I don't know about Hoodwink. I never checked the Hoodwink. I stopped checking this after Monkey King. No, Pango Willow. I don't know. I need to look this up.
Do you count the tail, though? Because, I mean, that's one bushy tail, isn't it?
No, this is a real cute model now that I'm looking at it up close.
You didn't look at the 8 figurines you ordered of Hoodwink?
No, I mean, none of them had this kind of clothing.
Oh, I see.
Or in general. Time to go for Roche, Richie.
There it is. First Roche of the game. A little bit late, later than you expected this kind of a meta, and for good reason. It's fairly slow without the Undying committing to everything here, which he does in any case. But eventually, immortality here for the Storm Spirit, one of the best Aegis carriers in the game, in my opinion, especially for these first couple of Aegises where, you know, Later on, your Aegis carrier needs to be the person who's hitting high ground. Right now, though, that person is a Slark, and it's 23 Savage in particular, who is looking pretty unkillable, honestly. I don't know if he'll ever die this game. Only one person has died. Trivia time. Who has died on Talon?
Is that really trivia time?
Trivia time. Who's died? You can't look. You don't look.
Hoodwink.
You are correct. It has
good memory, good memory.
Look, it's been a while, okay? I was just making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah. I got it right, so, no hate there.
So play now out from Talon, who are hoping that they'll find anyone from Polaris.
Oh, they got Ags on Pango, too. All right. Little by little, the Fusil plays gain more and more value, right? Because I'm assuming he also went for Shield Crash, CD, and Vault.
He did at the 15, so he has that. We also have a level 2 duel, which is nice for that additional 0.75 seconds, pardon me.
Right, because the damage is relevant.
Well, I mean, look, the damage, so that's the thing, right? Dual damage level 1, it's bad. It doesn't make any difference. How many times, Alba, have you as a caster gone, yeah, sure, he may have won 3 duels, but that damage doesn't really mean anything. Level 2 damage, now we're talking.
28, yeah, exactly. If he wins 4 duels, he gets 100 damage.
That's right. Wow. That's right. I mean, look, he took the 10 talents as well. Oh, Makoto, he's going haunted.
He did. Why?
For all the dual damage that he's
that is questionable. Why would not go for the Radius against a Broodmother of all heroes?
Listen.
Stop saying the dual damage.
You have to infinitely
He might
scale
not get to use this talent the whole game.
No, he's gonna get a duel.
Win?
Yes.
We'll see.
I have no doubts that there is going to be a duel win. In fact, maybe here against the Storm on his first life. Oh, come on. You can't activate the Blade Melon. All right.
Can they save him? They actually have the Death Shroud already. Illuminate plus Rolling Thunder. That's all the area damage they have. Makoto gets away alive. And now the counter initiation skier as 23 Savage activates his own Shadow Dance.
They're winning.
But they have lost 2 heroes already on Talon. Jabs is the 3rd one in trouble as Mac is chasing him down and he'll squash the spider. Savage once more, but he made a mistake. He just wanted the gem there.
That's what he wanted. The gem. Yeah.
That's what he wanted. Okay.
Look at that.
For a second of reinitiating, but decided against it.
And I'll tell you what, Alba, they could have easily had that kill onto the Storm and therefore a dual victory, but Mac made the right choice. He destroyed the backline supports.
It was the Death Shroud that saved him.
No, but he could have turned around and killed him, no problem.
I don't think so. Well, maybe.
Yeah, 100%. But Mac's like, why would I kill the guy with Aegis who's only going to come back with more mana and more HP when we have nothing to kill him?
You're right, you're right.
I think that was absolutely the right choice. I think what they've done is now is not the time to start stacking up the dual damage. Not yet. Okay?
That's what they're considering. The whole team is discussing in Petit Comité the dual damage spot.
That's right.
And then how good it is.
No, but I mean, an excellent fight. A great prioritization out from Mac especially. I have to really commend him there. The decision to go for both supports, whom you blow up immediately, is a great one.
And I didn't even get the boomerang out in time.
Honestly, one of the oh Mac, I don't know about that one. That was bold.
He has roll up. Oh, he doesn't have roll up. Never mind. He's
okay.
in trouble.
There's the duel.
The duel win. 28
damage.
extra damage. 28.
28.
Level 2. It's incredible now. They're gonna stun him again?
No. I think they just get out. I think they get out. They're happy with this. You can sacrifice a tier 2 tower. You've gotten rid of the Aegis, and you haven't lost anything for it. If
3 more duels, and he gets 100 damage.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Okay. I'm seeing it.
It begins.
It begins. They'll come back from Polaris. You can see Talon. They're frizzled. They're frazzled.
Oh,
they're riffled, raffled.
Okay, BKB active this time though. No chance to get up the duel.
They want to get rid of the dueler. The first attack is annoying. A lot of healing. Sunder is going to heal him enough though. As Max stands in the middle list. Now he does have a roll up. Uses the Shield Crash one last time. Shield Crash does get that extra buff, by the way, in roll up. So that's why it was a 3-second Shield Crash.
Not bad at all. Oh, I actually had no idea.
Yeah,
that is pretty
really good.
That is really impressive.
That's why people started using the talent as well. That's one of the main reasons, I think. Rubik.
Look at all these spiderlings
the
that
Shadow
have been
Dance stolen, actually.
1,500 gold.
Oh no, he stole the Depth Shot, even better. Oh wow, Boomy.
Yeah, that is even better.
How did he get that?
You press R on the enemy hero, and then...
Is this right before he uses the Depth Shot or right after?
Usually after is a bit easier.
Okay. Good to
It's a little bit like stealing global silence, you know? It can be done.
Radiant are scanning.
In fact, I've seen it done in pro games. Oh, no!
Bot got really cocky there. He doesn't have Aether Lens. There's no way you're hitting that tool.
Yeah, there's no way you're hitting that duel. Man, thank the heavens that they moved that, or they removed, actually, now that I'm double-checking, that 10 talent where LC had extra cast range on duel. Do you remember that?
I mean, they just added it to the spell now. He also has Broom Handle, which actually does give him extra cast range. It's been a bug for
Are you
forever.
serious?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Actually, I don't know if it still works now with the cast range on dual being changed, but before, when it was just fixed cast range, the Broom Handle give you extra cast range.
I had no idea.
Because it was linked to your melee range for some reason.
That must have been really fun in ability draft. Because you probably could have, if you were a ranged hero.
I never tried that. I need to ask Purge.
Haste it up, Makoto. Looking for a fight. It's always
Bach.
onto Bach.
He has a first attack, though. Not going to be enough.
No, it's not enough.
They almost tried to cancel another TP. CML at least... Sorry, they at least got CML, but Boomy survives.
Oh, Mac.
He
might have to use...
They just use Greaves. There's the roll-up. Rolling Thunder on top of this just to make sure he gets back home safe.
It's the right call here. He can burn a little bit more. Oh, Makoto.
Makoto's playing with him.
Yes, he is. And 23 might try and eat him.
No. Mac calculated this pretty well, actually.
Yeah, well done. And Akashi's been farming up this entire time, by the way. We haven't really checked up on him. But in the meantime, he has a full BKB, he has a full Crystallis, and he went back for a second defensive item here, turning this Dragon Lance into the Hurricane Pike. I do think that's the right move here. It does feel like this team has been one Force Staff short of getting out of trouble a lot of these times, or potentially getting enemies into some trouble. A second Force Staff, for example, on that last engagement, does see Baka getting 28 more duel damage, for example, right? So, you know, I'm a big fan of this build from Akashi. Now he's going to be going into Daedalus, does realize he really needs to... Someone needs to start doing the damage in these fights. Oh, careful here. Oh, he's got an IQ.
He has to BKB TP at this rate, I think.
Yep.
Oh, he doesn't have the TP yet.
Oh, no, he doesn't.
He has it in a second. I think he gets it off.
He'll be fine. Over in the mid lane, though, there is a bit of a fight as Boomy is going to be... Oh, actually, he still has Stolen Depth Shroud.
That saves him for a couple more seconds. How long will he chase? Apparently right into the base. That's going to be Boomy's away.
Well, has no mana.
CML could die too. Storm in trouble. You're right. Mikoto went too far. Ollie might suffer the same fate here as he gets stunned here by the Rolling Thunder. Also the shield crash, and he turns around for a second stun. Maximum damage. This is a really tanky Ollie, but he eventually had to fall.
Mistakes were made.
Really good bait there by the supports on Polaris. I don't know if they meant to, but they looked juicy enough, and apparently that really angered Mikoto.
Yeah, the biggest mistake there is that TB is forced to use BKB, and Storm Spirit does not conserve his mana for the next time he sees TB. Storm Spirit ends up jumping 2 supports, but TB at that stage, he's not scared of not having BKB. Storm Spirit is the reason, basically, you have BKB this game. Maybe a little bit as well of this Hoodwink, right? But I would say it's mostly the Storm Spirit jumping around you, doing all of his damage. As soon as Storm has no mana, you don't care that you don't have magic immunity anymore. You're running into that fight quite boldly, as he did. Really good call there. And I have to say, just a slight misplay from Talon. You know, diving up high ground past a full HP tier 2 tower, by the way, only to kill a handful more supports, having no more mana. Unfortunately, I think that's not a mistake we're going to see him make again, but it is kind of a big one here. This TB, he is still a little bit of a menace.
It's true. I mean, that was a consideration the whole time. And the fact that the Pango has managed to keep up in farm despite him being also the biggest space creator, and he's still toe-to-toe with the Storm. Like, to me, Mac has been doing an incredible job this game.
I agree.
Fulfilling way too many roles. And this hero scales really well, especially with the help of a TB.
I was just thinking to myself, is this a game where Akashi can or even needs to 1v5? And honestly, I don't think he needs to. And that's because Mac has been doing such a good job, like you're saying, right?
Yeah.
He's been doing a lot of the disables. He has been the designated backlines jumper, right?
Yes,
he has been
true.
killing off these supports. Bach is finally getting there, Abo. 800 more gold than he has BKB. And then he's actually a really big nuisance, I have to say, towards Talon.
Savage.
Oh, Savage. He's
Bach cancels his TP as well. He could be in trouble himself. As the Storm just zips out into the backlines, one both supports, and he's going to kill them. Bach is the next target. They don't have any more stuns. They have a couple of slows. They need a pounce. They don't have it for 4 more seconds. Bach almost up to the high gun, takes a detour, and dies. That was a little bit awkward. I think he pressed in the wrong place. He tried to avoid the pounce. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he decided to cancel the TP either.
I think he got scared the pounce was going to hit him.
I suppose so, yeah. It did look like it was about to complete, but unfortunate timing for him in any case. 3 dead, and Talon will move right back into the Roche Pit. Ollie's going to start it up with the Tombstone, and that's additional damage out from Flesh Golem. They're getting in there, man. And Jabs, I was going to say, he's been having a little bit of a hard time in this mid-game transitioning into being a little bit more of a useful core. He had a phenomenal early game. Don't get me wrong. Don't take this as flame about Jabs. I think he's been playing an excellent game.
Right.
But as Broodmothers do, tend to fall off a little bit in the mid-game until they get that first big item. Speaking of that first big item, that's going to be the Scythe of Ice, which is going to be online shortly. And let me tell you, man, with that, alongside this Nullifier that 23 Savage has just cooked up, they can easily take down this Pango. I think he might be the key in these fights right now, honestly. TB has lots of damage, which is certainly a big concern, as well as a 9-second BKB, so he also makes a good candidate to try an 100-0, but I would rather take the Scythe device onto Mac.
Silenced, 23 Savage, still continues as he wants Mac. That press attack won't help against the leash. It's still have a duel potentially, but no, they just got cancelled by Lincoln's here. Yes, it was Slarks. Boomy will fall in the meantime while this is shenanigans are going on. Mac is chasing up to the storm, but he has enough mana. He's going for Q instead, and TP's in the middle of this fight, acknowledging this was way too chaotic.
Yeah.
That Lincoln's when Savage, though, I think that's the reveal of it, right? Because you just dueled into the Lincolns.
It must have been the second one, because he did just buy Nullifier. I saw Nullifier pop in the quick buy.
Never mind then.
This man has so much money. 23. Where do you?
Ridiculous.
What are you cooking? 23 Savage. Where are you getting all this money, Mister?
He learned from Sir Isaac Newton, and knows how to turn everything into gold.
You know that's what the Philly Stone actually is, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the first step is, and you can do this at home, drink mercury.
Ah.
Yeah.
Is that why you drink the tap water in any country we go to? Because you think maybe it has enough mercury that I'll be able to...
The only place I have found it to be successful is Peru.
There's that side device onto Mac. He's a bit too tanky, though. And Akashi nearby. They're looking to turn.
Yeah, they might be able to kill Jazz. Mac is keeping up the pressure. Slow down Jabs to a halt. Thanks to the Solar Bind, they bring him down. Not going for the Undying. Ooh, that was not fresh meat, but sure was a pile of it.
Certainly Talon cannot win a 3v4.
But Savage wants to try at least. He's going to go for Boomy already. The Death Shot won't save him. Mac, though, is keeping poor Savage in a pinball zone. He does have 2 lives, however, and that Hurricane Pike might have saved him here. Ooh, Mac gets a long-range stun with the Swashbuckle from the Shield Crash, thanks to the Ags. Now Akashi setting up for the second fight. The Storm's still alive, though. Mac in trouble. Blinding Light to help him out, and Blinding Light will save his life. He acted the BKB way too late. He got absolutely blown up there.
He never has any mana. This poor man makes these incredibly deep dives.
I can't believe he took that long to dispel the Blinding Light. He underestimated that ability by so much.
Well, I'll tell you what they underestimated. They underestimated Akashi. He is pulling them back into this game.
And Mac, what a god.
Talon goes, guys, come on. We have a Ward and Tombstone on the high ground. How could we lose this fight? They don't have LC. Easy money.
Yeah.
No. There's no 23 in that fight. There's no Makoto in that fight. Akashi's in phenomenal position. And Mac, like you're saying, doing so much of the work here.
Like, seriously, he got him with the Shield Crash stun there. I don't know if you can see it. So Solar Bind sets up for the Broodmother. Great job. Fantastic, right? But then here, when the Hurricane Pike happens, which I thought was pretty odd, to be honest.
It's a little bit later, but... Oh, here it is. Oh, it's
okay,
after.
We don't even
it's okay.
Okay, so he's already stunned him. Okay, we don't get to see the really good Shield Crash. He even gets a bash there, which was impressive.
He got 2 bashes.
He got 2 bashes as soon as he Shield Crashed.
I mean, it's hard to blame Makoto there, honestly, but he does need to be
I didn't actually
careful.
see the bash. It wasn't the Blinding Light. It was just the bash.
There are no saves, and at that stage, with 23 quickly respawning, you know, he may or may not have been able to Death Shroud in time. I don't think he had it up, but you got to be careful on this Storm Spirit. That is now his 2nd death. Previously was on, I think, a godlike streak.
Yeah.
And the damage is no joke, especially with Akashi having his own BKB. Still long, by the way. 8-second duration on his BKB. Storm Spirit reduced to his minimal 6-second duration BKB. Another big one now, the Ignis Fatus being picked up here by CML. He is pretty darn farmed here with that Philly Stone. And of course, being able to spam waves with the Illuminate. He's got a lot of money. Did you know, by the way, that Ignis Fatus is already like a word? I thought it was something they invented for Dota.
No, it means fairy fire.
Yes. Specifically, what it
like
refers
fairy,
to...
Like Varric, like Deathly Ghost Fire.
It's exactly what it is.
Will-o-wisp.
Because there used to be these little, in some parts of the world, in some marshes or whatever, there's a lot of like gas or whatever.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a little bioluminescent. So people would think, oh, it's like a fairy light, but it's actually just fake and it smells bad.
Yeah. But it's spelled correctly.
Yeah, it is. Careful.
1 U. Anyway. Okay, the Slark is really heavily committing. Yes, both pounces gone. They just want to kill the supports first, it seems like. Another patch.
But
Onto Mikoto. They got the duel up as well, but
Where's
the Death Shroud will save Mikoto.
No damage.
No, it's because the Death Shroud got him.
I know, that's a lot of the assets committed.
Another bash! Mac getting a bash again. He gets the Rolling Thunder stun instead. This poor Mikoto's out of mana. It's Mac controlling him. Mikoto's dead. Mac did it pretty much solo. He doesn't get the swashbuckle. No bashes here either. That was incredible. The luck he's having in the Skull Basher. It's only 2 hits off this Axe, and he's getting a bash every time.
It's, you know, it's got his name written on it, I think.
It's literally 50% chance of getting a bash in that Shield Crash.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Because it's not... Oh, no, it is Sword RNG.
It's 100%. Either you get it or you don't,
right,
you know?
Right. No, it's 50%. That's why.
50-50 chance, man. And getting good luck here on Polaris. That's going to be a big kill onto the Storm Spirit. He can buy back. Does not have BKB, and he probably has to team back into this fight.
Set it up, perhaps. Nullifier already for the high gun. Deal with the Pango, and they can kill Mac. This would be huge, and Mac activates the BKB. A roll up as well. If there's a TP in the middle of this, Mac will survive.
Wow. Okay.
He panicked roll up, and it worked well. CML, though, could be in trouble himself.
Bach?
They have a sharpshooter. Can they hit him with it? Yes. Now CML's been slowed. He's been nullified, and he's been killed. They're going for Bach too, who still has a duel, but a Blink Dagger available, sends him to safety.
Still has a duel. There's no way he's using it there. Don't tempt him
I'm just
like that.
pointing it out, right? He only has 28 damage.
He has a duel and a Lincoln's on the Slark, so would not have done him any good there.
It's true. He has nothing to cancel Lincoln's yet.
Yeah, that'd be a bit difficult for him. Also, there's a Bloodthorn, you know, on 23. He is very rich this game. He's found just all the farm up to level 25 now, has taken this Essence Shift duration talent as well. So you really don't want to be fighting into him in these long engagements. Would have been really difficult. 23 is playing, by the way, just a phenomenal game, I have to say.
Yes.
He's everywhere that he needs to be. He's getting these depth shrouds up. He's farmed. He's farmed. He's playing the fights very patiently as well, and he has been for the entire game, I must say. His lane as well was complete domination. I mean, for me, for my money, he is the MVP by far. We'll see how, of course, the match continues to go, because I also have words of praise for Mac and as well as for Akashi, to be honest. They, too, have been able to continue farming very consistently. Akashi nearly, I mean, technically is 6-slotted, but of course, we got to get rid of those boots before we can really give him that moniker. But he is really starting to get there. Level 20, though, of course, his biggest downfall is that most or a lot of the farm that you get, maybe even most of the farm that you get, is from these illusions, which don't grant you experience.
Yes.
So he is going to be a little bit behind Slark when it comes to experience. But on the money front, he is actually a bit richer. Uh-oh.
The Slark caught it to CML once again. Nullifier, though, no hits. There's the BKB from the Storm. They caught Mac as well.
Scepter on that Storm.
He gets away, just barely. Supports, though, unfortunately, don't have the same luxury. Both supports are dead now for Polaris. Are they still going to take this fight? Mac is considering it. Rolling back up. Just want to get the simple kill on the Broodmother, but they saved him. Someone threw an E-Blade onto him, so they can't hit him. They're going for the Tombstone instead. Oh, it was a Death Shot, sorry. That's why they couldn't hit Jabs. And Jabs will survive this. Mikoto does as well for now. The Metamorphosis got forced from Akashi, but Akashi can't move forward that much. They don't have stuns because the supports are dead, and that allows Talon to roam free.
Still, though.
Sunder too, right? No, that was just a Demon Seal, sorry.
An extremely punchy Polaris, right? I mean, they were looking for a reinitiation there. 3 versus 5. You got to give it to them. And it's not like they really had anything either. I mean, sure, there's Metamorphosis was online, but that's about it. No Rolling Thunder, no duel, and they're still looking for fights. I got to respect them for that. Talon, though, they do make the wise choice, I have to say, and back out. I don't think it's really necessary for them to look for these kind of crazy initiations, especially with Roche. Well, we're in the Roche window now, is what I mean to say. I do think Talon can afford to kind of sit back on their what's it called that birds have on their haunches? Birds. They sit back on their legs, like talons. They're not.
Cloaca.
No, incorrect. They don't sit on that. That's not for sitting. It's for everything else but sitting, Avo.
Okay. I don't know any more parts of the bird.
Well,
beak, cloaca, and talons. That's what birds are for.
That's right.
That's the only parts I eat as well.
Yes. Talon, though, they are going in for a bit of a fight.
Okay, that's an interesting initiation. They miss a swashbuckle, though. We still have BKB on Mac. He's forced to activate it. Bach might just die. That's it. Goodbye, Bach. No more duel. He buys back, but how much is that going to do? Honestly, this team fight looks really awkward for them.
Yeah, and there's Spinner Snares as well in this triangle. This is actually a little bit troublesome from Polaris. This is the reveal, by the way, of Spinner Snare. Being the Broodmother Ags, of course.
Yes.
Roshan, he's not up yet, though, so a little bit awkward here, especially out the buyback from Bach. He's been having a really tough game. What is this TB buying, by the way? Ag Scepter, okay. So he's got a full Ag coming to him. No, I agree. It was previously a Swift Blink, so I was wondering what that point booster was, and now we have no more boots, so this Demon Zeal is going to be doing a lot of work.
That's why I was thinking Demon Zeal plus Swift Blink, so he can actually be useful in melee.
Yeah.
But now I realize he can't beat the Slark in melee. He needs the meta.
Yeah. It's just a little bit too much of a problem for very similar reasons, actually, why Bach has not been able to be successful at all in these duels. This is just darn It's a strong depth shroud, man, every time.
Yes.
He's been getting some pretty good duels this game, but he's just pretty hard countered, I have to say, by 23 Savage.
Also, let's not forget, Legion sucks. Like, that hero is just bad.
The hero is not very strong. I've got to agree with you there. Yeah. Oh my
Rubik's
goodness.
still overload.
Have you seen this? Sorry, Ali has got a sight device.
Oh, wow.
This is a hero that scales now.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. Oh, jabs, though. The trees got broken with the Will-O-Wisp. Solar Bind set up as well. They're poking for now because they know they don't want to overcommit. But Savage, he's just committing fully. He doesn't have a second bounce, however. Activate the Shadowlands quite early in this fight. Now's the Storm starting to go. And they go for Bok. Bok's dead. He offed Akashi. He's been Hex, turned into a pig. With a second Hex, not going to happen. BKB already turned by Akashi. And the Terror Wave to save his teammates.
Now
giving him some space. Okay, Akashi's actually being selfish. Just wants the BKB TP away. Boomy might not be so lucky. Back to TP. He doesn't have BKB. Nullifier as well. And he does get out. CML does too. No deaths here for Akashi. For Polaris. Not that bad.
Not that bad, but it is going to force them to concede this Roshan almost certainly. Third Rosh as well, although this one comes with the Ag's Blessing. So you're going to have a free Ag Scepter on someone. Slark and Storm already have theirs. Broodmother has hers as well, so we're realistically going to give this to Ali, I suppose. Why not? Strength Steal to 8 instead of 4, but, you know, he can have it. Everyone else already has an Ag Scepter. Unless Storm is feeling particularly greedy, and then he's going to sell his current and then eat this one. I hope he doesn't do that, though. Oh, Q's going to take it. Really? Okay, the decoy. This one is a lot better ever since they allowed you to channel Sharpshooter in it.
Yeah,
but I'm still surprised that they give it to him over the Undying.
Really? I think the Undying one is actually... Yeah, I mean, I do value the Undying one pretty well, but it get nerfed for no reason. Used to be 10, now it's 8. So it was a considerable nerf.
Yeah, that is a pretty big nerf. But you are going to hit this 20 talent pretty soon, which gives you basically no downtime on Decay as long as you have mana for it. And you have mana for it, right?
Yeah, because you have a sight.
Yeah. I don't know. I highly value this item, especially against the TB.
Yeah, pros don't. Pros hate this item.
It's such a fun item, especially because Undying's one of these heroes where the more strength you steal, the bigger your model gets.
I mean, no, I'm not saying it's not fun, but I do think the decoy might give you more play potential, especially because the Hoodwink went for the E-Blade build, so it's the ultimate burst build, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. And you are pretty close to that 20 talent, which does work on your decoy, I believe, of a reduced charge time or full damage. So that's always pretty nice. They are just moving up in there. Again, Polaris not without items. I mean, the 20k net worth lead is bad, but that's basically just the difference of having Bok and not.
Oh, what?
Oh, whoa!
Just goes in once again. So two supports he wants to get, and thanks to the pushback, he accomplishes his goal.
I'm surprised he didn't get Abyssal there, but through the BKB, they will retain that Abyssal charge. Talon, though, they're going to lay down the Tombstone. That should give him enough cover. Whoa.
Yeah, that was a pounce into Bloodthorn.
Yeah.
Okay, they just activate meta, and they go, all right.
Yeah.
Stop cooking, 23 Savage. Stop cooking.
That is a D, or it was a DD. Okay.
Yeah, it's now gone.
That's gone.
I can't tell how much Talon want to commit to this. They seem to only want to be poking and prodding here.
I mean,
they don't want to overcommit.
That is meta, though. I mean,
yes, you have wait for it.
You have a Coddle, and there's still a Terror Wave. Do you know off the top of your head if Terror Wave is reduced by Chakra Magic, or is that off the ultimate?
I think it's also reduced by Chakra Magic.
Okay. Wow.
Because it's related to your Metamorphosis.
Oh, okay, I see that. Impressive stuff, then. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do here if you're Polaris.
You have to just keep on Chakra Magic and like you gotta use it whenever it's off cooldown. Octarine Core for the call.
Yeah, these fights are starting to get real.
He did go for the Chakra Magic cooldown as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, which I think is the right choice this game.
Yeah, it definitely is. Spinner Snare being a bit annoying, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, I mean, look at that. 45 seconds left. Oh, they might not get there, though.
Okay, Boomy will die.
No buyback there.
First call. There's the duel. Onto the Storm. Where's the damage? Terror Wave is well committed. All the damage to the Terror Blade onto the Storm with the Will-O-Wisp on top. But Big Kodo will be able to tank this. They just can't. Will-O-Wisp again annoying the rest of Talon, but they're going to break this soon. Dark Pact. Oh, this is concentrating on Rax now.
Meta's back in 10 seconds. A little bit less now, thanks to that last little Chakra Magic.
They have the Glyph as well. Going for the Pango next. Pango has BKB. Mac activates it. Fights the Slark head on. He's the true carry now from behind. The Storm goes for Bok. No. Sharpshooter got him because Mac and BKB went right through him. And that allows them to kill the enemy off laner. They're losing their team fight little by little.
23. He's dead, but that's
he
one of
is
the
going to
ages.
lose his first life.
And they still have a good amount of duration left on this Metamorphosis. Mac as
The
well.
pushback only for the illusions. They need bashes. Mac is forced to use the roll-up here to save himself. Now they're... Sorry, that's the roll-up. He still has a Rolling Thunder, potentially. If he wants to go back,
the
and he
bash.
does get the bash with the telekinesis on top of this, easily to save him, but that's difficult with the Rolling Thunder on top of him. They almost got him with a Will-O-Wisp, but he activates BKB in time. Ollie is dead.
Akashi.
The Slark, though, still ahead. They try to get them with Swashbuckle, miss all of the hits
There's
here.
an Abyssal.
Other Swashbuckle also misses. Shield Crash does hit him with the bash, too. But back in the no man's land, and Mac has been turned to ham as Akashi does get the Thunder off with Tearaway. That's Mikoto, now in trouble, low HP, but that HP is sufficient for Mikoto to get away. 23 Savage onto the high ground, fighting Terrorblade head on. He'll win the 1v1 with the help of jabs and his auras.
He's got buyback.
He does enough meta though, Richie.
But what's left in the tank? He's got nothing. He
There's
doesn't have
no
a Poddle
fuel.
either. He needs the mana battery. Bach is back, but he only has 28 damage. What's he to do?
No, Bach is some garbage biodiesel made with bananas. That's not fuel.
Biodiesel
That's
made
not
with
good
bananas.
enough yet. Maybe in 30 years, Bach.
He's been having a really tough game, unfortunately, here. At this stage, he's kind of just a walking Dispel who doesn't have borrowed time, so he doesn't even have that benefit to himself either.
Yeah, exactly.
Talon, they've not gotten a lot of solo time with these towers, though. They've barely, I mean, yeah, or towers at all, right? They've only gotten down the 1 tier 3 in the top lane. Everything else now just starting to fall as they do get through these melee barracks. 33 stacks of Essence Shift right now, though, for 23. I don't want him. That is a, he has preheated the oven. He is ready to cook.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he is. There we go. Soon they're going to start to fade away, though, if I can judge the circle correctly. But for now, if you can just get the tier 3 down. One last hurrah attempt for Polaris. They're waiting for their hero. Mac needs to be back online.
Yeah,
but they're going to go for a desperate smoke. Let's see. Will-O-Wisp. They got to cancel his Lincolns. They already did. So 23 Savage activates the Shadow Dance immediately. He can't be caught by the duel like this.
Oh, he did?
They did. Okay, just barely. He played to save him. There goes the Storm as well. With the Shivas, with the Electric Vortex, he catches the supports once again and the Terrorblade. Blow up Boomy. Now going for TB. Akashi gets the Sunder off just in time.
Here's Mac. Here he comes.
I don't think Mac can do anything. The supports are dead. They bushwhacked poor Mac. And Mac came back to die, it seems like, as 23 Savage pounces himself to safety. There's not going to be a meta soon. The Kono can't refresh it because he's dead too. And there's only one set of racks left, sorry, one ranged racks left specifically.
And 23 still ready to cook. 23 Agi stole, or sorry, 23 Essence Shift, which is way more Agi than 23.
Oh, it's slowly going down. Slowly going down though. Yeah, 17.
It's
Down
still
to
going to be
70.
troublesome. And the
That's Mega
Barons
Creeps.
are gone. That is Megas. I mean, you got to hand it to Polaris. 46k net worth lead, 51 minutes in. They are still making these fights look somewhat takeable, but I fear they've really hit the tipping point now. I don't think there's any way back into this one. 23, he just seems just about unkillable. Has a refresher as well. Meta on its last couple of seconds here. We'll see what they can get done. It's just seems about impossible now, though, Avo.
Yeah, it does. Polaris, right now, just thinking, you know, of what to do in the next game. Trying to at least keep the morale high for the next game. Because it's a best of 3. It's not the end of the series.
Yes, it is best of 3. We'll see. I mean, still lots of good stuff shown from them in this game. It's just unfortunately not too fast of a start, which ended up killing them, right? I mean, and this is something I'm sure the panel will get into, but...
okay, one last smoke. Oh, no, that's Talon.
It's Legion Commander, you know, not really connecting on anything to play with in the early game. Really,
Definitely not a first
really
round pick.
coming together, and as you say, maybe not a first-round pick for them in the future. Is that a Divine Rapier being sent out to be purchased? Nope, it's a Nullifier.
Yeah, okay, the duel, at least for the Storm. But he has BKB, and he's tanking nicely. The Terror being ignored by Mikoto. The sleep as well, just ball lining himself to safety. He goes back in, though.
No.
Wanted to kill the TV, and he'll succeed this time. Akashi still has the Sunder, avoided by the Cyclone, and Mikoto will live for now. Akashi does as well, as Shadow Dance activated by 23 Savage. He cooks poor CML into a mush. Mikoto will be making it out alive. 23 Savage still in the fountain because of Depth Shroud. But here is the roll-up. Here is the fountain. And here's a dead Savage. The rest of Talon is trying to get rid of this throne. And I think they should succeed. The Mac, he got the creeps on him. One last Cyclone. Mac got him. Mac should kill Mikoto with a help of the creeps, but the GG is called. And in fact, Mac dies here too. It's over. Talon will win the first game of the series. They played around. They had a lot of fun. but eventually they finally took the game that was rightfully theirs.
It was, yeah, it was. And kind of a difficult one there if you're Polaris. I think especially if you're Bach, to be honest. Just
I think if you're Mac, I think he's sweating bullets right now. That poor guy had such a performance in game number 1. I hope he's rehydrating. Like, he actually played such an incredible game.
No, I agree. And that's what I mean. I think just a frustrating game for them, to be honest. I think Talon were able to kind of cruise through that one. Again, just because it didn't really feel like there was ever anyone to make a lot of early game pressure with Mac. I don't know about this LC hero. Maybe it's the kind of hero where you start landing your first couple of duels and you can snowball from there. But as soon as the lane starts going a bit more lopsided in favor of 23, the game never looked good for them at all.
Yeah. We'll see what Game 2 brings us. Polaris looks like a real contender to Talon, but they just need to close out some of these things and perhaps get a different draft. But that's going to be Game 2 for you guys coming up soon. But before that, we do have a panel, so take it away, Tsunami.
A lot of the shoulders of that Legion commander from Bach, and if he did want to start snowballing with dual wins, well, perhaps Boots might have helped as well, because he had the Blade Mail Winter, which is great for damage, but how do you touch the person? How do you reach them to actually get the duel off?
Mentally.
Mentally, exactly. Telekinesis yourself over there.
I don't understand what is actually he's thinking, during the laning phase. You lose the lane, you're behind. Why the fuck are you still buying Blade Mail? Blade Mail is like not an item you get when you lose your lane,
Maybe he thinks, stop hurting me. If you're gonna be hurt now.
It's so triggering, man. Why does he have a Blade Mail when he's so far behind from the lane? Why is he still trying to build a Blade Mail? Just go blink BKB, That's the only thing he needs to do in the team fight is blink in and get the duel on the Slug or the Storm.
Especially because he goes max overwhelming odds, which seems like two different things. Max overwhelming odds makes me feel like I'm just going to make sure that this Broodmother can't do anything. And then Blade Mail makes me feel like I want to go run around and get kills.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense, everything he's doing.
And I feel like the Pango was doing such a good job with the color defending mid, so they didn't really have to panic. They really just need to farm the first item and then do something with it.
Yeah, to their credit, they lost the lanes, but they were doing a pretty good job, holding the map, the Koto, the Rubik, the Pango, but the LC just kept trying to play for Talon. He was trying to fuck up his team.
He wasn't giving away dual damage at least. All right, that would really be playing for Talon.
Yeah, but overall, I think the Terrible and the Pango on Polaris, they did a lot of heavy lifting this game, but it was just not enough later in the game.
I would not be surprised if Mac on the Pango had the most stun time of anyone in this entire game.
Yeah, the Chakra and the Pango is actually crazy good in the team fights.
Mm-hmm.
You were saying that his item is not very good, right, on the Storm?
Yeah, I mean, if you're already so far ahead, the only one who can kill you is the LC, and the LC don't have a dagger. So imagine if you have an early BKB and you're just constantly sending lanes, even though you are not with your team. But you have a Brood, you have a Slug, so they're not heroes that can easily die. They can also hold the lane with the supports. So it's you can just send all 3 lanes and then see what they do. But having Falcon Blade and then Witchblade, it's kind of very
So you're saying that he shouldn't buy both, right? The Falcon Blade and the Witchblade. He should just choose one?
Yeah, I mean, even the Witchblade is a little bit, extra, I feel. Because you do have the damage to kill the people on the other team. But then, you should go for the items that... when you want to win a game, you have 3 items. So those 3 items, you need those 3 items. For me, this Storm, he needs Hex. He definitely needs Hex. Otherwise, this TP is just gonna... come back from the fight, because ideally he's gonna get space, right? And you don't want him to be hitting your team, right? So it's Hex. Hex is the answer.
Should the game have even gotten to a point where Storm could afford a Hex? I feel like this game should have ended at 25 minutes.
It will probably gone there because if you look at Talon's heroes, they are not that great at hitting high ground.
True.
Yeah, so everybody is assuming everyone is doing the right thing, right? So the Koto and the Pango, the Rubik, they are going to hold the high ground.
Right.
And you're also assuming that the Storm is going to, do well, and he's going to eventually need the Hex to get all those pickoffs so that they can breach the high ground eventually.
Yes.
Because initially, 23 Savage being our MVP, he was playing by far the most consistent. I think Makoto, first 15 minutes, he was doing great, and then like 15 to 30 minutes, he was kind of wilding out.
Yeah.
Maybe because he's not in the boot camp, that's why he...
Maybe. Or maybe he's just been so corrupted by playing Leshrac 24/7 that he's like, oh, how do I play Storm Spirit at post 20 minutes?
You're probably onto something.
Maybe. I mean, like, he
was so aggressive. No, he was so aggressive.
I know, it was wild, as if he had an IO with him or something. But that was not the case. And then Jabs did well in the lane, but I kind of have a hard time gauging Broodmother impact after like 30 minutes. I don't really know what her job is.
I mean, like, she's just there to control the jungle, right?
Yeah, control the jungle, hold the map, and she's the anchor. She buys all the rubbish item that nobody wants to buy, but you need to buy to win.
Yes.
But on the other hand, they found their true hoodwink player.
I was very impressed. There was a lot of boomerangs, a lot of sharpshooters. They even gave him the Ag's blessing over the Undying. It was good stuff from Talon. Perhaps they made it a little bit more complicated than they needed to, or perhaps Polaris was just a little bit more challenging than they were expecting. And we'll see if this game goes, or this series goes to 3 games, or if Talon will close it out in game number 2. Talon takes game number 1 against Polaris, which should be expected. This is a top 3 major finisher going up against a Div 2 Promo T team. The Polaris make it a competitive game number 1. And perhaps this, I'm seeing a lot of favorite strategies emerge from these various SEA teams. I don't think any other region is doing Coddle Terrorblade as much as we are. We really love Coddle Terrorblade.
Not a good sign, Coddle Terrorblade. You want to play 60-minute games.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like that's what they're waiting for. They don't really care about the laning phase. I'm seeing it with...
Oh, you definitely should care about the laning phase.
I mean, SMG won with it, although they did core Coddle. They did mid-1 Coddle.
But like the entire draft is to fight, so the Coddle is actually important for them to use.
True. Do you like their Storm item build? Mech. Guardian Grease.
Yes, in this SMG game.
I feel sometimes you can, like, you're supposed to, get them confused. And maybe sometimes you don't have to do
I'm
that.
confused.
Yeah, I mean, Storm is like, you can bypass all the formation, right?
If anyone is confused what we're talking about, there was a SMG execration game at the end of last week in which Moon on the Storm Spirit went Guardian Greaves first item, Aghanim's Shard second item. It was somewhat justified because he was against Treant, so Dispel the Overgrowth. He was against a Skywrath Mage, so Dispel the Silence and the Rod of Atos. It's still an incredibly peculiar build, but they won, so who are we to judge?
I mean, it's strange, right? Because Storm, you're like always like far away from a team, so how are you going to use the mech on your teammates?
Maybe that's why he don't want to be far away from his team. But like he wants to be with his team, he can't be useless anyway, so he just buys a Greaves.
So the item build forces, okay, you know, I have to think like a team, you know,
Exactly.
team play. I have to be around my teammate. You know, look at what happened to Mikoto because he went this Falcon play, he went this Witch play. I don't have to be with my team. I'm just gonna go in, do my shit, you know, and hopefully I don't die, you know.
It instills bad habits. You make your Storm players build Guardian Greaves and you start making them think like a team player. Probably not going to see that in this series, but I'm curious if if Polaris will opt to ban out the IO again. Because we were saying pick your poison. Broodmother went through.
Yeah, they have to plan the draft much better. I feel like something that we don't really talk much about on panel. Sometimes it's like when you're second pick, right? There are a couple of like the Imba heroes. So you have to count, okay, they already banned one. Then you have to make sure you get one, I get one. You don't want to get into a situation where you're trading one for not, like the enemy is getting one for free. You're not even trading.
You don't want to do like a Broodmother for Legion Commander situation. No. That seems like a terrible trade.
Or you have to leave at least one, you know, if they're not banning everything, you have to try to plan out leaving one. I get it, sometimes it's difficult when it's 3 and the enemy doesn't really ban anything, so you have to, if you ban one and then they ban one and then at the second phase they ban another one or something, you have to calculate it, but...
Either way, in the first phase, you should be getting your hands on one of the Imba heroes, which for them, it was Coddle.
Oh. I mean, they took the Brood out, so...
Yeah, they took the Brood out.
But what's the point, right? Like, you already took TB, so... I mean, okay.
I mean, I still rather not fight Brood. Like I said last game, I'd rather play against Bat Rider. They might be playing against Bat Rider.
Yeah, they should do Bat Rider now.
I thought what they could have done was the Coddle plus Pango, because it's like still flexible, right?
Yeah, it keeps the draft more open, but I think this is something that they are really comfortable with. You know, they really find that during scrims or something, you know, they have been very successful with Terrorblade, with Kotal, and probably a lot of the opponents know that. So if you don't secure this combination in the first phase, you're not getting the combination at all.
But is it so OP that you can pick it first phase and not worried about it getting...
I mean, they were close to winning last... I mean, it wasn't first phase the last game. It was Kotal LC, but I feel like the mindset might be the last game they had a chance with the Terrorblade, so they feel like Talon might want to consider banning it the next game, so you have to pick it early.
Maybe. The previous magic damage approach was the Storm Spirit first phase, although, again, they didn't know that there was going to be a Terrorblade. This time, they see the Terrorblade, Talon immediately first phase the Zeus.
Zeus Nature's Prophet.
The global potential.
Where is the Spectre?
Where's the Spirit Breaker?
I mean, those would be decent picks, you know. Spirit Breaker is pretty decent against Kotal in the game.
You've been suggesting it for like literally a week straight and nobody has picked it.
You never know, you know.
You never know.
I mean, because now you always run out of options to get heroes to get the backliners, right? And Spirit Breaker is like one of the best. You don't even really need anything to do that.
The hero is like picked by a couple of teams in Western Europe. You might be NGX. They pick IO.
Yes.
IO plus Spirit Breaker.
Kuroki was playing some Spirit Breaker.
I mean, they didn't win, but there's some potential with it depends on the lineup. It has to be very lineup specific. The whole draft needs to make sense with the Spirit Breaker. And I know that I'm always an advocate of your position 5 hero must be a general hero. You don't want to pick a post 5 hero that needs the whole draft to be tailored around the post 5 hero.
Sure. Polaris do some protection for the Terrorblade. They take out the Elder Titan, and they take out the Undying, and they take out the Treant Protector, pick themselves up a Tusk. Talon, meanwhile, seem to be targeting, well, mids and carries. They take out the Storm, the Ember, and the Templar Assassin.
I mean, is this a mid Tusk against the Zeus, if Zeus goes mid?
Ooh, that would be pretty good.
Are you willing to do that as Tusk? It's good. The lane's very easy for you, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine, but like, you kind of want this Tusk to be able to move to the TB earlier, I feel.
So you're saying he's better on the pause 4 if you want to do that?
Like they just need to get a tree that can kind of farm or stand his lane, right? And then when this Tusk can move to the TB lane, it's gonna be quite hard to play for Talon. But they take the tiny. It's like Q is pretty insane on.
I mean, that's his best hero.
Yeah.
I think.
Agreed. Or his Mirana. I loved his Mirana. And
No, Mirana doesn't win games.
Tiny doesn't win
Tiny
games.
wins. You can have all the fun you want with Mirana, but at the end of the day, why don't I just play Tiny? I mean, so you're suggesting that this game the Tusk needs to protect the Terrorblade a lot, so you need an off laner that can self-sustain, you know. So the Tusk is gonna
Death Prophet.
Death Prophet is not a self-sustaining off laner.
She's not?
Maybe Enigma.
No, Enigma is like the hero. I feel like okay, you can ditch him on an island and he'll still be fine, you know. Death Prophet, if you ditch your Death Prophet, you get like 10,000 reports in the game, and why is my support not in the lane?
I think Talon is like already preparing for the Enigma. Like they took the Phoenix.
Yeah, it's actually quite a peculiar Phoenix pick earlier. I mean, is Phoenix even very good against the Terrorblade? I mean, I feel like Terrorblade just kills your egg so easily.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's what you need as a Zeus, right, or a Furion. Like, you kind of want people to be able to go in and not stand behind.
I mean, I feel like the Phoenix serves one purpose here, usually against Tusk, because the Tusk in the lane, he wants to right-click you with Tag Team, and with Fire Spirits, he can't really bully you. But apart from that, I mean, it just provides you team fight, I guess. You have Tiny, Zeus. I mean, I guess Zeus provides a lot of team fight, Tiny doesn't, so you need the other support to give you some backup in the team fight. So they go Hoodwink. So who's the core here? Oh my god. Who is actually...
Relax. Talon is on the other side.
Talon's on the other side, so it's probably not a core Hoodwink, but we don't know between this Coddle or Tusk who's going mid.
I think most likely it's gonna be Coddle actually, because like against Zeus, if you can make it like, oh, you push the lane, I push the lane, you push the lane, I push the lane.
5-5?
Yeah.
But don't you feel like as a Zeus, you have an advantage over the Coddle later in the game with the you can always find him with the Wrath and the Nimbus, right? So your teammates can, because part of like being why Core Coddle is very strong in the game is because it's very hard for the enemy to catch you. But against Zeus, they are always gonna be able to find you, you know.
Because I don't think Tusk necessarily does that well against Zeus in the lane. Yeah, sure you can like threaten him with your shot and stuff, but like you don't really kill him because you don't want to take tag team. And like you can only like realistically do damage with your burst spells. It's not enough to kill the Zeus.
I mean, Zeus has the hop, right? That's why.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Polaris expecting this Nature's Prophet to be in Jabs' hands, which is pretty likely, so they ban out 23 Savage Heroes, the Faceless Void and the Slurk. He still has...
I mean, there's still Water Boy, you know, his favorite hero.
Morphling, yeah.
Water and fire, what can go wrong? Phoenix morphing later.
Really, it seems like the only thing he needs to worry about is the Terrorblade matchup. There's no other heroes that...
Yeah, unless he wants to go for full meme with the Spectre. Spectre's use.
I think Spectre is really good here because like it's Coddle, it's Hoodwink. Like these two heroes really don't want to see Spectre.
Yeah, but Spectre against Terrorblade is like the call to call. I mean, I understand, you know, like Spectre is not a hero that you try to fight call to call with the other carry. It's more like I can kill your supports faster than you. So I then don't have to 1v1 you. I have my team to back me up against you. And you already have a Zeus against Terrorblade.
So what offlaner can you leave alone against a Morphling Phoenix lane?
Enigma.
Yeah, I still feel like it's Enigma here.
Unless they're trying to do some weird, something very weird, where the Tusk and the Hoodwink are the 3 and 4, and then they pick another mid hero here.
I hope not. Well, they could pick a 5 then. Keep Coddle mid.
I mean, they could put Coddle 5 and pick a mid. Why not? And you have Coddle to deal with. If it's an offlane Nature's Prophet, right, you can deal with the Treants as Coddle. I mean, I feel like they just need like some hero that can go in and like some Pango kind of hero. Like a lot of heroes are gone, right? There's still Kanka, there's Pango. Like they need that hero that go in and just create some chaos in the team fight and get some kills during the early game. Because right now they don't really have many heroes to play with. You know, Coddle is like pretty passive. I mean, if the Tusk is a support, then I don't know, you know.
Yeah, these two don't really pair together well, trying to kill someone.
Mac played some Primal Beast.
There's no
looking for a mid laner.
Yeah, there's no Primal Beast.
Oh,
Primal
it's
Beast.
banned out.
Yeah, Primal Beast is actually pretty highly rated nowadays. The hero is really strong, I feel.
I didn't even notice that Ricky was first phase banned by Talon. We have never seen Ricky like at all. Oh yeah, Polaris loved it back in Tour 1.
2012.
The archives.
I mean, it's difficult to play Ricky now because you're always in sentry range when you're trying to dart, so it's very easy for the opponent. Oh my god!
What?
They have
Excuse me.
They have the brothers together, the anti-mage and the Terrorblade.
The lore. Oh, and it's carry AM. He's not mid. I would have thought he would have been mid.
This can't be real, right?
CML.
This can't
Terrorblade.
This can't be real, right?
Excuse me.
So it's a Terrorblade. It's literally a Terrorblade anti-mage lane. What the hell?
Kodo's cracking up over there.
What is Terrorblade anti-mage lane? These guys are serious? They're actually serious? This looks like my pub, you know, but my pub doesn't even pick Terrorblade and anti-mage together on the same team.
Or go on the same lane.
On the same team, on the same lane?
Huh?
Nobody would have guessed that. Terrorblade and anti-mage on the same lane, in the same game, on the same team.
What am I witnessing right now?
Absolute destruction.
Did they click wrong?
There's literally no way this game will last more than 25 minutes. No fucking way, man.
What?
Which is gonna go our way, I guess.
So which draft do you prefer, Winter? Polaris Esports or Talon?
I definitely prefer the Polaris draft. You know.
Interesting.
Terrorblade and anti-mage, both the hardest carries in the game. All the games have been going 60, 70 minutes. It makes total sense to draft the most late game on your team.
How many Midases should they build, Aurora, on the side of Polaris Esports? Because they know it's going to go late game.
Can they even defend towers? Like, it's anti-mage terror?
Just tell them to buy Midas. What she's trying to say is that they have to buy 5 Midases. Okay, let's go.
As Avo and Seek and Strike, as their curse continues to always cast 60-minute games, take it away for game number 2.
Interesting. Winter thinks this game, Polaris will win 25 minutes. It's very impressive. Very bold prediction from him, honestly, with the anti-mage Terrorblade. I do not think that's going to go 60 minutes. I don't think there's a chance in hell this works.
Really?
I mean,
not a chance.
Look, when Jenkins did this, he was smurfing and he would still lose. And he was smurfing like 5k. So I think this is bad.
I don't think you can count them out yet. Let me introduce you to a little, I call it the swapperoo, right? What you do is you get Shadowblade, right?
No, I know what the build is.
And then you go Armblade, right? And then you start jungling and you go, oh no, my HP's a little low. Let me go ahead and have one of my good friends smoke with me.
All right.
And you start smoking, well, enemy spotted, right? You snowball into them on 1 HP in the armlet. You're invulnerable to damage, so the Zeus, which is here to counterpick you, right? When a Zeus ulties, it doesn't hit you because you're in a snowball. You come out, they're stunned, you sunder them, they're on 10% HP, 1 snowball and they die. The old switcheroo, Avo.
I mean, the build also works with Dagon. You need the Dagon team.
Oh, that's true. But come on.
So as a position 5 support, you only need around 8k net worth
exactly.
to start being useful in this game. And level 6, of course. That sounds good. That sounds like a viable strategy, Richie.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, it's a bit unorthodox. I also have to say, I did try and do support TB. And very quickly learned.
Were you smurfing as well?
No, unfortunately,
you did it in your own rank.
I did it. I didn't do it in ranked. No, I mean, come on, I wouldn't do that. I mean, come on, I wouldn't stoop down to Jenkins's level, would you?
Yeah, that's why I had a smurf. It was fine.
Exactly.
Not the real one.
But I did do it in a regular game, which it got destroyed. It's not very good. There's lots of weaknesses there. As Bach is also playing a little bit of a vulnerable.
He's also a weakness. Yeah. And Ollie will get to the first blood here. I'm Bach.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not a good start just for the way that the series has been going for Bach. But a great toss back.
The season. Bach has struggled almost every single game of this.
Yes, that's a fair characterization.
Do you remember that game of the Blink Radiance Brewmaster?
I was trying to forget it, was working on my therapist to forget it, and here you go, bringing it up again.
I do it every time I build this in my pubs. I go, Bach is building this, and he's in CDPC.
Yes, he is. I mean, we'll see how it works out here. CML plenty of armor. I mean, let's look at the upsides, right? Plenty of armor on a Terra Blade.
Yeah, somehow can't trade though.
Well, I mean,
somehow can't trade. He's actually gonna die.
He is dying.
He is going to die here.
He is going to die.
And Q survives. And now Akashi's getting harassed. And Akashi's also trapped.
No, he's
because he went for level 1 mana break, of course.
Yeah, this lane's real difficult. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I also look. I'm not gonna lie. Is this the most frail team I've ever seen of all time? No, I've seen worse. Right? This is at least a 1 melee strength hero.
Yeah, you don't have Pugna mid. That would have been
right. That's what I'm looking for here. Pugna mid or basically just a Pugna. Don't worry about that. That's a tier 2 quote unquote deny, as so Q doesn't have to run all the way back. But yeah, I don't know. It's also Metamorphosis level 1, and then you got killed immediately in the meta. So I don't know what you do now, honestly. The good news is that you've blocked the enemy hard camp. Unfortunately, you've just wasted 50 gold attempting to deward your own camp. This AM does not have... Oh, he does have Blink.
Yeah, he's good. He's level 20. AM can now solo lane, which I guess was the plan all along, that at least Terrorblade doesn't have to do anything. So that might work. I'm also not the biggest fan of the Coddle off lane, obviously. I mean, the mid one is making it work, right? But, and I think in those games, it's very well thought out. But the Coddle off lane with an AM, it feels like this is a strategy of 4 protect 1, like the classics. But with a worse carry, because AM these days is not as like late game threat as he used to be.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just watching this bottom lane. There's got to be something here, right? Maybe this is what it is. There it is, reflection onto jabs.
Bro, he did nothing. Now he's going to get tossed back. I mean, wait for it. No, he thought about it. Q decided not to.
He did think about it. Just doesn't need to get too close to Akashi. There's a little bit of kill threat in this lane if you can actually, I mean, especially with jabs at 0 mana. You know, the attack speed slow, or sorry, the move speed slow, not attack speed slow, pardon me, on the passive now for AM is pretty good.
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
But especially, you know, 2 slows. Look, I say this semi-unironically, 2 slows in a lane is better than a stun.
In lane, yes.
Yes, in lane.
In game, it's worse.
In game, it's worse, but in lane, it's pretty mean. It can be very brutal. I don't know if you're ever in a position to really use it this game for Polaris. We'll see.
I mean, I guess AM could go for like the Vanguard into disassemble, right? And that would actually help a lot against the Nature's Prophet. Akashi, I will say, is doing a fantastic job, considering he's solo laning. So the fact that he's 70 last.
Here they go.
Okay,
Jab, yeah, he's forced to TP.
He killed him. He doesn't die.
The toss was actually necessary for that.
It was. Okay. It's kind of working.
Well, I mean, it is kind of working. The issue is, of course, it's an NP, so he's going to TP back into the lane, and you've done literally nothing against him, unfortunately.
Okay, true. And you're just going to waste your meta in this.
Yeah.
But at least he got a bunch of denies off this, and the lane equilibrium is in their favor.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. They're going to drag the wave under tower. That looked intentional. Unfortunately, Akashi didn't connect on the flag bearer creep, and CML may be dead. He's just dead, I think. No,
he's fine.
He doesn't have enough mana for a toss back.
He has
now Jabs, actually, hold on, Jabs?
Akashi wants to kill him, and he has level 2 mana break. He's going to get the kill. Akashi,
he's not
carrying
either.
this lane right now. Q is now slowed. They have a reflection, they don't, and Akashi doesn't want to continue this.
All right.
He does have a ring of health, though. He just bought it, so now Akashi will be able to go back to full HP.
Yep. No, very important. Very, very important. And I think actually Vanguard is the way to go in this lane is mid lane. Okay, Mac secures the water rune. The top one, I believe, is still there, and Boomy's there to protect it. So
Mac is, by the way, doing a great job in this mid lane.
In this series.
Yeah, in the whole season.
Yes.
Mac gone.
Yeah, he's doing a great job so far. Polaris really putting a little bit of emphasis and a bit of pressure now into these side lanes, and it's really working out for them. You can actually see a very rare scenario where NP was alive for 10 seconds and wasn't on the map farming. I mean that completely. I mean, that's major. You do not pick this hero for that reason.
Yep. That's it. Buck is also losing the lane, or like he's incapable of pushing, so they have a similar issue in the offlane without any sort of unorthodox picks or anything like that. But I guess this benefits Polaris because they were supposed to lose the early game. And if if Winter says Aurora is right, 5 Midases maybe is the way to go.
5 Midases, yes. 5 Midases, and I think you're just about in this one. No, but I think actually with this kind of a start, I see a path of victory. Morphling, not the fastest of carries. I think Bach can kind of just continue doing this, which is blasting waves, getting close enough to get the range creep on every single time, and then just letting 23 farm. I'm less scared of an early farmed Morphling than I am of a Slark.
Yeah, that's true. Morphling is much less oppressive.
In the early game.
Yes, and he hits his timings much later, anyway. And he also doesn't scale with like super huge power spikes like Slark does. Like Slark pre-axe or Slark post-axe is completely different. Guys, lane, they gotta kill him. Mikoto, by the way. Here comes Ollie, but Ollie might just suffer the wrath of Mac. No, Mac realizes there's attack speed slow, and he's not gonna play with that.
Kashi looked like he's thinking about turning back down bottom. They did use Metamorphosis. Level 1 still, a sampler build on the support TBs, as most TBs supports are doing these days.
Yeah, it's the traditional build.
It's the traditional build.
He's going for Tranquils as well.
Oh, it's the traditional item build for support.
Tranquils.
Maybe we should find that one game of Jenkins and see what he
No, he did like 12. It wasn't
Dire's middle tower is under
That's why he got banned.
Maybe we're best not bringing it up again then.
Yes, we'll refrain from this.
Yes.
We love you, Jenkins.
Banned Jenkins. Big kill though mid to lane. Makoto beat to the punch at level 6. If they do go bottom, unlikely to get him though.
Jabs though might die here. They just want to force an offensive blink so they couldn't kill Jabs. I think.
Look at that.
I think Jabs dies here if you blink on him.
Well, with Boomy nearby.
Yes, for sure. Yeah. There's a bushwhack. They missed the bushwhack. That's bad. Reflection gives vision, and Jabs dies. It worked. CML took the kill though. That's not great. Bad job, CML. He's not carry.
No, he's not, but I think at that rate, you really just wanted to secure the kill. You were afraid of him leaving, but of course, with an AM with mana break, I think you had that regardless. I mean,
No, Bach has a massive amount.
It's coming along, and Bach is really starting to stack this this triangle as well, as you say.
Are you even trying?
That'll go the way towards Mac, very likely, so he'll get a very fast Falcon Blade online after his phase boots do get delivered to him. Bottom lane, though, AM in trouble. Oh, and is killed off there. There's going to be the Thunder God's Wrath. 4 heroes involved in that kill.
Mac wanted to punish this from Mikoto, but he just got phase boots. He's not that fast. It's not going to go that way. He is building like phase boots into Falcon Blade. We'll see afterwards what build he has to go for. And C, the most popular build is Blink Ags. In Western Europe, it's Desolator, right?
I think.
So we'll see.
Surprised here, by the way. Bach is the one taking the stack.
Yeah, he needs recovery. He needs Greaves early.
Yeah, okay.
I'm with him. I honestly don't think Mac should take him. I feel like Mac is going to be useful regardless, whereas Bach needs those items. So I'm okay with this choice.
Okay.
He also wasted a lot of time stacking them, which is partially why he lost the lane, or I would like to think that. So you have to recover some way, right?
Yeah. I think it's very realistic. You just lost the lane because you're laning against a Morph, honestly.
Middle or a Coddle off lane, which usually doesn't win against Morphling.
Power Rune denied, by the way, mid lane there. And as Boomy will take the creep wave for a bit of a spin and take down the ward. He's had this mid lane now for a couple of waves, maybe even 3 waves by my count. Farming pretty nicely underneath this tier 1 tower, doing a good job keeping creeps off the tower as well. Okay, level 2 reflection. I believe this is also probably for the best, looking to reflect the attack speeds. Nothing too oppressive on the enemy side here, unfortunately for him. He is going to be at least really annoying here to Jabs, or mildly anyway.
Yeah, mildly annoying, I would say.
Trying.
He got his Akashi has his treads almost online, by the way. Not a bad timing at all, considering again this lane. And the Tusk is also farming pretty freely right now on Mac. I'm wondering when he's going to start rotating though. Who is the one that directs the smokes? Because I don't even know what your smokes look like.
Yeah, and I'm also kind of curious. It seems like CML is trying to use this the conjure images to interrupt the farm and maybe block a couple of stacks, or maybe just for information. I'd much rather him use them at this stage to just aid in stacking, honestly.
Well, that would be a good
like
idea.
he can just start stacking the jungle, use them like SD illusions, you know, even though those don't last too long. There are some uses and some scenarios, just ask Insania, where you can double, triple, quad even stack a couple of camps, right? I see a couple of uses or a couple of scenarios where that actually ends up, you know, enabling 1 or 2 of your heroes. You've got pretty good stack farmers here, especially eventually when Akashi does get his Battle Fury online. See no reason why you're trying to interrupt stacks as if these are NP treants when really they're quite frail things, especially at level 1. These are really weak illusions.
Yeah, I'm with you with the stacking. I guess maybe they're afraid of the fact that they can't keep map control really well, because they're right, Aurora is right, they don't really have many ways to defend towers but Coddle, right? And Coddle's still in his phase where he has to permafarm. So maybe that's why they don't want to take too many stacks or prepare their side of the map.
I suppose that makes sense, right? They don't have.
But I agree with you. I think that's a nice
control. Boomy? Yeah.
He just dies with Thunder God's Wrath. Mac was nearby, but Mac realizes when the Thunder God's Wrath, not worth it.
Dropped his Falcon Blade, I want to say, before popping the wand with a tiny hasted nearby.
No, but I was really quick on Mac.
Oh, it was fast. I'm just impressed when players do this.
Akashi is now dealing with treants down bottom. It is the other issue they have. If Coddle's going to permaform up top, which is fine, right? Because he needs his Greaves and they need this timing. Who's defending against treants? Is it the AM? Not great. Oh, they kind of need Coddle to rotate bottom. eventually.
Gonna make another aggressive move here. Makoto this time joining the smoke alongside Q. Ollie might be lingering in the mid lane, but they are looking to try and catch Akashi here as he does farm his way back into this Radiant jungle. No Thunder God's Wrath here, so they need to get it done 100-0, and it seems like they have missed on the opportunity this time go around.
It's a hard one to kill 100-0 with 2 magic damage users. He has only 1 point in counterspell, but that's already 50% more magic resistance. The tower's gonna fall though. However, we do see a Tusk rotation. Boomy as well. Boomy reveals himself. Bushwhacks at least the Tiny. How much damage will they have though? Not enough apparently. And Avalanche actually counter-initiates there with a Bushwhack. Sorry, with the Sharpshooter. They're capable of finishing off Q. Ollie comes in, still has Mango for the potential Supernova. The tower's already gone. Boomy's the target. He's perfectly choreographed Boomy's movements here. Reading him like a book here and almost kills him with the spirits. Now Ollie though will suffer the wrath of Akashi, who gets hit by the wrath of nature. The Mana Void is not going to be even close to enough damage.
Nope, no, a hopeful one, but it just sends them everyone else packing and burns a little bit more mana. Top lane, by the way, Fortify was used because CML under the cover of a level 1 Metamorphosis did that much damage to a tier 1 tower. Basically, all the damage that you've seen this tower take is courtesy of CML. Also, kind of wasting 23 Savage's time a bit. He was just standing underneath the trees in Fog of War. Couldn't really do much until the Fortify came out, and now the tower's just going to go down. So, you know, as far as other position 5s that can do this, they are few and far between.
Okay.
No, he took the tower by himself, straight up.
And the Coddle was helping him, right?
No,
the
Coddle did not help him.
I mean, he pushed out the wave.
Every now and then, but mostly it was basically TB. Coddle does not take tower, especially with Morphling there to just dodge the waves and then clear the wave. That was CML, man.
All right, I'll give you that. He did 2 points in Conjure Image, I guess it's working in his favor. At least not maxing meta. He's gonna go for Drum's Glimmer Cape, so he's gonna be a utility support.
Interesting.
No synergy with his spells, just trying to have useful items, essentially. I mean, the Glimmer Cape does allow you,
Exactly, and then you go for the armlet. Yeah.
No, you don't need armlet, you just need Dagon, really. Because you can just let the creeps hit you in the jungle, and that will also work.
That's true, I've never considered that.
Right, like you don't need to. There's lots of ways of you losing HP. There's not many ways of you surprising someone and getting Sunder off. I swear, they lose to a support terribly. Talon might just consider... I know we did great in the major, guys, but maybe we should disband.
Maybe they should start playing support TB.
If this convinces this team, Sumbi is watching this game, biting his nails, knowing if they win with support TV, he's gonna have to learn. he's teaching Ollie next.
Then he has to play a bunch of pubs of this to see why it's good.
Right.
There must be a reason.
You saw his reaction in the major, right? He's like pulling his hair back right now. His hairline is receding to the point.
Trust me, I saw all the reactions. He had a great reaction.
He was great. He actually had more reactions than his whole team.
Easily, yeah.
Together.
Yeah, no, he was great. I love it when people show emotion, honestly. Especially when the coaches do it. Top lane, though. Could be trouble for Matt. Does not have Snowball here, by the way. Use it to farm the wave. Thunder.
That was a good Sunder save.
All right.
That actually worked well. Okay, this TV is growing on me.
Yeah.
I mean, few supports can do that. That would be essentially Oracle of Adam. Not really. Adam wanted to save.
No, because and listen, I don't know how many more times he gets away with a save like that, honestly. Because now that they realize he is a little bit like an Oracle or a Dazzle, they're going to treat him like an Oracle and a Dazzle.
Sure. So
which is kill him first, right? They kind of let him go because they're like, guys, ignore the support TB, lol. And then they realize they let Matt get away at that expense. I don't know how many more times he gets away with it. Because honestly, I mean, the whole reason they sent him as a 5 is because they have a really good counters to him. However, here comes the turn on Makoto.
Yeah, Makoto might die here. That's going to be a quick kill with max extra damage. Do you know, actually, I now want to question it. Does Reflection work with tag team?
I don't know how these things are tagged. That would be the answer, right?
I'm assuming they're just illusions, right? So then they don't?
I would have to assume not. Honestly, I don't know enough. Normally, look, I'll be honest with you, the last time I played TB support, the Reflection build was not in the meta, okay? So
When was the last time so I can check the game to report you?
What was it the last time?
Give me the Dota buff number.
Yeah, I'll give you the number. Well, let me find it here. It started with a 6. I'll find it for you, though.
Okay, Mac. Another snowball here, in fact. Yeah, he's gonna use it. No need for the Walrus Punch to kill the Phoenix. He got stuck with Wrath of Nature, but healed now because of Bach. And Q will be the next target. CML activates meta. They're going for Q. Walrus Punch just in time to cancel that TP. Mac will secure this kill. However, there's a Zoo still nearby and an Aegis Prophet. The blink is good by Mac. He's going to survive. However, Jazz might just be able to secure the kill here onto Bach. Nope, he's been covered by the TP. Mana Void as well to slow him down. Jabs won't die. Akashi did all this for naught. He's now forced to blink himself to safety, but at least none of the cores in Polaris died. And they got 2 support kills, so it's actually kind of an even trade.
Yes, so they can make use of passive abilities which work for illusions is the answer.
Okay, so then they're illusions, so then tag team is over.
Yes, that's correct. Fascinating. Yeah, fascinating. Cool.
That was my question, because then I was like, maybe there's a reason for this team.
No, the reason is there are too many TB. This is a hard TB game.
Yeah, I think so too. I think they just flexed it, yeah.
And, I mean, again, he's doing, I would say, the best he can. He's getting a couple of D wards. He's using illusions to scout for himself so he doesn't put himself in the most obviously dangerous situations, you know? He's doing what he can with.
I mean, if you're good at warding, I suppose that anything can work as a support, because as long as you're a really good warder.
I would say that has its limits, though, especially in professional games, because you can't expect the opponents to not do anything. If you're a good warder and you're a Lion or a Snapfire, you can win warding duels because you have stuns.
That's a good point, actually.
You know what I mean? Like, and then you play around your vision, you set up ganks. If you're...
no, Mac tossed in play, Sunray mowing him down, Mac is dead, and he's supposed to move the game for Polaris.
So in a vacuum, yes, but in reality, I would say against Ali especially, no. I don't think it's that easy for you, unfortunately. That being said, again, he's doing the best that he can here with what he has, and I think you can't ask more from a support player, honestly. You know what I mean? It's like the time that, what was it, Schofield had to play a support Ursa.
Oh, I remember that game. That was terrible.
Right?
But support Ursa is not the most uncommon pick. It's been done before by a couple of teams successfully as well. So this, I think, Terrorblade is. I don't ever recall seeing this in competitors. Though.
You haven't watched enough NA Div 2, my friend. I'm just kidding.
I don't think they do this. I think they're actually really bread and butter.
No, that was another joke at Fart SJ.
Oh, right. Oh, good one. That was a meta joke. I was just saying NA Div 2 equals bad. Which is...
No, come on. We punch only down to Jenkins.
Oh, you'd be punching up because that is the best region.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we'll see how it goes, right? I'm still hopeful. Again, this is my favorite part about getting to cast Dota, you know, is watching really, really weird stuff like this and seeing how people who are much smarter than I am and much more mechanically gifted than I am try and make it work, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So that's why I'm willing to really go out to bat for it, even as it does take its 4th death. And hey, it's 1, 4, and 3. One of those deaths was completely justified because he completely saved the life of Mac. Like, sure, this hero leaves a lot to be desired in terms of setting up and doing just about anything. But I have to say, if Talon, who are getting another kill, by the way, onto another support, if Talon are going to more or less struggle to get on top of this AM, to get on top of this Coddle, and to get on top of Mac, who, by the way, all these cores for Polaris only with 1 death each, and I say only because you have a TB, you have a Morphling, you have a Tiny, you have a Zeus. Like, I do think Talon can put a little bit more pressure here. Perhaps they're happy to take this into the late game, confident that the 23 Savage Morphling can get them through this game. I don't necessarily disagree with them. They also would, I would say, have a pretty significant advantage in team fight thanks to this Phoenix and this Tiny and this Zeus. You know, they can be pretty overwhelming. So I don't necessarily think Talon need to really accelerate the pace of this game, but they are letting Polaris farm. Here they go, though. I mean, that is domination.
What a combo.
Yeah, that looked good.
Q Tiny. This guy carried them through a major. You can sure carry them to the CDPC.
Yep, that was lovely. Really good stuff from them. I mean, right as I say, they need to do something to do exactly that. They kill 3 heroes. Most importantly, they take down, yes, the tier 1 tower. But in those 3 heroes, 2 of them are heroes that have been constantly shoving out these waves. I mean, you have an NP. Your tower push is not that bad. And yet this tier 1 tower actually... Polaris may get a chance to defend it, honestly. You did commit pretty heavily on that combo.
Yeah, why is only the Zeus and the Phoenix?
Yeah, where is Jabs?
Yeah,
he's farming, that's the answer. He's got an Ags and a Maelstrom going immediately into the Atos for the Gleipnir build. So he is going to be pretty unstoppable.
Okay, but he could have just...
I mean, look, I agree.
Go, bottom lane. Q found a Tusk. And Mac, his Blink Dagger is constantly being cancelled. He doesn't have a snowball any longer. He's even stuck in his own shards because there's 23 damage with a shard himself. That's why they were so long. Now he's going to go down.
Yep. He'll be taken down and killed off. Bach again continuing to farm up. Akashi, again, to his credit, with this Battle Fury. I don't know what the timing was. Honestly, I was too befuddled and too bemused by this TB. He's been farming up. He is the second richest hero in the game here, followed closely behind the TB. That's another kill on Tabumi. I mean, the biggest question is, how many more of these deaths can you justify as a support before it does start becoming a bit of a problem? Now with Q and Ali basically dispatching of supports on their own, I would say this is more of a problem because 23 Jabs and of course Makoto are all still farming on their own and don't really need to sacrifice much, if anything at all, of their farm to get these kills. So you're just giving more kills, you're just generating more gold to these supports. And I mean, Phoenix, in my opinion, more or less scales with levels, more so than gold. But this Tiny will scale beautifully with gold, and that's what scares me more.
Yeah. I mean, and you've also managed to like kind of stave off this early game aggression to some degree, right? But you're still not out of the woods yet, because you still need your Tusk to actually. Like last time, we actually had a Pengo that was capable of scaling and also did well in net worth.
Right.
But now Mac is falling behind because he's been forced to play this really sacrificial role. He's also been forced to go for a build that's like as early activation as possible, going straight blink BKB, not even blink Ags.
Yeah.
He just needs to be online.
And that's why I was a little bit surprised why Bach was the one to take those stacks, because again, we've seen what Bach, hold on, maybe that changes here?
Yeah, maybe they can get a kill onto Q. That would be a start. Okay, Mana Void settles it.
Good. This is all about getting back map control. 4 versus 5, and maybe a little bit more. Okay, that's a
Supernova that's gonna work wonders. Mac is being melted. He dies to Thunder God's Wrath. The Supernova does get it destroyed.
23's out of mana.
Makoto continues to zap the enemy.
Matter.
Kills off CML.
Oh, or does it? Holy, he almost died to his own illusion. Holy moly.
He did almost die to his own illusion, but it was all good. It was all good.
Yo, he's got a butterfly?
I guess that's the ultimate. I don't respect the TV.
Wow. Okay. So what I was surprised by there, by the way, or to finish my thought on why I thought Mac was going to be the one to take those stacks, is because I didn't really see Bach as this hero this game who desperately needed to get this pipe, this hood of insight online. I saw the point on the Greaves, but now I feel like all he's really been doing is standing far away behind the tower and clearing waves. I much rather would have seen this gold go towards the Tusk, who may have been able to use that gold for a faster Blink Dagger. I mean, a 2-minute faster Blink Dagger doesn't sound like that big of a deal, but when it can allow you to, no pun intended here, snowball this Tusk hero into many more items, maybe even a Deso build, who knows? You know, that's where I would have wanted that goal to go. Then again, you never really know what your exact position or what your exact role in this kind of a game is, to be fair to Polaris, because you have a freaking TB support, you know? Like, you're not really sure what kind of roles you're supposed to fulfill. Like, there are downsides to doing something this unorthodox.
Yeah. That's also true. It's harder to play around this, right, in general. Not just for the enemies, but also for yourself. Akashi, by the way, there's a Morphling turn into the AM to make sure you can chase after him. Akashi's going to try to TP. Can he succeed in finding him? He won't. And the illusion actually gives vision of 23 seconds the whole time.
There was
had a lot of leeway.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There was no strength adaptive strike there. That was the one he threw. It was avoided, so no chance for him to get that.
It was counterspelled, right?
It may have been counterspelled. I'm not sure. I only looked at the cooldown.
Yeah, he threw it out and he counterspelled. I don't know if he disjointed or counterspelled it.
Okay.
How about TB? He is such an easy kill now.
I mean, look, I know he has Tranquils instead of maybe Power Treads and Dragonlance, but he does not live very much longer if that's a core TB. Obviously, if he's a core TB, he's probably not standing there like that, but still, my point should not go on deaf ears. I mean, there is a reason why they decided to flex him over to this.
I never knew you were so flexible. The amount of bending over backwards you're doing.
I want this. This is my favorite part about Dota, honestly. This is what I really like about the game. You can do really weird stuff like this.
Yeah, it's also my favorite part about Dota. I just feel like this strategy was kind of a last-minute thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely forced, right? Yeah. But hey.
Q, I don't know about this. No, activates BKB as well? He's fighting in the middle of this. He's just going to dive to the Morphling, it seems like. We need one more waveform or some more mobility for the Morphling. Apparently, Talon, someone made the call to retreat. 23 Savage trying to bait Akashi perhaps in.
Yeah, Jab said, I'm not done farming yet, guys. Let me get my BKB.
Of course, he's making the calls.
Then we'll go.
You can't have your captain farm. It's bad.
I don't know who it was, but I mean, again, I think Talon, they're kind of just chilling here, right? Yes, this is an orthodox picks with different play styles, but it doesn't seem like they're very scared of anything that this TB presents, and for good reason, I would add. Although they are maybe looking for a pickup. This is whoa.
Oh, Akashi. Maybe a little bit too cocky, can still be tossed in place here. They're trying to kill the Morphling, but 23 still at the H anyway. He's gonna snowball in, trying to kill a TP, and the TP sunders just in time. First life of Morphling gone. Phoenix is dead as well. Great sharpshooter. Mac died in the fray. As now Boomy's the target here. 423 Savage. Again, they need more mobility, but Q got it. He has the avalanche, has the toss, and that will kill Moomy. In addition to perhaps... No, there's a setup on Bach, but no.
Okay. Honestly, a pretty good play. It sucks that Mac has to die for that, but by the time he respawns, he will have his next charge of BKB, which is another 8-second Aegis, and 23 is not going to have an Aegis. So, you know, that's not bad at all. There is going to be a Lincoln Sphere up fairly soon, just another 1,200 gold, as 23 has the components and the recipe delivered, minus that ultimate orb. And so he is making his way very quickly towards that item. Jabs is also a really big problem. I don't think he quite has BKB yet, unless it's in his courier. Where is his courier? I don't know where his courier is. But I don't believe he yet has BKB. He needs still, I think, a little bit more for the recipe, and then I'll have it fly in his way. So just any second now, really. And that's a big, big timing for Talon. But if you're Polaris, you're happy you're not facing this alongside a Morphling Aegis. So, you know, I like the aggressive move. It did seem to be prepared and planned, honestly, from the way Akashi blinked in first and then just hit the creep wave. So I like the play. And maybe here, another kill. Nope.
Okay, they're trying to kill the Phoenix in time, but it says the Hoodwink who dies, and the AM is being melted by Jabs.
Yeah,
who now has enough damage to deal with him. In the backlines, Mac is still fighting his own fight, but Mac...
Oh,
sorry, it's Bach who dies there, as they also go for CML, and Mac stuck in the trees will be able to TP.
Yeah, and that's why Jabs wanted to farm a lot this game. That's why the Ags and the Gleipnir build's really good, because against AM, yeah, he has only one Dispel, and you have 2 roots here, one of which is a little bit random, even 2 of which can be a little bit random, right? Wrath of Nature, like, yeah, you hear it coming, but it can be a little bit harder to dodge, harder to be out of vision, and Gleipnir as well can catch you from fog. So it's been really difficult here. Akashi, look, I mean, I've really gone up to bat for this support TB, but I just don't think it's ready to be unleashed upon the world yet.
No,
the world isn't ready.
I think it's fine if you have a strategy that goes with it, or it's a support TB with the idea of countering something specific. Like,
oh no, they missed the...
Q is gonna live, actually. Avalanche kills Mac as well.
Yeah.
Like, okay, for example, if there was a Luna game, for whatever reason for Talon, right? They had a Luna carry. I could see the support to be being like a decent like last flex pick or something like that. I think there's some cool ideas with this. I just feel like this idea of I forced my carry into support role rarely doesn't work. Like the I will swap this around, it'll work as a support. There's some heroes where you can do it out pretty consistently because they're very flexible, like say a DP, right? Maybe a Jug, for example, actually has some use early or something like that.
Sure.
And has actual support abilities, but TP is not.
The one thing I very quickly want to correct you on there is it was a last pick AM, not a last pick TP. But yes, all your other points are correct.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like if it was a last pick TP.
They got hold on. They got a bat. All right, that's 1,300 gold.
No, that's a lot.
Thank you very much.
That's my point. Is I would rather it be a last pick support TB than it's a second pick flex TB, which didn't work out. Like it's a last pick versus you see a Luna or whatever. You're like, okay, let me pick a support TB here and surprise.
Oh, I see what you mean.
That kind of works. Like, cause I already have a carry. It doesn't fit in my draft, but I think the TB works here.
I thought you were referring to this game.
No, I know this game. It was an early pick TB.
This game it got downgraded.
I do feel though that that's kind of not really the fault of Polaris. I feel like they're a little bit limited in the first picks because they need strategy that works, and it seems like 4 Protect 1 is the only strategy that works for them because they can't really rely on a Tricore, which is what everyone's doing, which kind of sucks. I think that's a limitation that they need to work on.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they can...
I mean, it's not for this match.
It's not for this match, right? So for this match, though, the next item, which is curious enough for the AM, again, going for a unique build after this Basher, is going to be, what are they called? The Blink Fragments. I knew what the Ags was. I forgot the name of the ability, which is really good, actually. It's a fun little Ag Scepter.
It's just a split pushing Ags, right? So you gotta need it when you're losing your game. It's the best Ags.
Gives you a bit of vision. So it's like the not as good, I would say, but like the TA Ags, the PA Ags, right? You buy them in games like this to try and get a little bit more space, and then eventually when you do start fighting, they also have a good amount of utility. Mac, they are going to try and kill him. Oh, Jabs might throw the Gleipnir. Yeah, Gleipnir missed, and then he's done with that. I feel like Gleipnir should have an animation when it misses. I don't believe it's fair that enemies may or may not know, based on your hero's animations, if you threw Gleipnir or not. Because you don't get to see the cooldown of it if you're an enemy, right?
Oh, I mean, I think it's... Yeah, it's true. I guess it's difficult because items don't have animations.
Well, no, I mean, like if you self-use a Yule's, right? You know, you see it. feel like it's just such a strong item. Rod of Atos, you know, if you see the projectile and then it's avoided. I just feel like there's no indicator that it's been cast on.
No, I understand what your point is, but I don't know if that's... I mean, it would have to be uniquely made just for Clayton.
I agree.
I'm thinking of other items that have area damage. Meteor Hammer? That doesn't count because it's channel.
Well, but you see the effects.
Yeah, because it's channel.
Oh, I gotta see what you mean. Oh, hold on. They're hunting for Boomy. Small kill. See if it means anything. Gleipnir in time. Doesn't mean anything, but it's a kill.
I'll be honest, this whole idea of like area but targeted is so weird. And it's such a new concept in Dota 2 that it does feel like it's something that people haven't really considered too much.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree.
Because before, and back in the older Dota 2 days, right? The only ability that really kind of interacted that way was kind of Stormhammer, and that was it. And most of their abilities didn't have this whole idea of area but like a single target.
What the heck is Stormhammer? What am I... Oh, right, Sven, yes. Ah, good point.
Yeah, because things like now that Shadow Strike, Brain Sap, all these abilities, right? Like you can now get an AoE version of them. They didn't exist back then. The Cold Feet AoE, because these talents didn't exist, right? So this concept of like, I'm gonna hit an area, but it's a single target spell, but it's an area spell, doesn't really exist. Like I send a projectile only if there's an area.
Right. Right, it's kind of the opposite of what we currently have in Dota. Right, because right now, like what you're saying, a lot of these are like, even with Electric Rave or whatever. I guess Vortex is the other thing. Vortex
is full on area.
But it only...
Because you still cast it in an area and it just captures whatever you can.
Right. But so is this. So is Gleipnir. You cast it in an area.
Oh, but Vortex has animation. It's an animation around you.
I guess. I guess it's true.
But I see your point.
But with the Ags, right, it kind of turns into it because it ignores link-ins and stuff like that.
That is a little bit weird.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is something that is extremely unique.
If you think about it, even in areas like this, like the Pit Lord, sorry, the Underlord.
Underlord, Pit of Malice.
Pit of Malice. It didn't used to be that way, right? Back in Dota 1 is actually Corpse Explosion. Yeah, so that was actually his newest ability.
Oh, kill onto Boomy. Support's just getting picked off, trying to create space. Mac is down bottom. 23 might have an idea that he's here, though. Not sure why LC TPs like this. Maybe he's expecting an AM in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, they're gonna die now, right? Oh, okay, he turns to BKB TP. The damage is too high.
Yeah.
He has Crystallis, actually, not even Daedalus. And now we have a Nimbus as well on the Zeus. The reason we went on this wheel tangent is because Polaris will delay the game.
Yes.
But it's not... I don't think this leads to anything good.
And, yeah, I mean, it only leads to a victory for Talon, I would say. More specifically, I don't think this is, unfortunately, going anywhere with it.
Maybe again, if Akashi plays the game of his lifetime. I'd say 6 lifetimes. I feel like Akashi, it's better not to win this game, because I think if you win this game, you don't win TI ever.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't see how they get back into this one. I fail to see exactly what the TB's going to bring to the table. Like, let's just acknowledge it now. Maybe one Sunder, sure, you know. But all he has to offer at this stage is a Glimmer Cape. But again, he's facing many, many counters. Jabs has itemized beautifully to deal with the real threat, which is, of course, the AM. Mac has fallen so far behind that he's being basically killed 1v1 against any core, which is never a good place to be when you're a bar-fighting kind of a hero, right? He can't hold his own, right? And that's never where you want to be on this kind of a guy. And the supports try as they might. Well, the supports being Hoodwink and Bach. You know, again, from range, they can do things, but there's just no one to stand up front, right? I think this kind of a draft, it falls apart as soon as the Tusk can no longer be a fighter. And unfortunately, that time has passed him up. And there's nothing that the TB support really brings to the table to change that. There's a Zeus ulti for the Vision. They've even procced the Aeon Disc, and again, another kill onto Boomy. That was a smoke play, though, so, you know, a little bit of time wasted.
Trying to check to see what the draft was, because I am kind of curious when they picked the TV on 8, because I think it was 8 pick, right? What they banned afterwards. Okay, they seem to get countered pretty hard. That's the name of the website.
Yes. I'll pull it up for you if you buy me a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Because I am curious. I'm starting to question, like, in this game, for example, TB core is so heavily countered that it doesn't work. But they also got some really, really good counters here. So I'm questioning what possibly they could have banned.
Right, like something had to have been showing.
Yeah, exactly. You must have banned something worse, right? Or some, I don't know. That's
yeah, I mean, it starts from the draft, though, is what you're saying.
This game definitely was lost to the draft. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think they played okay. I don't think they played the best game of their life either, but I definitely think the draft had something to do with this. Okay, one smoke here for Polaris.
Okay.
Maybe.
What are they smoking on? No.
The Roche timer.
The Roche timer.
Akashi checks. Okay, at least they baited out Avalanche. That's not a bad start.
Not bad at all. You're wrong. They're smoking on Walrus kick.
Oh, it's a Walrus kick. Okay. That's pretty huge. Not if TB. Well, I mean, TB's the scout.
He's a support. He's got buyback. That's fine. Acceptable death.
It's not like he's gonna do anything either. Then you force the Nimbus.
It's maybe even better if he's way further. Well, no, because you need him for vision, unfortunately.
Okay, so I guess
you have blink fragments still to play with, which break Lincoln's, by the way.
Yep. I guess they're just going to let the Roche go, huh?
All right.
I mean, I don't think CML is that important that you don't want to go because he died. Is there anything else big that they used? No? Just him.
Well, I mean, you're getting close to this AM25.
Okay.
Okay.
Envoy was successful. The Gleipnir. Didn't matter.
Got him with the blink fragment.
He did. Peace. And even despite the Gleipnir, even despite the fact that he used Manta style offensively, he still got away with his life. That's pretty good. Akashi, I'm telling you, if there's a hero that can carry a game like this, it is AM.
There they go. The SEA smoke. Oh, no. This is not the SEA smoke.
No, it's just a normal smoke.
But I do like how they're going immediately back down bottom. I wonder if Talon are going to have any sort of idea that this is coming, especially into Aegis in this kind of a game.
He went for Mana Void cooldown. I like this. Mana Void's pretty strong now.
Oh, he hit 25, yeah.
Yeah. Mana Void cooldown. Mana Void's pretty strong only because you're up against Zeus and Morphling, which both have a lot of mana, or NP as well. But it got some... It's been getting some good buffs recently. And the fact that it now stuns in an area is...
So I was going to bring up, that's the most recent change in our lovely, glorious 732E patch, is it stuns everything in that hit in the AoE.
Yeah. That's not bad. 0.3 seconds. Like you can do a lot of it with that in the late game.
There are talents as well for this?
No, it used to be. No, they took it out.
That's why I stopped playing AM offlane, honestly.
Yeah, that was it. Still legitimate, by the way. I think it's actually...
AM off? I think it can be very legitimate.
In some games, in some like drafts, right? The problem in pubs is that you have to pick it blind because you don't know what the carry matchup or mid is, and then it's not good. Okay, this team fight for Polaris might...
Zeus, by the way, has a ninja gear. If they can get on top of him.
Okay, he just revealed himself. He just revealed himself. There they go. AM onto the Zeus. They have Mana Void ready. Mikoto is not getting out. He's dead. Akashi now runs away because he does not want to face the Morphling head-to-head. Meanwhile, they distracted the rest of them. CML pretends to be a carry. CML will die. Mac, though, needs to get out somehow. Where's the snowball going? He Walrus kicks. He's done the got canceled by the Nimbus.
Oh, no.
No, because of the Nimbus, he doesn't get the blink off. He's going to die. Now 23 Savage he tries to get a kill onto CML. I heard him on a void in the backline as well. They did turn the AM into a pig. Akashi tanking a fair amount though, managing to go back into the trees. They got transfer vision. They have the Nimbus as well. Now blinking onto him. Savage will kill him. And that's going to be another win for Talon Esports. Well, team fight win for Talon.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost certainly the game here. They did not mean to kick Jabs onto Bach, but Jabs was like, thank you very much, pop BKB, and then murdered Coddle. 23 Savage.
Yeah, that was an odd.
Ooh, okay. I mean, he almost died to Tower, but not a chance. He's got Daedalus. I mean, he is so...
It's Aegis.
Oh, okay, there he goes. It's that easy.
Yeah, that easy. He has Aegis, though. How long until the Aegis expired? Still 2 minutes, actually. Pretty bad to lose.
Yeah, I was immediately going to say, no, it's okay, but... Look, I mean, hey, if we can... That's the one mistake that Talon have really made this game. I mean, we can call him out for that one.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think this game was made for them. CML, target once again. They have Lincolns.
Yeah.
Just in case he ever thought of being cheeky again.
Or BKB. I mean, AM does have buyback.
He does. He's saving it for the third game. As Boomy dies, he gets tossed back. They caught Mac again as well. There's the buyback from the...
There's
the AM buyback, and Mac is alive thanks to the Walrus. The Ogre Seal Totem, sorry. Akashi can still go for the Morphling. Is he cocky enough? Does he want to do this? He knows how he just turned into him right now.
Okay. That is not Megas.
No. But they did force the buyback they were looking for anyway.
Yeah. So, mission accomplished out from Talon. Who, again, they can just kind of sit back and chill. There is not a whole lot really threatening them this game but themselves. And by that, I mean, if they go fountain diving, if they lose lots of heroes without buyback, then, yeah, they could be in some problems. But until that ends up happening, I do think they are still pretty much cruising in this kind of a game. 34K, the net worth lead. Akashi continuing his best to try and farm. You can't fault him at all for this kind of a game. I think he's performed admirably. Yeah,
but I don't think performing admirably is enough this game.
No, I mean, sometimes it isn't, but that's the whole point of performing admirably, isn't it?
Yeah, right. It's admiration, but not a win. Not adoration. Not money.
Oh, is that where admirable comes from?
What?
Admiration?
Yes.
Really?
Do you not know that?
No.
Are you joking?
I actually thought it had something to do with like admiral, like a kunka.
Are you kidding me right now?
No, or like admiral bulldog, you know?
So what do you feel to someone that's admirable?
I always thought it was someone.
You felt he's a good captain. He's a good sea captain.
No, I mean more so the fact that he displayed good traits of being a captain. That made him, went down with the ship. You got to admire that.
Right, exactly.
Well, now I'm using it correct because I know. Wouldn't be very admirable of me if I kept using it wrong.
Okay, they're gonna fight Jabs again. Mana Void. Jabs is dead. Akashi still doing an admirable.
Oh yeah. That's his TP canceled, by the way, so
that's
if
bad.
he's making it out.
The Hoodwink has been left behind. That's not very admirable of him, but it is admirable.
23 has AM form, and Ags, so he's, I didn't know you could send blink fragments as, those are some scary blink fragments, man.
As a Morphling? Yeah, you can. Morphling can do anything you can, and more.
So what, you get, the Axe upgrade must be off of Counterspell then, right?
Yeah, it is.
Huh,
I mean, it used to be out of Blink. I actually don't know if it's Blink or Counterspell.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, blink fragment, that makes a lot. Yeah, I mean, either way, not the ultimate, right?
No, it's not the ultimate.
So Morphling does get it. Not too big of a concern. Jabs, of course, I mean, this is the kind of fight that Talon are looking for. Are looking for. Yes, it is an SEA smoke. We just lost
we're looking for that fight.
We just lost our offlaner and we smoke in. But of course, this offlaner S tier buyback material. He buys back. He's instantly back into the fight.
That's why Q is posturing so heavily here. I mean, if they can just kill CML early, they'll take this, honestly. The Sunder's still a nuisance. Mac tries to use this to initiate. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Mac, but he has the Ogre Seal Totem to survive. Even the Ice Shards don't catch him, but Morphling's committing. And now 23 realizes it's a mistake. He's not walking to the Will-O-Wisp.
Okay.
Ollie did get killed off in the backside by Akashi.
Akashi's carrying. He's on a Mikoto. Okay, but he's not committing on a Mikoto. And Lincoln's here broken.
Snowball. Okay, that might be enough with the Avalanche. They set up for this kill. Die back on Akashi. He played really well.
Yeah.
But in the end, the Admiral did go down with a ship. GG called. Polaris will submit this match. Ends at a 2-0 for Talon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, again, massive, kudos to Polaris, who did really throw it all down. They had an idea. They said, hey, we can try and get him on this AM pick. We'll give Akashi the best kind of a start that we can. Did a phenomenal job, especially considering that was an AM with a TB support. But at the end of the day, it's going to force the rest of your draft into a super awkward position, Not a whole lot that I would say Bach was able to do this game, A, with his hero, and B, with the supports that he had, being, of course, a Hoodwink and a TB. Look, I don't know what a TB is supposed to do, but Hoodwink, Coddle do fulfill very similar roles in the early... It's tough. It's just tough.
I feel like this team has some problems that they need to address, and we've seen it over a couple of times. I think these drafts and itemizations are really whack many times. It's not a sign of you being bad players, or particularly you having an issue with your gameplay, but rather something that's like not quite hitting through. They need to be on the same page, or they need to be put on the same book, maybe. I don't know. At this point, I see them really, really far off the map.
On the same boat.
On the same boat, exactly. And with this, we do have an Admiral waiting for us. He has the same beard. He has the same charisma. Also the same narcissism. It's Tsunami.
Oh, wow.
Finna Tidebringer your ass right now, Avo. Welcome back to the panel. They need to also perhaps get on the same Bach. I can't believe you guys didn't go for that one, because Bach was not on the same page, but I don't think anyone on Polaris was on the page of support Terrorblade, other than even CML. Actually, I don't even think CML was on board. CML was like, what have you done? My stats are going to look terrible now.
I feel like what happened was, okay, during the first game, right, the TB was like, I feel good as a TB.
Yep.
But then the game didn't go that well. And then he's like tilted. He's like, okay, I'm going to go to the restroom and chill out. And then like the draft started, and then they're like, let's just pick the TB. He'll be fine. And then he came and like, no guys, I'm not playing the TB. I'm not playing the TB.
Was it before or after the Zeus came out? Was it really the Zeus that was like, no matter what, we can no longer play this Terrorblade core? Is it really that bad of a matchup?
No, I feel like it's fine. Like you can just get like early Satanic, and the Zeus don't really threaten you that much. Like he's gonna run out of mana eventually, right?
And
you just
Mikoto
lifesteal.
didn't even do that well in the mid lane against the Tusk.
Yeah, like he's so pressured because like this Tusk might, like bring a support and then like it's gonna die. So it's like it gets to a point where the TB is actually gonna do much more than the Zeus. And I don't know why they just wouldn't let that happen.
I don't get it either. And we even saw that the anti-mage does not have a very good matchup against Morphling either, Winter. So they last picked the anti-mage. The intention is this AM can carry the game. Literally carry, because we're giving him the carry role. And Morphling just makes mincemeat of him.
Yeah, then why even last pick the hero, Like, I just don't understand. I feel like the AM as a support would have actually done more than the Terrorblade support. Imagine you're just running around burning the enemy's mana in the lane, so you help the Terrorblade farm, and then later in the game you buy Axe and you just send out the annoying illusions to burn the enemy's mana. Like, Terrorblade, he has no purpose in the game as a support. The only thing he's gonna do is like sunder his carry or get some really good sunder so you can kill the enemy carry.
The only way I can justify it is if they're like a million auras and passives that your reflection is great against. Like if there's like a Lycan, Beastmaster, Anti-Mage on the enemy team that your reflection just like you press it and then all of a sudden you win the team fight, then maybe I could justify it. And it did win the lane. The AMTB lane ended up being pretty good.
Yeah, but he's not useful, It's like you cannot justify, okay, I'm just gonna pick a hero just for the lane, and I'm gonna be AFKing the next 30 minutes, not useful in the game.
And even with him winning the lane against Q, this dude on Tiny Aurora, this is like, he's so damn good at this hero.
Yeah, I thought I was the best Tiny player in C, but I guess I'm wrong.
I agree.
Q is the best Tiny player.
How dare you?
Why? Who else would you nominate?
No, she was nominating herself as...
Oh, really? I thought you were a mid player.
Yeah, I mean like when Tiny was
mid player.
meta.
Oh, well.
But wants to play
I
all
can
the...
press tree volley too, Aurora. But Q definitely a well-deserved MVP. And Polaris, back to the drawing board, I suppose, as now they have been 2-0'd by Execration, they got 2-0'd by SMG, and now they have been 2-0'd by Talon, which... it's starting to look like you might be in relegation territory again because their next opponent on Friday will be Army Geniuses. That's not going to be an easy matchup either. I don't really know what you take away from this game, though.
No, that's actually a really good point. Part of something that I discussed with my teams a lot before is, okay, so we want to try to improve as a team, right? So I want to the first thing when I do is I want to get rid of all the meme strats, all the fancy heroes, because I want to make sure that when we lose, we know why we are losing.
Okay.
And if you always pick like very out-of-the-box heroes, when you lose, you don't really learn a lot. You don't know what's wrong with the team.
Yeah. At best, I would say that Akashi has now learned more about the AM Morphling matchup, but I don't think CML learned anything this game. And as someone who's been doing quite a bit of education is Jabs on Talon. Jabs, congratulations on the win. Would love to know what your reaction was when Polaris' last pick in this game 2 comes out. It's Anti-Mage. What goes through your mind?
I think Trey was saying that they might pick something weird, like to last pick, and we were like, yeah. But it's kind of like, we see it like kind of coming, because like that's like probably like the only way they can win us.
So did you think it would be something weird, as weird as 5 Terrorblade? Because even when the AM came out, like we were thinking, okay, maybe it's mid anti-mage, maybe it's support anti-mage. We did not think support TB was good. Oh, okay.
We thought it was like gonna be a anti-mage mid against the Zeus. And that's what we thought. And like TB carry is supposed to, maybe he just doesn't want to play a TB carry that game.
I see. Yeah, it was a baffling turn of events, but you guys took advantage of the situation. Winter, any questions for Jebs?
Hello, Anucha. So congratulations for the win today. So you're one of the best off-lane players in SEA. So I was wondering if you could share with us, if you can give us any tips on how to be better at the off-lane right now, like maybe a couple, 1 or 2 or 3.
Just don't play fancy hero and like just play boring hero.
Don't.
Whoa! Excuse me. This is coming from the hoodwink off lane that I saw. Don't play fancy.
Are we talking to Jebs right now? Are you being blackmailed?
I have like 100% win rate on that in pub, and then like it's maybe probably good, and like I tried. Never mind, just gonna play something, get Garden Grave, I guess.
Jabs, I have a question. Like, okay, I bet all of us didn't expect the AM pick, right, the last game. Like, I think we were predicting the Enigma pick. What do you think? Like, do you think, like, if they just get Enigma in the offlane, it would be better than the Caller offlane?
It's probably better, but I think it's really hard TB game that one, because like they pick TB is really early.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like they actually don't have like anything to kill Zeus that game.
Yeah, true. Because I saw like the instant reaction, like the Zeus pick, and then like y'all ban out everything that Polaris could take to, you know, like threaten the Zeus. So yeah, I thought like maybe the Enigma would kind of give some map pressure or whatever, because you can still deny the creeps, you can still make like your carry has less farm, right? But like I feel like having the Caller on the tree and then like some, okay, we didn't expect the TV to be the support, but then it feels like it's just too heavy for the task to play. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really on task. Like it's really hard for them to win that game, I think.
How about game number one? You had the Broodmother and enemy had Legion Commander. What were you expecting the Legion Commander's itemization would be for that game? Were you expecting Blade Mail first?
Not really. Like when it came, I thought it's gonna be a post 5 LC and maybe like Kota mid or other row. Like I didn't expect it's gonna be like LC offlane. Yeah.
Yeah. It was interesting stuff. And you guys finally did not play IO Leshrac for the very first time in this DPC. Assuming that IO was in, are you guys just going to keep learning that strategy over and over and over again?
Let's see. We're not gonna like review our plans.
Fair. Well, right now it's been working out. And in this game, I was happy to see other heroes for once, but I guess if you guys are winning, then it doesn't really matter what the heroes are. But congratulations on it.
Yeah, I tried like to play other hero, but
it's always the Nature's Prophet, bro. You tried the Hoodwink once, put it back in the library for right now, a little more practice. But your Nature's Prophet's amazing, so why stop? But congratulations on the win, and looking forward to on Wednesday when you guys go up against SMG.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we'll catch you later, Jebs. Poor guy. Maybe, I mean, his advice is good. Who else would know better to not pick fancy heroes than Jabs?
Maybe that's what they are trying to do. Is like, okay, Jabs is prone to do that. We'll do that better than him. We'll make the TV go support.
Yeah, and it shows that they already learned their lesson, or he learned his lesson. Hopefully.
He learns his lesson once per tour. Last tour, it was the Rubik against Fnatic that he was just like, let's try to get a little fancy here. Immediately lost. This tour, he gets it out of his system in week 1, the Hoodwink. The Slardar was also tour 1, right?
No, the Slardar was during, I think it was during the major.
Oh, it was Lima?
Yeah,
there you go. That was his one during the major.
Every tournament, it has to happen one time.
Just one weird hero that he whips out, and then he's like, yeah, on second thought, let's just play Nature's Prophet every single game.
Or Broodmother.
Or Broodmother,
Or
that's
Death
right.
Prophet.
That's true. We didn't see his Death Prophet today, but he's been running that quite frequently in the IOS Shrek strategies. And they are keeping their strategies close to their chest and not revealing if they're going to keep picking IOLesh, but I'm pretty confident that they will because it's working out well for them. And yes, their next opponent will be SMG on Wednesday, which will be the true test and maybe determining who's going to make it to Berlin, but that's off into the future. The immediate future right now is a Blacklist Rivalry versus Army Geniuses. I say immediate, but it's actually going to be a little bit of a break because it was a pretty fast series from Talon. So in maybe around 15 minutes, we will return with our final series at the beginning of week number 2. It's going to be Blacklist Rivalry versus Army Geniuses.
Hello, everyone, and we have returned to the DPC 2023 Spring Tour Southeast Asia Division 1. I am very excited. We have Blacklist versus AG coming up. I am your host, Sophie, taking over for Sumunami, and I'm here with my panelists, Winter and John Xfire. How you guys doing?
Good, great. We had an amazing series a while ago. You know, Winter, you watched an amazing series. Now we're in for another amazing series. Do you want to see some unique drafts? Would we like another Terrorblade support coming out?
Sure.
Well, I mean, I think this time we actually might get an amazing series. I mean, last game, that was, I would say, an interesting series. Yeah. Would you say so, Winter?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Interesting?
Very, very interesting.
What was your favorite part?
The brothers on the same lane. Terrorblade and
Terrorblade AM. I mean, the logic is just there, right? 2 hard carries, like you said.
They won their lanes.
That is true.
Yeah. Actually did end up well. I still argue that AM support would have been better that game.
Why? Elaborate.
I think Terrorblade doesn't do much without farm. AM, you can blink in, you can cause some havoc, you just rush Ags, even without items, you have some impact. So
you're more annoying.
Yeah, you're more annoying
than the Sunder bot.
For sure, for sure.
But I think it was still not the best idea to have those guys in the same lane anyways. But we have a very interesting series coming up because it is Blacklist versus Army Geniuses. So I feel like out of today's game, this could be the closest in skill, maybe, the 2 closest teams.
Arguably, yes. I think people still have... Look, Blacklist is still like this team of highly skilled individual players, right? So this could be the team that they just outplayed him on an individual level, perhaps. AG, I mean, they've been looking good as a team, but I guess individually you can kind of rank it up and maybe you'd favor Blacklist a little bit.
I agree. I think AG is just like a stronger team, like as a 5. But when you look at individual players, I feel like probably most of the players on Blacklist, they are more skilled than AG. Maybe you can make an argument, an exception for DB, the offlane. DB might actually be better individually.
DB was going off.
Yeah, compared to Cuckoo. But everyone else on Blacklist, I feel like they are way more, okay, maybe not way more, but they're definitely more skilled than the other player on AG.
Yeah, was it the Geek Slate AG game where DB was just like owning all the time?
Yeah, he's actually so freaking good, you know?
Yeah.
You would not believe it if he told you, okay, I just played offlane 3 months, you know, like, I'm like, stop with that horseshit, you know, there's no way you're playing offlane 3 months, you know? Even though people say, oh, you make a transition from carry to offlane, same lane, you know, but there's still a lot of things that you need to master.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's one thing with DB, like I've known the guy for a while, you know, I've watched his games before. He went through a period where he was just really sad, like his tag at the end was always like sad boys, depressed kids, something like that. So maybe the switch just makes him happier. You know, a happy player is a motivated player, and a motivated player is a player that reads the game and plays it well.
And wins games.
And
most important is having fun, right?
Absolutely.
That's the most.
Was that what you were trying to do last Saturday? Motivate me?
Yeah.
If you're chicken adobo.
Yes, you're definitely motivated.
But yeah, I think a lot of people also regard Blacklist as what the Philippine super team or something like that. But it feels like they haven't really done anything super yet. I mean, maybe it's too early to say into the season, but from their performance from the past few games we've seen them play, it has been a bit lackluster.
Yeah, it's been really lackluster. I think it's, again, when you have all these stacked names up, all veteran names, you have a lot of expectations for a stack like this. Even back in Tour 1, I think people expected more. People expected them to go to the major. It just didn't happen.
Yeah, 5 full cups of
5
tea.
full cups.
Cannot add anything in. Everything you add, everything Mike is trying to go, hey guys, why not we do this? Tries to add the soy sauce in, but everything just spills out, you know?
Yeah, the cup's just too full. They've got to empty the cup a little bit, you know, open themselves up to adjustments and changes and
that's
adapt.
what Master Shifu would say.
Yes, absolutely.
Master Shifu. Okay, give me one the wushu finger. But what do you think has been Mike's biggest impact on the team so far? If you could assume.
Can't really tell by much, you know. Maybe the draft has been much more strategic in certain ways. There's been more prep work because before this, from what I understood, they only had an analyst helping them, so they didn't really have an actual coach. So the players were doing mostly their own drafting and such. So definitely Mike's able to help them do that better. But the root problem of the team is still the same, you know. When you look at how they are playing the map, and sometimes you feel like, oh, this core has to give way for the others so that the others can succeed, somebody has to have a shit game, you know. Not every game, everybody can have a good game. And nobody is doing that.
Yeah.
Like, so that nobody is willing to eat the shit so that you can win the game, you know. Everybody wants to be the superstar.
Yeah, exactly. It's no one's making those sacrifices. And I think we haven't seen that adjustment from Mike. I think the one thing at the least is when we see their cameras on, team morale seems up no matter what. You know, Mike's cheering them up.
It might be fake.
I don't think it's fake. You know, knowing Mike, he's just a lively guy, right?
Yeah, but it's hard, you know, when we always talk about problems like this, you know, when the players don't really have the same direction and you're trying to get everybody to look at the same camera. It's hard, you know. You have to go through so much team meetings, and you need the players to be willing to empty their cups, or at least half of the cups, you know, at least so you can add something in. You can add some salt, some pepper, and everybody has the same amount of salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper in your tea?
Okay, maybe not my tea.
Masala chai.
My soup, you know, my chicken, my chicken adobo, you know.
I see. But I'm looking at a Blacklist Wikipedia page right now, and they actually have their analyst, Nathan. Yeah, Nathan. They have their coach now, is Ninja Boogie, and their old coach, but it says they're the manager and performance coach.
Yeah.
So what is a performance coach? Is that like someone who keeps you like in check with your mental and your fitness?
Keeps you in good shape, I guess, overall. Make sure you wake up on time, you eat the right food.
Yeah.
Do you have your chicken adobo today?
Yeah, exactly that. You know, he's keeping... It's like a mix of nutritionists and psychologists, I suppose. That's what I assume. I think that's what the teams in C that do go for that route tend to get an all-in-one instead of just like an esports psychologist.
No, it definitely helps. I think it's not like a fancy thing. You know? It's actually, I feel like it might even be a necessity, because when a player eats well, you regulate your blood sugar and everything, you don't crash, you actually play better. Like serious, no kappa.
Winter, the science guy. The other day, Winter literally lecturing me, you have to make sure you eat at this time, so you're intermittent fasting, and you know.
Take your proteins first.
Yeah, your proteins before your carbs. But I think it would make a lot of sense for players to have, you know, the utmost mental stability and physical stability, because it really affects how you play.
A lot of them actually get sick because they, you know, during tournaments, sometimes you have to switch time zones. Yeah. So a lot of the players cope by energy drink, you know, and they keep drinking, and because it's too much sugar, right? Then you have to play. Then after you play, you feel like so lethargic because you get a crash. Instead of trying to, you know, plan their meals properly, you eat at the right time, and then if you go to the event 2 or 3 days earlier, so you get used to the time zone and your eating times, and then you get to a state where you're stable and you play better, you know.
Yeah, I see that a lot with C teams when we were on LAN. Like, I'd see the managers running around with all these takeaway packs every time, just ordering Grab.
Starbucks?
Sometimes Starbucks, but you know, it's
McDo. Always
they're
McDo.
just any fast food, sometimes at random hours, like 12 midnight, stuff like that. So it can throw you off when you just don't have your body in shape. It's one more thing that just could potentially drag you down away from focus.
Yeah, because you're actually more, I would say that you're more prone to get tired when you don't control your eating schedule, and you're eating always at random times, eating too much sugar. Then when you're playing, right, you tend to get high bursts of energy. So sometimes you look at one series, right, a player plays really well in the first series, and then the second, the third game, if it goes to the third game, they become very lethargic. Yeah, they make a lot of errors in the game. It could go down to being just not taking care of their meals and resulting into the poor conditioning they are in, you know.
I mean, it's like the whole, what I said in his interview, he got food poisoning, so Bleed looks good today. He passed his food poisoning last week, and now Bleed won their series. So yeah, it definitely does have an impact. But let's talk about Clairvoyance on AG, very famous Korean personality, Dota player, coach now. How do you think he's impacted? Because he looks very involved. Like, every time they're drafting, he's like face next to each player. They're like, you know, going over things together.
Well, Clairvoyant's been coaching them for at least 3 years, I think.
3 years? Oh,
yeah,
I thought 2 years. More than
maybe
that.
2 years. I know he transferred around as well. I know he was following the Indostack around. So he's been in touch with him for a while. I think it was in last year or this year where he actually went in with the team as well. And it's had a massive impact. I think he's just really shaped these players. Players like DB, Mamagdai, who's not there anymore, you know, UK. He shaped that old stack up, and he's shaping the stack up really well. And, you know, they went through the fires of Div 2. It just forges you into a strong team. They've been around for a while, and Claire knows his players. You know, he knows what they're comfy with. He knows how to push them, and he's just been a really good influence, I think, to the younger Indonesians.
He's Zhuge Liang. You know Zhuge Liang?
No, who's that?
Yeah, in the 3 Dynasty Warriors, he's the guy that stays behind and plans all the strategies. Oh, it's gonna be the north wind. We should put the fire now tonight. You know. He's the smart guy behind, and everybody else is the generals, They have their specific roles, and he's there, okay, you go here, stand there. You go here, At exactly 3 p.m., you strike at this point.
So we have a biology lesson with Winter here. We also get history. But now we're going to get a little lesson in the draft from AG and Blacklist. Who do we have? Our slow moonwalk.
Yes.
Famous.
It's beautiful.
Today. It's quite beautiful. We got Coddle.
Coddle opening feels pretty safe for Blacklist. Again, we've seen a lot of Coddle fields like today, but you've got the flex. I don't think it's something Bosco would play on the offlane, but yeah, I've seen Tim's kind of play it before in 4. You can play it in 5. You can run it in mid for Carl.
So nobody else has been doing the IO Lash except for Talon? Or did someone else do it?
I think there was one other team that tried
Yeah, there was one other team.
I can't remember if it was Blacklist or AG actually. One of them did. Or was it Bleed? I'm not sure.
All right, Pugna tiny opening. That's interesting too. Like the Pugna, I guess, presumably to deal with the Kotl in the team fights with the ward. And potentially maybe it's a flex pick for AG. That's why they're picking up early. I always stress about whenever your second pick, you should try to open with like a hero that is a flex pick, or like basically there are 2 options. You open with one flex pick, one slash support, and the other opening is like you just pick your off lane or 3 and 4 role heroes right away.
I'm a bit surprised they picked Terrorblade into Pugna.
Oh my god, again.
It's Terrorblade Kotl again, but I'm surprised you still go Terrorblade into potentially Pugna offlane.
Not a pause 5 this time. Don't get flashbacks, Winter.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Yet.
It could be.
They're banning Ducks here and Drow, so okay.
Yeah.
Carry Terrorblade.
We're not going that road. It's still, I don't know, like Terrorblade into Pugna is always like a bit weird. BKB timing feels a lot more important then, or at least a Manta.
I mean, also the Dick Crab is so good.
Yeah, exactly.
To save your teammates, That's why it's pretty annoying to play Terrorblade against Pugna. So you're going to have to rely on the other heroes. You need heroes that can catch the Pugna. So a good example would be like a Clockwork, which they ban out right away. So that is probably one of the best heroes. I think the second best hero is probably Earth Spirit. Not sure. I mean, I think, teams plays Earth Spirit, but I'm not sure if they are willing to pick the hero just to deal with the Pugna. Those are the 2 heroes I feel like are best against Pugna.
Yeah, I think looking at AG as well, like this Pugna pickup, we've seen Pugna used as a battery with Tranquils up. So stuff like Storm, stuff like the Leshrac that you mentioned as well, it could be an option for AG depending on how they feel about the matchup against Kotl. Like you can just be that battery for one of these heavy mana heroes as well.
Entity did it during the major. He was the battery for, I think it was Lina. The carrier is Lina or Nature's Prophet. I can't remember which one. But it was a mid Pugna, So it wasn't a support Pugna.
The Clairvoyance cam.
Yes. He's always dressed so
why is he so dressed up in the
always dressed like this.
Why?
He's always dressed good. I think it's professionalism. You're a coach. You have to feel like you're at work. It's professional. You've dressed like a professional, not like us.
Here we are in our t-shirts.
I'm just like t-shirts, boxers, drafting,
You all have the memorable t-shirt. What's it like? The eat? What it has like eat on it? The one with the yellow sleeves.
Talon eating.
Yeah, talent eating. Classic Winter.
Okay, so they ban out Rubik, and Blacklist bans out Primal Beast, which is also really good against I'm pretty sure this is a carry Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Just based on the ban. Because Primal Beast is very good against Terrorblade in the lane. So at least we're not going to see some go into the fight, click my Q, reflect. Carry is dying, click R, time to click R,
The one thing about that Winter, it's left an impact on you, right? You can't forget. You can't forget about that Terrorblade anymore. So it's a part of you now.
I want to forget.
That means Polaris lost the battle, but they won the war.
The mental war.
The mental war in Winter's head.
Yeah.
Please, Zhuge Liang, save me.
Undying.
So it's either the core Pugna or the core Tiny now for AG. I think honestly, it's hard to say what I'd prefer. Like, playmaking on the Tiny 4 feels alright, but like dual support of Undying Pugna also feels awful.
Yeah, I think it's like more likely going to be like some Tiny Pugna off lane and possible. More likely, because I feel like the lane is playable if it's a Terrorblade plus Kotl lane.
Yeah, and this is interesting as well because on the old Army Genesis, Wami would always run the offlane Pugna. Maybe DB picked it up from Wami's time. Perhaps.
Did the hero get any buffs this patch on Pugna?
His Ags got a little bit of a buff. I think the drain rate was increased Off the top of my head, that's the one thing that comes to mind.
But everything else is pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So I guess the idea is just mainly to deal with Kotal because a lot of the C teams have been prioritizing Kotal a lot. I mean, it's a nice idea, you know. Oh, they go for the Shaker instead.
We don't see much of that.
Don't really fancy the Shaker so much, but Shaker is also one of the heroes that can be decent against Pugna because you have the long range feature, right? So when he's doing the battery thing, you can just cancel it easily. And in the team fights, if you want to burst the Pugna, you can always do it with Shaker. But I just feel like if you pick the Earth Shaker to deal with the Pugna, I feel like Earth Spirit could have done the same thing, but better, you know.
I think the one thing with Earth Shaker into Pugna as well is from afar it works. Once you're up close within that Nether Ward range, your spells are really costly.
Yeah, and you
so
cannot
it's not
blink.
a good feeling,
You cannot blink if you have to use your fissure to cancel his life drain. We will see how he goes about it, you know. That's up to him to decide what he needs to do against the Pugna.
Yeah. It's interesting as well. I feel like Blacklist could be pretty sneaky about that Shaker. I don't know. I feel like I've seen Cuckoo play this offlane Shaker before. Maybe not in Blacklist, but, you know, definitely on his T1 time.
Yeah, but it's not so good as like a blind pick when you don't really know your lane matchup. Because Earth Shaker offlane, if you play it offlane, you need to win your lane. If you're not winning your lane, then the hero becomes very weak later. So they go for the Phoenix. So I guess the Kotal is either going to be an offlane or a mid. So the Kotal will be a flex pick here with and the Shaker and the Phoenix are going to be both their support duos. Like Phoenix is pretty decent against Undying. Like he puts his tombstone down, so you put the egg down, so you try to fight the area. But he's not that great in the lane though.
Yeah, like it can be hit or miss. I think, what is this, a Phoenix plus Terrorblade lane?
Yeah, iffy, you know.
It is iffy.
It's a bit weaker.
Yeah, I guess if you could run down with Reflection, if you get a good usage and then Fire Spirits on top, you can fight back. You can sustain Terrorblade as well, I suppose.
Yeah, but if you are able to pick, say the Kotal is not the offlane, the Kotal goes mid, you pick an offlaner, can be alone like Enigma, you know, so he doesn't really need the pos 4 to babysit him. Then the Earthshaker can roam. Then I feel like maybe the Terrorblade Phoenix lane would be a lot better, you know, because the Earthshaker can come down and help.
Ricky for AD.
That is very interesting.
Is this a mid Ricky or a support Ricky, mid tiny?
I mean, it has to be core, right?
It feels like it has to be core. I'm trying to think. I remember Moon was someone who was fond of like Ricky mid versus Kotal before.
I see. So the idea is you farm, you get your shot, and you can catch the Kotal. Is that why?
Yeah, and you can kind of work the lane. You can just dodge and just harass the Kotal with your lane.
You can never get hit by blast.
Yeah. So you can kind of work that lane pretty well, harass out the Kotal. Doesn't have the most armor.
The most important question is, are you going to build Meteor Hammer?
I mean, you could. I mean, you could. I don't know if you'd want to, but you could. We did used to see Meteor Hammer Ricky though. Like as a non-meme, it used to be.
But is it still good on Ricky right now? Because I've never tried it, so I don't know.
I think it's justifiable, but I don't know if it plays into what AG wants to do. It's my one thing. You could get away with it, but I think as a mid, I'm trying to think what else could you.
Yeah, what else would you buy? Like, is there anything you want to buy as a mid?
Nothing in particular.
Nothing.
I think you're still waiting for like Shard, and I guess Meteor Hammer, the stats are good. Maybe something weird like Echo Saber if you really wanted to, but
why do you want Echo Saber when you can get Meteor?
Oh, this is gonna be something.
You wanna hear my hot take?
Yeah.
I feel like Army Geniuses is the new Geek Slate.
Like from Tour 1.
Yeah, like from Tour 1. They've got all the funky drafts now. The fun drafts.
I'd say that's fair. I think, I see the difference was because, Geek Slate had Raji then, so Raji runs some weird stuff in 5. I've heard the man say Ember 5 is a good hero. Which I trust Raji, I can see it work, but only
Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah? There's a reason why they didn't use it in the Obsidian game.
I've heard him say it out on stream though. I was like, yeah, all right, cool ideas, Roger.
I feel like Blacklist is kind of lacking someone to stand in front though.
Yeah. They need like a front line, like a annoying, distracting hero, like a Pangolier, Kanka kind of hero. Kanka is actually pretty good against Pugna, because you can X-Mark, initiate, you catch him, so you don't have to deal with the annoying shenanigans in the team fight.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, Pango is another one, like you can just go behind enemy lines and just target the Pugna right away.
I'm wondering if they're giving Bosku The Pango or the Kotl here? Like,
Yeah, just give him the Kotl. He likes to farm.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about your players, right, you have Cuckoo and you have Carl. Would you give Carl Kotl?
No.
Probably not, right?
No.
Like, you want him to be on the Pangolier.
On a playmaker.
True. Although I do remember Carl playing a lot of Kotl on one of the tours with T1. They go to Faces Void for AG. I mean, you have output, you have a bit of a battery.
I swear the draft looks so weird.
It's still a Yo
but it doesn't give me a feeling of the anti-mage Terrorblade draft. When I look at it, I'm like, oh my god, just get me out of this game. I mean, this game, this lineup, I'm like looking at it, okay, it looks weird, but it feels like I'm in my head thinking of how the team fights will go, how the Tiny's going to jump in and then they'll start something, distract the enemy team, then suddenly the Void jumps in with a huge chrono. And they have a lot of damage into the chrono, like the Tiny and the Ricky with me. I assume he's going to go Meteor Hammer, so he's kind of the follow-up. And then you have the Pugna outputting damage. They actually do have a decent amount of punch in the chrono.
Which draft is making you say, get me out more, though?
Definitely the AG's draft.
I mean, honestly, AG's draft is funky, but I can see it working. It does have to execute really well, though. Like, you have to execute on a pretty high level. You have to hit these timings with DB, you have to have Yoe, have a good lane up against the Pango, which I don't think is the best lane matchup for Ricky in comparison to the Kotl, which they picked it for. So I do expect Carl to have a better time mid. And it does feel like, out of all these heroes, it feels if the Ricky falls off in that timing, I think you're not going to have the foundation to enable your Void to farm and to play with that Pug.
Yeah, he'll be very key. Like his game, if he gets a good game, he's going to be able to dictate stuff on the map very well. He's going to run around with the Tiny and the Pugma. It's going to be a very annoying three-man gang squad, you know. They kill everyone. But if he loses his lane, then everybody's going to be stuck in a very bad spot. You know, I want to farm, you want to farm, but nobody's making space.
AG Chef definitely does look a bit more convoluted, that's for sure. But I think I'm a believer of the fun draft.
I am.
So I'm going to go with the AG on this one.
I mean, I can't say no to my Pugna. I love Pugna. I love that little green guy. When he's life draining, it's the happiest animation. He's the happiest looking hero.
So I'm the only serious one. I like the serious draft. Blacklist is going to do well this game.
All right.
All right. Well, I got Avo and Richie. I'm going to see what they think about the mid lane Ricky.
Did you know, Richie, that's not about the mid lane Ricky, I'm going to ignore so for a second. Pugna, according to his lore, is a child mass murderer. Therefore, he is not a good guy at all.
I mean, look, as they say...
He's not happy when he's life draining. He's actually taking the children's souls away to whatever realm.
You do what you love, you never work a day in your life, right? I mean, you can't be angry that the man has found pleasure in his
He's
work.
not a man, he's a child. He got possessed by this ancient soul because his child liked murder so much.
Yes,
they're like, oh, this is great.
But
he's the reincarnation of this
court of Dota law, we need to try him as an adult, unfortunately, for the heinous nature of his crime.
Oh,
yes.
Jesus. Oh, no.
Yes, it is.
No. Oh, that's bad.
Yes, we are paused here.
Don't talk, please.
Why did Carl say that?
Oh my God!
Okay.
Why is that his head? Okay, they actually didn't speak. They just got a bunch of question marks. No tip, no talk. I think Bosk was joking. Carl, you never know. Can you guys be quiet, please? Of course, I think it's a reference to that. Anyway,
I believe so.
Please, game. Okay. Whoa. That's not bad.
Yes, they were ready for you, actually.
Because I move my hands enough so they always know. Is he speaking or is he giving us?
They never know if was that take Stinger into game, or is he just saying how much he liked his lunch? I can't tell. I don't know. Get more spaghetti either way.
Anyway, we have tons of spaghetti in this game. Will it be dropped? That is the question here. What do you think of this mid Ricky that they were talking about?
Honestly, it's been a while since I've seen a Mid Ricky. I think the last...
A Mid Ricky.
A Mid Ricky. Mijol.
It used to be, you're saying it that way because it used to be a Chris Luck special, right? He's plays all the time.
See.
And it was Mid Ricky?
It was Mid Ricky, and we would see it a lot versus Mars. You remember that? Back when he was playing against the Dark Mago mid lane Mars?
Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing.
And actually, that's...
In general, melee laners was the thing, right? That was a shtick.
Yes. But in particular, of course, that was when Dark Mago's like, I can't play Ember and Tiny every game, and they were like, no,
and they
Dark
expanded
Mago.
his pool to Mars.
They're like, no, Dark Mago. They have 2 bans in the first phase, and
I never counted them. Oh my God.
And that was the season last tour specifically when we were covering SA. So it's funny that you actually brought it back, because that was the last time I regularly saw a mid lane Riki. And it was a solution to some of these kinds of heroes that were, the melee kind of run at you. You had some sort of escape. You were a pretty decent ganker, right? But I never felt like it got played all that excellent. And maybe this new iteration of Riki that we're seeing, who has changed slightly, a lot more played here around the shard. I see a Ring of Health in the quick buy. Is that going to be a Meteor Hammer?
Yeah, you haven't seen the build?
I have not.
The new build for Riki as core, right, is you go, obviously, shard when you can, right? But first it's Meteor Hammer. You push out this wave by using Meteor Hammer, and you farm with it, and you go shard into Aetherlands, and then eventually Octarine, or sometimes Blink BKB instead.
So it begs the question, right? How is this guy when you compare it to a mid OD? Because they do very similar things, considering the Meteor Hammer Rush.
Right.
And I would say this hero does bring you a lot more utility. He has escape mechanisms, which don't, double as a setup, basically, for every stun in the entire game. Although I will say sometimes, no, because you can come out of tricks early, can't you? So it's not really too big of an issue. So I would say he's just a better OD right now, honestly.
I think one of the things that really kills OD is just his lack of mobility as a mid laner, right? You really just have a second carry.
Yes.
Especially now with range carries.
I would, sorry, I hate to cut you off because I like the tangent. I would say this kills OD in any capacity, though.
Yes, I agree. But I feel like because of that, right, because you have so many ranged carries right now, it feels really weak to have two guys that do the same thing, which is 8-click the ground, right? Even if OD has more utility than that, it still feels like he plays similarly.
Right.
The fact that Riki has that mobility, I think, gives him a huge advantage.
Yep. Of course, the things that OD is not going to do for you, or sorry, the things that Riki is not going to do for you that a Riki would, is give you good Roche, because now that Arcane Orb affects Roche, you actually shred Roshan when you have enough int. As well as disabling key cores, like hardcore disabling them for certain amounts, and what can be traditionally called a save. If Disruption is a save, as can Arcane Imprisonment. So we'll see how Youe is able to play around that a little bit more.
For now, he's really, really hurting.
Yeah, he's doing really well. He's doing a lot of work with this smoke screen. I think I must have seen this lane matchup once before, because somewhere deep in my memory banks, I recall myself saying, wow, it's really, it was against an Ember Spirit I think I've seen a Riki against. Because it's like, wow, it's really easy when you just smoke screen the creeps, and then the enemy core, who tends to do a lot of, shield crashing or sleight of fisting or flame guarding, literally can't press any of their buttons because they're silenced. They miss auto attacks, and you win the trade war.
I agree. I think this build is pretty nice. And the fact that you can get an early point in smokescreen, which sometimes the support Rikis or other versions of Riki can't, right, also is great for this hero, because I think it's by far his best ability. Like, yeah, sure, Blink Strike is nice if you're carry, but if you're not, the smokescreen is the way to go.
Yeah.
And you could argue that this game, not generally, but this game, smokescreen is a little bit of a save, because it does... it stops the Earthshaker from initiating, right? Because you smoke screen preemptively, he can't Echo Slam in that area, unless he has BKB, but that's a support Earthshaker. And it also can prevent the Pango from rolling as well. So in a way, it can be a stop to the initiation.
It can also prevent a Phoenix from Supernova or Icarus diving away. That was going to be my biggest interaction. Obviously, it can also stop a TB from using meta, but I presume at some point when Raven's actually fighting, Raven will have a BKB, but of course, we'll keep that in the back of our minds until that point. So we've talked about the TB here a little bit, but I think the hero that's going to be a little bit more the talk of the town, considering the matchup and the nature of this hero, it's the Faceless Void, right? This is a hero that demands to be talked about, who is demanding a fight right now. There's the bashes.
Might just die here. They can't break the Tombstone at all, and Bosku is going to be given to Armag's carry. Very, very strong start.
Yep.
Barrage with that second point in Tombstone already being aggressive.
Yeah, I like it as well. First point, the first point in Tombstone, but at level 2.
The second point doesn't the second level point.
Yes, second skill point. I wonder why. Mana cost increase may have something to do with it, I presume, because this is not the first time we're seeing. I mean, we'll see where Briz.
Sorry, what are you talking about?
The nerf to Soul Rip, the mana cost increase.
Oh, this is just a better build now with Decay, to be honest.
Yeah, yes, and I agree, but I'm wondering if this has as well to do more with the meta change. Second kill here, Bosku is gonna have to walk back to lane. Now, he is on a horse, so he does so relatively quickly, but it's still going to be problematic for him.
Calma lang calma. Relax lang.
Oh, okay, so calma is the same word in Spanish, apparently, so I can speak Tagalog a little bit. So yeah, calma means relax.
I see you don't remember your cast from week 2 of Tour 1 DPC. when you came back and said, by the way, Spanish, Tagalog, basically the same language.
I didn't say that. I said they're very similar, and I respect Tagalog speakers a lot.
That's right.
I know that how to say hello or how are you doing. It's ¿Cómo está?
Yeah.
But you spell it K-O-M-E-S-T-A, like one word, ¿Cómo está? And I think it's fascinating and very funny.
That is very fun.
Anyway, I would never say that. I respect the Philippines a lot. Lovely country, great food. I love adobo. Anyway, that said, AU is in trouble now. He almost died to DV, but some protection from Raven allows him to get away in time. Oh wait, sorry. I also love Indonesia. It is actually a really difficult match. There's nationalism on both sides. So
oh, that's right. Yes,
Indonesia is terbaik. It is an amazing country with great food. I would go to a warung every day if I could. It is. I am learning Bahasa Indonesian.
Very good.
My free time.
Very good.
That's actually true. That's actually not even a lie. So there you go.
For the viewers at home, he pointed directly into my face.
Right, I didn't.
Nearly hitting my nose.
I was gonna boop you, but
I thought he was gonna for a second.
Boop in Indonesian means boop kucing.
Okay, boop kucing. Very good.
Yes.
Can. Boleh.
Boleh. No, in Indonesian it's bisa.
Bisa, really?
Yeah, bisa is can in Indonesian.
I didn't know.
I wasn't lying. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah, very good.
Anyway. Let's go back to the game. We pandered enough on both sides. I think we've done a good job being equal.
There it is.
But the game is not equal. Army Genius is taking a strong lead, as of course a certain Prophet would have already foreseen in his cards. So they already knew this draft was going to go well for them. That's why he did it himself.
Jokam may be in some trouble down here. They have plenty more fire spirits.
But he gets the kill on AU as a result. Not bad. Unless
my people need me. Up the cliff I go.
That was a really good Sunray
This
play.
child is very fast, and there are no boots on Phoenix.
Yes, and Pugna does have boots. He's also naturally a fast child. He has very long legs for murder.
Chronosphere
and
up top.
AU dies. Chronosphere on top. Gratz gets the kill onto the Earthshaker. Grants the kill to In Your Dream.
Very good.
Very strong start for In Your Dream.
Yeah, this is not the traditional lane duo that you see, although I will say, back in the heyday of Tombstone is the best ability in the entire game. You did used to see this
back in the heyday of what ability?
Of Tombstone is the best ability in the entire game, right?
Early, yes.
Which was about a year or two ago. I remember it was the same patch. Lich was really good for like just the Frost Shield. But anyway, back to the Undying. This used to be a legit combo, Undying Faceless Void, which is not really the combo you expect to see. But all you do is just put down Tombstone and then Chrono on top, and then the zombies continue to spawn, and then there's just no way they can escape. Now with the additional strength of Decay, with the buffs it's received, hold that thought, Jokam mid lane.
Jokam is mostly gonna die. Oh, maybe not with Yao's help. He starts the Meteor Hammer, actually hit the Phoenix with it, and the residual damage might be enough to finish off AU, who up to the higher ground he goes. Doesn't matter, because the Meteor Hammer is what kills him off.
Yeah.
Yowie rushed it, so he doesn't have boots yet, but because of the Blink Strike, he's still capable of being mobile enough, and he saves Jokam. Very, very strong.
Not to mention with a single points and tricks of the trade, he can kind of juke around Carl fairly effectively. Same can be said of Tim's, right, as long as you do have a vision advantage. And it seems to be doing a pretty good job of that. Anyway, Undying, very good laner now, especially with Decay being more highly incentivized for you to spec into that more so. Bottom, they are going for a life drain onto Raven. The stuns decayed and just simply killed off. What can Carl do in response? At least take down the Tiny.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's not the ideal play because you don't get to defend your carry, but at least you get some farm on Carl, so it's not a wasted TP all along. And we have been talking about Blacklist playstyle being very responsive in general. Like, this team is a team that doesn't really propose anything. They just kind of wait for the enemies to do stuff. So you really need to make sure those responses are effective.
Yeah.
No way this DPC towards is a first-time Void builds Midas. Really? That's wild.
I feel like we're not seeing that much Faceless Void.
What's the sample size? That's what I want to know.
There is a sample size, actually. Should say somewhere in those stats. Yeah, should say somewhere in those stats.
You can show us the samples.
Something I also was pleasantly surprised to see, because I always forget about this aspect of the Meteor Hammer, but it does give these heroes who have no traditional push lots of it, right?
It's true.
And you don't have a Sentry right now in this mid lane, and of course, while you channel items, you can or you do not break invisibility, which is why you tend to see like Glimmer Capes on Maidens and on Witch Doctors. Same exact interaction here with this Riki Meteor Hammer. Yowie is eventually going to be able to, get through this tower by the way, from Fog of War. So Tims has just no idea, as there's another kill top. Although, I mean, he's got some idea.
Bosco dies. Don't forget that also you don't break invisibility with items in general as Riki. So it's actually really, like, even if he wasn't channeling, right? Like, it's just the item allows him to stay invisible the whole time. It's very effective on Riki. Bottom lane, they cut up to the Phoenix as well. A little life drain. Happy Pugna. Life drain is broken by the Icarus dive. DB says, okay, I'll just Nether Blast you and the tower. They throw a tree at AU, and the tree will finish him off as DB collects the tower gold.
Yep, in style too with an auto attack as there's the Meteor Hammer back onto the mid lane. You can see Tim's doing his best here. Ooh, nice snag there on the rune. It was actually top lane. I thought they got it bottom. But, you know, continuing this rune control, far more important for Carl to be getting these kinds of runes compared to the Riki. That is because, of course, Carl wants to rotate to these side lanes. He's looking for any kind of an excuse to go and gank one of these lanes and make a little bit more of a difference. While right now, Yahweh, although he is actually rotating to counter this rotation of Carl, he's more interested in action in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
If heroes try and stop him Meteor Hammering the tower, he's going to call in his supports, he'll fight them. But he's not actively looking to rotate to this lane, much like
Meteor Hammer?
an OD with Meteor Hammer.
Oh, just body block.
Very good.
Effective.
Into the Meteor Hammer, and that'll be the tower, basically. Oh, Fortify used.
But they still have a Pugna here, so they should take it soon. I would agree, though, that this is actually the plays that Yao wants to make. Like, as a mid laner, you kind of want to rotate. It feels like it should be your play. This deny doesn't matter because all of the map control. But what you really want to do with Meteor Hammer is stay here until you get your shard, and then you can actually be useful on the map. Your timing is similar to support Riki.
Exactly, although I will say, DB do not get the Mirana or any sort of, you know, Lash, any sort of like follow-up combo that I like to see generally with this. I suppose you can go Pugna, Life Drain into it, tiny combo into this as well, and of course Faceless Void eventually just doing a ton of damage in the duration of the stun.
I mean, what if you just decrep into Nether Blast? Like, seriously, like you shot, you...
Yeah, no, it's...
Decrep Nether Blast, and meanwhile you're charging Meteor Hammer, of course.
It's phenomenal damage early, don't get me wrong. I just have more concerns for...
Or Tossback? You have a Tossback as well. That's also...
Yeah, Tossback could actually be something I could see that being more relevant into the stage of the game that I'm referring to, which is when this TB eventually starts showing up to fight, which is the stage where you can no longer reliably nuke a Pangolier, say, 100-0 in the duration of one Meteor Hammer combo using your Pugna's damage, you know? That time will eventually come, right? Magic damage is strong early, quite naturally, right? Because it doesn't scale, you can't crit on it, stuff like this, right?
Oh,
eventually it'll get good.
Should set up for a kill on the Phoenix. He got it. Yoe taking advantage of his full tricks of the trade there as Varish does die. Although at this ability in a second, Meteor Hammer to protect the Tombstone. And it does hit the Pango, but that's all he wants, a little bit of damage.
Yeah, and there's a mech online, so Bosco able to heal off all that damage and keep Yoe at bay.
I just want to point out for Riki and Lucius.
Yes.
If you want to really utilize tricks of the trade to the best of your ability, that's how you do it. It's actually instant once you can... The hit is instant once you set up the circle, right? So the best way to maximize damage on Riki is actually to hit and then tricks right afterwards. And you can get essentially an Echo Saber if you're fast enough on these two abilities, which is what Yahweh did there. That's why he only keeps tricks for a single tick and then stops it, because that maximizes the damage on the tricks of the trade. And then he goes for the Blink Strike afterwards. He's actually... I can tell he's a Riki player by doing these things. Like a Riki core player.
Right.
Because support Rikis didn't care about this interaction.
I can also tell he's a Riki player because he's playing Riki right now. Because I have eyes, Avo.
Well, Riki's invisible. How the fuck do you see him?
That's a...
Do you have a sentry?
Got me there.
You have a sentry? No.
Gem of True Sight, no way. Yeah, I was about to say.
If he hit that. There's like those videos on Reddit where like, look, I found a new combo with Shadow Shaman, Ether Shock, and then the guy walks into the Meteor Hammer.
You know, my favorite YouTube content piece, one of them ever, was the Dota WTFs from back in the day.
Sure.
Back where you could buy couriers, remember that? When they had no cooldown, no limit, you could just buy couriers for like 10 gold.
Oh, nice avoid.
And then bounty hunters would drop them in front of enemies, and the enemies would pick up the courier, use the courier, and then bounty hunter would snipe it for like 300 gold.
I didn't know that was. I forgot about those.
That was my favorite kind of a play. Oh, there's so many dumb things like that.
Oh, you could set up a Meteor Hammer here with the Avatos.
Oh, heck
First
yeah.
the smoke screen, charges to the Meteor Hammer. He knows. Pango, run! The Meteor's coming, but he canceled it halfway through to actually add more damage to Carl. Not going to be enough. Tricks of the trade to get more space. Carl is so close to dying, but Yahweh can't get close enough.
Echo.
Now Echo Slam, he gets punished.
Okay.
Yahweh, thought he was going to be strong enough. Maybe fast enough.
And
neither was true.
One of the very rare scenarios where running away from your team actually ends up incentivizing you, simply because AG were not expecting it, but they are expecting to fight around the Tombstone. Goodbye, Tims.
They had a Dagon as well, which they reveal on DB, which is what blew up more Tims. Now going for the Phoenix next, but there's an Icarus dive available, so he's going to be fine.
For now, anyway. DB giving chase.
Another life drain.
Oh my
gosh. Bye-bye, AU.
Very nice. Okay, and I actually really like this Dagon purchase, right? This is a very, extremely situational item. I was about to say, should be the first time this DPC tour, and indeed it is for DB's Pugna here.
It's particularly only good at, I would say, Pugna as like an actual okay item. Like, it's one of the few heroes I actually think should consider this.
I think the Tinker days of going for Dagon are long gone now that Ag Scepter is much more the preferred build.
They caught the TV with the Meteor Hammer. He stole the smoke screen, so he can't use Sunder. And now they're going to give him enough space to make sure he doesn't Sunder them back.
Yeah, nice heals there from Bosku, keeping his core alive, and that'll force back AG. But the point I was making very quickly was that, like I was saying earlier, magic damage, it's just better early, especially against a hero like Coddle, who does not immediately go for that pipe. No hood carriers here either. So just maximizing the amount of punch that you have in this early game period, I really like the idea. It's going to get you more gold. Pugna, you know, this hero does not have a hard time farming anyway. You zap through these illusions as well, not to mention. I like it.
They don't have us. Really? They had that great Fissure into Blinding Light and nothing else, huh? No follow-up.
No Echo. Not for 50 more seconds. No Supernova for 10 more.
This is the issues that Blacklist has been running into, though. They fail to make plays in the early mid-game until it's like really late, and then they rely on the team making mistakes or going into them.
And I will say, I'm slightly surprised by this because, you know, you click on, all right, well, who's the move maker then, Avo Plus? Why are you flaming my team so much? Well, I take a look at Carl. He's got Diffusal. Yeah. I'd like to see him in this fight here. Maybe the team doesn't need him. Hey, if you're able to force him back that effectively.
Also, not flame, I just identify.
I know.
Because I do think this team is composed of the legends, but it is true that they've been really passive as a team.
They have been, yeah, and I agree with that, right? I mean, half of that was just me to segue into kind of questioning why Carl isn't more in these fights. And the answer is obvious. He's going to have Blink Dagger in here, just about 600 more gold. He'll be ready to party a bit more, but till then...
It's all too, because Carl never struck me as that kind of player before. Right? He's a very active mid laner, so it's kind of different to how he's playing on this team. I would argue that Raven sure had a period where he was very much a passive carry. I think he may still have that blood in him. You could say the same thing about Bosku. Bosku's kind of gone through waves. He's been all over the place. But Carl has always had a very Spirits playstyle.
They're stalking him, by the way. Oh, Carl, he should know, yeah. And he does know that he's being blocked because, of course, something interrupted his pathing.
And he immediately assumes it's Ricky. Good.
Yes.
Look at his reaction time. It's good.
No.
This is a Spirits player through and through.
It's a heads-up play. That's someone saying, something's not right here, identified the situation, got out of there. I mean, that's nowhere you want to be. Either there's a Tiny with an Invis on top of you, or it's Riki. Like, those are your worst case scenarios, basically.
Yeah.
I will say, though, in your dream, haven't seen him in a hot sec either. He's been continuing to farm up with his Hand of Midas.
Yeah. He's committed to the late game because I think he knows Blacklist also likes to, Blacklist Rivalry, sorry, likes to take this to the late game as well.
Okay.
So I think they're just getting ready for it. DB will cover the early mid game and they can scale off it, but look, he's not actually maximizing the Dagon because he's not going to win early. The idea is to actually have some utility late and only apply pressure right now.
Carl is ready to fight, by the way. Blink Dagger in his inventory and has been delivered. This is AG, however, smoking now for the second time as they look for another fight. Oh. Not a lot of sentries down. Do these supports have sentries on them? Where are the sentries top? This is a sentryless area right now. Okay, here's one. Next to the Dire Cliff. You also have the Phoenix out in front to break smokes, but the action, it's coming from behind. AG have wrapped all the way around.
Yeah, how strong is this team fight? Okay, Blink Dagger on Tiny, it's pretty big.
Oh, that is big.
If they can kill Pango beforehand, but Blacklist Rivalry, I think they know something's up.
They're holding the ward spot, but they're expecting action. There is the ward. Nice, from the other side.
I think Blacklist Rivalry knows something's up, which is why they're playing this defensively up in the high ground. I think they're only poking and prodding.
I believe this is a win for Blacklist Rivalry if they can cleanly make a getaway. But this is already a bit of an awkward position, especially when you consider there is a Faceless Void somewhere on this map. Well, they know he's mid now, but he has Chronosphere.
Right.
And he is not that weak right now and has pretty darn good follow-up inside of Chrono. Although I will say DB pushing bottom, I'm not that scared if I'm Blacklist right now.
This is the ultimate concern as well. Like, what do you think? Can the TV eventually out-carry the Void? Because when you... I know there's more heroes here, but Pango is just going to be crushed by this Void. Like, Void is one of the hardest counters for Pango. So it really is the TV versus Void matchup, and he's the only person that can realistically deal with him, unless Tim just, like, pops off on the other ship. So can they? I don't know. Do you think the TV still has a good matchup late against the Void?
Against the Void, I do think it's just fine, yeah. Especially
it's a 50-50?
Yeah, I don't know about 50-50. I wouldn't wager, you know, a number on it to be completely honest with you. But I do think you have a lot of counter initiative here, especially basically on AU, right?
Counter initiative, not even initiation.
No, counter initiation, yeah. Especially on this Phoenix Supernova. Like I think AG have. They've got a lot of good ways to start off these fights, between trying to blow someone up, between your Riki combo into Meteor Hammer into Pugna, your follow-ups, your Faceless Void, you're looking for your tossbacks as always, and of course you can exert pretty good area control with Tombstone this entire time, but which by the way is level 3 now at level 7 for this Undying.
Oh, so he took it for the 1 point solar, huh?
Yes, which is interesting. He took it early as well, but AU is
also not maxing decay, you're right.
AU is a beast with Fire Spirits and Supernova. This Tim's Shaker is really scary, you know, like I do think Blacklist, if they can hold this war spot as they are, oh my goodness, he's just in Jokum.
Oh my god, Jokum, what a nice toss back to stop Tim's Echo Slam. He's forced on the supports instead, and they break the egg immediately. Army Geniuses know it's their fight to take, and because of the BKB, Blind Light doesn't affect them. They kill Bosku. Next time there's a Terror Blade, but here comes the Rolling Thunder from Carl, hoping to destabilize this a little bit. However, TB's has been killed by Jokum. Carl is forced to TP now. They're going to lose 4. Army Geniuses play this so well.
Yeah.
Jokum particularly, wow.
Yeah, that was an excellent fight. I think the issue that Blacklist Rivalry...
SCA Tidies, man. C-Tidies are stonks right now.
Well, I have to commend In Your Dream as well. I think he deserves a lot of credit there.
Okay.
For showing up to fight basically as soon as his team was ready and as soon as he shows off his brand new BKB. Because check out this fight, right? Like, they're ready to resist this first round of of initiation,
Yeah.
but Blacklist Rivalry have nothing against this BKB. It's just Faceless Void running them down as soon as the Tiny makes this initiation. The rest of AG's follow-up is super clean, right? You have Riki jumping the backliners, throwing down some silences. You have Tombstone on the high ground perfectly. They get the D-ward as well, not just on the Observer, but on the Sentries, which enables the Riki. And DB is just untouched throughout the entire fight, you know?
Could be in trouble now. They have Dust for him now. Solar Blind as well. Yowie, though, does have a Blink Strike target, so he gets away. He's fine.
I really have to commend AG. That was a phenomenal fight from them. Now they hold on to this Aegis. They're even keen to defend their Tier 1 tower. Blacklist Rivalry trying to make the next best move, which was, well, fight when they don't have all their abilities up, but really the only thing they're missing is Chronosphere. Everything else is ready again for them.
It does look very good for Genius. Like, you're right. The conceptually that fight beyond the individual skill sets, right? Like the fighting on the high ground, the Tombstone setup beforehand, understanding what the targets are, like the fact that they actually went for Earthshaker first, because he's the real person that can turn around the fight, right?
Yeah.
It was, this team is really good.
Okay,
Yowie though, he's just breaking things around. Look, he can just blink strike to the low ground. He's fine. Now the Void joins him. He still has the BKB and the Aegis. I set down the Tombstone. Not committing the BKB just yet. There we go. Commits it for Tibbs, making sure to kill him a second time consecutively as Bosku falls as well. Carl is capable of rolling thundering himself to safety, but they are hunting down the Phoenix, who's also going to die. And in fact, can they reach Carl? DB has, but he has nothing to cancel the TP with, so he just let him go.
Yeah, something we didn't really talk about, which I just noticed in this fight.
Oh, they got Nether Shell for DB. Mwah.
Yeah, it reminded me is how hard of a counter that Faceless Void is to the Coddle. Not even just like when it comes down to I chrono you and I kill you, but even much more on a basic level than that. I was clicked on Coddle in that fight, and our poor man, Bosku, had 5 stacks of time dilation slow on him.
Right.
Because obviously Coddle
already because Spirit Form.
Yes, because Coddle already he gets more spells because of Spirit Form, which also counts for time dilation slow. And then you get an extra spell in Spirit Form, right? Which also counts.
Bro, this poor Tibbs.
Great toss back by Jokum. He's playing a hell of a game. But the other thing I wanted to mention is, for some reason, and I believe this is still the case because I saw it in this fight, Bosku, if he channels Illuminate, oh my god, he's just dead on the high ground.
Really? That Meteor Hammer wasn't even needed. It was just the cherry on top there.
Wow.
It was. That's how you use the Sleeping Dart, right?
Yeah.
We talked about it. The Dagon adds the Feather Blast with the Decrep, which is matched, of course.
That's pretty crazy here, actually. That's really, really scary. AG, man, this is a fresh strat from them. It is 100% certified fresh. I mean, look, In Your Dream is just farming easily all behind this space.
Indo Pride, man. Like, this team is actually looking incredibly good.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not just their opponents maybe not playing the best Dota, which I would think Blacklist Rivalry, if you watch their games, you kind of understand that's the case. But it's just AG. They're bringing fresh strategies. They bring a really high understanding of the game. They're disciplined. They're individually really skilled, you know, mechanically skilled.
And now BKBs is just a must-have, really, for Raven, especially. I mean, it's even kind of scary for him to be farming this far out of the base. I say that recognizing he's right next to his tier 2 mid, but you saw how quickly that Coddle died. I mean, that's how much HP does this Coddle have? It's an 1100 HP Coddle, granted, but he also does have a cloak compared to Raven with 1800 HP. He does not have, I mean, look, there's more HP on a TB, I'll admit it, right? But he dies almost just as quickly. That is an immense amount of magic damage that you're able to rip out there on AG. So this is a really, really scary map right now for Blacklist to play into. See here what more they're able to achieve, but especially while this Aegis is on its last legs, I don't expect to see them making any aggressive moves. Instead, it's AG who are going to once again, oh, well, actually, I am wrong. Blacklist Rivalry, they're going to smoke out.
Okay.
AG, they might be just about to T-bone them here.
Yeah, this seems to be a win for AG because it's all an Aegis on Void, so he might be able to just...
And a Chrono.
Oh,
He's found Carl?
He has.
Tombstone's erected.
Tombstone. And with Jokum, they get rid of the Earthshaker first again. Tims, no more Echo Slam for this fight either. They can get rid of the egg as well. Carl dies in the smoke screen. Oh, Blacklist has been routed. They're flying in all directions, and none of them are as good. They just keep flying into the sun that is AG, and they forced the GG
holy
from
moly.
Blacklist.
Holy moly.
What a domination from RBGs.
Yeah, seriously, what a game out from them. That is a heck of a performance here. 4-25. They look amazing, and I mean, wow. Sorry, I'm so flabbergasted.
I wasn't expecting this level of domination because there's games where you go, okay, the draft allows you to do these things or whatever. But this game was just, one team was just superior. One team was just straight up superior. They made the right moves on the map. They played their draft more effectively. It was just a complete win and domination for them. And that team was Army Geniuses.
Yeah.
We know that Army Geniuses is looking good. They're the execution of this season, apparently. But I wasn't expecting them to dominate Blacklist Rivalry this much.
And I think what's really cool about this kind of a lineup is you've got like 3 kinds of heroes that all peaked at slightly different levels. I think we ended this game right after the peak of Pugna, you know? I still think he was very strong in this game, don't get me wrong. I don't think this was going to turn around for Blacklist, even if that smoke worked out for them in the next like 5 minutes.
Just prepared himself with an Octarine core in case.
Yes, but not to mention, you know, you start off, your peak is with the Riki early, right?
Yeah.
And then you immediately kind of pass the baton to Pugna, and they play together, and it's pretty disgusting. But you also had it in your dream the entire time as the carry, who went for a Midas, so he was going to be able to outscale even that TV by the end of that game. I mean, it was a very well-executed lineup. I think everyone knew exactly what their strengths were, and AG really taking it to Blacklist in Game 1.
Yeah. Congratulations to Army Geniuses. We'll see if Game 2 can be a little more competitive as we go back to the panel to analyze this first game of the series.
Wow, Winter, it's a good thing you did not bet your dinner on this one.
I mean, if I'm going to bet the dinner, I'm going to bet on AG, you know. I'm not going to just bet on the draft. I mean, I don't like the draft, but I know they are stronger as a unit, you know, as a team, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we said it, right? Like, Blacklist individually, these players are maybe on a bit of a higher level, but AG is just a cohesive team, and that's where Dota matters. It's a game of 5 players each.
Right.
Those 5 players have to play together.
Yeah.
If everybody just wants to be the riser, ain't going to work for the team.
Yeah. AG really did look like one unit. They were looking clean, super hot. Oh my god, that one Chrono by In Your Dream. Huge.
That was sick. Yeah.
Ginormous.
You talk about Chronos, but how many times has the Pango helped his team? Like, he was always farming, you know. Like, he wasn't really helping his team a lot, you know. You look at what DB and Yowie are doing for their teams. Maybe Yowie lost his lane against the Pango a little bit, but overall he felt more useful, you know, compared to the Pango. Like, the Pango is just like, I feel like he's way too greedy for what he's doing in the game, you know. When you put yourself in this position, you have Pango, Kotal, and Terrorblade cores. Kotal is not going to gank, you know, he has no stun, you know. So he needs somebody else to do it, and then he can participate. He's like the anchor of the draft. He's going to hold a position, defend a tower, and then the Pango has to come in with the Earthshaker and the Phoenix with the egg to make the fight happen, you know. But the Pango's like constantly, he's like always trying to arrive last to the fight, you know.
Yeah.
So then he's not really creating fights because nobody else can create a fight.
Yeah, I think one factor as well for Blacklist is like not only the cores, you know, we're just kind of farming up, but your supports. Phoenix can play make, but you can't play make on the Shaker until Blink. Like, yes, you can cancel the life drain with a Fissure, but you're not jumping in, you're not setting up, you're not cutting off the team of AG without that Blink, and Tim's had no room. Absolutely no room to
Nobody gave him room, you know.
Yeah.
Did you see that last voice line? It said no brain. Well, here's our match MVP, DB on the Pugna. When would you ever think this would be possible? Off-lane Pugna and mid Ricky on the same team winning a game.
It's not the strangest thing. Again, this is pretty much classic AG with their old lineup almost, and reminiscent a little bit of SMG, because we've seen mid Ricky, we've seen off-lane Pugna. AG in particular leaned into that off-lane Pugna with Wami. So it made sense, right? Like you pick the Ricky to counteract Kotal gets flexed, and Yoa still has a pretty decent lane. I think that was the big thing. Like he wasn't bullied out by a Pango matchup. So it just lined up, and again, AG just executed so well as 5.
Yeah, I mean, the heroes, I feel like, to a certain extent, doesn't really matter so much for me. More about like how they were moving as a team. That was more important, you know, when you sit down and you look at the replay and you talk about it, you know, how are we supposed to play the map? Those are the things that matter more in this series, you know. I feel like the team that won is the team that utilizes the whole map better. They are making a lot more plays on the map, pressuring the opponents with smokes, with the right heroes being at the right places, pressuring the right times. And if you look at Blacklist again, you know, they have to figure out how to get the team into action. You know, everybody has a specific job in the game, and how do we make everyone feel comfortable enough to execute the plan?
Yeah, I think Blacklist flew a little bit too close to the sun in trying to really be greedy with each other, which is funny because they have a Phoenix, but it's a couple of things too, like in the draft, they were so confident with Terribly that they pick it into the Pugna offlane. It's like, sure, maybe the Pugna's flexed, but Terribly
I find that would have been fine if they actually played the game as a unit. You know, I always feel like this team feels like 5 individual players. Everybody wants to be the win condition. Everybody wants to be on a hero that would matter in the game. Everybody wants to be on a hero that can decide the game, which is not ideal, you know. Like you can't have everybody playing the hero that would decide the game. You need someone who is willing to sacrifice for someone else.
Sacrificial lamb.
Yep.
Well, that's something we'll find out, who becomes the sacrificial lamb in the next game, because that was just game 1 of our last series of today. We will go for a little quick break. We are back for the last series of week 2, day 1, but actually day 4 of the whole season. Welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Division 1 Spring Tour. I'm your host, Sophie. I got John and Winter here. We're ready for game 2.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm feeling it. You know, when AG can pull out a draft like that, it makes me excited. I love Pugna.
Yeah.
Meteor Hammers, let's go.
Yeah, I love Meteor Hammers. I love Pugna. I love Mid Ricky.
Fun games. Fun drafts. Yeah.
Like support TV, that's fun too.
Okay. Do you think if AG had AM and TP in the same lane, do you think they could have pulled it off? No? Hopeless draft. Hopeless lane. Okay, Winter, I'm so sorry. I thought I reminded you about that. But we have AG, who are doing spectacularly this season, I would say, playing against Blacklist, who are not doing as spectacular. They're on a bit of the other side.
Yeah, it's been a rough first week, and the start of the second week as well. It's just been rough for Blacklist. Mm-hmm. It feels like it's maybe a bit of fall of grace individually for these players, right? Like if they were in different teams with teams that work around them, they might have had better results.
Yeah, like you can tell, sometimes in the first week you can tell, okay, the problem that this team is having is actually, you can solve it and get better. Some problems, the way you solve that problem is you take apart the team.
Yeah.
So it's a bit difficult, I mean, I'm sure Mike is trying his best to find some answers, how can he help the team, but it's not easy, when you have 5 accomplished players on your team and everybody has an opinion and everybody wants their voice heard in the team, then it's really difficult.
Mm-hmm. And Blacklist are currently 0-2, so if they're unable to take this game, it is looking like Berlin will be a long shot, which is very sad for them.
Yeah, can't climb over the Berlin Wall.
Yeah, they'll have to wreck it somehow. I don't know how, but it's rough, right? Like again, this team has a lot of the hopes of the Filipino fans.
Yep.
The other one being really Execration, maybe Polaris a little bit, but
I mean, Geek Slate is kind of.
I suppose. Well, yeah, since they changed Raji, Geek Slate has upended Raji, but even Geek Slate's kind of hot and cold right now as well. So I guess my summary is Filipino Dota seems to be in a little bit of a tight spot right now. We have Talon PH. Right? That counts. They're Talon PH.
Pride of the Philippines.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what our draft is looking like. Serve it up with the slow moonwalk. The Pugna is banned.
Oh, look at that.
Sad.
Respect Pugna ban.
Respect ban.
Along with Gyro. It's always funny, right? Like these are what AG's comfy with, but then it allows NP through, it allows so many other cores through. It's like you have a lot of options because of how weird you play on AG's end.
MP Undying.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Blacklist Rivalry right now, I feel like a decent approach is you get Bad Rider +1 against MP.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'll do it, but I feel like some teams will actually, if they are taking the trade MP, they're giving away MP, they're going to go for the Bad Rider.
Yeah, it tends to be that response, if not like Primal Beast as well.
Some teams will go Iolash. I don't know if Blacklist would pick.
Oh my god.
Hey, third time. Yeah, nice, right?
If this road goes down the hill, I'm sure every time you go down this road, we can keep trying until it never goes down the hill.
It's just endlessly down.
Yeah, just keep walking the same way, and hope that it will eventually go somewhere else instead of down the hill.
Why do you think they're opening with this TV again?
Like I said, I don't think the heroes are the problem. It's the way they are playing. I feel like if Mike is drafting, he's telling them, the heroes are not the problem, guys.
It's you guys.
It's the way we are playing as a team. We're not a team. We're not talking enough in the game. We're not communicating enough. We're not moving with each other. We're not like water. We don't flow as one,
They're not water.
AG is like water.
Yeah.
A glass of water flowing down.
A glass of water.
Or like our Tear Turret.
Yeah.
The pull.
Yeah. Basically it. I think I don't know, like I don't know how to feel about the first phase TV. It just feels like AG still has answers. Heck, even just a core-to-core matchup for NP versus TV, it's not like a direct win for Terrorblade.
And the problem with like Terrorblade, like you pick Terrorblade so early, it's like he's a win condition hero, but at the same time there's so many counters to the hero. There's so many heroes that you have to ban, and right now they could pick a counter if they want to, but I don't even feel like they need to, like to pick a counter rider, they can just pick Undying, stay solid.
Yeah.
The whole draft is just easy to set up. You have Undying plus Nature's Prophet. It means you're going to be playing at a very, very fast pace. And TB's like, wow, they're Bat Rider, so they go Bat Rider MP. This is something Talon would do as well. On the 8th pick, like first pick, I always talk about the 8th pick being your power pick, your win condition hero, even though they already have the MP, but they feel like Bat Rider is a very good solution towards the Terrorblade here, and if you don't pick it in the 8th pick, you're probably not getting it in the second phase.
And you can protect it now with all the bans for the matchups that don't feel good. It's just great. Like AG have such a good read on what they want to do.
Yeah.
They've got that confidence to just jump in.
They're just really good at understanding what heroes to pick at what junction, and on top of things, people might feel like they are picking a lot of very funky, weird pub heroes, but at the end of the day, they have a very specific idea on how to play the map. They have certain priorities in the game: wave shaft, tower damage, Roshan, and etc. They have a very unique way of looking at the game, and it's working out for them. Whereas for Blacklist, I don't even know if they actually have a way of looking at the game. It seems like everybody is just looking at their own way.
Yeah, like they're expecting. It looks like they're expecting DB to play the NP offlane. So they're still banning in your dream heroes. Kami-sama did have an insane impact on his Faceless Void, of course.
Now they have to worry about, like, if you want to put the Kotal and the Terrorblade on the safe lane, then you might have to end up facing a Bat Rider lane, which is not ideal for Terrorblade and Kotal. So you have to take into consideration, do we actually pick another position 5 that has some sort of like Abaddon or some Oracle to deal with, or even a Silencer, so they've picked Silencer in the past, so it could be an option for them to protect the Terrorblade in the lane against the Bat.
It would be really, really funny in a way if they did read it the same way as we saw in the last series, where you just go Terrorblade 5.
Sure,
Don't remind him, man.
I mean, if they do that, make sure that they pick something that, can allow them to win the game, And I don't know if you can make a Terrorblade as a 5 useful, because sure, you're very strong in the lane like we saw in the previous series, but what do you actually do after the lanes, I don't feel that you have any purpose in the game apart from sundering the carry.
You're rubbing salt into Winter's wound.
No, it's not my wound. It's not my wound, it's the player's wound, when they have to play. And you ask the ML, do you have fun in that position 5?
Yeah, he did not look happy. He was not happy.
I'm just the one watching the salt being poured into him.
Right. You feel for him. You empathize with him.
Yeah, I feel for him, for sure.
I like the Clockwork for AG. Clockwork plus NP lane sounds pretty good. If you will run pause 1 NP in the end, it's a body in front for the Nature's Prophet to play with. You've got good backline jump onto the Kotal, and they get the Shaker themselves on AG.
Shaker.
So it's confident. Like they've got really good team fight, good jump.
Shaker, Bat Rider lane, probably. I think. Yeah. I feel like it's a Shaker, Bat Rider lane. So they go for the Silencer to deal with. That's actually a very good Silencer pick here, because it's also really good against Clock and Shaker. You initiate in, you jump in, and then you get, oh, damn it, global silence. Where there goes your initiation. But at the same time, Clockwork is very good against Silencer in the game. Like, you can just hunt him down, catch him. Silencer is only good against Clockwork in a team fight scenario. But when it's like a small skirmish pick-off scenario, and even in the laning phase, Clockwork, it's a nightmare for Silencer.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling to just be whittled down. Like Clock would say a boot start feels really good against that Silencer if you do go up in lane.
Yep.
I do wonder, like, if we're expecting Bat Rider offlane, and let's say In Your Dream takes the safe NP, it looks like it's a pretty damn good game for something slippery on mid, because your only hold is Global Silence.
Yeah, they don't have much reliable catch apart from the Tiny. So like a slippery hero could definitely be very annoying, like Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit is actually a pretty decent pick here against, sure, you have to deal with the Global Silence. Just make sure you fucking buy a BKB or something, don't...
Guardian Greaves?
Oh yeah, sure. Buy something to deal with the Global Silence,
Yeah.
Because Storm is very good against all their heroes, actually. It's good against Terrorblade, it's good against Keeper of Light, it's good against Silencer. Yeah.
And they still managed to defend their NP pick. Like, they ban out the Primal Beast in the end in case Blacklist does decide to flex a little bit more to jump In Your Dreams hero. Or, yeah, assumedly In Your Dreams hero in that NP. I like it. Like, I think AG, again, has this foundation to build upon, whereas Blacklist, to be fair, I think this draft is a little bit more tied in, depending on what they want to do with a Kotal. Although it's more than likely, I think, Bosku Kotal once more here. But I don't know. Maybe if Carl gets something playmaking on mid as well, you start to feel a bit better here.
And even if he gets the playmaking hero, is he going to play make?
True.
That's
Or
true.
is he going to play with the creeps?
Yeah.
One more ban and 2 more picks.
Yeah, for Blacklist, to tie the whole draft together, I mean, the other option is like if you put the tiny mid. But,
yeah.
You know what I mean? That would be another. But I mean, they have the overall aspect, so they can see what's the lane matchup. I'm sure the tiny can still be a flex pick for them. And depending on the scenario, then you can change your lane accordingly. Whereas for AG, I'm pretty sure they're thinking about a mid hero that can initiate and start the fight. Maybe even be a little bit greedier, because if you look at the other cores like MP and Bear Rider, they create a lot of pressure on the map, right? So there's gonna be space for you to hit creeps.
Yeah. It's a lot of room to just farm. I don't know, like, what's left for Yoa? Storm's the only one there. Void Spirit's there if you wanted something mobile, but
I like Tinker.
Tinker? I mean, why not? Yoa Tinker, I think is the thing, yeah.
Tinker against Terrorblade.
It is annoying, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how good the hero is right now, but yeah. I mean, we haven't seen the hero for a very long time because he's just very bad.
True.
But if anyone can pull it off, it's
I mean, there's still
RBG.
Zeus, right? Oh no, they go Sniper. Okay, so it's a greedier mid laner. And it does very, very well against Terrorblade, call-to-call matchup.
Yeah. It's interesting. Like, you could theoretically still flex between literally all of these heroes. You can kind of toss around to any lane, it feels like. So they could actually watch Blacklist's last pick and see who picks what.
I mean, I guess the only thing that's set in stone is the Sniper will not be you going to the off lane.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, we've seen that before, but yeah, I don't think we want that.
Off lane Sniper?
Not in C, but I believe I've seen it somewhere. It's
must be Western Europe.
Might have been.
A lot of creative ideas on how to lane.
Yes. For Blacklist to fill in.
So they definitely need a gap close. A Storm is actually also good for them.
Yeah, Storm is pretty nice here. Your hold, I guess Lasso is pretty damn good, but you kind of want to maybe jump.
I mean, you
further
can lane against bad, but I'm not sure if when you put Storm against Sniper, I mean, is the lane matchup too bad for him?
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out. They do take that Storm. I think the matchup for Sniper is okay. I don't think you get run down. Maybe not.
I'm actually worried about Storm getting run down.
Okay, Yoa's taking the Bat Rider.
Okay, it's Bat. Okay, Bat Rider against Storm. This is actually a very good lane for Storm because you always have mana to harass the Bat, and it's very difficult for Bat to kill you. Every time he goes on you, he's gonna run into the Remnants, and he gets pulled, so he might die if he gets over aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen this match before. As a Storm, you do have to read that, and I'm sure Carl understands that matchup pretty well.
He counters every single hero on AG. Like, nobody can touch the Storm, actually.
Yeah, but no, we've got to see Carl kind of kick it into gear, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like if AG is still given a little bit of room, like if their lanes go okay and they carry this momentum for the first 15 minutes, then it can just get run down fast. Like DB and In Your Dream both scale really well here.
I believe in second chances. Carl is gonna
for Blacklist?
Yeah, Carl is gonna redeem himself. I mean, I feel like this game is just too good for Storm, you know? Like, there's so much he can do in the game. And his hero itself, I feel like as long as the laning phase doesn't go poorly, which I don't think will go poorly, but maybe I'm wrong, you know? As long as he gets a good laning phase, he's gonna be able to do so much this game.
So the Storm pick looks really nice, but based on team play, I mean, we've been hyping up AG a lot.
Sometimes individual play can
outshine.
can overshadow the team play sometimes.
Do you think we're gonna see that situation
I
happen?
think this is the game.
This is the game.
I'm not either. I think team play is still more important. Now, you never know, but AG looks too solid.
Is your dinner on this or no? No. Okay. Well, not that certain. But I've got Avo and Richie ready to bring you guys the action.
I think Winter made a really nice point, which is Storm can do a lot this game, but Blacklist historically likes to do nothing. So, will they actually use these tools at their disposal? I don't know. This is the kind of team where every time I watch him, you go, this drive is good, they actually can make good plays, they get out of the laning stage fine, and they do nothing for 20 minutes, and you go, okay. How do you fix this? Make more plays.
Well, I wanted to go in a different direction off of that, which is Winter's a man who I have known for three and a half years. No, about 3 years, I would say.
Okay, where's this going?
And if he's not willing to put his meal on something, that means there's just no confidence there. And I, after game one, it's hard to really blame them there. I think the way that,
or literally every other game of Blacklist in the past.
Well, I mean, especially in game one, I just don't think that there ever seemed to be a fire lit, a torch lit. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was. They're already like this better. They're trying to bait your way here. Maybe someone with a sentry. Holding the sentry, though, is actually the Shaker. But they showed the ward on Coddle, and then he dropped back and planted the ward elsewhere. We'll see if that actually ends up making a difference. But, something you can make plays on, I think, is going to be really important for this team. I do like what you're saying there. And, this time they have a Tiny and a Storm Spirit. That's two clear go conditions. So I'd like to see it.
True. That is incredible. I am buying that line. That is incredible.
Which one? The Seek and Strike voice line from the Dota 2 Compendium.
I don't know
who's
that.
Who is that? I see. I saw your hero. That was the most cursed hero. What the heck is this?
It's the heroes I'm playing.
Oh goodness. Okay, sorry about that, folks. He opened up his custom hero tile set, and it was the saddest thing I think I've ever seen.
What was it? It was Underlord, Magnus, Brewmaster, and Timbersaw. It's winners, heroes.
Winners, yes, winners, heroes, which is why you're down 1,000 MMR, right?
No, it's the heroes I'm having fun with. And that's what Dota is about.
That's good. Honestly, no, that is what Dota is about. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, chap. But just let me know when you're queuing. I have you on my avoid list, and that's sweet MMR.
I have Brewmaster every single game, and it just doesn't work. I am Buck of the scene.
I am buying a Radiance and Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I don't buy Blink though, but I have buyed Radiance.
Oh, how is it?
It's pretty good.
Okay.
Actually, not that bad. I mean, in pubs, because obviously you have to carry your game in pubs.
All right.
Anyway, I really would like for Blacklist Rivalry to make this game work, to be honest. But I think that RMGS has really outclassed them last game. I don't know how it's gonna go, but I do think this team, like, if they didn't have the history they did, then you could just write them off and saying they're having a bad season. Maybe they're like learn eventually. But this team is already learned. They already know how to do better than this. They just seem to not really be finding themselves entirely.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think this has to be a crucial game for them. One, because I think they're quickly running out of games in the season to turn this thing around.
Because they don't want to be relegated.
Of course, that's obviously the goal, right? But two, I think they have very clear conditions to get themselves enabled in this kind of a game, right? Tim's on a melee position 4, especially the Tiny, is a classic. They're playing against an In Your Dream sniper with a mid lane Carl Spirit, especially a Storm Spirit. Now, yes, there is a Bat Rider in the mix, but Carl has 2 phenomenal targets this game, right? He's got a Nature's Prophet offlane, and he's got a sniper carry. Like, it's so clear what he has to do. It's like, listen, I'm sure this must be an anime arc from one of the very many animes or mangas that you read, but it's like, oh, a hero that's down on their luck, Act 1, they tried to answer the call, but unfortunately they weren't up to the task. Act 2 is about rebuilding themselves. Act 3, they recognize this is my chance to go again, right? And I think this is it.
They succeed in Act 2?
Well, no, they don't succeed in Act 2. Act 2 is about them finding themselves and reflecting and growing.
Oh, they get beat a second time as well.
Yes, well, sometimes, right?
Okay.
But ideally, for Blacklist Rivalry, of course, in the best of 3, you don't have time to get beat a second time.
Right.
It's this time for them to turn it around, and I think, Carl, he's got opportunities here, right, to prove himself. Like Winter was alluding to, sometimes one hero can make the difference. That's what it's about. That's why you play the mid lane.
Right, sure, that's true. No, Ray and Sama called him a baka last game, but Carl's ready to prove him wrong, right?
Yeah.
He's been training for this very moment. He finally has the game. Odds are not stacked against him. He's going to show and just barely survive.
It's the shift focus, right? When I'm sure that they can do that. Listen, I don't watch anime, but I'm sure that you see this a lot artistically done. The camera focuses on one thing and then they pull focus to something else in the foreground, and you're seeing it.
The dolly shot.
You're seeing it through the eyes of the first person hero, and you see him. He notices the thing. He sees the sniper. He zips onto the sniper. He's done it, Carl. Woo! And then anime things happen, and I don't know.
Yeah. There's a girl who's always liked his cheering from the stands.
Yes, of
his
course.
Mom, who has been dead for 5 years, she's actually come back from the dead to watch this one game of his, right? Something like that.
Is that what anime is like? Maybe I do need to watch more of this stuff.
I mean, it's more like Dad, and he sees a mirage of a person, and it turns out to someone else. But he's been playing for his dad the whole time.
Okay,
he really knew.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, something like that.
That's pretty nice.
I see this. This is like the one game where like you actually have the odds are in your favor, so you have to win, so you stay in the tournament.
Yeah, you have to win. I think there's no other option but through right now for Blacklist Rivalry.
And it is all on Carl. And much like the game earlier was on Mac, and I think Mac performed incredibly well. Not well enough, but like the Polaris game, really. The first one, right, when he was Pangolier. I think Mac really climbed up to that pressure and did an incredible job. I think Carl's in that same position this game.
Yeah.
Raven can play really well, so can Cuckoo, but they don't matter as much.
And Carl, funnily enough, as we spoke about Mac on Geek Slate, you know, it's Carl's...
Mac and Polaris.
Sorry, against Geek Slate, right? Excuse me.
No. It was Polaris versus... just played. Talon.
Talon, oh my goodness. Geek Slate was earlier.
Geek Slate was the first one.
I'm sorry. So much Dota, you know, all sorts of mixed together.
But 3 whole series.
3 whole series of Dota. I mean, how can you keep up? How can you be expected to... But Carl, who used to play on Geek Slate, which is the reason I bring it up, Geek fam at the time, right?
No.
Huh?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, he's always made a name for himself on the Spirits, on being this kind of flashy hero. And I think this is the kind of lineup where he needs to do that, which is why we're talking about it in this way, right? Bosku, he's playing the Coddle, who's going to have him back in Greaves and eventually a Pipes of Insight. Not really a hero you carry games on, right, by yourself. TB can get there, but someone needs to make the space for him. And it is Carl's job to do that.
Tims, though, is out of space to run, and Tims will die as In Your Dream also harasses Cuckoo ever so slightly here. But it's going to be the first blood once again for Army Geniuses. In Your Dream once again. His sniper is legendary. Used to be one of his, well, it still is, I would argue, one of his best heroes. He feels very comfortable on it. So we'll see how they deal with this. Obviously, it's all in the Storm. But Storm has 3 difficult targets. If I was Army Geniuses, I would just itemize entirely against Storm. Like bring catch, Orchids, Clayton, whatever it is. Everything just to deal with the Storm. Ignore everyone.
I wonder how much is too much, though, because I do think AG, they've drafted quite well around this Storm. Obviously, the off and safe lane picks are quite vulnerable to it, and maybe Batrider even has some difficulties at some stage of the game. It is
so 3 out of 5, yeah.
But I like the supports quite a lot against the Storm Spirit, especially if you end up going really deep diving on another Shaker that can really turn on its head for you. You got a global to back you up. I mean, look, I do think there's a lot to enable him, so I don't necessarily disagree with your point of analysis there. But let's remember that there's still a TB in this game, and unless Carl like completely solo carries this game, which I believe Storm Spirit is a hero that can be done on, hold that thought. There's a lasso. They're gonna go a bit more aggressively.
Yeah, he was nearby too. He has a lot of stacks of Arcane Curse now. Avalanche, Tims throws the tree. No, not yet. He actually gets the toss off instead. And now Yoe activates the Fairy Fire to survive a bit longer. Magic Wand as well. Bottle, but that's not going to be enough.
Here's DB.
Yoe gets killed. Tims, though, might die as a result, but they already got the kill they were looking for as DB joins in to finish off AU, and he's so...
wow, barely made it out. Yeah, barely made it out.
So close.
To finish on my point, this is a game where Storm can legitimately solo carry because you have global to back him up, which is really nice when you have 2 kind of global heroes to play around, or high mobility heroes, right? Silencer is not high mobility, but his spells kind of make him high mobility. What a terrible point of argument. Anyway, he can solo carry this game. Like it is a serious possibility, and this is the kind of start that he needs. Ideally, he continues getting a little bit more support here out from Tims, maybe even his Silencer, to continue contesting for these runes in the next minute. Keep power rune control, get more map control, continue dominating around the map, which leads to more power rune control, which leads to, you know, yada, yada, yada. Lots of space for TB, should you ever need him. And then things are going to be looking good from there.
I mean, you can eventually itemize him to being useful this game, but he is very countered. Like, between the NP, the Sniper, and the Earthshaker, even Batrider, like, you have a really difficult TV.
Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
Eventually, you get Swift Blink, and that's when the matchup actually starts going a little bit more your way, but if they get the kill on In Your Dream, this matchup is going to go very much a Blacklist Rivalry way. Carl already showing its utility. I think they chuck a match at the... No, it was him.
Yeah,
that looks really good for Carl.
It is, and I think next biggest target ought to be trying to maybe go for this mid rune. Don't think he's going to be able to make it in time. He does have a TP scroll if he wants to TP to the mid lane, and he is actually. So I like this move a lot from Carl, maintaining rune control, right? We'll see, however, Yoe, I think he's actually going to go bottom here now that he sees the TP, so that's where his calculus is at. He is going to concede the rune control. It does spawn top lane. It's an invis rune. But let's ride along, perhaps with his Batrider. No, top lane.
Not really sure about this one. They set up 1 shrapnel already. That's level 3 shrapnel.
Raven down bottom.
He's being very, very slowed down. Illuminate will not help him enough, and Bosku dies as bottom. They also catch Raven. 2 kills for Army Geniuses at 2 opposite sides of the map.
Nice camera work there. We did manage to catch both of them. And two big moves. No, we caught both of them perfectly.
I'm glad.
That's what I wanted. And Carl is not going to be able to really get that tower mid or top lane. So as a result, you lose your carry, you use your offlaner. Those are 2 cores that die on the side of Blacklist. Are you going to lose this bottom tower? Yes, you are. So that's a very useful rotation out from the Bat Rider. But Carl still has the Sinvin's rune to play with. It's going to pop in the next 45 seconds. So I'd like to see now Tims, who is already in position to do this, look to try and make a play here in this mid lane and try and get an objective out from this. That's going to continue your snowball. You're going to be able to set up for the 9-minute rune. This could be really good. AG, though, are going to do their best to disrupt it, and they're going to smoke the Shaker alongside their Bat Rider while rotating supports from the mid lane. Or from the top lane on over to the mid lane. This is really instrumental to trying to shut down Carl.
No hookshot yet, though, which means they just have to run in and cogs Tims. Illuminate heals him back up, which means In Your Dream is busy with Tims still, who held out for a long time, allowed him to kill the counter kill on Barrage. Now going for Jokum next. AU hitting to the best of his ability as Carl controls the high ground. Now gets lassoed. That was a surprise. Carl bot lighting away, barely surviving. Fissures and catch him. Carl's alive. Assassinate won't kill him.
Wow.
And he is going to survive this whole situation. Wow, Carl.
When's the last time, I mean, yes, he lives, wow, but when's the last time you've seen a sniper with a point and assassinate this early?
That's a good point. Cap and SVG talked about this in OneCast, where they actually think that it's always a mistake to not go for the point and assassinate.
Yeah.
And I'm with them. This is not Lena. The extra point in anything else does not actually help you as much.
Look, I agree. I think this is a really powerful spell. As you can see, it could have made a difference there if one more skill had landed from someone else on AG.
Or if you didn't have as many bottles and magic wands. And
whatever, right? Like, it very well could make a difference. I'm just pointing it out because all the times I've seen Sniper, it's always been like stats, just taking headshot,
they're obsessed with it,
the snipers are obsessed with it. So this is a deviation from the norm, even if it's something that we like to see. We'll see how that continues to play out.
I mean, this build is weird because he also went for full max shrapnel, right? So he didn't go for right clicking.
Right, yeah. I don't know. And now next into Maelstrom, so that'll be his next item. Obviously wanted to go for mixed damage into this TB, right, is perhaps the idea.
I mean, I like the cohesion in this build, right? Because the other build, the take aim headshot build, so snipers can actually rotate early because you need to be able to have this hero being a little more mobile.
Yeah.
You go for full wraith bands to make sure that you can actually deal so much damage that's your rotation.
Right.
But instead, because he has the shrapnel build, which allows him to be impactful regardless, he's also playing with the stacking and the camp clearing very well. Yeah. He goes for Maelstrom, which gives him a lot more liberty. This build, though, I say is better now that carries have realized that the best place to farm is your jungle or the triangle.
Yeah, and where I wanted to take that point was it feels like AG are kind of itemizing against this TB, right? Going for mixed damage. You take a look at what MP has, it's also a Maelstrom as he continues to push, right? Not the craziest item for him, but double Maelstrom, I think it's pretty clear that they want to try and get through these squishy supports and get some mixed damage against the TB, against 2 very traditional physical damage carries. So I think that's a heads-up move here from Blacklist as they move to adjust. Obviously, Bat Rider for BOT first, as they do look for DB.
There's a rotation coming in the bat, though. Comes with a lasso, but silenced immediately. Carl, and continuous aggression. He's been Chakra Magic, but he knows. He knows Yoei's looking for this lasso, and Carl will respect him. Flame Break into the lasso, but he avoids it with a ball lightning just in time. As AU does die, DB catches up Tims, but DB realizes that it's not a fight for him. Yoei is continuing the aggression, committing for Bosco instead. He'll settle for the Coddle kill before he leaves. Taking advantage of his time here.
Yeah.
They didn't do a bad job here, but Carl does not get killed. And Carl is truly playing like the win condition this game. I think he is.
That's an offlaner that's continuing to die, by the way, as Yahweh drags up Gandalf on top of the Tower of Isildur, or whatever it's called. It's starting to get a little bit bad here for this Coddle, as his itemizations continue to be delayed. The good news is Tims is still finding a little bit of farm in between. Bad news is I believe Jokum is going to be able to get his own Blink Dagger online sooner. That's Maelstrom 1 completed for DB. Good global silence. The one thing I was really surprised there was Carl had 800 gold in the bank by the time he went for that kill. Recipe for Witchblade is only 600. I believe he was top, which is why he didn't purchase it and start ferrying it before, but he may have had that kill actually if he had the additional damage from Witchblade, but I presume it wouldn't have been there in time in any case. But now he's got Witchblade, so this could be a big reveal. You have a TB nearby with Max Metamorphosis and that Dragonlance and the the Blade of Alacrity. Seems like they're trying to set up for something in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Storm is here is interesting. I guess he's covering the TB to make sure that Raven can farm, but he's also kind of acting like a decoy here. There is no immediate global silence, though.
Yep, no, not for 30 more seconds.
I mean, I guess they have, yeah, you're right, maybe in time for the fight.
time for Tims to continue farming as well. He really wants a Blink Dagger. That's a serious item here for Blacklist. Gives them more moves to make, as we say, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
Also haven't seen a hookshot this game yet. I think we're going to see one here pretty soon.
He got it recently-ish, right? Which is like he's, for the past few team fights, Clockwork was either not in them or didn't have level 6.
Sure. There it is.
There we can see the hookshot. And that's going to be for a Silencer, but perhaps a Storm as well.
Lasso in 3.
Global Silence has been used, so no Lasso just yet. And I think Carl realizes that was not the fight to take.
Yeah, in your dream as well, threatening to join that fight and nip him in the heels if they were continuing to fight. Oh, that's a haze string in the bottle. I don't think this fight's yet over, Avo.
No. Oh, in fact, Carl is the one to engage. Once again, getting mana by the Coddle. That's going to be enough to kill the Clockwork. The Lasso is going to be for Cuckoo.
Oh, we didn't get him under the river.
No, they didn't. He has the mech. That's not going to be sufficient. The same from the Sniper. And in fact, they also caught the poor Silencer. Fissure is going to get his head lopped right off. Army Geniuses want this tower. Carl does not have the help from the Coddle, so he doesn't have enough mana to re-engage.
Yeah.
The tower will just fall.
And Raven's nearby and has meta, but regrettably, there's a Shaker in the game. So you're not showing up this early to these fights. Not when you can be stunned from well into fog. DBTP's behind you. There's an Echo Slam as follow-up. Like, it's simply too scary. Blacklist Rivalry, it hurts. It's very painful, once again, to see this Coddle go down a third time. But you know, Raven is continuing to farm. That being said, AG are looking to put a stop to that immediately as they smoke top lane. Good readout from Raven, though. It seems like he'll be able to get out of the way of this one in time. The Switchblade for Carl, though, not really finding too much success. Still having a good game on the Storm Spirit, I have to say, especially because this smoke looks like it'll pay off if they can catch DB.
DB, run! Run for your life! Sprout forward! Just to make sure that stops someone, but it's not going to stop the storm.
Very good.
As you know, trees are not very good with lightning.
That's true. Clockwork is
or motion.
Get a D ward. Has allies nearby. This could turn into a bit of a fight.
Well, Carl, he just got fissured and killed.
Yeah, that's the blink reveal for the Shaker.
Yeah, that is a Silencer about to be put in a spit roast. AU. What's gonna burn him? The rocket? No. The flame break will. Just last words as a last ditch attempt.
Yeah, it's always funny when you turn very slowly. I mean, Batrider basically killed him on his way to farm the creep wave.
Yep. He didn't pay attention to him. He actually just flame braked him and left him.
Yeah, pretty much. Tim's lucky to not get caught here, and I say lucky because he's so close to this Blink Dagger, man. One more wave and he'll have it if he gets caught by In Your Dream, although he shouldn't. I mean, he's got a ward on him. But Tim's, he's gonna fight. Oh, the Storm Zip.
Yeah, they stayed there for a really long time and the patience paid off. They got In Your Dream as a result. Carl keeping himself healthy with his kill, making sure that death doesn't count for too much as he goes back to farm.
Oh, look at Raven though.
Raven does get caught with a lasso, and that's not going to be good for Blacklist.
Well,
unless they can save him. That Global Silence will ensure the TP completes.
Amazing.
Nobody has a Dispel just yet on Army Geniuses.
That's exactly what you want. I mean, you're not unhappy with that at all. You've killed In Your Dream. That's the counter kill that AG are looking to do. They probably still get your tier 1 tower, especially without Global Silence and TP being so far away.
Yeah,
but
you're okay with that.
You're okay with that, exactly.
Because he's your tier 1 offlane, right? You've already lost the important ones. At this point, this one is just for show.
TB is going to continue to farm. Again, he's got a Coddle on his team, right? We haven't explicitly said that this game, but we've said it today. That's a lot more farm. So the more time that he's alive, the happier that he's going to be, right?
Yeah, but Coddle's going to follow Storm around like a puppy this game. I think he understands who the real valuable one is. Look at this. Carl, he dropped his net worth considerably after that death, immediately recovers, making sure he's always the secondary win condition, as Bosco is the one who has sacrificed his own net worth to make sure that Army Geniuses has someone they can kill without it being a big deal.
Carl's got a lot of money in the bank as well. I can't help but wonder if he's thinking about going BKB or turning that Ogre Axe instead into the Sanj for the Sanj and Kaya.
I think you're right. I think he is considering those options. Because BKB sucks against Batrider.
Yeah, he's committed for BKB though. Okay. He's got the Mithrhammer flying his way, but like you were saying, I'll finish the point. BKB sucks against Batrider, but it does feel necessary against the Storm, against the Clockwork as well. Yeah. Oh yes.
You are
the Storm.
Yeah. Yoit gets the kill on AU. Hook shot. Ooh, misses Carl. So they can't quite set up for a second round of kills here. And Yowie doesn't have lasso either. Maybe the clock is a little bit too advanced, but...
Raven's joining the fight. He is still without BKB, though, as is Carl. So it's a bit of a risky fight to take, and maybe even unnecessary, because it's not like AG are going to move into Roche immediately.
And they know the Earthshaker's blink, so I gotta respect that.
And now Lasso's on cooldown, or off cooldown, sorry. It's just come off cooldown, so yeah, they do have to be a bit careful. TP is ready. We've seen the TP combo a couple of times of TP onto Treants.
Okay, they're going to fall after the Caudle, that's fine. The Caudle kill is not great.
Follow the crumb of horses.
No, maybe.
Tim's
with a toss back, in comes the Storm. He goes for Jokum, and he swallows the fissure whole. And now they keep him in place with the Cogs, the Gleipnir. The Storm's gonna die. What a nice chain of disables. Even if Yowie dies in exchange, it's not that bad for Army Genius.
The blocks, they keep Raven out of the fight.
If they lose DB, that would be huge here for Blacklist Rivalry. He'll get him inside his own Sprout. In Your Dream finally joins, hoping to even out this fight. AU will be the next target as Raven dies as an extra from Mauritius Rocket Flare. He was kind of ignored almost. Bosco also gets stuck and killed. In Your Dream showing he's the true carry of this game. As the Fissure doesn't quite close in, Tiz doesn't really matter though, because they have vision, and that's all they need for the sniper to pew 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 people to hell.
Yeah, this sniper is absolutely terrifying. At one point, kind of realized, wait a second, I outranged TB. He needs to be scared of me. And
I told you, sniper is the biggest counter.
Yeah, that was.
That's why you don't worry about
painful.
TV. That's why you need Swift Blink against Sniper.
I still have to commend Blacklist for taking that fight that confidently, especially after they lose the Storm, especially after committing the Global Silence. But unfortunately, it does end up being kind of their downfall here. So far in Game 1, that's going to be the first, make that second death that Carl actually takes. Again, a fight, Avo, that happens right before BKB can get online. It's flying his way towards Carl now, but regrettably, you know, he watches the replay. He's going to be probably a little bit upset with himself that he didn't farm the extra 100 gold he needed for BKB. He has it now, but that fight would have gone completely differently if he only could have BKB'd on his way on in before the Fissure hit. I still have to commend AG, though. The chain stun there was phenomenal. It was flawless. Recognition of the fight, not being scared of the Terrorblade or the tiny tossbacks. I mean, the confidence is all there. I also think the game plan, though, for Blacklist is now apparent for them, and it starts here.
It's the Battle Air first they go for, but they get rid of this initiation. It'll be huge for Blacklist Rivalry. That's Battle Air down, Varish as well, and Carl, for now, thanks to his BKB, kind of immune to anything. However, the rest of Blacklist not so confident about this fight because they lack the TB still. The Assassinate gets the counter kill there onto the Silencer.
Assassinate level 1, by the way.
Yes. That's what you keep it. Because Raven couldn't join the fight because there's no Metamorphosis, it didn't matter how good initiation was for Blacklist, because they couldn't capitalize on that.
Storm?
No, Carl doesn't want to go in just yet, even though he could try to steal it here.
Yeah, he'll be a bit late.
He would have killed the sniper if he did, but he doesn't have BKB.
But then he would have died as a result, right? And that just doesn't feel too worth it at this stage. Gleipnir is completed for DB. Now he's going to go back into that Ag Scepter, so a pretty standard build now onto the NP, as far as what we've been seeing in the meta, last meta, and today. Coddle is about to get these Guardian Greaves online. Does that really change much? Not terribly so, I would have to say. I think these fights more or less still break down the same, which is, I believe, for Blacklist, they need someone... Oh, hold on, actually, Carl, he might find it. Does he want to go for this sniper? It's real tempting, but he doesn't have vision on anyone else on the map, so it's a scary proposition.
Yeah, because he's wearing camo gear, you can't really tell if he's a tree or not.
That's right.
That's actually what's really confusing him
That's
right now.
true. That is true. He's not wearing the Spaceman Steve sniper set.
No, that one's easier to see.
Yeah. You stand out.
Look, like, can you even see him right now? I lost track of him.
My glance value. How can I see this sniper?
Yes.
Valve, please fix.
Yes. Maybe if you gave him a Swiss set that make him look like an Alpine sniper. That would be better.
Yeah. Give him a cowboy hat.
Right, I forgot that's also part of the Alpine Bear set for some reason.
Tim's?
Hook shot. Push him back, perhaps? Nope, just keep him in the cogs, in the shrapnel, in the graveyard.
You don't need to push him any which way. Sniper's got the reach, son. He can just leave him right there. I'll get him.
Sniper is the Dota equivalent of, you know when you were a kid and you really wanted those like grab reachers helpers? You know those hands that you like those hands that you would press a button and it would be like a hand?
The things that you use to pick up garbage.
Yes, exactly. I've always wanted one of those as a kid. I always asked for one for Christmas. Did you not?
No.
Okay, maybe that was just a me thing. But like Sniper is that's the equivalent of Sniper in this game.
I was gonna say, Sniper's like the old man that, you know, you work with, who like you mess something up and you're like, ah man, can you help me out? Like, and you want to try and fix it with him, and he's like, no, leave it there, I'll fix it. And he just does, right?
That's true, actually. He's very reliable.
Yeah. Very reliable. Don't want to make him angry, you know, especially with that reach he's got.
He's the Greg of this game, honestly.
I don't think he would have very much, that's not who I was referencing, but I don't think he'd appreciate being brought up.
It's okay. We're gonna keep that slide for the oldies. Don't know.
Perfect slide. You know, and in your dream playing the old slide. You know, back in the day, this is what we considered to be funky. None of this.
Pop jamming nonsense.
Yeah. Oh, hold on.
Another shrapnel for
Raven's
Tim.
fighting.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be a dead clockwork.
It is.
And even with the grabber helper thing, doesn't have enough reach.
The BKB, perfect
nice
time.
BKB timing in your dream.
Can they kill him a second time? There's an Echo Slam.
What's he waking up to? We'll see. Lasso for the Storm. Global Silence, however, allows Blacklist to continue this fight, and they are
Raven
going
has
head on for the
BKB.
sniper. TV has the range now. Goodbye to this sniper in your dream. Disappears.
Oh, yeah.
Whisked away into the realistic world.
Yeah, and that's just Blacklist flexing their superior team fight, honestly. Coulda, woulda, shoulda perhaps turned, but Jokum had no choice there. Storm Spirit makes an excellent jump. That was something I really have to commend him for in this particular engagement. And the last one, where they unfortunately died underneath the tier 2 tower, was he was right to be able to jump this this Earthshaker, right? Keeping Echo out of these fights is slightly less of a concern now. Yes, now that Raven has BKB online, as we could see. But the biggest deal is making sure that Raven can actually get on top of the sniper. I believe that's what you were referring to when you were talking about how this matchup does start to change a little bit more once the Swift Blink is online, right?
That's all that matters, is you actually being able to reach the sniper.
Right. But here, I mean, look at this jump. Oh, well, unfortunately we missed it, but that's fine. I think this is, it showcases exactly what happens, right? Earthshaker not in this fight. Storm Spirit, you know, still alive, being in control, ultimate's blown on him, and then the Global Silence comes out. I mean, it's perfect cover. It's a great way to keep this Earthshaker at grabber arm distance's length.
Right, exactly. That's good. Yeah, that's exactly what you have to do. Like the sniper right now, we were talking about this old man analogy. The reality is sniper is a remote stuck under the couch, and you have to get the remote closer to you. That's what he is right now. And as soon as you get to it, then you can use the buttons again.
And Jokum, he is like the cat who's on the other side of the couch who thinks you're playing.
Yeah,
and it's like,
and he keeps scratching your arm.
Keeps scratching your arm, and you're like, stop it. Why do you do this?
Right,
Global Silence is the way to keep him at arm's length.
And Bad Rider is your mom who keeps taking you away because you have to clean your room as opposed to watch TV.
Right. This Nature's Prophet, he's a little bit of the wild card, right?
He's your dad.
He's like your dad.
He's not really sure what's happening.
Well, and you never know when he's actually going to come home in these fights.
He just appears one day. Nobody knows where he's gone.
Maybe he's done farming. Maybe he's not. I don't know.
And Clockwork is your little brother that gets under the couch.
Yeah, he gets in the way, and he's kind of like shoving you this way, that way.
There you go, full analogy.
Battery assaulting you with his little punches every now and then. It all works out when you think about it.
Jesus, that is the weirdest analogy we've ever had.
I don't know what you mean. I mean, I can perfectly picture the couch with the remote under it, with the cat as well swapping away, you know?
Yeah, and the remote's pew-pewing at you.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Storm is going for an Nags, by the way, next, which is going to help him with this the team fight that it requires. After the Kai and Sanj, of course.
Yeah.
Kai and Sanj allows him to go in without the requirement of BKB, or at least not be so afraid of Lasso.
Hold on. Sorry, I think this is actually really important. We messed up our analogy. No, just kidding. But in your dream on the sniper, I don't like this build.
Oh, like not Lightyear?
No, I think he should, and maybe even needs, I'll use that word, the concussive grenade. I know you're a big fan of this shard, but I think the repositioning, especially up and down cliffs and having two ways on this Hurricane Pike especially, I think it helps him a lot in this TV matchup. I'm surprised he's not considering it.
I will always mention this, but it also gives blind.
Really?
Yeah. Well, sorry, disarm.
Oh, disarm. Yeah, I mean, that's basically a blind. It's 100% blind.
Yeah, that's my bad. But the disarm is really, really good, and they got a movement slow on top of it. It's like, I think this shard is very much undervalued. Obviously, BKB's countered you, but also, wow, my favorite aspect of the shard, I already did this bit with Cap, but I want to do it again.
Sure.
This shard, no matter how far you put it, or doesn't matter the distance it's from you, it always pushes you back the same amount. So people will actually think it's like Flame Break, where you actually have like close to you, and it pushes you further.
Where they think it's like a rocket jumping, like in TF2.
Yeah, or like a Flame Break, which is a normal analogy for this game.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. You actually do it on the edge on the AoE, and you catch everyone on the AoE. It's very, very good.
Well, I was doing that because
now they caught
TF2.
Bosku. Bosku is going to die, and this is a true old man, but the one you find in the street, you ask him to get home.
All right, and they actually were not able to get Clockwork in the meantime. He does hookshot away in time. So So all's well that ends well here for AG, as they're not going to lose these little trades around the map. Aegis, of course, has been long reclaimed. Next objective that teams are looking to jostle over here in this region is next Roche. It's still a minute away before it can respawn, but it's important to get this positioning early and to get it now. Blacklist Rivalry have all the ultimates that they want. They have Metamorphosis, they have Global Silence, they have BKBs on Storm, which is not really an ultimate, but it kind of is for him. AG are the ones who are kind of recovering it at this stage. But of course, Blacklist, they don't want to get drawn into a fight where they're forced to use it this early. Tims is going to die here.
Yep. Jokam comes in just to ensure that he can't TP away.
He gets the assist gold.
I do like, I've never seen Glimmer Cape Tiny, or it's not a common thing these days. But for this game, I actually think it's pretty value. It's another way to sneak up to the sniper.
Over what
like,
else?
Sometimes you'd see Force Staffs.
Force Staff.
Force Staff is okay this game. Shadowblade, definitely not good.
You only think Force Staff's okay this game, really?
Yeah, I actually think it's that good.
Okay, tell me why you think a Glimmer Cape is better than a Force Staff.
Because Glimmer Cape allows you to sneak in, and Force Staff, the moment the sniper just pew-pews you and pushes you away, Force Staff is no fun.
Okay.
So it's like, it doesn't feel that great because the range is not as big as you'd think it is.
Okay, I see that. Counterpoint, there are more than Sniper in this game, and I think Force Staff's really good against a Shaker, a Bat Rider, a Clockwork, and an MP.
Okay, that's a good point. I have nothing to rebuttal. You win the argument. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. This was the debate. Yes, thank you for my trophy. Very good. I've won the medal. Anyway. Oh, holy moly, they're just fighting.
Yeah, but they took the Coddle, not the Storm, though. Global Silence has been used, and Bosco will be able to survive because of the Corroded Greaves, I think. Carl, still committing for the Earthshaker. At least they got rid of part of the team fight, but the Sniper, still the BKB, not running out just yet, and Terrorblade is far away, which means Raven's going to get pew-pew to death at this rate. DB, though, is a little bit too close, and Carl makes sure to punish it for him. Carl has no mana, and now no HP either, but this allowed for Raven to get close to the Sniper. Now Soulbound, he's forced to TP away to safety. Flame Break, not going to help, but at least he'll TP in time.
That was a very awkward initiation. Blacklist Rivalry, the thing that was really funny about that is they were ready to fight, but they weren't ready to fight in that instant because the Bat Rider jumped in, and then immediately Blacklist Rivalry were smoked. Ended up grabbed the Coddle, who surprised me at his durability, and I gotta say, probably in no small part thanks to this Vambrace. 10% magic resist on top of 10 additional strength is nothing to sneeze at for this old man. He keeps himself alive. The only regrettable part about that fight is that Blacklist are forced to use quite literally everything that they have at their disposal, and that leaves them with nothing to take Roche, especially as AG are respawning here relatively quickly here on the Shaker, who has Echo Slime ready to go. They killed him very, very well. Phenomenal control, great counter initiation. But now I don't believe Blacklist Rivalry can reasonably take Roche without just being Echo Slime and jamming in the pit and taken down.
That is true. Like, you have to be wary of the Armin Genius's Earthshaker scaling. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he is the king of team fights into the late game, and your BKBs will eventually run out. But I would say that now this win condition that their team fights are, which is a Raven getting close to Sniper, however stupid that sounds, is getting better and better, or easier and easier to commit. And because In Your Dream is not buying the concussive grenade, right, you're losing this strength. He's instead trying to do this thing where he wins the mono against Terrorblade, regardless of range, by going for Satanic and Butterfly. But we'll see that works out. I don't believe it does against the TV.
By the way, I just to get back to this Force Staff versus Glimmer Cape thing, I'll bring it up because Shaker also has a Glimmer. I think... Oh, hold on. We're going to fight.
There we are. Catch up to the Tidy. A lasso for Tims, though, and no Flamer to push him back, so Tims for now is okay. Now there's the Flame Break. They prevent the Cogs pushback, however, with a Blinding Light. No, they don't. In fact, the Storm is now in trouble. He's getting tossed. He wasted a little bit of his BKB. Still got the kill, though, on Varij.
Yeah. That's still a really good...
That toss scared him, though. He was like, okay, gotta get out.
That's still phenomenal Cogs placement, though. I have to really commend him, Varish, there. Because it's right in this choke point. You don't have really nice Cog hitters either from Blacklist. I mean, TB is fine, but you'd rather not. I mean, you do have 4 ranged heroes, but you know, none of them are phenomenal Cogs hitters. And Bosku was a little bit zoned out of that fight. Does end up popping the light for him. So what do they lose in that fight? They lose, now that we have a little bit of time to analyze this, courtesy of the pause. AG likely doing the same, but obviously in Indonesian and not English. There's no Storm BKB.
Well, no, because they have Yowie in their team. They actually communicate in Indonesian.
Oh, do they really?
I mean,
pardon me.
When we interviewed Jokam in the Division 2,
yeah,
I remember he said that they all communicate together in Bahasa Indonesian, and then they communicate with Yowie sometimes as the mid game goes and late game goes in English. So as the mid game and late game goes, they all communicate in English together.
Cool,
to make Yo understand.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm sure that...
Though he also said, I think it was, they're like a monkey cage sometimes.
Oh, what?
That was the words he used.
Okay.
So it's just a bunch of people screaming, and so it doesn't matter what language they speak.
Right.
That's what he's told us. Mind you, now they have clairvoyance, so I'm hoping.
Well, you know what works out is there's that quite famous analogy, or I don't know, an idiom of monkeys hitting typewriters, and eventually they make Shakespeare. This team is making Shakespeare in almost every fight, so it works for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you all scream at the same time, eventually one person, because since everyone's screaming at the same volume, you have to identify what the smart comments are based on content rather than form, because they're all screaming. So you actually get very good at that.
I don't think people.
That's how
scream at the
Spanish.
same time. Have you heard yourself cast?
I speak loudly. I do not scream. My voice is just 15 decibels above the average.
Right. So what I was going to say then, on the point of analysis, is that I think AG have recognized that that Blacklist Rivalry have used too many big resources here. Storm, BKB, Global Silence, especially. Even with BKB on Raven on this TB, I don't think they can realistically contest this, especially with the lingering threat of this Earthshaker Echo Slam, which we haven't really seen too much of. No big Echo Slams. Credit to Blacklist because they're not putting themselves in positions for it. Here they go, though.
Oh! They did not get the Aegis, but they did get the Roche. Now they stopped the Storm. His BKB is going to run out soon. He gets away just in time. Carl thinking of re-engaging, perhaps, as the TV joins as well. And they're going to kill Jokum at this rate.
This fight's good.
It is very good. In Your Dream is now stuck in the pit. Carl has enough mods to get the Electric Vortex off here. He just BKBs in time. Out of the pit he goes. Carl on the runway. But wait, Yoe running after him. They have to cancel the TP with Global Silence. Impossible. Carl TPs in time. Blacklist on the retreat.
Slamma Jamma time.
Raven.
No,
BKB though. You can't echo Slamma Jamma. This golden boy. And Yoe instead will fall. Army Geniuses.
Wow.
What was a free Roche for them got prevented by Mr. Carl. Nothing got snatched, like the Aegis and Shard went the way of Army Geniuses, but the gold did go the way of Blacklist.
Yeah, and most importantly, the fight breaks out very well for them after they immediately retake the Aegis there. Global Silence, Storm Spirit doing a phenomenal job of just keeping Jokum out of this fight. He is forced to buy back, still does not find that good old Echo Sam, courtesy of SE Hinton's Pony Boy there, as you call them towards the end. This golden boy Raven, absolutely killing it this game. His positioning, phenomenal. This Eye of Scotty, a really big turning point. Not really going for this this Swift Blink super early on. This is more of a normal itemization for Raven's Terrorblade. I think it's the right one, by the way. But going for this Eye of Scotty and now damage, you know, if he is able to get even one right click off onto this sniper, the matchup does get really difficult. That being said, In Your Dream did finally pick up this Ag Shard. I believe it was quite literally from the Roche.
Yeah.
And you can see it did make quite a big impact there. I was surprised, honestly, that Sniper was able to live. Good what's it called? Clarity of thought here.
Yeah.
By In Your Dream in the middle of that fight to be able to immediately utilize the concussive grenade to get him outside of the Roche pit, and that made the fight a little bit more awkward for Blacklist Rivalry. From there, Sniper being outside of the pit was like the thing that turned around that fight.
Yeah.
Because then Raven couldn't really keep him corralled in. Tims didn't really have easy follow-ups. Bosku didn't have easy lineups, and the threat of the counter initiation specifically of this Earthshaker became the #1 priority for Blacklist Rivalry. That being said, they are going back at it, and again, because of the Raven mana battery that he has, Bosku he has already.
In comes Carl, but he doesn't want to overcommit.
No, and this is good. Meta is ready, but they have everything, to be honest. They could go for it.
Assassinate to keep vision over Tims. They come in for the lasso. Tims will die at this rate.
That's buyback. It's not that important of a fight, though. I think Blacklist Rivalry don't really need to go too crazy here. Unless someone from AG makes a mistake, I don't think this is really worth diving for.
Carl really wants to, though. Carl really wants to. He's zip-zapping in the legs.
It's scary, though. This Sniper's scary. If you can't 100 his Zorma, he will get off his Satanic. He will BKB.
Yep.
Scotty is going to reduce the lifesteal amount for sure, but you have to be mindful of the amount of follow-up and counter initiation that AG have. And for what you have to gain, I simply don't think it's worth it for Blacklist Rivalry. I think they make the right call by backing up and looking to fight another day. After all, now you have full Hurricane Pike on Raven, and you're about to get the Splink Dagger online. And that, like you were talking about earlier on, like, you know, 35 minutes ago, that is a big turning point against the Sniper.
That's true. That's true. And let me just say that for all the criticism that Blacklist Rivalry have been getting, this is a game where it seems like they know what to do. Like they're back on top.
Yeah.
They're making plays. They understand their win condition is just getting close to the Sniper. Like they played this really well. I don't think RMG has made any mistakes here. In fact, they've played as well as game one. It's just that Blacklist Rivalry seemed much more revitalized.
Yeah.
Maybe because this game is more difficult. I would argue that this game is actually more difficult than last game from a puzzle perspective. It's just they have better tools and they seem much more willing to play the whole game.
Yeah, and it's they're down 11K, and I have to say, it doesn't feel that way. And I think that speaks volumes of really how well this team is playing here. I think this is the best game we've probably seen Blacklist Rivalry play, in my opinion. I mean, you know,
Army Geniuses is making them play better.
Oh, and AG is still playing well. Don't get me wrong.
No, but I think Army Geniuses, the way that they're playing, is making Blacklist Rivalry play better.
Yeah, they're definitely rising to that level of competition. We'll see if they can do it though, because again, the items are still coming online. In Your Dream now with a Daedalus, so he is hitting with quite a punch now. Oh, hold that
BKB, Global Silence though. Is that going to be enough to save Tims?
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. With the Garden Greaves, he has a Glimmer Cape too.
Oh boy, got out of there just in time. Whoa, that's a fissure.
That is a fissure.
Pardon me.
Not going to catch Tims though. Well, they did give enough vision for the Assassinate.
No healing salve for you.
Bosco Chakamatches himself as Tims is dying.
Pretty big commitment there. That's a BKB and the Flaming Lasso out from Batrider. Both will be ready again within the next minute. Now I feel like for the first time this match, I'm going, okay, AG, nothing really worth, you know, losing your life over here. This is just jostling over map control. It'll be well over 3 minutes before Roshan respawns. I see no need here to really make a big play, especially because In Your Dream is about to hit level 25. Attack range or shrapnel charges? I feel like attack range kind of feels like the go-to against a TB.
I agree. I mean, I think shrapnel charges is really good. But I agree that attack ranges things just...
I like shrapnel charges as well for the vision
and
in this game. I think that's pretty important.
And the blink dagger canceling on the Tiny is
on the Tiny, I will say that I don't think they've really struggled. Not to flame Tims. I think they've AG have made it very difficult on him, but it hasn't really been an issue with the current amount of shrapnel charges. So
they keep lassoing him though is the case. Like they actually do respect him a lot, which
I agree. But again, I think credit to AG. I think that's what they need to be doing.
He's even considering it because this talent of attack range is very impactful, but at the same time it feels really stupid. Like it just feels not that good. Our Coordinate had the same issue back in the day. Like the attack range talent tends to be the better one because attack range is so impactful, but it doesn't feel that great. And he went for attack range in the end.
Yeah, he went for attack range.
I also think it's the right choice. I think it's the worst talent overall, but I think in general, it is better, if that makes any sense. Like the impact it does on the hero itself is worse, but overall in the core-to-core matchups, it's much better.
Excuse me, what is the proc chance on Daedalus? 30%? He just hit like 6 in a row there, it sounded like. That's not right.
That's because he hits so fast.
I mean, I can't.
It's because bullets have a higher chance of critting you, right? There's a bunch of places where it crits you. Like ribs, knees, eyes. And in fact, the whole head is a crit. Have you ever played Sniper Elite?
I have, yes.
Yeah, so, you know, all the shots that trigger the camera, that's the crit for the sniper.
Very good.
He's actually playing in first person. Did you not know that? He's playing in showcase mode in Your Dream.
That'd be amazing. I think of all the heroes to play in showcase mode,
Sniper has to be the one.
Sniper has to be one of the better ones.
I mean, he sucks at showcase mode, right? Because you can't actually see anything because your range is so far.
What do you mean? You just play TF2.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, sure it is.
Because this game is not Smite, right? So you can't move the hero without.
And then you pick Underlord, and that's your engineer who builds you a teleporter, and then you teleport in. And
right, that makes sense. That makes sense. Now, man is techies, right?
Where's the sandwich? And where's the sandwich? And you start blasting, right?
El sanguche está aquí.
Sangucha.
Sanguche. Stop saying it while he said it. It's triggering me again.
It's canon now. You can't change
No,
it.
I would rather not. Also, my favorite part is when you ask the audience, they all go, sandwich! And you go, guys,
come on.
A Spanish-speaking country.
Guys,
stop trolling.
Stop whistling at me. I'm not a smoke.
Stop. Don't
That was the best line. Okay, hold on. Who is smoked, though, is... Can you hear it? It's the whistles, because AG, they're smoked up. They're looking for a fight, Avo.
Oh, I can't whistle.
the sweet irony.
Anyway,
DB's got... Hold on. DB's got a big item. He actually has Nullifier online. That's pretty major for these fights. Especially if you can land him onto the Tiny. Like, Tiny being out of these fights is going to have significant impact, especially... as, well, we look at the buyback status, and it's looking better, but it was looking pretty dire for AG.
Yeah. Now it's looking good kind of dire. Oh. Okay, Yoey might have been off for more than you could chew. The Scotty's still slowing, and then the Vortex catches 2 more, and they get rid of the Earthshaker. That's the team fight gone. And the Sniper's also in trouble. Can he get some good raid? Maybe Hurricane Pike? He's just standing his ground. Thanks to the Satanic, he's able to live. Hook's have to get more space, but the Storm is just catching up, and that's the big enemy down. In Your Dream is gonna die.
Nice.
Carl did the deed.
DB is far too late.
No, he's gonna have to BKB TP, and it'll succeed at least, but Blacklist Rivalry just took the team fight of their lifetime here. I cannot believe
Blacklist is back.
They are. Yes, they are. They're back.
They're back. They're gonna get this next Roche. It spawns in 7 seconds. Tims has no patience, but I'm sure he'll throw a tree in there shortly. For now, though, Tier 2 is going to be the objective. Maybe even a lane of barracks. Regrettably, though, for Blacklist fans, AG are going to get a second fortify after they destroy this tower.
Yes.
Which means taking high ground is very unlikely. But Roshan is available for taking a beautiful fight. And honestly, AG, I think they deserve a little bit of criticism here. I don't think they can continue getting away with these Batrider Flamebreak these Batrider lasso initiations.
Yes,
it's not working out for them anymore. They need to put a little bit more respect on the strength of this TB on the counter initiation. Not even TB. Now you have 2 cores. It's Carl and it's TB.
I think their vision here is a bit off. I haven't seen them use Shrapnels with Rocket Flare to scout for the Batrider. He just goes in blind, which I respect from Yowie. But at the same time, this point in the game, you need to know what you're up against before you go in.
Yeah.
I don't think you can just rely on your skills anymore.
I think I agree on your point. I would like to see Clockwork change his build from Shard to Ag Scepter. I know it's such a pipe dream at this stage. It'd be like a 1-hour Shard.
It's in your pipe dream, yeah.
Yes, but I do think it would be for the best. I think triple Rocket Flare with a 3-second cooldown saves you from so much trouble this game. This still could be big, though. In your dream, back in 5 seconds. They have control of the outpost now.
Okay, the Tiny gets off with Force Death. In comes Carl as well. He cut Yowie, but they need something else. He did refresh the Electric Vortex, so endless amount of stuns, but do they have the damage? Finally, TV joins, and Yowie is no, he's gonna die to the auto attacks. Raven Bear is just all dying. DB will be able to TP BKB.
In Your Dream is here.
In Your Dream has the high ground as well. Miss Sniper is camping. You gotta respect it.
Okay.
So all of Blacklist will retreat.
Meta was used. They don't want to retreat up, but they want to try and take Roche. You can see them desperately pinging it.
It's too desperate.
It's really scary, though.
No global silence any longer,
and no BKB on Raven. No BKB either. Carl did also, not only did he refresh as well for the Vortex, refresh for his BKB.
True.
And in Your Dream, he recognizes he's into the pit. He has buyback as well.
Storm still exists, though. They have a Tiny. They could toss him back. DB joins as well.
Storm do be existing.
Okay, they're gonna start it with Treant, so they can't toss him back. That's an interesting idea.
Oh goodness, he's dying to that illusion.
Yeah, and there goes Storm. Electric Vortex.
Good force.
Fair amount of damage too. He doesn't get up to the high ground thanks to the Vortex. He's taking advantage of the illusions. As the lasso does catch a TV. Can he get Thunder off in time? No, the stun's too strong.
There we go.
AG comes right back with that kill, and Sniper wants more. He no longer camping. He's moving
wants
forward.
more.
He's 360 no scoping this man. Can't be stopped. Waddling his way to victory. Luckily, the rest of Blacklist Rivalry has enough mobility to get away, but this Roche is not going to move from the pit. It's going to be a present for AG.
Yes, it is. That's going to be a free Ag Scepter as well for them, and I think that's going to go right in the inventory of the Clockwork. At least it should. Please give it to Clockwork.
No, Sniper? Oh, no, not...
The reason I don't like that they give it to the Batavo is because even though that initiation worked well for them that time on the lasso, I believe that was a very specific circumstance where he already had vision on the target that he wanted. And I think even if it was just a single lasso, it's going to work out fine. I think the reason I wanted them to give it to the Clockwork is so that they could give him the vision that he needs to be able to enable Batrider to get those kinds of lassos in these fights.
You don't have a single Lotus or Lincoln's actually a Blacklist Rivalry. They have just ignored the Bat as a threat the whole time. It was surprising to me.
Well, that's because he's just been kind of blinking into them all game. I don't know if this necessarily turns it around. I have to say, though, I really have to commend AG. As soon as, like, the first piece falls into place for them in that team fight, they play so well. They play exactly how they need to be doing. DB is immediately jumping these backliners. He's the one killing these supports and routing everyone from the fight to make sure that there's no chance of some sort of remustering of Blacklist such that they can counter-initiate, you know, after the TB goes down. No chance for like a buyback play and to take that fight. That's AG just dominating from there, and they reap all the rewards from that Roche. Excellent bit of back and forth. This is high. This is like Dota at some of its highest level, and I really have to commend both teams for bringing it. But right now, AG in control after that turn of third Roche.
Ooh, Carl trying to catch up to TV. Even with a refreshed stun, it wouldn't work here because he BKB TPs.
Yeah, it's kind of a problem, right? They don't have like an abyssal builder on this team, do they? No way to really get through these BKBs. BKB is skill king right now. Past 45 minutes for AG. Not every day you say that.
It's true.
They don't see... I mean, obviously they have damage, right? But TB, with a Blink Dagger in the backpack, mind you, soon to be a switch.
He's running out of slots right now.
You know, he is the solution. It's just physical damage through BKBs, which is viable, don't get me wrong, but... It's,
the TB,
it's just getting the TB where he needs to be. Maybe Tims needs to be And he does have toss requires no target. Maybe he needs to be not so much tossing enemies out of position, but tossing TB into position, honestly.
I do think what you need to do at this point if you're Blacklist Rivalry is building up some protection against the Bat Rider, to be honest. More so than the Abyssals. Like, the BKB TP is going to be a nuisance, but you can deal with those. But if Bat can lasso 2 targets and one of them is a TB, like, the team fight goes away from you. You have no response to that whatsoever.
No, you don't. You do have 2 Aeon Discs, which will apply a Dispel. So if one of those heroes are caught, gives you some potential to turn around. But again, if you're...
that's only if it's the first one, right? If he's the second one, it doesn't matter.
Well, if you're the second one and he does enough damage to you, your Aeon Disc is going to proc no matter what.
No, I know, but what I mean is it doesn't dispel the first one.
No, it doesn't.
Like, the real concern is the TB being put out.
It doesn't dispel the first one, and that's a good point. I was more going along the lines of thinking, well, you have Dispels for yourself. What are you going to do from there? You're a Tiny, you're a Coddle against presumably a BKB Bat Rider. It's back to issue 1, right?
Yeah, but you need TB to be able to deal with it.
TB needs to be freed. Yeah, I agree with you.
Looking for me?
Pick right now. There's the Overload attack bounces.
Oh, we're even seeing a Blink Dagger on the Storm Spirit.
Oh, there's the shard being delivered. So now we have Electric Rave Storm Spirit. We'll give it its old pseudonym.
Oh, he has the Overload attack bounces as well. So that's the ultimate combo now. Where you Electric Vortex and you kill anything in sight.
It gives him a second breath of life. Probably the last breath of life that Storm Spirit has with this Refresher, Cayenne Sange, Witchblade build. You know, he does a lot of damage now. If he gets on top of someone, it's ludicrous amounts of damage, especially much like a Luna if he has something to bounce those targets off of. So this could be dangerous still for AG. Again, 13K lead doesn't necessarily play out as dominant. I mean, we're in the late game, right? So 13K, 14K, doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's kind of an even game regardless. It's just about who initiates on whom. And then we talk about that, I want to look at the Earthshaker, right? He did buy a 4-staff eventually, choke him. Has a Glimmer Cape and the Blink Dagger. Now an Aeon Disc that's disassembled in his inventory. So I think he might be key as well to these team fights going their way. If he's not caught early by the Storm, he could just Echo Slam and turn around the team fight completely.
So the biggest difference maker that I see right now is, in terms of this 13, 14K net worth lead, is more farm on the position 4s. The offlane differential is pretty massive at this stage. I don't think we can really underestimate how much more potential at this stage of the game that DB has over Bosku. It should be stated, Bosku still has the added benefit that he is at least giving more uptime to the TB, which is by far the TB's biggest weakness at this stage of the game. The fact that TB has not felt the need to go into a Refresher or Ag Scepter yet to be able to continue team fighting is a testament to how much this Coddle does at this stage of the game, as well as how well Blacklist is fighting around their cooldowns, right?
DB?
Oh, yo.
DB didn't activate BKB before he started hitting the silencer. Now he activates it. And he's pretty confident here. Wrath of Nature as well with the accent. That's going to root a couple of people if he has vision over them.
Gotta get out.
And DB's just going to leave now after activating BKB and Bloodthorn.
So a quick note as well, Tim's now has a Lotus, so that is going to be some counterplay against the Bat Rider. Pretty big.
And if they catch Earthshaker, even bigger. That's their team fight gone. That's the Aeon Disc already procced. And an Earthshaker dead as well.
Okay,
now Global Science is a freebie. You're a Lasto. And it got Deviant and his illusions for a little train. Can they kill him in time? Or can he get the Sunder off? The Global Science is helping him a lot right now. Raven gets the Sunder just in time on Tims. Tims happy to die here as long as he gets an avalanche onto the sniper. But Raven is dying to DB. The Hurricane Pike pushes him in the wrong direction and he's going to fall. Carl couldn't join as well. He's been sprouted as well. And he's just dealing way too much damage. He's still leashed to DB. Even if he gets pushed out of the Sprout, that leash never ends for some reason.
Wow.
I cannot believe they did that.
What
DB, such an impact in that fight.
And that's where I was getting at, like between that and the Coddle, you know what I mean? Coddle allows you to fight more, but the DB and P TPing around the fight simply
he Hurricane Pike. That was their solution. When he couldn't lasso him, he Hurricane Piked him towards the sniper. That was wild.
He also obviously saw the Lotus Orb and still decided to lasso himself just to make sure Sniper could continue auto-attacking it. But that armor, man, made such a big difference.
Oh, the second lasso, okay.
The second lasso, yeah.
And the Global Silence preventing the magical damage, of course.
Really, really good fight there.
What a great game by
AG are still somewhat the victors out the tail end of that one, of course, because they keep their 2 cores alive.
And your dreams alive, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, DB certainly helps out as well, right? He's able to get these lanes shoved in immediately, which means impacting it and permanent tower damage. But yeah, it's starting to look pretty darn good here. Sniper, oh, that's what it was. Butterfly as well picked up
Yeah.
So there's going to be some slight evasion problems. Wait a
DP?
second.
Oh, he just feels confident right now.
I mean, these are basically 3 supports he's playing against.
Yeah, that's true. Is that trying to TP? Can they cancel this in any way? No. Yeah, they really do struggle canceling TPs, BKB or not.
Yeah, that's a big one for sure. Fortunately, the tower damage is not too much. That was a fight, but outside of the Roche Pit, a big fight committed, just shy, just after the 50-minute mark. We'll take another look at that. You can see Lotus being applied right here.
Yeah, now he lassos himself, of course.
Yeah.
But because of the global silence, they lack the damage to actually kill this TV. And he actually managed to get a Sunder off. I'm not really sure about this Tim's play where he walks up just to get an Avalanche off, but I guess he was going to die regardless. And here's the incredible Hurricane Play.
Oh, yeah. That was a big one.
Like, I think that Hurricane Pike wins him the fight, honestly.
I believe that was DB's Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, that was DB's Hurricane Pike.
Gave DB, obviously, the attack range, and he's doing a lot of magic damage as well.
And attack speed as well.
Not to mention the Bloodthorn, attack speed for him, and also pushes him into the range of the Sniper. So just a beautiful positioning play. It's not every day that you commend a usage of Hurricane Pike, right? I feel like that forced mobility aspect of it, much like an aggressive, quote-unquote, Hurricane, or aggressive Force Staff usage, is not something you see too much. Sniper is starting to really run out of slots. I mean, he's already got rid of his boots. He's just bought himself a Moon Shard. We saw first time this DPC patch. He is about to hit level 30 as well. I mean, not about to. It's still quite a climb. But
yeah, it's just more vision at this point. Like, all the Shrapnel talents before level 25 is pretty bad. It's just a little bit slow in damage. It's who cares. But the level 25 talent is a lot of vision.
Yeah, it's a lot of vision.
And push.
This stun might be pretty good as well on Assassin. It gives you like a real reason to use Assassinate in these fights.
And it's much faster, so you can actually use it, right?
Yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah, if you're using Assassinate in fights now, and it's not to mop up the very last kill in a fight, or to give one of your, I don't know, like a Bat Rider vision,
sure.
You're kind of trolling. You do much more with right clicks at this stage.
I agree with you. It's a lot of magical damage as well when you can charge it quickly, which helps a lot against the TV, who still has an immense amount of armor.
Carl is it going to be a sheep stick? No, that's going to be a Lincoln Sphere, and it's already completed, in fact. Does block Sprout when it's targeted on you. You can still ground target it, though, if you are precise enough with your clicks.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Does that work? It isn't like Earthspike where it gets blocked if it's ground targeted too?
Oh.
And that was a bug for forever.
I don't know.
It works on Sprout.
I don't know, actually. I know because I've tested it when you obviously cast them, but if you target on ground, the thing is, you still do reflect if it's a Lotus and block the individual ability if it's Earth Spikes and those, but I don't know. I don't know about Sprout. That's a good point.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know, because it used to be a bug for a while that even if you ground target these abilities, if they can also be targeted, they don't work quite well.
Fourth Roche, by the way, respawning.
Fourth Roche. So this has everything on it.
It'll have everything.
Refresher Shard's pretty big for this Chokam, who hasn't been able to have a single good fight, but maybe he can refresh the Aeon Disc.
I disagree. I think he's had one good fight.
I mean, they're always targeting him. It's not like he's doing
Yes, no, and it's not his fault, but I think he has had to do... He's gotten to do Earthshaker things once.
Okay, that's
and it was it was in the last Roche fight, which does bode well for AG.
Oh.
They're up 21k. This is the next Roche fight. Both teams are now aware of it.
DB just bought a Strength Blink.
Yeah, he is. The goal for him is to never walk anywhere again.
I like this, actually.
He Strength Blinks or he TPs around the map.
I mean, the Strength Blink, it goes to show that he knew that play that he made in the last team fight was like crucial and what in the team fight. So it's all about getting behind the TB, pushing him back. Like these small things, dealing with the backlines, making sure Silencer can't get a good silence. A good global, mind you.
Level 29 on Sniper.
Oh, okay, cool.
Whoa.
They're crazy. They don't have the high ground.
Okay, but
and they got rooted by the Wrath of Nature. They have to force them. He's still in the fissure.
Patience from both teams, though. No BKBs, nothing really big committed outside of the grenade.
Good in your dream.
Blacklist Rivalry, though, continuing to sneak around. By the way, TB did hit level 26, has taken that Metamorphosis duration talent. This between the Coddle, I would wager almost 100% uptime on this ability. I will say, though, he did actually get spooked into using meta already.
Yeah, exactly.
It's at 1/2 duration right now, Avo.
I'm not sure about this. Like, if AG can spot this, they can fight right afterwards. I hear a lasso as well for the mid lane. It's Carl. Can they refresh the lasso?
No.
Global silence just in time here. And the Sniper could be in trouble. They force them to safety. Electric Fortress keeps him back in as the TV gets hit by the second lasso. They need damage. TV joins as well. The TV, no thunder, no time. He is dead. Goodbye, Raven. And the pew pew continues. Tims is now in trouble. They clean up shop. Carl ceases to exist. The silencer is just an afterthought. Blacklist Rivalry had no chances here as the control of the high ground goes completely towards Army Geniuses.
Man, you know, you come for the king, you best not miss. Sniper just absolutely putting them down. DB making sure that there's no survivors.
What a game by DB.
After Boss Q puts him into the grave as well. Ooh, I mean, and they bought back on Raven. He thought they were going to be able to turn and remuster there, but just no chance. Finally, Clockwork, he's granted his birthright, the Ag Scepter, Avo. It's on the line. Things go wrong from here. Being able to lasso back the TB in that fight completely breaks apart this fight. Carl's overextended. The rest of Blacklist Rivalry, they're on the wrong side of the river. Raven, a Carl make that can just do nothing as Raven's already dead. The buyback, he can't get into the fight fast enough. And now they're finding themselves seized. The double lasso taking him for a ride.
Ace for the TB. Echoslav, he got it off. Carl, though, is helping them out. Going for the two supports here. Perhaps the sniper as well. They need more damage. They got control. Carl gets a second with a terror wave on top of it. They're pushing him back. The sniper's afraid. And the sniper's going to die in fear. However, the Terror Blade dies to DB, who's a true carry all along. He just went to the backlines. He's killing off the Tiny as well. Carl's trying his best, but he's out of mod. He has to go and refresh. There is no buyback for this DB, and there is no life for Carl either.
GG.
It's a team wipe. DB was the sniper all along. 2 eyes, all he needs, because you meet his gaze and you meet your demise. Army Geniuses just took Blacklist Rivalry for a ride.
They are pogged. They're all pogged.
They're so pogged. They're all going to the bathroom together. That's how excited they are.
They're going to celebrate with clairvoyance. That's what they're going to do.
They forgot they have an interview. It's okay.
They'll be back. Let them celebrate. They've earned it. What a performance from them. And, you know, look, lots of accolades there for AG, no doubts, right? They played a phenomenal game. I have to give credit for Blacklist.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that this was their best game. If they can learn from this replay, if they can come back into their next series, which is, I'm not sure when that is. I think they have a little bit of a break, if I'm not mistaken. No, they play they play tomorrow against Bleed.
Or Wednesday.
At 7 p.m. So, you know, a little bit of time for them to analyze this, to go back, lick their wounds, and come back at it versus Bleed. That is going to be a must-win series. Bleed did manage to find their first win over Geek Slate. Bleed found their first win over Geek Slate. So this is going to be a next to match, a must-win for Blacklist over Bleed if they want to stay out of those bottom 2 slots. But I saw really great stuff from them in this game. I think this team is finally starting to understand what they need to do. They're starting to rise to the level of their opponents. Now they just need to, you know, make moves.
Exactly. Cuckoo wasn't farming for 1 game. That was incredible. For 2 games, a whole series of Cuckoo not farming. That's a start. Now you decide who between Carl and Raven farms, and you've got a team, actually, as opposed to just 5 people. Army Geniuses, though, looking absolutely incredible. Cannot wait to hear from them. Before that, we do have to hear from our panel, unfortunately, so let's go to them so we can get to that interview sooner.
Unfortunately, Avo, what the slander, that's so toxic. But that was, I would say, by far the best game I have seen the entire season so far. Would you guys agree with me?
Yes.
Yes. Unanimous. That was wild.
Yeah.
The hype was real.
The hype was real. The plays were big. A lot of back and forth. Blacklist looked the best they have all tour as of now, but AG rise to the occasion. Like, game 1 was a little bit more heavily favored on AG. This one, he had some moments for Blacklist, but man, like DB at the end. DB and Yoa were just like balling at the end there.
Who's the real Giga Chat?
They just both dive in, you know? They just both set up for the team.
Oh, what a crazy game, man. I mean, the best part is that it really could have been anyone's game.
For real?
Happy boy.
Oh, Carl, not that happy.
Oh, no.
It's a bit rough.
But yeah, it really could have been anyone's game. Like, it was full of action. This is the game that is defining C. Games like these that are just beautiful all around.
Yeah, I feel like early on, it was a bit slower. You know, you'd have some skirmishes, pull back, farm, keep that build up. But once you hit that end game, like once you're at that point where all sides just want to fight, you know, Roche is on the line, buybacks are committed, that's when it gets crazy. And it is just beautiful. Like there were pretty good saves, you know. There was a confusion over that bot fight near the secret shop where the double lasso, back-to-back double lassos from Yoa didn't quite lead to the instantaneous death of Raven, but they clean up anyway. You know, so many openings from both sides, so many interesting takes on the fights. It's just wild.
Yeah, you need 2 cores in the game. I feel like you need two people to farm and carry the game, and I think the balance core setup would be like one person is like a temple, a space maker, and you need two other person farming. Like Blacklist, I feel like they kind of have a better balance this game compared to the first game. This time around, I feel like Cuckoo is a bit more sacrificial towards the TB, and the Storm is just running around. Chakra, go make your illusions, go ball lightning in. But unfortunately, they still didn't have enough in the tank, to finish the game. This is the moment that you were talking about, the double lasso.
He switched to an illusion, I think, in your dream.
Yeah, I think so.
So they didn't manage to instantly burst down. It looked really awkward, but again, like DB, look at that movement. Just jumps in, like, man. You gotta admire that.
He really knows his limits. Like he's going in, like just tanking, eating that. It's not just about how much damage you can do. You have to know how much you can receive.
Yeah, he knows his limits and he knows his cooldowns. Like that one when he
the tiny in front of the tiny.
Oh my god. Actual Giga Chad. This guy is like undoubtedly one of the best offlaners in Southeast Asia right now.
Yeah, he's popped off.
He's only second to Jabs.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
And it's just such a massive improvement for AG, like not just as team, because I think they've really shined as a unit for sure, as we've been talking about, but even individually, like DB in particular, I think really deserves all that praise. And Yowie, because Yowie, on his time in TNC, he was like the lightning rod that all the criticism for that team was thrown to. He's always been like this promising pub star that just failed to deliver in his first few months, but this time around, he really shines, and of course, you have to hand it to DB. Like this guy was just insane.
I mean, not to mention Jokem, I feel like DB plus Jokem, like they have very, very good chemistry together in the lane and in the game itself. And a lot of the teams that are doing very well right now, they are very good like off lane and position for combinations. We saw how successful Secret had last year when they had Zayak and Resolution. And like I feel like DB and Jokem are somewhat like the same combination. They are very, very good with each other. The way they move on the map, the way they play each other, they always play off on a lot of parts in the map together, and that's what been very, very successful for AG.
They're like Mario and Luigi.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The good old Plumber brothers. But that's why DB is our match MVP. Absolutely stunning gameplay. But yeah, I mean, props to Yowie as well. That double lasso in the mid when they were pushing high ground, holy! That was crazy.
Baller. Just baller.
Well, the DB tipping into the fountain is even more Giga Chat.
Yeah, at the end, just to prove a point, we're going to take all your diebacks. We're just going to end it here. We're done.
Yeah.
It's what a great game, What a great performance by AG.
Well, we do have an interview with Yowie ready, our mid laner from AG. Congratulations, Yowie. How do you feel after that insane win?
It's a good win for us, for the team. Like
Good
we
win.
fighting with Division 1 team. And we're happy,
Yeah. Are you tired from the last game? Pagod ka na?
No, I'm not tired because game 1 was so fast,
Oh yeah, that's so true.
So, hello, Yowie. So your team is doing really well right now in the Division 1, and what do you feel like makes your team strong right now? Why is your team doing better compared to the other teams, here?
Maybe we just we give it all 100% here. Like every day, like on this whole month, we practice. We talking about some things, Like we're practicing laning also, even with me. So there's no break for us because our schedule also is like every day. I mean, like every another day. So we really need to grind.
Right. I am curious about one thing, Yowie. We haven't seen you in a while. The last time I recall was like TNC, and that was a pretty rough time for you. What was that journey like, or what changed for you personally, going from that rough period into this moment where you're now looking like probably one of the most impressive mids so far here?
Nothing changed for me. The difference there is this team compared to my previous team is like they want to enable me, They want to play with me, not because I'm playing with them. That's it. Like the Ricky call is like I'm the one who forced it. Like, but I'm sure, but I don't want to be selfish, But they trust me, Like I even said in the draft, like, guys, I want to play Ricky, but they say they want to play Pac, right? But all of them, but I say Ricky, and I'm the one who's gonna play it. But I feel like I don't want to be selfish because of my decision, but since they trust me and they pick Riggy.
Yeah, so you're saying like Clearance, he gives you a lot of room, to decide what you want to play and how you guys want to play as a team instead of like just telling you guys, oh, I want the draft to be set in a very specific way. So he gives you guys, everyone has a lot of room to say what they want to play.
Yes.
And,
you got it, baby.
Yeah, and when you guys are discussing about the replay, so I guess everybody is talking as well. It's not just he's saying everything about the replay.
No, actually you're right. He's saying everything. We're just listening. We even he's saying in his monitor on his PC, and we're just in our bedroom, like the door behind us. We're just there while he's listening, because sometimes he speak for our carry and our offlane doesn't need, our mid doesn't need, but we still listen, and we're trying to make fun of it, even though everything is serious. But I keep saying to the team, have fun every start of the game.
All right, there's one thing I want to ask. I've always known AG is a fun team. You guys, there's just something about that stack that always looks to have fun. What do you guys do for fun now? Last time it was like a ping pong table. Do you guys still have that? Do you play ping pong with them? What's the tradition now in AG?
Not anymore. I think we just we always wanna go shopping.
Okay. Shopping.
Not really. Like we're going into the big malls and eat together and even drink. Something like that, but not always. Everyone here is like not really strict, the schedule. Like there's no call time for what time you're gonna sleep. But we have a call time on morning, because the scrim here is 1 p.m. not 2 p.m. So we have a wake up call.
Oh,
cool.
So you guys make pashal together, just like that?
Yeah. Everyone, because everyone here in the bootcamp is not from the same place. Like they're not in this hometown. It's still in Indo, but everyone here
it's
is
in
not
Bataan,
in Indo,
right?
So, yeah. So what I was gonna say is even it's break day, we're going together as always.
Oh, do you have any last words to say to your AG fans?
Thank you very much for supporting. That's all.
Aw, that's so sweet. Well, congratulations again on your win. That was a huge series, very entertaining to watch. So take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow. That's really sweet that they go to the mall together and go shopping.
Yeah.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I'm glad they've calmed down a bit. When they had Norman, I know that it was a lot more partying. And Norman, he got an infamous accident on his bike. He couldn't play for like 2 days.
Oh no.
He fell off his motorbike or something. They were going out. They were having like Korean barbecue all the time. They were going to resorts like pools.
Wow.
It's pretty fun. But they're still bonding, right?
Too much fun sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, too much fun. Clearly, AG has the sweet spot of just going shopping, hanging out, walking together, eating. But I am just so impressed on the run they've made. It's hard to be Blacklist, man. It's really hard.
Yeah, it's a string of defeats for this all-star team, but it looked better now. I think this time around, especially in Game 2, it looked a lot better. So I think if they continue this improvement, they might be able to stay in Div 2. Berlin is a harder call. It's dependent on some top teams now dropping some series, but I can see them staying in Div 1 if they play the cards right.
Yeah, I mean, they have to try to improve, There's no easy way around it. They have to try to fix the root problems. They have to try to sit down and talk and try to discuss the replays together. And hopefully Mike is going to be able to do some magic Mike.
Magic Mike. Well, let's take a look at today's results to see how our teams did. We had 3 series today, as per usual. Our first one being Geek Slate versus Bleed, where Bleed 2-0'd them. And then we had Talon versus Polaris, which was a 2-0. And we had a full day of 2-0s again. Yeah, it's a repeat of last week. To finish off the day, we just saw Blacklist Rivalry lose against Army Geniuses 2-0. What a day. Expected or not?
Maybe Geek Slate versus Bleed was a little bit more unexpected, but Bleed cleaned up really well.
Yeah, that was probably the more surprising series. I feel like the other 2 series are pretty much straightforward. Maybe the last series is a little bit more complicated than it probably would have gotten. But yeah, I mean, every other series, I feel like they've been pretty much the stronger team winning.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought the last series would go to 3 games, but it did not. And let's take a look at the season standings. What we've got so far, Army Geniuses at the tippiest of the top at 3-1, but Talon and SMG are also 3 0. So technically, I wouldn't really say they're above or below each other. They're kind of in the same spot. Followed by Execration in 4th. And then on the second page, we have Bleed, Geek Slate, Blacklist Rivalry, and Polaris. It's really hard being Geek Slate, Blacklist, Rivalry, and Polaris because they have 0 wins under their belt.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough, and it's really interesting to see, right? Like, especially for Geek Slate. I'm coming from a major, you'd expect stronger, but again, just that one roster swap, and it feels like they're a bit lost. So it's a bit rough for us for points in the Southeast Asia.
Team look like a totally different team right now compared to last season. Like, they look lost. I mean, they also changed the coach. It's not just changing one player. The coach is not the same. So a lot of changes, and they need time to adjust.
Well, let's take a look at Wednesday's schedule. What games we have up next? We have Execration versus Geek Slate as the first series, followed by Talon versus SMG, which is going to be a very exciting match. And last to finish off the day is Blacklist versus Bleed.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting day. I think Exa versus Geek Slate should show us whether or not that loss Execration got was a one-off, or if they can rally back. For Talon versus SMG, this is pretty much almost like major deciding. Yeah, this kind of determines who has a clearer shot at the major.
I mean, I think both of them do. Well, the rate that like both teams are playing at, they look like they're in top form.
Yeah, it's just a matter of like
who's better.
Danger zone.
Who has to play tiebreakers?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
We could end up being like tiebreakers for the last slot.
Yeah.
So this series might decide who doesn't have to play it.
But Blacklist Rivalry versus Bleed, I feel like if Bleed are able to keep up the way that they played today, it's looking like it could definitely be their series. I mean, too early to speak. We haven't seen the game yet or the draft, whatever. But
momentum.
The momentum. Bleed showed a lot of promise. That's for sure.
Yeah, they look like they rallied really well. Again, maybe it was the stomach problems for Ice.
No more
maybe
food
it wasn't
poisoning.
eating. Yeah, it could have actually been, like food poisoning. Maybe he had some of my chicken adobo. Did affect you, but I sent some down to Singapore. It was a day
I was
old.
fine. Don't worry. I didn't die. I'm here. I show up at work.
Yes.
All dandy, all healthy.
Dandy and happy and healthy. Yeah, but what do you guys think about Wednesday's games? I think it's exciting.
Yes, I'm looking forward to Talon versus SMG again. It's kind of whoever loses might play tiebreakers, but they have it kind of solidifies.
It's good to see who's boss.
Yeah, it's good to see who's boss. I'm looking forward to SMG, how far they push it, because even before, I feel like SMG is just the team that always surprises you. This time, I think they might be the favorites. If they
Who's the true CEO?
Yes, exactly.
Is it Moon? Is it Bit1?
Yes.
Or is it Jabs?
I do hope that SMG are able to, stick with the goods. Like, I hope they're able to still show a good game, because I feel like, it's kind of unpredictable with them versus like Talon. We know them to be at the higher end of the standings, basically. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But anyways, that's all we have for today. That is the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. And Wednesday, that is the next day of games. So we will see you all then. Catch you later.